specific time when it happened, the occurrence, and then timestamp it, then give it to us so that we can like review if not what you saying is true. But he didn't do that. He just like he dropped the 12-hour video and wanted us to go look for it, hunt for it. So
Cool. Oh well.
Here's another didn't do. I didn't do nothing. It's all their fault. I didn't do nothing.
Wasn't me.
The mods are bullying me. Oh, isn't that what he told you, Dandelion? The mods are bullying him?
Yeah, that was last night's message. Yeah. And apparently my customer service was not satisfactory, so he had to come on here. I did.
Do you have to fill out the forms?
Yeah, that's what I should have done. Send him one of those forms that the Golden Monkey used to make. I mean, I just told him I don't really know what was happening in that convo, so I can't comment, which is pretty much what you guys said. I mean,
yeah, but he demands restitution. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to know how long he's been a flat earther, honestly, because I seem to recall a while back he was definitely not.
Yeah, I feel like I might have asked him that when the first time he came in a while back, but we'll ask him when he comes back. Good idea. I'm going to drive my son to school, so I'm going to put you guys on the radio, but I'm not going to be able to talk.
Try to keep it PG then.
Yeah, you better.
All right.
Drive safe, Paul.
Thank you.
Well, dude, what do you have as your avatar, dude? Every time I see it, it looks like a troll or something with a big nose.
It's from a music video. It's a character from South America festivals. I don't really know who it is, whether it's meant to be the devil or the spirit of the dance or something. But yeah, like you know me to define unusual things as a PFP. I'll drop the link in chat from the video it's in.
Hey, you haven't. We've been doing some controversial topics on Frontline Unfiltered, man. You haven't joined that server. Like, that's a lot of stuff that you used to look into prior to Flat Earth, or at least I don't know if you're still looking into controversial topics, but
absolutely, dude. Yeah, yeah. Is it on Discord or what?
Yeah. We're.
Oh, dude, I thought you were out on Rumble. Right. Okay.
Yeah,
well, I'll jump in, man. Sorry, dude. I didn't realize.
No, it's on Rumble, but like we're. I didn't. It's like a soft rollout. I didn't want to like invite everybody at the same time because it would create a vacuum. Then everybody would be like migrating to that, and so I was trying to like little bit at a time invite like the homies like one at a time. So.
Thanks, bro. That's appreciated. I'll make a point of dropping in, Miggy. Cheers, man.
Yeah, I didn't know like where you stood with that, but there's more to be said about like the topics that are involved with like each country and like where like Jedi. I mean, we had a show about what's going on in the UK. The dudes from Australia, like Matrix and AJ, and all them were talking about happenings in their country, you know, politically and otherwise, right? So we're having a grand time, man, having these discussions, and in the server itself, we have those like topics that just pop up, like because I don't know what's happening in other places like on the ground. You do because you're there, so you could comment better than the news that we get. You know.
Yep, absolutely. That's what it's all about. It's about where we are all across Earth and how we're all being played and what's been rolled out, and an honest, like ground level opinion of what's going on. Yeah, great idea, dude. Yeah, great idea.
Yeah, and because we are a group is so dynamic, right, and diverse, we can have a better conversation. Like Frontline Unfiltered, like the premise of that was to examine all the things that are being told to us from news sources and otherwise, and us being able to, as critical thinkers, because we've been doing it for a while, be able to examine the pieces of information and or be able to experience the incidents that are occurring within our own countries and be able to comment on that. That's what it was. The show's about that. So where it's like a panel of diverse people, and like I try to keep it rotating to where anybody that wants to come on from like our group can pop on the cam and talk about like topics including flat Earth, but more a bit more open to talk about the other topics too. So we're discussing everything, dude. Just it's nothing like I want to talk to Gemsy about the parasite condition, like the whole mystery around that. And then, if anybody has any particular stance on certain topics that are controversial, I want to talk about those too. Like, we're confronting them head on. So that gives us an outlet outside of like just speaking only about flat Earth. Because, I mean, by being here, we built up a critical thinking mind, being able to discern the truth from what the lies are about, like the shape of the Earth and such. So,
Yeah, absolutely. To see the ethos of what we really are. Just trying to get to the bottom of things by simple exploration and exploration, or instead of having to deal with third-hand or worse information, now it's direct second-hand. And I think it's what the internet should really be for. It shouldn't really be a place to argue and fight, or do all the bad things that go on the internet. And we're all guilty of something out there. But yeah, it's better that we try and have a place that is free to speak about any topic. And the fact that you're now able to, you've waited so long and it's finally come round where you can talk about all these all topics now. And
Yeah.
if it's approached regimentally in a forum where it's open and it's not slanderous, or it can't be accredited as being slanderous or claimed as being then they've got no ground. These
Yeah.
seem to be like people like John. If you watch Dr. John Campbell or follow him, he seems to have gotten all the ground that he's gotten because he's talking to people from across Earth. He's going to where they are to interview them, and it's actually he's medically accredited. Not necessarily in all the fields that he's talking to, but he's talking to people in those fields. A lot of them are retired. A lot of them are, they've left these businesses or these jobs or that field. So they're not necessarily bothered about getting put out in a lot of ways. And I feel that that's like us. A lot of us are happy to calm up or even dox ourselves fully, but a lot of us just simply can't because we're involved in the heliocentric industry one way or another, and it's just not viable for us to do that. But our voices are still have as much countenance in our opinion and our facts that we discover have as much countenance as anyone who screams, I'm a PhD, elect me for president, I'm God of the world. It's to not approach the working people or anyone from any sort of social standing legibly. It's they're censoring themselves at the end of the day. So why should we? I agree with you completely. Go for it, dude. I'll put that what my PFP's from in the chat. It's a character in the dance. I think it might be a South American festival style character. I don't know what the relevance is though.
Yeah, one of the important things that just transpired is that YouTube, where Google and all them are saying that under the Biden administration, they came out and said this. They were actively censoring people that were having political speech against like the far left groups in America. And so they were being banned, taken off the internet or YouTube, excuse me, and they were also being limited to talk about COVID-19. You couldn't say anything about that. That has been overturned as of recently, and we were talking about that on the show and like discussing the fact that this had just come out that they've overturned that. They're asking people to come back to YouTube whose accounts have been banned because of them talking about COVID-19. That has just been overturned. So it's like now they're allowing that to be discussed on YouTube and also political speech.
Epic. About time, thank God. Brilliant news. Thank you, mate.
Oh, for how long?
Yeah, but that's the thing though. They're asking those individuals to come back that of accounts that have been taken down. There's been big accounts, bro, that have been talking about COVID-19 and or having a different opinion than these extremists. So they're now allowing for political debate to happen and discussion about COVID-19. So it's like, well, they're opening the doors to that where they had them shut down, or you'd only have to say COCO, you couldn't say COVID-19. So now you can actually say it without being jeopardizing YouTube's policies because they're You know what I mean? They've
Yeah.
overturned that.
Epic. I
Not gonna
wonder if
lie,
they're
Alpha.
gonna.
It's gonna feel weird being able to talk about it openly. Like it had such a chilling effect that many of us are even too afraid to open our mouths about it.
Yeah, I get the effect, man. It's the purpose of like why I think what we're doing with Frontline is so important is because we're on the front line. Like we're listening to everything that we're being told by the people who are like, because we can't cover, like, in other words, we're not investigative journalists, right? But we are, in a sense, kind of doing that when we're looking into the topics, but we're not going out like a man on the street, going out into certain places. But we are doing that on the internet of things, right? So it makes a difference that we can find out information coming from these people in high places, like these tweets that they say, or holding them accountable, like Dr. Shiva, when they're saying something that's incorrect. I think that's what we're all about. We want it to be a place where people can come across and share their ideas about the topics that matter most to us, that are affect our daily lives. So I do. I think it's important.
Dude, do you have any thoughts, by the way? I know it's off topic about Trump recalling every single general across all the armed services to descend onto Quantico at the same time for a 1 day meeting.
When was it? When did this transpire?
I think yesterday or something, very recently announced it. He said, and this is supposed to happen on like Tuesday. All generals worldwide, I don't care where you are, drop what you're doing, 1 star to 4 stars, all services. You're to meet me in Quantico is what a SecDef Hegseth told him. And I think Trump will be there too.
Wow.
I don't know if this is related, Yoder, but what we've noticed that there's a pattern happening within just America and worldwide. There's a few things that are happening, disturbances that need to be quelled. Problem, reaction, solution. Right. So there's something happening, right, within like every government of the world that you could say first world governments, right? You heard of the things that are happening in Nepal. We got stuff happening in Milan, Italy. The UK is marching. People in certain cities in America have been now called to like. There's this call to action, like take a stance, where military force is now being installed in, I think, Washington. There was foot soldiers from the National Guard that went there to kind of quell disturbances, and they found there's these like new polls that are coming out where crime rate has increasingly dropped. So there seems to be like an outpouring of people that are calling out for the government to step in. So certain cities, like, and there's another one, Minneapolis, which is now on the radar, but Chicago is another city that was going to be let the National Guard go and try to quell the disturbance from the gang violence that's been happening over there. And the people are actually crying out for this, so they're actually calling for the government to do something. Where now Trump is saying, well, I got reason to step in. Look, at the people are calling for justice, and I'm going to give it to them. So there's seems to be something happening where military installments are being taking place. I'm not saying it's related to what you said, but I'm saying it could be something correlated to that, because it seems like I've been hearing that there's been a lot of push for installing like military presence in certain places. So I don't know if something bigger is on the horizon, but I can see something being woven, right? Like something's being put together. So
Yeah.
I don't know, like you guys noticed on the world stage, we got disturbances happening. The disturbance in Milan was by an Antifa group, said to be pro-Palestine. They want that to be recognized as a state in Italy, and so they're rebelling against the government. Uh, let's see, the incursion in Nepal was also another thing. That was, dude. There's a lot of stuff happening, and people are rioting. So and I'm trying to get, what I'm trying to do is people that live there. We got people from all across the earth, right? I want to know from you guys that live there what's really going on, because I can't. I'm only seeing the news, but you guys that are there, you can tell me what's happening. Like, oh yeah, like Jedi, we had an interesting conversation on Frontline. It was 2 hours, dude. Like, and we were going back and forth. The program, I called it Civil War, so it
Nice.
was like, yeah, the discussion about how people feel. They're calling for bloodshed. They're calling for action to happen. They want to take out extremists. So it's a bit more diabolical. I think the plan, whatever is happening, there's something, dude. There's something afoot. I'm just telling you that, Yoder. So I don't know if, like I said, it has anything to do with what you just said by him calling his generals. I don't know, but it just seems so eerily correlated that I don't know.
Him calling his generals and not giving a reason is like the weird part, because like if he's recalling people from Fifth Fleet, from Seventh Fleet that are like out there fighting the fight again, or not really fighting the fight specifically, but like doing America's presence against China and against Russia, like they need to know why they're coming back to the States. They can't just like abandon the sailors and soldiers that they're leading, like without knowing why. It's kind of like, well, it's a sign of bad leadership personally, but I would just say it's weird. Usually
I get what you're saying.
They know why.
Hellish Fish, but let me ask you a question. Were you from the military? Because it sounds like you're naming.
I am, yeah.
So I mean, even if the presence of us being on the world stage, he's kind of pulling back some of the soldiers from these areas, or at least their presence anyway. What is your? Because I've kind of like told you a bit about like what's happening everywhere. It's not really. I'm not covering it too deeply, but I'm saying there are signs of things like a disturbance, like on the horizon, like something that you're gonna need to gather all the military generals together and maybe have a discussion about something. Like there's only one reason for that, I think.
It's been Mr. Hegseth's like agenda from day one, personally, as I've seen it, like with all the actions that he's enacted so far, has just been to like disrupt status quo. Like he just recently banned an advisory committee for like women in the military for divisive agenda was the reasoning. And it was like, and I mean, that was like a committee that had been on board for, I think it was like the past like 20 years or something like that. They've existed and they've provided their recommendations. And then like going to standard physical training, standards, like not, disregarding, like the Navy has much lower physical standards, minimums, than like the Marines or the Army or even the Air Force, just because it's hard for sailors to like work out on a ship. But Hegseth has a goal of like bringing everyone up to the same level of physical standards, which would be like a 3-mile run in a certain amount of time, etc. And that's like a big disruption of what the status quo is. So him calling all these like generals and admirals in one place is not like, I'm not too surprised. It is already a disruption of status quo to like physically make them attend instead of having them dial in, which is what they would like typically do. But it's also like a big breach in decorum to just not tell them why. So I don't know. I don't think he's going to announce anything weird. I think he's just doing what he normally should wrong.
Are you saying standard procedure?
What's funny is like
Hold on. This is very important. What I'm going to say. Don't you think it's a big breach to have all the fucking generals in one place?
I think so
Thank
too.
you,
I mean,
Gio.
that makes it a very bombable spot. Yeah.
I worked in 2 shops for my entire career, man. Like, I'm just itching to like tell generals, like, no, sir, you can't do that.
I think we should take all the tank mechanics and stick them all in one place, or all the fucking airplane mechanics and stick them all in one place. What could go wrong? I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, is this an undisclosed location, or is this something everybody knows? Like, are they meeting at the Pentagon? Like, where's the...
It's somewhere near Washington.
Yeah, it's not auditorium by DC.
One of the last times...
It's an auditorium?
One of the last time that heads of state gathered to convene about something as big, possibly, was to do with the IRA, and the plane went bang, and there was a lot of stuff went, oh, whoops.
Yeah, so getting there is going to be an issue.
Yeah.
Well, getting there is going to be an issue.
The other thing is, like, I think the entire services moved their counterintelligence stuff to Quantico.
I heard they're doing it at Quantico. That's where I heard.
Dude.
Conor McGregor.
That's pretty hot, man.
Rather. I think it's... I don't think the generals are useful anyway, and they could probably all die in a fiery mess, and it wouldn't matter in any military sense, because I don't think they have any exclusive knowledge or ability. And the people under them probably have more knowledge and ability. But it's just militarily stupid to take all the highest echelon of your personnel and stick
That's a
them all in the
power
same
move.
place. It's just stupid. Like, why
That's
would
a
you stick
power
them all
move,
in the
Indio.
same way?
That's a power move. That's exactly what he wants to happen. He wants there to be
Dude,
like a show of
what if
force.
you arrested them all?
Yeah, well, some people
I don't know.
speculate it's going to be a
Fucking
red
cool,
wedding
dude.
mass
That would be
firing of these
badass.
generals.
And to make it public knowledge is a risk in itself.
What's the
Yeah,
chance?
Okay,
exactly.
What's the
Have we got
chances
any-
it's the start of a
any-
coup?
Any
What if
QAnon
they were
fans
trying
out
to
there?
start a coup?
Yeah.
Yeah, who is Quantico anyways as an entity, Yoder? Like they're
Headquarters of the Marine Corps, headquarters of the Marine Corps, and also like FBI has their a law enforcement training school there, at least one of their locations. Counterintelligence for the services moved a lot of their components to there. It's like the headquarters of MCIA, Marine Corps Intelligence. Like,
Yeah,
there's a
that's
lot
just
of
a
shit
hell
on
of a lot.
Quantico, guys.
But see, the Marine Corps intelligence, that's a hell of a lot, bro.
They actually have really good country manuals. Just saying. Not that I know anything.
So you've heard.
Just to let everybody know, I went back. I reviewed the tape. I didn't have to get very far to figure out what the problem was. He said it's locally flat, and water in the gold model, water would stick to a sphere. Heretic asked him to define locally flat, and the dude refused to answer. And he asked Heretic, "Would water stick to a ball?" He said, "Yeah, in your imagination land, it sure would." And so he answered the question, and then Heretic continued to press his question, and then the dude kept asking the question that Heretic already answered and said you didn't answer it. So when Heretic answered it, A, he wasn't listening. B, he refused to answer the question what locally flat even is. Heretic kept asking for a distance. How far is it locally flat? And he should have been muted, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, he was just whinging, and you could tell when they're whinging because they don't have a point about what they're whinging about. So he didn't really bring the context to us. He just said I was unfairly muted, and I think you guys need to take action on that. It's like, dude, we can't do
no,
anything.
He didn't say
if you're not
unfairly.
telling
He
us.
said because I wouldn't say what he wanted, meaning he's trying to control my speech, bro. It's a whole
No
nother level.
context. There's no context. Like, so, and then he wants us to feel some kind of way about it. It's like, dude, we're not going to feel any way about it. There's no context to what you're bringing. So, and that's what I was pressing him for. Is just tell us. You can use your words and tell us what happened so we can know.
He don't remember because he wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
Which guy was this? Word salad or Chief?
Word salad.
Yeah.
Who in here is familiar with this guy?
He's like an Earth Awakenings esoteric type guy.
Oh yeah. He also gave up the ghost because he said, "You guys say." Okay.
Yeah.
He gave up the ghost, and then it goes on later. A couple, 30, 40 seconds later, says, "I'm a flat earther." Well, then who's you guys?
Where did it come from? Was it the Politics English Hub or the real Flat Earth server?
Earth Awakenings, I guess. I think he chills out.
Yeah, Earth Awakenings and with Shane apparently, but he says he's just been a frequent visitor there. So who knows if he's actually really chills there a lot.
Go see if
I'm 100% sure I've sparred with him before.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. He probably had a different name.
He denies it, Yoder. He doesn't want to be held accountable. Like, that's one thing I know about this guy. He does not want to be held accountable. So that therefore he didn't produce the timestamp. He knows how to do this. I just feel like he's just wanting us to feel some kind of way about the whole thing, how it went down, and it seems to me like that's all they got for us to feel sorry for whatever. And oh, poor you, right? Like, dude. First of all, we don't even operate like that.
I looked in Ether Cosmology because he was trying to name drop Shane, and it ain't looking good for him because his very first post in that server is a link to the final debate, the biggest debate in flat Earth history.
There it is.
And his posts are just an utter fucking esoteric flat earther nonsense.
Yep. Who else is trying to get in amongst our ranks, Indio, and gain our favour? And
Oh man,
yeah,
that's
Dude,
that's
why?
the that's the
How are
whole
they
wrong
still
way to do it.
trying this? How are they still trying this after all this time? This little infiltration. I'm gonna pretend to be a flat earther, and I'm gonna infiltrate. Come on, dude. Or I'm gonna change what they're doing by, like Peter's doing. Right? This is the same shtick Peter's currently doing.
Yeah.
He's still doing it. This guy picked up Peter's stick independently and is trying to do the same thing Peter's doing. It's so funny, man. It's so fucking hilarious.
Dude, you didn't even know. I don't know. Were you here yesterday when somebody brought up? We were on politics, Yoder. Somebody brought up systems thinking, which is Dr. Shiva's talking
Yeah.
point. Bro, how?
Oh yeah, I was there last night.
Yeah.
So
So
yeah,
tell me about
last
this.
night he
I gotta
brought up
hear this
systems
shit.
thinking
Bro.
as like a globe proof. And I'm like, all right, MFer, let's do systems thinking. Let's do systems thinking with regards to thermodynamics. How do you have gas pressure in a vacuum, essentially?
yeah, if
You
you
know?
want to get him to be, if you want to get him to be quiet, and Yoder had him on dead to rights, he couldn't rebut that. He could not rebut that. He was basically just whinging about like him trying to, we're
You
missing
guys
the
are
point.
demons. You're all demons.
Yeah, we're missing the point that it's really about systems thinking for flat Earth. And I was like, dude, that's an easy diversion away from like it. You're trying to reverse the burden onto us. Like you guys brought it up, systems thinking for how the Earth is a globe. Like how are you? Because he was describing what it is. Well, you guys didn't know what it was. Well, like, well, you brought it up. Well, what is it? And then if you're defining it, how and what way does it relate to the Earth being a globe? And guess what? All of a sudden, everybody's agnostic. Well, I'm saying the Earth is a globe. Now you just imagine it. I'm like, dude, I hate when they do that. I'm
Yeah,
not
this was a
saying the Earth
tactic.
is a globe.
So the tactic is this. I'm going to say you need to apply systems thinking to the Earth in order to conceptualize it properly. And if you only did that, you'd come to the conclusion it's a globe.
Yeah.
And this is basically a series of special pleading fallacies, okay? If you grant X to be true and Y to be true, then Z makes everything true. So just grant me this one special plea, this one exception, and grant this other exception here, and grant this other exception here. And through abduction, we're going to come to the conclusion that Earth has to be a globe. And it's also a substitution fallacy because they're trying to provide this in place of actual curvature measurements. And it's also whistling past the graveyard. I mean, they're hoping the audience is going to get lost in the sauce and forget what they're supposed to be doing in the first place.
Yeah, that's the typical tactic, is to just drive into fucking the weeds so that people lose interest, don't pay attention, because especially when you're dealing with sophists, you have to pay attention pretty carefully. Yeah,
exactly.
And if you don't pay attention for 1 second and a sentence goes by, you hear all this other shit, and you don't hear the premise of all of it, right? You might come away from it thinking there's some validity to the argument. But if you just freaking gab and yap and yap and yap and yap and yap, then, you just fucking put everyone into mental fucking coma. And, sorry, Dandelion. You put everyone into a mental coma, and they can't figure out what the truth is because their mind is mush now.
Yeah, and everything's weaponized as well, Indio. Whatever they say is an infliction at you or to you, or what, a straw man, what you've said, or it's something that they're courting a ban, or to start playing the blame game. Everything's weaponized.
Yeah, I could see in the conversation there were like maybe was it 2 or 3 of those guys, and they were playing off each other. Oh, well, you need to unmute. And that other guy who's he has that cross. What was his name? Chief or whatever his name is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Chief Kagan.
Yeah,
There was
that
5
guy.
of them.
So
Kagan.
he was basically like the leader or their whatever, the guy who would champion the point. So what they were doing was appealing to him. Please unmute this guy. But the other guys were bouncing off each other and how we're not allowing. You know how they gaslight.
That's a debate, bro. The debate bros actually come in twos, in case nobody noticed. There's never just one. There's always a second one that's going to white knight for the person doing their bullshit.
Yeah.
It's like
Just
the
unmutable.
dinosaur
You're
thing
in a
when
debate. just unmute my friend. Like you have him muted. He's muted. Like unmute him. Like that's all they do.
It's like the dinosaur thing when there's one looking at you and getting right in your face. And there's another one sneaking up on you from behind or the side.
Velociraptors.
Yeah, so
sorry,
AB,
guys, been there, done that.
yeah, AB, when they ask you to unmute him, ask them what was he muted for. Just ask him that.
Yeah, but then we're trying to reason with someone unreasonable. They're like, well, you just don't want to mute him now. You're just making things like
I just said they won't know, AB. They never know. They're just white knighting. They have no idea why the person was muted in the first place. They're clueless. And that just exposes them as just being a white knight.
Trade them 1 for 1. Unmute one, mute the first one.
I that's just what I do now. Oh, unmute him. Oh, what did he get muted for? Blah blah blah. Okay, that's not why he got muted. He got muted for this. Maybe you can defend his point. Go ahead. Fucking you son of a bitch. You know, they just freaking go off after that. Just gimmicks. It's just tricks. That's all it is.
It's also timely, though, that right as this Shiva thing is shaking out, Shiva's talking about systems thinking, and he actually led a summit the other day on systems thinking, like yesterday or 2 days ago. We got these people coming like, yo, dude, you got to do systems thinking.
Okay. He doesn't actually believe in systems thinking. He has an app software called Cytosolve, which solves supposedly tells you what happens inside of a human cell if you add some chemical, drug, whatever to it. Okay. Well, that doesn't tell you what happens to the entire organism, the entire system.
Well, yeah, but I brought up the systems thinking comes from organizational management, business consulting.
Yeah. So,
and the guy started spiraling. I'm like, no, I'm serious. Like, you're going to find systems thinking amongst like the business analysts. That's what they do. And you're really trying to apply that to this topic right now.
Well, actually, he couldn't apply it to the topic. It was.
We asked him to.
When did this happen? I want to hear this.
Around 7 p.m. last night, U.S. Eastern.
In English Hub?
Politics.
Yeah, it's like 7 to 7:30, like peaking around 7:25.
Was there a
bot? When the guy started calling us demons, like Ghostbusters.
Then he pulled a religious card on us. You guys are going to hell, yada yada. Dude.
What was the name?
There was a few of them.
Oh, were they all saying you're going to hell?
No, the one or two that were claiming that we're demons, and he actually went off the hook. That he was like, "You guys, you made me get angry." Like he was going off. Like, but yeah,
Donald C. level.
Probably, and then he calmed down a little bit. But yeah, he did say that.
Yeah,
we're going to hell. We're just trolls. Like whatever. But
was that Donnie? Was that
Thou
Donnie?
shalt not troll. Is that in the Bible?
I don't think so. It was some other character. I was looking at their names. But they were young. It sounded like they were pretty young, those guys. Anyways, it's kind of chaotic because there was a lot of people. Sasha was talking. There was, some of the guys in. I don't know. It's kind of hard. I don't mind Sasha speaking every now and again, but like his broken English, it makes it difficult because everybody's trying to discern. Like even the other guys don't know if he's. Sometimes they always ask him, like, I don't know what you're saying, dude. Like so. Then we gotta translate.
A lot of them play on it too, which pisses me off.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So 6 p.m. yesterday.
7 p.m. peaking around 7:25.
Okay.
U.S. Eastern, right?
All right.
Oh yeah, 6 p.m. on the stream. Gotcha, Roger.
Yeah. Sorry. yeah. Good thing. Thanks for timestamping everything, Helio. Shout out, Helio.
we've got someone that's kind of relatively new to VC, Truth by Proxy. If you want to open your microphone and say hi, make sure it's working, if possible. If not, it's cool. I've pinged you from the voice, the text chat that we use when we're in.
I'm in here. I'm working. I just get that prompt every time I go into the text chat, so I figure,
Far out.
Maybe I wasn't verified, but
all good, mate. Your mic's quite clear.
All right, good. Well,
What up, Snoop Dogg? What's up, Truth? And the other day, I saw him in text, and I couldn't discern because I didn't know him. I thought he was a Glober, so I mislabeled him. I apologize, though.
Dude, Yoder, that's that Chief Yagwin guy. That's fucking Elijah or Eliza. I know it is. Chief Kegwin. He was in here the other day, pulling bullshit, dude, whining, whinging, all sorts of shit.
Chief Kegwin, I less than threes as Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh,
yep.
That's Eliza, right? Does that sound like him? You know who I'm talking about?
You're talking about Elisha. That's who you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Elisha.
He's the guy that comes in and is normally, he sounds too stoned to get off his arse to read something and can't be bothered with a lot of things.
Yeah, he originally came in, he was against Flat Earth, saying it wasn't keeping people away from Jesus, and he used to whine about that. Then he stopped doing that, and then he was never really pro-Flat Earth, but he would just kind of like question Goldberg's beliefs, that he would kind of interact with them like that. But now, I guess, apparently, that wasn't enough to satiate him. Now he's going to try and troll us for the next who knows how long.
Yeah, he tried telling us we needed Christ in our lives. I bet you heard that part.
Yeah.
I mean, that's his thing, dude. Is he's really here to proselytize. That's not.
Yeah, but then they get on this kind of strange tip where they're saying that you're going to hell. You're going to hell because you're talking about flat earth. I'm like, dude, you're not the arbiter of life. I said that yesterday. Stopped them right in their tracks. I was like, you're not. You can't say that. So, and then on top of that, you're condemning people, which they could be salvageable. So what are you saying now? You're directly sending them to hell? Who are you?
You got to clip that meltdown segment. I think that's worthy of its own little spot.
He melted down?
Yeah.
Whoever I was talking to was like, you guys are demons.
That shit, dude. Anytime he comes in here, I'm going to play that right away.
Yeah.
You guys are all demons.
Yeah, it was bad when they were all trying to say, unmute him. And the reason why they wanted to unmute him is because he was saying that you can detect the distance to a star by looking at your thumb.
That's the one, yeah.
That's a Golden Globey right there.
Oh, he was saying, he was in here like 3 days ago. Do you remember Danny Line when he was in here? How many days ago?
Oh yeah, I totally remember. Yeah, he in this home server. I think that was
it was like 3 days ago, right?
It could have been the September 20th event that we did.
Yeah. But he was saying some really dumb shit then too, and we were calling him out. And every time he got called out for his dumb shit, he's like, "You're not understanding what I'm saying." Basically, trying to say we're straw manning his position, and then we say it right back to him, and he'd be like, "We're supposed to not go by his words. We're supposed to go by what his meaning was, though we can only determine his meaning from his words that he says."
You're not letting me finish. You're muting me, and then we let him finish. That's not what I meant. No, that's not what I meant. We replay it back. No, you don't. Yeah, it's a freaking merry-go-round.
You're not believing hard enough.
You're just scared.
Yeah, he plays that game too.
I think that was right after I almost won the entire card of Globe Belief Bingo with that one dude that Kiwi Buzz brought in here from Twitter. I'm pretty sure that was the same night. Yeah, after you banned that guy, then it was the Chief Kegwin show.
The Chief Kegwin show.
He's quite a character.
Hey, so I got a question for Yoder, man. What's up with that guy? I'm sure this has already been addressed, but what's up with that guy, Dr. Shiva? After you told him that you're not going to give him your name and you're not going to give him a face because for obvious reasons, for professional reasons, and then he turns around and does that wild rant about oh he backed out too.
Yeah. Yoder might be busy.
He might be. You guys know what's going on.
If anybody wants to see the context, and with Yoder's permission, he gave me his DMs. I posted them in Frontline on X. So if you want to see what transpired between Yoder and Dr. Shiva, I have all the DMs between Yoder and Dr. Shiva on Frontline, because I posted them there. The interaction back and forth it shows in the DMs what Yoder was telling him and what he got responded back from him. And whoever's handling his ex, so it could be his secretary or whoever, but they are doing a poor service for that. And yeah, it's telling everybody who's coming up against or being called to the summit that they have to produce this particular information that Yoder actually got outlined to him that he needed to give.
Same here.
So yeah, well, Indio got it too. But I posted that those DMs on X on Frontline. So if you guys want to see what that interaction was, you go check it out there.
And here's the wild thing: they don't get it. Like, when Flat Earth smashes them in the conversation, right, and they have no argument against it, what's the next course of action? The next course of action is, well, they just don't need to have their job. We know who they are. They need to comply. That's the next course of action. That's the whole reason for it.
The guy is so unprofessional, Sheepdog, Dr. Shiva, so unprofessional. I don't even know how he could be a presidential candidate, dude. Like, this guy, I don't know how he got to his position, like how, whatever. But if you ever to hear him, like the way he speaks, it's I don't know.
He created his own position.
I think he's I think he's a pop culture guy, and anybody who has a huge following, he goes after those people for the extra clout, and that shows with his back and forth with McToon. Like, he thinks McToon thinks that him and McToon are best friends. It's stupid.
Yeah, McToon started slithering around his DM or his postings. He's probably gonna take him under his wing, or vice versa, whoever.
She was anti-vax, man. So
yeah, but see that if McToon aligns with them on this, then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know what I mean? So McToon doesn't care about whatever other agenda he's pushing. He only cares that he's like now weaponized against us. So he's gonna use that. So kind of like a hostile witness, if you will.
Yeah, he has 230,000 followers on X.
Scott Mackey was in the other night, whenever that was, and I told him about Shiva, and I linked him Mindshock, and told him that he was running for office, and Scott could be working for the likes of him soon. And it was quite a visceral reaction that came out of Scott.
Is Scott thinking about joining the political realm in any position? Like, I am.
No, I think it rocked his world a little bit because he trusted it, and when he heard someone like that was actually running for office and high office to boot, he had to play the rocked in his socks take, but it did actually sound genuine.
I don't know, dudes.
Lighter side, AV, you're smashing it over there at Frontline, dude.
Yeah, we're doing a bang up job, bro, and I appreciate it. Thanks for that, Sheepdog. But it's all due to the fact that you guys have been a big part contributing to it. That's what I'm saying. Like, all of this is made part. The partial part of it is because everybody's joining together and we're putting our collective heads together. And I think because we're now speaking out on the topics that affect us, it's really making a difference, like how people think or perceive these topics. Because there's like everybody like online, there's a bunch of people talking about the issues, but like our perspective and what we do, we're not just like a sole entity. It's like a group of people from all across the plane that are talking about it. It's from our vantage point, being critical thinkers. So that's what I think. It's so unique, right? Because we're having different people on. We're having, you know what I mean. So I'm glad that anybody that wants to can jump on there. You know, we're FaceTiming, we're getting that done, and you know that puts a little kind of pen to paper, puts a little meat on the bone. That we're not just like internet, you know, internet people without any faces. Like now you can see who we are, and I've went ahead and followed that person that had like 200,000 followers on X.
Yeah, Betty.
Yeah, Betty. So Betty, I followed
She's a
Betty.
good account.
I follow Betty, and
She earned all her followers.
who else? Oh, that other guy that he's always Broderick. I think his name is Broderick.
Broderick.
You know Broderick?
Yeah, Broderick. B. Roddick. I follow. IFB. I follow back.
Yeah, he's kind of like a promotional guy. So he kind of he put me up on game, got my account actually some numbers. So
Yeah. I'll say this much. Like, so when I follow people, I'll follow them, but I won't hit the bell unless it's somebody that I truly, genuinely know, or they're giving out information that is helping me learn more about the world that I live in. So, if anything, I would say that, like, if they're following you and they have like a huge following, follow them back, man. It's only going to benefit you even more. That link right there, you'll show up in each other's algorithms a little bit more, and then they'll share you more.
I think I got my blue check mark back. I didn't know it fell off on the 14th, so I put it back up.
Right on. And your last episode did not stream to X, so I don't know if you saw that. I told CB.
Well, it still says I'm under review, but they're going to give it to me. I had it before, so.
Yeah, it's like 24 to 72 hours of hold.
Yeah, we need some thumbnails on the Rumble. It works on locals.
Yeah, me and CB, me and CB have been talking about moving forward with like actually going to the next phase of our project with Frontline. So we thought it was 50 members that we needed to actually get the 2-hour content on locals, but it's actually 50 paid members. So like you'd have to be, gifting, like, because I only put it for $5 a month, so you have to be 50 gifting members that subscribing to locals, and then we get the 2-hour content availability. So it was kind of like the fine print, but we thought it was just 50 members. So
Right on, man.
We'll get there, obviously, but I mean, I have faith in the project. The thing is, it's 50 subscribers.
Yeah, I'll work on that, man. I'm going through some financial issues right now, but I'm sure I can throw away $5 or $10. Not really throw away, but you know what I mean.
No, I appreciate the thing is, like, I want it to be what we plan to do, right? I'll tell you guys, we're gonna do a show on the politics server because mainly our show is it crosses over to politics. So we're thinking about maybe having a meeting with the guys in politics, like some of the server admins, and then seeing if we can schedule a show for Frontline on one of their rooms and have it like a call-in show, have people jump in there if they want to, have their say in what they think of a specific topic that we're talking about. You know what I mean? Maybe have something controversial that people would like to chime in on, and then we'd have the panel to kind of talk to them about. So that's going to be a pretty fun episode when we have one. We're going to do one on politics server and have people jump in and do that. So we're trying to get out more and cross pollinate. So we're going to look for people that we can be on their show. Maybe they can come on ours. You know what I mean?
No, that would be good for foot traffic too. So that'll be cool.
So yeah, we're gonna try to start getting Frontline be a bit more branded with getting out to the public. So we're gonna look about how many we're starting with the politics server as like just the base, the foundation. And then once we start maybe doing a couple of shows there, move out to another server and do a couple of shows wherever we're allowed to have Frontline be placed at, then we'll do it there. And or have somebody who's more well known or established come to ours, and you get what I mean?
Yep.
Very nice.
I would like to say, as a public service announcement, do not get caught up in any tit for tat BS that's happening, this drama thing that's surrounding. Just say what you got to say about it and just move on. Don't kind of stay within that framework where we're just trying to like be about the drama. You know what I mean?
I'm doing my best, Davey. Is that aimed toward me?
I'm just speaking out to the
Just kidding.
to the public, out into the world.
No, I know. Yeah, you guys only hear like 5% of my thoughts regarding any particular drama topic, if that makes you feel any better. So the 95% I'm holding back. Congratulate me for that.
Yeah, and I'd say that because like it's only beneficial to you because you don't have to worry. Like I'm more focused on where we're going to be at in the future, like the mission, right? What we're supposed to be doing and getting out there and talking to people and making the conversation a bit more involved with, like, I don't know. I see like just recently people that are critical thinkers are just really sheltered. They don't want to be speaking their minds. They just don't want to talk. Like, so I trying for everybody to get more a little bit out there. I'd rather see a world where that's the case. We're unashamed, we're unafraid. So because it seems like
dude,
we're always
moving forward. There is no fuck the noise, man.
That's exactly that. Yeah, like we got bigger things, more things to do than just sit back and be worried about like these little small drama things that, like, I don't care about that shit, bro. Honestly, like, I don't think anybody should either. Like, deal with it and then let's move on. Like,
yep, I think that's a good idea.
Don't deal with
it. Yeah, say nothing if you want. I think that's good. Either, and then if you say nothing, then it might escalate a little bit from the other side. That might be just looking for attention, but then eventually it'll fade out if nobody bites.
Just one of these things that a family type demographic of a big body of people that interact go through. Over time, you see things happening again and again and again, and it's no reflection on the people going through them or the other ones, and it shouldn't be the focus of, inflicted as at fault or focused on overly.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I really appreciate about this server and always have. We have our own approach to Flat Earth and obviously, how it should be handled here. And that mission was, was really laser focused when we moved to this 2.0 server from the other one, and it stayed. I think. I mean, that's what I've observed for the most part. With the hiccups here and there, focused on that mission. Like other people might not be on board with it, and I know you guys there, the admin and so on have always just said, well, that's fine. Just go do your thing somewhere else. Like, not everybody has to give us the stamp of approval. You know, it's like if you're into the empirical method in the way that we do it, with a special focus on connecting with the individual who's currently there, finding out what their background and approach is, and then tailoring the empirical argument to that individual, then that's cool. Like, join us. And if you're not, then, you know, have your little tantrum and go on your own way. That's good advice.
So yeah, if anybody wants to join on Frontline, you want to cam up, you're welcome to. We had Flatman Can, if you can believe it, went on camera the last episode. And we got Plegman, one of the players from the Detroit Lions, who used to play for in NFL for Detroit. He joined us as well. We got a very diverse panel. So
it's something we used to do quite regularly. It kicked off down in Chilchat, I think, because people were accusing us of being hiding, you know, children hiding in their mum's basements, or, you know, 3 million year old trolls, or alt accounts from the government. So some of us started camming up quite regularly, and it was a really good thing to do.
yeah, it's refreshing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, Flatman Can looks totally different than what I would have imagined. Like, he kind of, yeah, good thing he's not here because I wouldn't want to, like, puff up his ego too much, but he kind of has, like, a Charlie Sheen thing going on. Do you see that, AV?
Yeah, I do. I do see that. Yeah, you know, my image of what I had in my mind of what he looks like looks nothing what he looked like when he turned his cam on. Anyway, yeah, I'm inviting anybody who wants to get on there. Yeah, jump on there. There's usually a regular cast that's on there, like myself, CB, Indio, Neil. Like, we're usually the ones that are always mostly on every episode, and Flat Lloyd. But it kind of changes up a little bit every now and again. So yeah, I'm inviting you guys.
Definitely been at some point, dude. Thank you very much.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And if not, just join the server. You can click dude. I thought you could just click my Rise tag and then just go there. For some reason, are you guys having trouble doing it? Like, if you're trying to go to the server and you click my tag and you can't go there, like, is it broken? The link?
Try 2 seconds.
If you're a member, you can join.
But you can if you're not. Is that what you're saying, Neil?
I don't know. If there's a non-member, try it out.
Old dude said he was trying it, I think.
Frontline Unfiltered, current events, red pill politics, critical thinking, controversial. Current events? No, I see a header page with headers or separate topic headers, but no link.
Well, you're not able to go with the Rise tag? That's weird. Okay.
Yeah, the Rise tag only opens up like the header for Frontline Unfiltered. 26 online, 80 members, established July 2025.
There's no join? Because I can see at the bottom a join for me.
And it's not as if the box is too far down and I can't scroll up because I can't see the scroll bar. I can see the bottom of the box. There's no icon coming up. Current events, red pill politics, critical thinking, controversial as headers, but nothing comes up when I click on them. Nope.
I wonder if it's a setting on Discord that has to be changed. Because I think we were saying that with the flat tag as well. Like, we wanted people to come here, and all they had to do was click on the flat tag.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Or at least that's what I thought, but maybe it's not like that. I mean, I'll drop the link for sure.
That'll do nicely for us dinosaurs out here, mate. Thank you very much.
Actually, since you were my friend, I could just easily just pass it to you that way.
Yeah, I've got you. Thanks, mate.
Yep. The general text chat is usually where I'm dropping things like on the daily. That's kind of like what it's like the news feed for that Discord.
That's where the Rise tag comes from. Now I'm starting to get it. All
Yep.
this newfangled Discord's way beyond me, dude.
Yeah, RISE is actually an acronym, which is resist, inform, stand against, and expose.
Gosh, I didn't know that.
I
Yeah.
like that.
Yep.
I like that very much.
That we're and being on the front line, because usually when I start a show, I'll talk about that. I'll be like everybody on the front line, which is all of us, and we're unfiltered. So that means that we're going to give it to you raw, just like the way we are. Every personality of the person is just the way it is, and the only reason why anybody would change their mind or be a different person is because they would adopt a new way of thinking, and they can only do that if they choose to, not because we make them like, oh, you got to change your ways. Like, only if they change their ways because they see something in them that they could change. You know what I mean? Hopefully that didn't come off like a riddle.
No, I get you.
So I mean, you are who you are, but that's the beautiful thing about it, is that we're gathered together, even though we're very dynamic. Um, and the other thing too is like, it's also useful that you live in a different. We're all living in different regions, and we can actually say what's really going on. So that this project is it's really dear to me, because I've been talking about it for a long time. I've been saying I want to do the show, I want to do the show, I want to do the show. Now it's manifest. I'm actually like thinking about different avenues for it, like new ways to expand. So I wanted all of you guys to be a part of it. That's why now I'm slowly rolling it out to everybody. I didn't come out all at once and say, "Hey guys, everybody join," because it was just like, I'm doing slow invitations. But as we mature, eventually I want everybody to be a part of it. So
Yeah, but dude, you've tried it a few times now, and I think you found a lot of the pitfalls. So you found a format that would be an easy transition for everyone. And it's not that you picked from the top of any list or because somebody was your buddy or whatever, but it's just you've sat back and formulated whatever logistics is needed and just, like slowly put it in place. And yeah, hats off to you to rolling it out the way you did, because you know the way that we flock.
Yeah.
And it can hinder the process incredibly, dude, when you're looking for a groove.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Well, at least you get it, and that's the kind of the approach. So it was a bit more calculated than just like, hey, we're just gonna wing it and just call everybody to come and support. It was more of like, we can't just do that. We have to actually do it a bit more constructed, where we are gonna roll out, but we're gonna hit certain key points where people are being called upon and be like, oh, hey, you want to join us? Hey, you want to join us? And it's slowly it starts becoming a bit more organic than it would be if it was just like everybody's just has a herd mentality and just goes to one place, and leaves the other places that we've been to like vacuous. So
you facilitated it alongside what's went down there, like with the other servers losing PNR, getting the English hub, finding who we are and how we're going to be in the English hub. The usual sort of rush thing that everybody goes through, not just migrating to a server, but being on a new forum. So yeah, you've done it alongside all that, dude, at a pace that interacts with the thing, and it's actually helped because I've noticed, that I'm not saying there's been a draw, but I'm saying that I've noticed, key players or certain people not around as regularly or in the patterns that I know them to be around. They're obviously somewhere else, and it's like, right, okay, I know where they are. You've got them safe on front line. I thought, yeah, dude, good on you.
Yeah.
But I'm all for anyone expanding this. Like, Indio and the admin have always said that the server, the ethos of 24/7 is there for anyone to carry, to use or make the most of the abilities of, or carry forward in any way that we feel legible. And that's what a lot of people out there on Flat Earth have actually done. But a lot of them are, having hissy fits about it at the same time.
Yeah. And I just think that we need to be more concerned of like what's coming at us instead of us going at each other. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the bigger picture, the greater point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always about, tomorrow. We've seen it. We've learned because we've had time in the game on the front lines, literally. A lot of people used to say that was voice, but initially it was, the text chats. When YouTube used to be YouTube before Discord. And then there was the voice call on YouTube as well that you could get called into the panel itself. ODD adopted that into Discord. And, we've just found the right way over time. But it involves expansion. You need to facilitate for expansion. And I think that's what we've done, but it's hard to actually pick up sticks and move out on your own. Unless you fall out with someone.
Unless you're pushed out.
Yeah. It's like, well, 24/7. It's a mirror, dude. Like, if that's your attitude, well, that's what you'll see, and it's your own choice at that point. You've turned the staircase into a slip and slide for yourself. So
that's pretty insightful, man. I mean, yeah.
It just, as Helio says, bro, it do what it do.
Yep. Oh, we got some new people in. Who's Jono? We got some people jumped in here.
If you want to grab your stick, you can go over to politics. Professor Phil's there.
I'm a flat earther.
Hey, what's up, Jono?
You are nice. What's your best flat Earth proof sees?
Let me think.
Anyway, I'm gonna have to head out. So you guys have a wonderful day. I might pop in later, but
yeah, you too, man.
Peace. Namaste, bro.
Yeah, it's a great way to start the day. Yeah, it's kind of like the good old days, right, AV? Remember the good old days? These are the good old days. You know that, right? Every time in the future, be like, oh, yeah, remember 2025? That was so great. Think we'll ever be saying that, AV?
Oh, well, I mean, God willing, yeah.
Okay, good.
But, yeah, I didn't get to this garage sale. I'm going to do.
All right, good luck. I thought about doing that the other day. I'm like, I could throw all my stuff out in the yard, but I don't really want to invite people to my house, so not gonna. But you're brave. Good luck.
All right. I'll talk to you guys in a minute. Later.
Bye. So back to Juno. Got any flat Earth proof?
I know some, but I don't know if I have a best next. But I know some proof.
Okay, well, name one. Name one proof.
Long distance observation, like we see stuff that should be covered by the curvature.
Okay, cool.
I'm sorry
Yeah.
not really
How long have
English.
you been around this topic for?
The first Star Trek video I watched was December 2016.
Oh wow, so you've been here a long time. Wow. Well, welcome. This is it's a good place to learn. Do you have any questions?
For now, I just want to listen.
All right, bro, no
I
problem.
want to
Your
learn
English is
more.
great.
Thank you.
Hey, Janelle. Yeah, welcome to the server, dude. 2016, wow. It's nice to know that there's people still that we haven't actually spoken to that have been here or, around for that long. It's great that you're finally finding somewhere to speak, and I hope you understand my accent. And don't worry about, not being confident if you're not all that good at English. You're more than welcome to sit and chat and use the text chat if you want. But yeah, it's good to have you here. Is it Junal or Unal? How do you pronounce your name, please?
It's Junel. Junel.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to meet you, Junal.
Nice to meet you too, old dude.
Hey, Dandelion, you were saying about the good old days of 2025, when we'll be saying that, or if we'll be saying that. It's kind of like rekindling the Halcyon days, eh? Like I was saying to you. Why can't we have some of that all over again with all the new people that are here and the way that they feel about what they've come to discover flat Earth is? But I also want to say that it's the thing about the Halcyon days, the thing about the good old days in the beginning, that was then. We were who we were back then. And to keep on using that as a benchmark for, the way it must be now. No, I'm sorry, that's delusion. The past is the past and it's great to remember it, but we're in the here and now. The past may have evolved into the here and now, and everybody that helped in the past may have some sort of effect on the here and now. But at the same time, that doesn't, make anyone above anyone else or below anyone else from the fact that the Halcyon days were the Halcyon days. I would like to see it all come back again. I don't see why we can't.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I mean that's why I made the comparison. Yeah, like we sometimes people will talk about the good old days, but like at some point, yeah, those alleged good old days were the present, and that's why I said, are we going to be sitting around saying how great it was now? Because at the time we weren't thinking, oh yeah. I mean, actually, I regularly posted the "These Are the Good Old Days" meme, which I'll keep doing. I'll see if I can find it. I think I made it in 2019. Because the point of that phrase, which, I mean, I know it from that Carly Simon song. Is it
Those were the days, my friend. We thought they'd never end.
That's a good one, too. Yeah.
Those were the days. Oh, yes, those were the days.
That's a good one. I think my mom used to play that one. I'm thinking of the one at the end. She says, "These are the good old days." I think it's Anticipation. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I know the one.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so I agree. I definitely, oh my God, please do not bring me back to the alleged good old days. Yeah, do not, because then I'd have to go. I went through for the last several years again. That would be hell. So yeah, we have to start from where we are, and I appreciate what you said about new people coming in, that I've oh gosh, it was you I was saying that too, wasn't it, when I said that I would if a person came in that's the whole reason why I originally was willing to do ladies' night as if people came in that were like I used to be, who were like, oh yeah, such a great flat earth family. We're going to ride off into the sunset together. That I would try to protect them from being disillusioned like I was. Maybe I should just warn them instead of protecting them. Just be like, oh yeah, it's great, isn't it? But keep your wits about you. Don't be afraid to use the block button. I do both. Encourage the positive sentiment, but encourage people also to be careful.
Yeah, sometimes what we saw back then. My ego's gotten in the way of, and it's caused me to be very disruptive in back chats. And yeah, it's purely because I know the capability of the place, and I get so miffed that it's not that it's gone the way it's gone, but that it could be so much more at all times. And yeah, I get in my own way for even getting angered at the fact that it could be like that all the time, or the majority of the time.
Yeah,
But it is at the end of the day, and it's facilitated its own growth. At the end of the day, so it's only a group of people. We could still have been on YouTube and had some sort of database like we've got, some sort of interaction. Like the format, the forum is irrelevant. It could be called Yandex or something. YouTube, if you like, and have the same sort of thing and interaction, and hold true to what we think it should be, and the decorum and the ethos of what we think this interaction should all be about, really. On the grounds that we do hold. Sometimes it may seem like no holds barred, but people are openly told, well, trolls get wrecked. That doesn't mean you're instantly put out the place. It means that the troll in you will be taken apart. So yeah, we've got grounds to hold what we hold the way we hold it. But yeah, it's supposed to be the way it's been, otherwise it would be different. And it's evolved in its own way, stumbling blocks along the way. And where we are today, where we are now, what we're going through, same as every other day. It's just it's a pebble in the path, mate. It's all it is. Yeah, the pebble's part of the path, but it's just the way it is. It can be better. And it will be. It will be. We're not even really a decade in. A lot of us say a decade, but yeah, we're barely fringing on it, really.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think good things are happening.
We need another Memulus flood. That was great. That's what I'm looking for all over again. I suppose that's the high that I've been chasing ever since I first came to Flat Earth and fully realised what it was all about, and then found the abilities of the internet and the digital world. Because to me, this is all a great toy. I'm from the past, and I don't know how to do all this stuff. I still think when I see the leave server, not leave server, delete server icon, that I'm liable to delete the entire server I'm in. It's not, it's me leaving it. I understand that, but to me that's still, because of the way it's written, it's like, hell's bells, somebody's giving me mod powers again that I shouldn't have. Because that's happened to me in the past here. The digital world. Found myself with abilities that I wasn't really aware of.
That's happened to you in the past where you accidentally deleted a whole server?
No, where I thought, initially where I thought I had the abilities, because that's what I saw. I saw something that said delete server, and I freaked out. I was like, oh my lord. And then another time when I think I was made gold for some reason to access an event, and I had to jump up and down like I do in the back chats. Excuse me, I shouldn't be gold anymore. I can see stuff that I'm not meant to, or I can do things that I shouldn't be able to. Yeah, It kind of all freaked me out because I'm from, as I say, I'm from the past. I missed all that digitization and all of this interaction and Teams and all of these other things that people used to get together on the internet. So it's a toy to me.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
Scary toy.
Well, you're doing a good job.
Thank you very much. I'll take that gold star on my daughter. Thank you, Mom.
Yeah.
Somebody else said to me earlier on in politics, I think it was Jen, it had gone to a quiet point and people were dropping in and pinging out again. And Jen was there. I said, oh, hello, Jen. And he says, oh, hello, dude. He says, you holding down the fort? And I was, well, not really. I'm just kind of here. I'm kind of like the only one that's talking. And that's the way I see it. It's not that I'm on duty or anything, but like if one of us is around, somebody could be talking to someone about something. Just happened to be me. I'm not the boss. None of us are. Well, except for Indio. He's only the boss of the server, though.
Dude, no. Stop.
What?
I'm not the boss. You're like, none of us are. Just stop calling me boss.
In the sense of there's nobody else with a purple name in the room and you can switch the server off in that regard, yeah. But other than
not
that,
with this account.
Well, that's true, yeah. That's true. You did put that in place for yourself and the leaders of the server have barred themselves from the keys for as long as they've had the place. They can't actually damage it no matter what they did. We've rubber roomed the place and everybody's actually got a straitjacket on, and if you try and freak out, it auto tightens and you can't do nothing.
I only log in with that account for 2 reasons: to post once a month in a hidden channel so that there's some activity from the owner account, and to flirt with girls.
There you go.
You are so naughty.
Well, the ladies do like a dude with scars. Yeah, I remember when Battlemod did that to me. I joined the server and I told them all about,
he flirted with you, old dude. That was. I'm sorry, I had to say that.
Wouldn't shock me.
Yeah.
It's happened to everyone else. Yeah, maybe he had thought you were a dudette. Yeah. Anyway, what did he do to you, old dude?
Yeah, and I was telling him about how free I was with the digital world and stuff, and how happy I was that all you guys had started collating all this info and I could just play about and link people. And he went, well, it's your server, bro. And I went, thanks very much. I get the ethos. Like, it's a really, really cool way to see things. And he went, no, look at Livestream. You're at the head of Livestream. It's your server. What do you want us to do? And I was speechless. And actually almost in tears. Because I knew that the boy was being genuine. Partly to test me. Partly to see what I would bring to the table. But also just to, offer a hand, a genuine hand of honesty. And that in today's world just rocked me in my socks. Yeah, it's about the new people coming to this. It's not about how well we can argue or how well we can get a point across or how loud we can be or any of that nonsense. It's about them coming to this.
My idea how this place goes is how I learned in Western civilization in school about how the Roman Empire formed, and that it started as a bunch of individual city-states until Caesar crossed the Rubicon. Nobody's crossing the Rubicon. So everybody's their own individual city-state. They can do whatever the hell they want. And we'll help them to a degree. Look, I mean, look what Panto did, right? He came up with a lot of ideas. Eventually, he actually stuck with one with the politics server. And yeah, like everybody has the leeway to. If you have an idea, it will help you implement it. Look at the arena. That was AB's idea, ladies' night. Because like any idea that anybody has, they can control it completely.
Yeah.
This isn't like really an authoritarian place.
I love the way you prose that, and the fact that you can't cross the Rubicon, no one can.
That is good. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to speak to Lars Anderson since he's not coming in here because he's being a moron in the chat there. Because I heard part of his conversation last night. He was talking to Indio, then he talked to Heretic, and I think he talked to Sheepdog and other people. At the beginning of the conversation, because he was having, or Kiwi Buzz brought him in here, and let's go back to the beginning from Twitter.
He's whining about a second part that I think you missed.
Probably.
Yeah, he demanded I post evidence, and then when I posted something, can you see in the chat? He's like, "Oh, I'm playing Xbox." So yeah, post evidence. Oh, I can't look at it.
That's too bad. So he went downhill.
He didn't even realize he was talking to me because after I muted him for playing Xbox, he was like, "I want to talk to that Indio guy."
Oh, I know. I'm saying because he was such a huge fan of you at the beginning. That's what I was going to say. Because this guy was talking about he came in here because he has a smart friend who thinks the Earth is flat, and he wants to save his friend from the flat Earth. But this is the smartest person he knows. His smart friend is into flat Earth. Then Indio was talking to him for a while, and it seemed like he was kind of open to having a decent conversation, like they were going back and forth at the beginning. Anyway, I didn't see this other part, but that's normal. He probably went into a spiral because it started to freak him out that there was something to the argument. But anyway, then he was talking about how smart Indio was. He's like, "Oh, I can tell you have a really high IQ, Indio, and you're so smart, et cetera, et cetera. It surprises me that someone so smart could think the Earth is flat." Like, this was along the lines of what he was going along. That's what I was going to tell him. Like, you're not seeing a pattern here, Lars Anderson. Like, the smartest people you know or encounter have been led to flat Earth. Like, what's the common factor here, and what are you missing? I guess he thinks that even though these people are so smart, that he must be smarter, right? He has to save them from the evils of flat Earth. But he clearly demonstrated last night that he was not smarter than either Indio or his friend, because he was not capable of totally grasping the very obvious and clear, reasonable arguments that there's no curvature that's ever been measured on this Earth, and we clearly are not on a globe. So, I mean, that's what I was going to tell him, Lars. That's what made me question the moon landing back when I was a child. The smartest one, I'm sorry, my dad, I have to give the smartest person I know tag at the time. But then his good friend, PhD researcher from Canada that was recruited here to do research in the United States because of his amazing ability. He's the one who explained to us how the moon landings scientifically couldn't possibly have happened in the way claimed or at all. Yeah. And that kind of floored me. I'm like, oh gosh, I know this guy's really smart. I mean, he's not only do I hear him talk with my dad every single day, incredibly intellectual, heavy conversations, but he's also recognized by the world as being smart. Even though, as we all know, having a PhD doesn't make you smart. It's been demonstrated here multiple times over the last few months that seems like having a PhD these days might make you dim. But back then, you did have to have at least some kind of ability to have a PhD, especially in a practical area like this person's PhD was in. But my point being, Lars Anderson, you might want to rethink that. That's what it made me rethink my point of view. And I was a child when I recognized that someone who was clearly much smarter than me was questioning the moon landings. Instead of trying to save him from that point of view, I actually considered the evidence. So that would be my advice to Mr. Lars Anderson if I ever talk to him again, or if he's listening. I don't know if he's listening because he's in there in the voice text. So, he says, I won't be able to VC until later, but if y'all didn't hear, his emotions increase up until he muted me. I can't help you. Oh, okay, Lars. Yep. All right. So he wants to psychoanalyze us. So, yeah, I kind of agree with Neil, who says don't get in the voice channel. That's right, Lars. Just go find some psychology channel and find some people who want to hear your armchair psychologist routine. If you're interested in talking about evidence, we'd be happy to talk to you.
I missed it, Dandelion. Was Lars one of the three that came in who had a friend that was the intelligent one, and they all referenced to him? So he went through all the data, some of the video, some of the laser tests, and some various other observations. Was he one of that group?
When I heard Lars, he was not in a group, so I don't know if he later had a group, but
okay.
I think he was just a one-on-one. He was in here. I think some of that stuff was going on there was something going on in the politics last night too, so
yeah,
maybe that happened in the politics server.
Yeah, I kind of lose track because of my time scales as to which day we're on and what happened when. I think I remember a bit of an interaction with him, but he seems he seems sort of, well, I won't be able to be seen till later, but if y'all didn't hear his emotions increase up until he muted me, I can't help you. He seems to have interpreted it as whoever he was talking to, I think it was Heretic maybe, that Heretic was getting wound up. So Lars is taking an emotional standpoint against Heretic's emotions.
I don't know, that might have been word salad. For you, Truth by Proxy's been here since May 20th, 2025, has VC verified role, is asking if they could have perms to post pics, gifts, etc.
Oh, who is it? Sorry, Dandelion.
Truth by Proxy, he's in the
absolutely,
VC,
yeah,
and he's also in the voice text.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 seconds, Truth. If I remember how to do this. Oh, here's it go.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go because I was trying to work in the background while listening, but obviously I keep getting drawn into the conversation, so that's not gonna happen. But it's great talking to you guys. I gotta get some work done, but
Yeah, it was
I
awesome
will see you
talking.
later. Yeah, you too. Bye, Indio. Bye, old dude. Bye, Yoder, Car, Truth, Neil.
Bye.
Bye, Daniel.
Have a great one.
Kingsley, Adam.
It's like an episode of The Waltons.
Good night, Ma.
Yeah, old people.
Good night, Jim Bob.
Good night, Pa. Yeah, we used to fall asleep in VC and we could hear each other snore. We used to mute the mic or the background noise. You used to wander away from our mics and you would hear our family interactions. And first thing we would do would come in and say good morning or, say good night as people were going out.
So I think I accidentally created an anti-flat earther. This guy had felt compelled to come back and try to spin narrative about what happened last night. It's really funny. They just can't take the loss, dude. They just can't take it. It's like, hey, dude, you've only been in this topic for a couple months, dude. Take the loss. Move on. Change topics. Deflect to something else. He was saying last night that if he just takes a bowling ball or a ball and a light source, that's a model of sunsets. And I said, okay, can we tell when the sun rises in Boston, September 27th, 2025? No. Can you tell anything? Like what does your little model predict? That there's day and night.
That's funny. No, you see, you just have to put a pin in it at the right place.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. That doesn't tell you what it looks like though. Now does it?
No.
And he had already conceded that that there's no geometric horizon. I don't know if he ever actually conceded that. No, he kept saying that's your opinion.
Well, if what passed for a model in his view were to be scaled, you need a nanotech-sized camera. It'd produce a flat horizon.
Dude, I don't even know. Could you even make a camera that wasn't so affected by diffraction? Right? Because the pinhole is so small. I don't even know you can make that camera. I actually looked to try to find the smallest camera with this camera with the smallest aperture. They're all of them. I think a half a millimeter was the smallest I found. I mean, because they're not really practical.
Dude, for sake of geometric scaling, I wonder what that would scale up to. Like what size of a ball you'd need.
For a half a millimeter, probably have to be pretty big.
Maybe 1/3 the size of Earth itself.
Yeah. Oh shit! Yeah.
Right? Because your eyeball has like 2 millimeter.
Fully dilated, it's 10, supposedly 8 to 10, depending on the size of your eye.
Okay, so was that like 1/10?
20 times? Yeah, 20 times.
Yeah, 1/20.
So half a millimeter to 10 millimeter, 20 times. Or 20, a 20th, rather. Well, I mean, we can just go to Soundly for that, right? He's got that size ball. It's at Lake Pontchartrain.
Listen only now, sorry.
That's fine. Any Goldblings want to contribute? Isn't Jono a flat earther?
Yes.
Yeah, General's newish. Yeah.
I'm a flat
Yeah. I heard them ask you why you think that. I didn't hear your answer.
I forgot to tell.
I didn't hear your
I
answer.
forgot to tell that. What question?
No, they asked you why you think the Earth is flat. Remember?
Oh,
I didn't hear your answer. I was kind of
because
doing something else.
we can see it's flat.
Oh,
We don't see any curvature. All pictures of Earth from space are CGI or cartoons. Long distance observation and laser tests prove there is no curvature.
mm.
Sorry, I'm bad.
No, that's fine. Fine. No, it's fine, man.
Actually, I'm Kokoy. I'm a moderator here.
What's your native language?
Tagalog.
What is it?
Tagalog.
Your native language is Igoroka? What is that? Where's that? Africa?
Tagalog. In Philippines.
Oh, Philippines. Oh, okay. Oh, we have a Filipino dude here.
Yes, I'm Kokoy, the moderator.
Filipinos.
Hello, Bobo. Basali Clan.
Hello.
That's all I know is Bobo.
Oh,
Uh,
dude.
I lost my account because I was hacked.
Oh, what the hell's his name? Dude, why can't I remember dude's name?
Kokoy Balingit. Kokoy Balingit.
I'm the same, Indio. I can't remember Ildico's name either.
Just the Filipino kid, dude. I can't remember his name.
Kokoy Balingit.
Makes music.
Oh,
Kembo. Kembo Beats.
He's Cambodian.
no.
Well,
I lost my account. I was hacked. I click a link.
if Ildico was in, she might know.
Oh, wait. What's your name before?
Kokoy Balingit.
Oh, dude, that's you?
Koko.
I'll give you your mod
Yes.
back, bro. Dude, why don't you say
Really?
so? Yeah, I'll give you.
Yes,
Why wouldn't I?
Because it was embarrassing what happened to me. Oh,
Yeah, man. What happened to you? I'm just glad you're alive.
Do you know, you were a mod for ages, bro.
yes.
Oh,
still
I'm
mod.
so sorry, my friend. Oh, my lord. Oh, stress.
No, it's my fault.
Recognize it all.
I was too embarrassed to say that's me.
No, bro. Listen, you're a moderator on this server, and have been for a long, long time, mate.
Yeah, there's no expiration date.
Yeah.
Me and Injo joined the same day. We joined
You
the
can only
same
leave
day
here.
on the old server.
You can only leave here in a coffin. That's it.
Yep.
Because I can't use my old account. Whatever I do, every time I do something, I was log out. The old account was broken.
Okay. Koi Koi. That's it. That's who you are. All right. I'll give you moderator
Thank
back.
you.
Yeah, no problem.
Welcome
you,
home,
brother.
bro.
You're the only person that's been here longer than me.
Me too.
He's
Yes,
the
I
first.
joined earlier.
Yeah, one more than me. You joined 13. I'm 14. I should ban you, so I'm number one.
The highest, most flattest.
Yeah, you can give yourself whatever roles you want. I mean, I'm gonna get rid of that BC verified. You shouldn't have that role.
Yeah, Kokoi, were the first person to say where did I go and what was up when I left the server. Did anytime I booked, you were always the first one in my case to check I was okay, bro.
How is Spake doing? Or Panto?
Sorry, did I miss that?
Spake? How
Oh
is he?
yeah, Panto. Yeah. I was actually just back in touch with him. Where are we now? I think it was yesterday. It might have been when it was last dark, so it's possibly been yesterday or the night before. But yeah, he's back in the Edinburgh area. He's in accommodation, but as usual, his first venture into public housing there is a nightmare. It seems to be he's found this up and down the country because he went looking for a better place or somewhere that he thought that he could fit in or find a place. But his first step is social housing, and he's found the most horrible of nightmares of places. But at least he's back in Edinburgh now, where he'd felt comfy before a few years back. But he's got the ladder to climb again, unfortunately. But yeah, he's doing okay, dude. Yeah, he was he'd strayed far. He didn't know who to trust anymore. He was at that level, and rather than see it or get into a situation where other people are possibly going where certain ones of us are seen as untrustable or suspect, he chose to step away. And I kind of respect that a lot. Also, well, he wasn't really too sure of what was going on. He didn't want to sully the process with any kind of reaction that he felt or was going through, or his appraisal of things may have been skewed. Therefore, he's Scottish, and we're liable to lose it and tear your head off at the drop of a hat. And I know I'm guilty of that lots of times. So yeah, he took himself out of the scenario till he tried to figure out what was going on. But yeah, I think he's been out of reach, he's dude, but he's back on the periphery. He's not far from coming home as well, I'd like to say. But yeah, I'll let him know that you were asking about him and that you're home. Because we're back in touch now, I'll begin to give him some updates on things. Maybe there's a high possibility that he's even listening. If you're out there, Panto, the door's open, man. Sorry it can't be
man.
right now, but yeah, come on back in and talk to us, bro.
He's got to come back and see how big his baby that he birthed is over in the politics there.
Yeah, well, his baby's had a clone over in English.
Yeah, I know. It's like it had a twin or a clone or something.
Dolly, the English observer room. Yeah, well, I mean, it went from politics to politics and religion, and then religion actually had to have a major admin reshuffle to get us out of there. They went funny. Most of the good staff left. The ones that had helped us and backed us all the way felt so uncomfortable that they either had to shut up or leave themselves. And then, there was an admin reshuffle. One of the opposing voices stepped off. So the vote went, no help for Flat Earth Room. And it became just not worth their while being there without that. They either wanted our format there and the benefit there from us, the way we present it, or they didn't. And they clearly made it clear that they didn't. They ran away from us and wouldn't even speak to us in the end. So yeah, they lost that. But it's going to go on and on and on now because, yeah, certain people set the format, made the step, and then sat and made it happen.
Well, I give Panto a lot of credit for not quitting. As far as like coming up with idea after idea, a lot of them failed. I hate to tell you, but I give him credit for not quitting.
Try again. It's one of the first things that it's a nursery rhyme to us. You know, the spider in the cave.
Yep.
Rob Roy. Is it Rob Roy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. You gotta be stubborn sometimes. I mean, my grandmother's Scottish, straight from Scotland. She is stubborn as hell. The last thing she said to my mother on your deathbed is, "You're not taking care of these children right." Like, dude, you're lecturing her on her own deathbed. Like, she's pretty crazy, dude.
Wow.
My grandma was kind of a bitch.
Spirit, though, bro. That's spirit and opinion. Yeah, it's not opinionated. It's honest, genuine opinion. And spirit. Yeah.
Yeah, and it came from a good place. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
She just
absolutely.
expected
Yeah.
more.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There's quite a lot of like deathbed curses. You know, hers sounds like, you know, a deathbed love wish. There's nothing wrong with that, India. That's what's wrong in today's world. The fact that all that's been lost, and people are now in the position where, if anyone does say that to them, even from their deathbed, you know, it's classable as socially unacceptable. What on earth is all that about?
Well, everybody has a blind spot for their own behavior. You know what I mean? We can't see everything that we do ourselves, right? And like, if someone really cares about you, they're going to correct you, or help you correct yourself. You know, and it comes from a good place. It doesn't. It's not evil that somebody hurt your feelings.
We're all the same, and I do believe that we are all our own brothers and sisters keepers. Not that we should rule or, you know, opine over like what each other should be doing, but we should help keep each other up as opposed to put each other down. Many's the time of the good people around here help me by either quieting my voice when I've lost my temper, or I've lost focus, or I can't remain calm. And it's a lesson I'm still learning to this day. Yeah, you know, I know full well that if I lose it, somebody will have the good grace to move me, and let me vent, or, you know, whatever. I've seen live streams come and go in a room where people get into such a state or an opinion. You know, I've seen entire rooms moved away from live streams and the public focus in the past to save personal face of people while they go through nonsense and personal growth the way we do. But yeah,
You know, I think that's why we're like at this state in this topic. Is that at least here? I don't know about everywhere else on the internet, but at least here, everybody's always trying to improve and do better. You know what I mean? That's a great thing about the people here. They're always trying to do better. And whether criticized or not, a lot of people here are internally driven. And I think the goal of Earthers is that they think they got it all figured out, and they don't try to improve or do better. And it's like that's why we're still running across arguments we heard in 2016, right? They thought, well, we had it solved then. We don't need to improve anything. No, you guys are a train wreck. You're still like, I mean, you had this Lars dude, right? He's like, oh, the horizon's geometric. And I'm telling him, like, Globe Earthers disavowed that a couple years ago. In fact, said they've never said that. That they never said it was geometric, and that it's always been apparent. So the thing you think the sun's setting behind, your compadres wouldn't even agree with you anymore.
Yeah, they're caught up in an old troll that's actually been disavowed now. So they're caught up in an old troll and trolling, well, getting trolled twice by it. That's what I mean about the cycles and the loops and the new people coming to it, and the fact that we will always have to address everyone as if they're entirely brand new and, you know, fully indoctrinated into the what's out there and the propaganda system and how it works. And that's kind of why I've changed my meme game a little. I don't know, like, if you watch my memes, but I try to include now, you know, how people are actually fooled and where it is, and, you know, try and show them a little bit more about what's kind of going on and why they think that we're nutbags before they actually open their mouths and trip over themselves 300 or 400 times. You know, I'd love to give everybody an equal opportunity, and that's why I want to link the A to Z to everyone, whether they open up in voice or text or not at all. I don't care. Everyone should have the same ammunition there, but see, trying to get to the point where they can be acceptable to it. I don't think that'll ever change, but maybe someday.
Yeah, one thing that will never change, ladies and gentlemen, especially if you're listening in a live stream, is that when the flat earthers have to present the flat earth case, there is a standard that we have that can never change, and that is to prove prove it with the evidence that we have, that all of you are carrying that you don't realize, and that will always be repeated over and over and over again until everybody gets it. That's a standard right there of repetition of the facts which you're actually carrying without realization, and that's what's key. I do find, and I find that rather poignant, that repetition is key, and that's what we're good at, actually repeating it. Because some people ask, what motivates you to keep doing this? Well, obviously it's the truth, isn't it? Right? That's key here. The truth, and the truth will always stand up against a lie every time. So whilst people are lying all the time, remember, kids are going to school and learning about the earth being this globe, and it's not. Okay? Now that's across the whole of the flat earth here. Everywhere around the world, everybody's learning this education, which is wrong. So clearly we cannot stop telling the truth, can we now? Okay. Just what you might want to hear that, ladies and gentlemen. We're in for the long haul, for the longest of the longest haul. Till we die, basically. There you are. Or,
you know, and I don't even feel like we're like revealing anything that's like hidden or secret. We're like that we have some special knowledge. It's just like just telling them, hey, you're not actually paying attention. You know what I mean? You're asleep at the wheel. Wake up, look around. What is the actual situation? Do you know the Earth's the globe? Okay. How do you know that? Oh, you don't know that. You think somebody else knows that. But your actual experience is that it's not. And you're not actually paying attention. You're just outsourcing your brain, somebody else for convenience or whatever reason you do it for. And like we're not revealing anything. We're just pointing out the obvious. I think it's pretty obvious once it's pointed out.
It is obvious. To my embarrassment, it was so obvious, ladies and gentlemen. And I like to pride myself that I've had experience with nature more so than the average man or woman through the army. And you get to see nature in all its beauty, right? Because that's where you're going to be fighting your battles. That's where you're going to have to survive if it goes wrong. And I missed all the clues. I plopped nothing, yet I was exposed to it all in plain sight. So what Indio has just said there is true. He's, you know, stating the obvious. It's there. It's just that you're asleep at the wheel. You know, we're sleepwalking at the moment. Yeah, dangerous. But nicely put, Indio.
Yeah, that's like that's a parable from. Yeah, I like that one too, dude. They are, you know, we've become so used to the information, like in feed or, you know, influx that so many things are dealt with, and you're so busy getting on with life that it's like being asleep with your eyes open on a highway that doesn't veer right or left. And now I have fallen asleep at the wheel for about quarter of a mile, between quarter and half a mile. Thank God it was a straight, and I didn't wander or veer, but I did open my eyes and think, hang on, how did I get here? I've been asleep at the wheel. And it's you don't even realise that you've done something so many times, and you've just accepted what it is, that it might not be what what's going on really. You're just letting everybody else do the work for you, and just going on what they say and carrying on driving blindly forward.
Yeah. Those experts that you trust, and I don't blame you for trusting them, because they're billing themselves as experts, and then they sound like experts. They present the information in a professional expertise way, manner, if you will. So you're going to trust all that, and you yourself, you're looking at yourself as not an expert because you haven't looked into that field. So you trust it, and that's fair enough. You're entitled to do that, but there is a little risk. It could be a bit of misinformation, sorry. That's what I meant to say. That's the risk you run. And I ran that risk for 48 years, right? Purely because I was lazy. If I'd had the smartphones back in, when I was in my teenage years and we had the smartphones, I probably would have checked it out, because that means I wouldn't have had to go to the library. It would have been to hand. But I didn't have these devices back then. So I relied on the experts and trusted that they were correct. That's all.
Hey guys, just a question.
Yeah.
So okay, it's not around this flat, right? So if that's the case, right? Then I would clearly see it's maybe not the monkey either, and not the dinosaur, but maybe something else, right?
Yeah.
And so what would be that else? Yeah, that's something else, right? Instead of the monkey and dinosaur. In your case,
for me personally, if it's not a happenstance random accident like they claim, which evolved over time with various other random accidents and some ecological disasters paring the herd down to eventually what created us. If it's not that, then it implies code, which implies a knower, a sender and a giver, therefore a creator. So that's kind of where I am for it, or with it.
All right.
Yeah, those are my sentiments.
I'm talking about history. I'm talking about history, right?
Okay.
And to be honest, you guys on one server, talking about one thing, which is nice. Yeah, it's like a bastion, of sort. But for me, there's 10 other things of that sort, right?
Yeah, you mentioned history.
So it does change the history. So how? And so if this is propaganda, and if that is propaganda, what else is propaganda, right? I mean, that's like the first question that comes, right?
Yeah, it's a good question, because you have to check everything else now. Once you realised that they've misinformed you about where you live, and in my case it was for 48 years, well then automatically, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to go back to check out my other mistakes. Instantly, my brain did it automatically, out of my own control. It was like an instinctive thing that I flashed back. That's when I realized that the earth was flat. There was nothing there. And then I realized, wow, I better check everything else, because I was looking at history anyway, moon landings and other things, and I found it to be like, I went, wow, I'm not going to believe anything ever again. So I galvanized that one. That one was written in stone, no more believing. 2015. So now, as the man is just telling you, you've got to question everything about history now. Everything. And we're finding untold lies. I'll stop there.
that's I'm quite happy to hear what you just said. Yeah, because I would say the different people are going to have different experience, right? That's like right. And yeah.
Well, history is the easiest thing to fake. Nothing could be easier. It's so easy. Okay, right now in Ukraine, they just passed a law. 2 laws, as a matter of fact. One is you're not allowed to report on government corruption until there's a conviction. And the second one is it's called a right to forget. Anything the government deems to be old and no longer in the public interest, they can eradicate from the public record. Okay, so it's simple to eliminate history. So here's some history that got eliminated in my lifetime. The coming ice age. From the 1970s, they were saying there was going to be another ice age. That the whole world was getting colder, we're all going to freeze to death. Everybody forgot about that. It's called the memory hole, right? Certain things get shoved down the memory hole. The pandemic. Here's something that got memory holed. Remember when people were like dropping dead instantly upon exposure in China? Just dropping dead in the streets of China? Now that seems ridiculous, right? You know, biological, viruses don't act like nerve agents, right? They don't act like VX nerve gas where people drop dead instantly. But people were buying these videos, but they've suddenly forgot that this was the propaganda that got people to basically never leave their house again. All that shit's memory hold. It's so easy to change history. It's freaking trivial, quite honestly.
Yeah, just to highlight what you said there in the way of the the right to forget, and then you can't report on corruption unless there's been a court case. Ladies and gentlemen, they are protecting their corruption. That's corruption protection that's going on there, don't you think? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but I would say it's a bit more complex at this point. I mean, it is, but I would see also like government as like an unnatural thing that just happened, aside many other unnatural things.
Yeah, Indio put it right. There's a lot of things that have changed. Look, government was meant to be representative of the people, working for the people, by the people. It is no longer that. Hang on a minute. Let me just finish off. When they can change the rules on the fly, they don't consider. They're not working for you. That's what they're telling you. It used to be the other way around. That government worked for the people, and if they weren't doing their job properly, the people would, show by their voting and say, well, we don't want you in. Can you step down? It used to, back in the day. Now they're telling you that you can't open your mouth at all unless we tell you when to. This is what they're telling us in a roundabout way. Terrible.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off.
I'm not going to. No, don't worry about it. I'm not going to say my stance on it. Yeah, because I just know there's different personalities of people, and some of the personalities, right, people, just different people like dog and cat, are going to be labeled as a disease. Yeah. So from autism to just name it. Yeah. So that dehumanizing factor on the people that are lesser in percentage, just less of them percentage wise, they are going to be deemed as a disease from the get-go, and the rest of the flock knows it instinctively. So no, guys, talking about the government, I don't think that thing should have ever existed, in the first place, in a community, Mm-hmm.
Well, when I look at the tribals, men and women who are living a more simple, placid life with nature, there is a hierarchy system that works, a democracy that works. and it's always the elders that delegates at the end of the day.
Yeah, the
Okay,
elders, and
that works in those.
hey,
In that rate,
throughout the scale,
hang on. I'm
throughout.
still in the middle.
Yeah.
I'm still in the middle of what I'm saying. Sorry. So in the
Dobrý.
middle. All right. So with those groups, Aborigines, Zulus, tribes, the Amazon people in the jungle who are living a more natural life, that system works beautifully because they all understand what's going on and they're working together as a team here, right? And it works for that. So I think it's government in a way, but it's everybody's agreeing with it, and it's the elder that delegates, and it works beautifully. You understand? But in our case, it's not working at all. It's unnatural. It's right. I would say.
How I say the mass has a bigger voice in this moment, right? It does, yeah, and it gets quite low, yeah. There's a lot of lies, and I guess in Amazon, I would say the percentage-wise, what consists the percentage-wise, the majority of people would have it good in the forest. I just think we come from something higher, way higher than what we live, and this is hell, yeah, basically, and we're just trying to solve it. Stuck always on things like we cannot even get through where we are on map, yeah. There's such a deep hole that we don't even know where we are on map, yeah. And the one that goes same as you guys, yeah. But like I say, I have another 10 things like the flat earth that don't add up, yeah. Where do these people end? Yeah, homeless or in asylum, yeah. And we just happy and procreate and make the numbers and say, hey Jesus, save us. Hey, come on, guys, yeah.
Yeah, how are you even talking about, man?
That's
I'm gonna end up homeless because I'm a flat earther. Is that what you're saying?
No. What he's saying is that out there, let me explain, Indio. What he's trying to say, out there are other situations like flat earth lies, right? And some of these people out there may end up going insane, right? Going insane and going crazy.
No.
And I think
they're not going to have the life easy.
Wait a minute. Let me finish what I'm saying. Right, basically, he's trying to say to people, wake up. That's what he's trying to say, India. He's not saying that because you're a flat earther, you're nothing. In other words, that's not what he's saying. It may have sounded like that, but that's not what I think he's saying. I think what he's saying is that
because of the what I would say in a nutshell, because of the belief in democracy, yeah, and that everybody is the same, which is a lie. Okay. Yeah, that's a big fat lie.
Right.
Yeah, because of this and what it does to quote unquote, and I'm not the energy person. I'm just observing and add up things. What I could say, yeah, energy wise, is when we made because I'm a builder, and one project we made how it's called, pavement, pavement, in an asylum.
Okay.
In an asylum in the city, there's an asylum. The guys from the city, it's local.
Okay.
30 kilometers from here. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey guys, there were crows in the summer. Yeah. I don't sense like bad energy the same like other people, like more emotional based people, that care about stability. Yeah, because I would divide these things. I would say one is more about straightforward logic. The other is like a defender. Just kinds of people, huh? Hey, they themselves said it that there's something not right. Yeah, I feel it in my own way. Yeah. So what we do, like energetically, yeah, I don't think it's a good thing. Yeah, I think in order for us to just fuck like rabbits and do not know shit and protect whatever is the status quo, we just destroy it. It's like Mordor, yeah, like Mordor.
Yeah.
Even the people, I am not sort of person that would be able to give you the impression, even from the people talking. But the impression is like out of scale, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. What he's
Yeah.
trying to say, basically, what you're trying to say, basically, is that we, as human beings on this earth, could do better if we paid attention, which is coming from what Indio said at the beginning. We're asleep at the wheel, and he's just carrying on with that, Indio, and because
There's just so
there is a
much.
language barrier here. That's what he's
Yeah,
trying
but
to do.
there's
He's trying to
just
bring
so
forward.
much of the
Yeah,
evil. Yeah. So if
yeah,
lying is evil. If I see
yeah,
would see this as a I it's just so broken. I mean, because
yeah.
the only thing I could see is that would resolve it. Just don't make kids and focus on solving it yourself. Yeah, because when you
Yeah,
make
that's a
kids,
good point.
Solve it.
then you
In a
have
Solve
way,
it for who?
you can
If you don't
because you
have
should
kids, who
teach
you
your
solving
kids.
it for?
Yeah, you should teach your kids. But how can you? There's so much. How can you even start? You have to drive them to school. You have to feed them. You have to go to work. In work, you cannot talk because you have to keep your job. And the government tells you, oh, you should make more kids to make a strong nation. Yeah, it's like the opposite. Once you make the kids, how are you able to teach your kids about the stuff? Because you have to, like, give them a nice childhood, and at the same time you should teach them about the evils of the world. But there's like so much. Yeah,
I did that though.
you should.
I've
How
done that.
are
Do you
you
have
going to make him a ninja
Do you
with
have
martial
children?
arts or conspiracy theories? No. So you're just going to make another piece of meat. Yeah.
Do you have children?
Right.
Do you have children?
No.
Why?
Yeah. For the same reason I told you. If
Maybe you should have some, and it would change your opinion.
No.
Hey, how about this? Go work in a daycare with
You
small
are
children.
responsible.
And
Yeah, you are. No.
That's good.
No,
It
you
gives
are
meaning to
responsible.
life. It gives meaning to life.
It gives meaning. The meaning is
Yeah.
inherent. You are in a shit show. You should solve it. That's the meaning, right? You should educate yourself.
Solve it for who? Because if there's no kids, who are we solving it for? A bunch of skeletons?
Just there's no. It's just in front of him. So
Look, I wanted to bring this up.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to bring this up when Jen said the elders were in charge of everything. Do you know why the elders were in charge of everything, and do you know why it worked? Because if you're the oldest person, most likely you have the most amount of skin in the game because you have the most amount of children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, right? You have skin in the game because you're the oldest. You're going to do stuff for everybody, right? So that your heirs, children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, they survive. So your decisions are going to be long-term. They're not going to be impulsive, driven by hormones, driven by emotion, driven by all these human failings, right? They're going to be driven by, an altruistic need to help everybody in the best possible way. That's why we got to, plus elders have the most experience.
You
Now
have
they have the
skin in the
problem of
game,
not thinking
nevertheless.
clearly all the time. But that's one down. But you can't have it's not a perfect world. You got to take what you can get.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's you say, yeah, that's what it is, right? So what can you do about it? No, I'm paraphrasing. I'm twisting it. Yeah, I'm a little bit. Yeah, but you have the skin in the game, nevertheless, and just out of the practicality. Yeah, if you have children, you have to work. In work, you cannot speak. In school, you cannot speak. Yeah.
Well, I don't think that's your only choice. I don't think you have to work for somebody.
Like 10 conspiracy theories straight from the childhood, just so the child knows where he is. So okay, yeah, you did your due diligence. You learned all about the evils. Just want to give him the real word. Now
That's not what you teach your children, though.
When he's five, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
you
exactly.
don't teach your children conspiracy theories. You teach your
Exactly.
children how to critically think, and they will discover that on their own.
Yeah, and that's bullshit. You see?
Yeah,
And
no,
you know
they
it
will.
right away. And
If your children can determine, if they know how to determine what truth is, right? Because that's really the skill. How do you determine what's actually true or not? Right? If you know how to do that, see through logical fallacies, see through the bullshit, see through propaganda, then you're going to discover the truth
That's
naturally.
like the opposite of what you guys doing here. So you want to keep the truth and fight for the falseness, but you're going to teach him the falseness, so he can discover the
What
truth. It's
falseness?
upside down
What
already.
falseness? What
Already.
falseness? What are you talking about? What falseness?
I mean, you're going to send him to school, right? And let him talk to his peers. So when exactly are you going to mention him? Hey son, it's flat, right? Hey son,
Because
it's
ideas need to be defended. You have to go into the lion's den. Your idea, like, listen, to figure out what the truth is, you need pushback, right? You need someone to say, "Hey, that's not true. This is true." And your child needs to be able to critically think and analyze the counter argument, right? You need to know your opponent's argument in order to figure out what the truth is. You can't just insulate. Like, that's just echo chamber shit, dude.
Echo
You don't want your kid in
chamber
the echo
or
chamber?
not, he is in this world, so he will meet people, and I would
Yeah.
say the pushback. It depends. Yeah, he might.
And his armor's logic. And his armor's critical thinking. It's armor's reason. That protects him against nonsense.
You say, so it's a great argument. I mean, it isn't. I'm just being polite. You say that by giving him more of the correct information and showing him the bias.
No, not correct information. The
not
information is
improve it,
irrelevant. It's how to analyze the information that's important.
Yeah, he
It's
would get
the
that
tools
from
to analyze the
school,
information.
or you would have to teach him. Yeah, because I would say at the moment you would tell him that this amount of information from the school system is false. It would make it difficult for him to listen to that thing from the beginning. Yeah, that would be a problem. So you would be then responsible for the rest of the curriculum. Yet you would have to explain, hey son, you still have to go there because you need the
You're still
diploma
not
and all
getting
of
it.
the. Hey,
You're not
I don't
getting it.
think you would
You're
destroy
putting
his
primacy on
critical
the
thinking.
information itself. Like, the information is what's important. The information is irrelevant. If you
It is
can't
not.
think logically, then you don't have a chance. Okay, how do you determine whether something's true or not?
You would tell him, hey, son, this is a map. They show us. This is how the place looks like. We don't even know where we stand on the map. Yeah, that's quite straightforward. That's you would explain to him.
They should be able to figure that out themselves.
This is my work. This is this is wrong. Yeah, I'm just saying that's very wrong.
Dude, when you have children, tell me about how children think and act and how to raise children. When you have children, then you can tell me.
I don't know. I already told you.
You don't know anything about children.
No, you're not listening now. No, you're not listening now. Look, I've had children. Hang on. I've had children. 4 boys.
I have lots
here
of
in
children,
Japan.
dude.
Yeah, I've had four boys, okay? They all know the earth is flat. The day that I realized it was, the same day they learnt. And already they had experience of flat earth already. That because that's all they've lived on. They've traveled a little bit. They've done the camping, the outdoors, because life is an experience and an adventure. And 85% of education is coming from home. School is only responsible for like 15%. It's family inputs. That's where the kid's going to learn, as India is saying. Right.
And any idea should be able to, no matter what someone says, it should be able to be reconstructed rationally from first principles. That means if you have an idea, hey, the Earth, I said it to lots of Globers, hey, Earth's a globe. Okay, let's rebuild the globe from first principles. And let's see if we arrive at the conclusion they arrived at, that the Earth is a globe. And nobody can do it. Nobody can do it. It's impossible. Because we have a bunch of assumptions and presuppositions. And if you're not willing to, take leaps of logic, you're never going to arrive there yourself. But you have to know how to determine what the truth is in the first place.
Hey, what I'm saying, the kids are not even yours. Yeah, they are systems kids. At this point.
They're mine. They're not.
What do I care about other people's kids for?
No. Your kids are not even your kids. Yeah, it's systems kids.
He's saying the government owns it.
Speak for yourself.
The government owns the kids.
No.
That's what he's saying.
I made my choices, and if my choices are not honest, yeah, I successfully destroyed, or the relationships destroyed itself. I don't care, but I successfully destroyed all my relationships in the pursuit of what I know. Now I know whom am I going to even say it. It's so
Yeah,
upside
but
down.
you got to understand.
Then what?
So you're not thinking critically.
Then I kill myself, the
the
guys
truth,
with me,
you didn't
and
destroy
that's
your
great, right?
relationship.
It's
But
upside
bro,
down.
you didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen. If you coming to the truth, quote unquote, destroyed your relationship, you never had a worthy relationship in the first place. You were deluding yourself.
Exactly, and that's true. From the practical reason, from the practical perspective, I still do think and do believe wholeheartedly that the types of people, since they exist naturally, so you have your typical nerd, you have your typical whatever alpha, or how is it called? You have typical MacGyver guy, and you have a typical like a priest creature, I would see it, Call it the lefties, righties. We live in the same settings since I would say like forever, and we cannot even know this. We cannot even speak like this, all have different powers, all have different possibilities what they can do. Stuff that one person enjoys, I hate, and vice versa. So all of these things, so logical. It's like a common sense, But no. For the sake of the system, for some reason that is all around the planet, we have to do it this way, There's everybody
we
the
don't live on a
same.
planet.
We have
We don't
to
live on a
fight men,
planet.
women.
You made an error there.
Not-
We do not live on a planet. So if you're thinking we live on a,
you say it's a plane,
hang on, please allow me to speak now. Please allow me to speak. If you're thinking we're living on a planet, you're stuck in the system that you don't like.
quote unquote,
When you
let's
think,
say
and
plane.
you're not letting me finish. Look, you're speaking a lot. So please put your mic on. Mute your mic and allow me to speak for 2 minutes at least. Thank you. Now, when you're thinking about the Earth as a planet, it means you're still under the indoctrination, and you're allowing that indoctrination to ruin your quality of life. That's you. It's a you problem, because I know the system's out there, but I'm not going to allow the system to get me, right, or ruin my life. And they don't own my children. No system on this earth owns my kids. You're out of your mind, okay?
You lying
So
to
they're not
yourself.
part of this, right? They're not. When we decide what's good for our children at the end of the day, that's what we decide at, my wife and myself, okay? And no, and my children have grown up now. They're working for themselves, and that's fantastic. They're out there working now. Still got one at school anyway, okay? We brought them up. Now, when I found out about the flat Earth, they knew immediately, right? And I've taught them a lot of things about what is wrong in this world. They've learnt a lot, okay, from their dad. All right, they're very much more rounded than the average Japanese kid out there who's believing in the system. They're not that. My children are nothing like that. They're going to be leaders in their groups. Okay, thank you. That's up to you how you bring your kids up. Your input
No.
is
There will
more
never
important.
be point where there's going kids. Hey, you guys are happy, with the tribalist shit, and that's what I hear from the get go. All over.
Look, that's
Would
life.
rather,
Life. Look,
yeah,
the
no,
leaders.
that's,
The leaders have to lead. The leaders have to lead.
propaganda
As
speaking
India
right
said,
now.
as Indio said, the leaders are more, especially in the jungle, they're more concerned of the whole family, the whole community, because our lives are dependent on each other. We're living in nature. Nature is a harsh environment, and if you don't get on with it, it will ruin you. Okay, that's why the
Propaganda
leaders
right
have got
there.
nothing to gain. Leaders have, listen. You're not listening. You're not listening.
I am.
Leaders have
I'm
nothing to
deeply
gain.
listening.
You're not listening. Leaders
I am.
in the jungle do not have anything to gain by lying to their community. There's nothing to gain there. Their lives are dependent on
No.
each other. You don't
It's just
understand it.
brainwash. Propaganda
It's not
brainwash.
brainwash.
Another one.
Do you think? Hold on. Hold on. Do you think that human beings naturally form hierarchies,
Yes.
or that you think they're all imposed? Are they imposed, or they just form naturally?
I would say some of the hierarchies, and at the same time, vast majority of them are twisted, imposed results of war and social engineering. I wouldn't say we live in a natural hierarchy at all. 100% not a natural hierarchy at the moment.
Is war a natural human activity?
Oh, yes, I
Right.
would say so.
So okay, so that is a hierarchy, right? Might makes right. They're better at killing people than you are.
No,
Okay,
I would
so
say you
they
have
form their
war.
own hierarchy and impose it on
I would
everybody
say you
because
have
they can kill
war.
you.
Absolutely. I would say you have wartime and peacetime. Now we have these two kind of intermingled, yeah, and constantly going on at the same time. Plus, I would say there must have been atrocities made during those war times before that might or might not be irreversible. Yeah. It has a lot to do with our mating and a lot to do with our whole societal structure. Yeah, which is completely off. Absolutely. Yeah, I would say there's this is 0 point
Well,
in denying that.
there's
Yeah.
two hierarchies, right? There's the brains versus brawn. Now, the people with brains, they won't benefit from a brawn-based hierarchy, so they've tried to even the playing field by creating things like money to make them move up the hierarchy, right, in social status. Because when it comes down to brass tacks, as far as being a man, you're trying to attract the best female possible. And they're selecting either brains or brawn, right? Either social status or the physically strongest guy. And the one that prevails, it depends on the environment you're in. If,
It's
like
the
you
way you
said,
say
in
it.
war,
It's the way
you
you
want the
say it.
strong guy. In peacetime, you want the smart guy, right?
Hey, I would
You
say
agree
that's
with
like
all that?
70% of propaganda, and that's just a
You don't think
feedback.
that's
Yeah.
true? You don't think any of that's true?
Hey, if you say so
You don't
first
think
thing,
hypergamy is a thing? You don't think hypergamy
hypergamy
exists?
is a thing, yeah. So
Yeah.
if you observe a war like Afghanistan and their societal structure, you're going to see it doesn't even matter who said what. The stronger one comes and takes the place, and the rest adjusts even without saying anything. Yeah, with
Yeah,
the constant constant threat or
So my
presence of
point is, human
violence.
societies, these two hierarchies compete with each other, and at sometimes the war hierarchy prevails, and at other times the peace hierarchy prevails.
Hey, you say
thing,
this. Yeah, go on.
yeah. And the thing is, the peacetime, let's call it the
We don't have
rational
peacetime.
hierarchy.
Not the
Well, the
rational time.
artificial peacetime. Well, I mean, if you're in America,
It's not the peacetime.
brawn does not rule the day here. Okay, it's gaming the system that rules the day. Right, the ability to
You're not
manipulate
gaming
the
any
system.
system. You're being gamed by the system. You're being
There's people that game the system to move up the hierarchy, right?
Yeah, the hierarchy itself is like casino,
So if you
isn't
can't
it?
figure out to game the system, then you're not competent.
No,
Right.
That's another falsity. I would say I don't have the natural need to compete with you on that level. I do not
Well, that's a
feel.
choice, right?
Yeah. No. I do not feel. I do not understand it personally. I am different than you naturally, but you will not acknowledge it because you have been worked by the system. Yeah, so you can thank for the system.
Oh God,
But
dude.
you are missing.
You don't know me
You are
from
missing
fucking
on
Adam, dude.
and a
You don't know me
perspective
from
that
Adam.
comes naturally. Yeah, naturally. Yeah,
Look, you
will
gotta
always.
listen. You're gonna claim dude. I guarantee you're more connected to the system than me. I'd bet freaking $1 million on it.
All right.
Okay, so I operated for nearly 20 years with no ID, no social security number, no employee, no government papers, no
That's great.
connection with the government in any way, shape, or form. Period. No
Yeah,
birth
that's great.
certificate, none of that crap. You ever done that? No, you haven't. Because
I
you're all
haven't.
talk. Yeah, because you're all talk.
I haven't. I haven't.
Because you're all talk.
And
You
I
are
made my
connected
own
to the
choices.
system. You're
Yeah,
completely dependent on the system.
absolutely. and I will always
I'm
be.
not,
Yeah.
and I won't, and I never will be.
That's in that sense, you are way more disconnected from the system. Yet here we are, and I said what I said, and that will always be true at the same time. Yeah, at the same time. Yeah?
The point is, don't tell me that I've been bamboozled by the system.
Yes, I will tell you that
I opted out of the system
single waking
I opted
hour.
out of the system in practice, whereas yours is completely theoretical. Got it?
No, it's not theoretical. I exist, and that's not even philosophical. Yeah, I exist, and I know my kind. Yeah, because I know it's going on in a family, and like I say, yeah, I think it happened. I think somebody rewrote our history, because if I get into the talk with you guys,
You don't have any family, though. You don't have a family except for your parents. You don't have your own family, your own children. So what are you
No, I
talking
don't.
about?
I'm not
I know.
planning on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, because you're allowing the system to dictate your life. That is why.
Nope. Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
Yep.
Never
Yep.
going to happen. Never going to.
That is
Hey,
exactly what's going on.
so let's go. Let's go
The
back.
system has crippled you. You have been crippled by the system, because
absolutely.
part of life
The
is
same as you, all of
to
you
be
guys.
born,
Yeah.
and then to born. Listen, you're not listening. Part of life is to be born from your mother's womb. Then you grow up to meet the ideal woman, and then you have your own children. That's what God, the creator of the earth, has intended. You are
And
allowing
that's a big fat lie.
system.
That's the one we might also be able to
Again, you're
take a look at.
interjecting whilst I'm talking. You're interjecting whilst I'm talking. You've got to listen sometimes, and listen. I know you don't like what I say, but you're going to hear it anyway. And the people who are listening
yes,
in the
go
YouTube
on.
live stream. Yeah, well, then shut up then and pay attention then. It's like this. Like I said,
Hey, I listen to every word.
You've allowed the system to dictate to you whether or not you're still talking. Thank you. You have allowed the system to dictate to you and brainwash you into having no children. That's what you've gone and done to yourself. Okay, I'll say that. That's all I'll say for now.
We don't think the same way, and like I said, I might have done more due diligence at words of figuring out what are the other things. Yeah, so I do not think
I know what the other things are.
we come from monkeys. We settle on that. Yeah, I think the dinosaurs might be CGI. Yeah, that's great, right? Yeah, that's great.
Dinosaurs never existed. Right, good. We know that's a lie.
Yeah, that's a lie. That's a lie. Another thing,
we know that.
I think there should be a natural community, right? So we
and
believe
there are.
that,
There are
and there are
communities.
natural
There are
communities.
There are in the bush, in the jungle.
Hey,
there are loads.
But
They're
since
living
we
good.
don't come from monkeys, I also
we
do
know that.
believe
We know that. We keep repeating that.
But
we know.
now you do the same thing, right? So we're fair and square, we're fair and square on that point.
What do you mean?
Since
What do you mean by we're fair and square?
that you criticize, you're talking where I'm talking. I don't have a problem with it, but we are fair and square at this point, So natural hierarchies, right? That you can observe in Amazon. I just don't think, that's the best case scenario,
I think it is when I compare what's going on now. I think
that's
that
the
is.
problem.
I think they're having a better life than those who are living in the concrete jungle.
Better life,
That's
definitely.
what I think at the moment. At the moment, everyone's look. They didn't wear the mask, for examples. You didn't see the Amazon guys running around with masks on.
But that's a slave
But
thinking.
the man in the modern world, is running around with masks on. The modern world, the so-called
So
modern
that's
world.
slave thinking. Yeah, you're not. We're not talking about what,
I am.
What is
I'm being
actually
brainwashed.
what should be or shouldn't. You're talking. Oh, they have masks, so they have it better. The grass is slightly greener.
No. I didn't say that. I said those in the jungle didn't wear masks. They've got it better. Modern man is a fool. That's why he wore the mask. Okay, get it right, will you?
No, it's all right. What I'm saying is, you guys go to talk about flat Earth, but
Yes,
you
of course,
stop there
because that's what it is.
You
It
don't,
is flat,
and to keep the bastion. For that, you're doing a great work. You said it. I have nothing against it because I'm not the person. I'm not the person that would be keeping the bastion of what you're standing there for. So for that, you're doing a great job.
Absolutely, yeah, we're taking them
keeping
the
it
truth.
up, huh? Because
And
otherwise,
from that truth,
me
other
myself,
truths will be unlocked.
I wouldn't find out, yeah.
Yeah,
Without
yeah.
you
From
guys
that
being
truth.
there, I wouldn't find out, yeah. Okay,
Okay, thank
that's
you.
fair.
It doesn't sound
That's
like
fair.
a. Doesn't seem
That's
to
No,
fair.
what
sound
you
like.
wouldn't, what you hold on, hold on.
Yeah.
What you wouldn't
Yeah.
find out is not that the Earth is flat. What you wouldn't
Yeah.
find out is that you've accepted a story without evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a difference, right?
Who?
We all experience the world as the same thing, right?
We don't.
The difference is there's people that accept a story from a third person, okay, and there's people that don't. What people find out is that they've accepted a story from a people that think the Earth is a globe, that come to flat Earth.
They did.
What they find out
have
from
been
us.
brainwashed.
Hold on, dude. What they find, not that they've been brainwashed. They brainwashed themselves.
No.
If I say Santa's real and you go, shit, I believe Santa, you're not brainwashed. You choose to believe that. Stop acting like everybody's helpless. People are not helpless, dude. They make choices.
I would go for helpless. Yes.
They're not.
Yes. And that's where because what I would say, the devil lives in details, and especially with social engineering. Yeah, the devil lives in detail. So
yeah, but they're not helpless, dude. Look,
no, what I would
listen,
say,
if you go to court, is ignorance an excuse, dude? Is ignorance a defense? No, it's not.
Ignorance is not a defense. So if you teach me how to do carpentry, yeah, and then your argument might stay, yeah, because I would willingly, yeah. At one point, you could say he just wants to be ignorant, yeah, and go out with the guys and drink or something, yeah.
No.
He remains ignorant.
You're not understanding what I mean.
When you have systematic, yeah, all across the whole place, yeah, America, Europe, Asia, doesn't matter. Then you're talking something completely else. Right?
Okay. Say you tried to sue. Let's say you did this. You tried to sue the government for brainwashing you to believe the Earth is a globe.
That's bullshit.
Want to know what happened? They'd say, well, they never made any assurances. They just presented you with the information, and you consented to accepting it. That's what they would say. They wouldn't say, "Oh, you're a helpless baby." You didn't have any choice.
I didn't say that. I didn't say you should sue the government for me. That's some sort of fairy tale.
Dude,
talking about
no, listen. It was a hypothetical.
Yeah,
it was a hypothetical
not
situation.
A good one. I'll give you that.
It is a good one because you couldn't plead that you didn't do everything voluntarily. That would not be an actual defense. It would be argued that you voluntarily accepted it, that it was not imposed on you. Because it's not imposed on you. If it was imposed on you, all of us here would be in big freaking trouble, right? We're not. We're not in big trouble.
Really do admire.
Not imposed on anybody.
I repeat that. I really do admire, yeah, your guys' willingness to fight for holding the bastions of the truth, etc. But at some things, it's already kind of completely out of any sort of merit. Like sue the government. Like who are you going to sue? Who is the person? Yeah, and it gets out of hand, really. Like
no, you said they're brainwashed. I just demonstrated that people are not brainwashed, that they consent to believing the idea.
In a
it's
fairy
consent.
tale, yes.
Do you believe in consent? Do you believe people consent to things? That they can consent?
Oh, I would go with yes. Yet, with the state of the things. Where we are right now, I would say it's going deep into personal psyche. The amount of fucking war like social engineering, not war like. I would say an absolute
psychological operations, social engineering, all that shit, right?
Yes. It's just the ones that Nazi would do, yeah. The Nazi from the times before. Yeah, the shitty ones. Yeah, and I think
Yeah.
we just
And
leave
you know
it.
what happened to those
We just
people
leave it.
when
Yeah.
they went to Nuremberg and said I was brainwashed and just following orders? They said that's not an excuse. You're gonna hang.
Of course. Yeah. Let's go. Oh, it's a wartime and people going absolute, and we present and we're going to give a good time to the kids or whatever. But we live in a fucking not a wasteland. It's an absolute war. At the same time, nothing happening. Yeah, there's not even Cold War anymore. Yeah, so yeah, we don't even know where we stand on the map. I mean, come on, boys. Yeah.
Well, they don't need the war anymore. Everyone's afraid of their neighbour or the person across the road or the differently
Exactly.
coloured person that's suddenly in their country.
It's just a neighbor, yeah. So absolute war with the neighbor. I mean, congratulations, guys. This is freedom, I guess. Yeah, or whatever. Yeah, with the neighbor. So that's your. Yeah, imagine you're a country, because that's how I see it. People as behaving as such. Yeah. So that's your front. It's not Normandy. It's your neighbor now. Yeah, even your wife, even your own body. Yeah, and with this you should have children. And this is what you give your kid.
I know where I am on the map because I'm able to get from point A to point B anywhere on the earth at the moment. So, you know, the map is working for me. Okay. Now, whether or not the continents are in the configuration they've been shown, that's another thing. But I am able to get around, you know, because we can get from point A to point B. I'm currently talking to you from Japan. Where are you talking from right now? Where are you?
Czech Republic.
Yeah, Czech Republic, Czechoslovakia. You see that? Nice place, you see? So there you are, you know. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for your English ability, because I know English is your second language. And because of your ability, you've made this conversation really interesting. And I thank you on behalf of my colleagues here, okay? Well done, you know, because you're coming across with some points. You're a little bit off the rails, I would say, but thanks anyway for using English. I can't speak Czechoslovakian, so thank you, okay? Just want to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Yes, I'm happy. Yes, thank you.
Qui-Gon, I just realised it was you. It's been a while since we spoke. It's good to talk to you again. Did you say that you feel, you know, aggrieved because you're expected to bring a children into that kind of, or a child into that kind of lifestyle or chance at life?
I always knew it.
So have you put off the chance of being a father and bringing new life into the world because of
No,
this?
this doesn't to me. It doesn't come as even a thought. It might have for a second, but it was just like what would be if, and what would I do, and that thing, just to do that thing properly. Yeah, it doesn't even. I mean, if I come up with like crazy ideas and people and are completely off the rail, this one would be the most off the rail. Yeah, of all of the crazy ideas to do this. Yeah.
So has this physically put you off starting a family?
You see, it's for me. Feeling wise, yeah, it would be like we're not even in the same conversation. Yeah, when it comes to this topic. Yeah, it wouldn't even register as we're having the same conversation when we were starting a family. It's like you know, when person doesn't get it. Yeah, and there's would be a lot of I guess having to get it.
So your partner would have to be idyllic to your what your mind's open to. Your partner would have to be idyllic and fit that paradigm. Otherwise, you couldn't start a family.
It takes a village to raise a child, and yes, you would be right about the partner. Yeah. So with those you know, first thing would be well, what we call women. Yeah, always just women. Yeah, I would say it's an absolute fucking Second World War weapon. Yeah, weapon. I wouldn't say it's even like natural to be them for them in that fight state. And honestly, I don't think this is I wouldn't say if I said the behavior is unnatural, I would be lying, because we all might have this absolute fight only for victory in us. Yeah, like if you guys get to the war and go for the absolute war or something, everybody might have it. Yeah, but I would say they are in the state of absolute war at all times. Yeah. Now your front is your neighbor. Yeah, or the lady at school. And I would say what happened with that thing is it's like a sect, yeah, like a cult, yeah, women. Because if you don't have your own community, blah blah blah, right? And the atrocities against women might have happened, right? That it kind of shifted and got perverse. Yeah, so I would see it as a perversion. What we do actually, yeah, but to such a degree, because it's not that I believe. I've seen that women can have muscles, but women have same types as men. Yeah, so as you have Donald Trump, you're going to have Margaret Thatcher. So the people that I would be more happy with in the ideal scenario exist in men and women.
Yeah,
like the characters. Yeah, the ones that I enjoy. I've met them. Yeah,
I do understand where you're coming from, and I respect very much where your heart and intentions are about bringing another life into the world, just to, be disillusioned by part of society which has been disillusioned and turned almost against itself and mankind and against the family unit, when it's actually supposed to be the matriarch of the family unit. Yeah, I get where you're coming from, though, but what I would say is, to basically cut a long story short, my friend, don't deny yourself the chance at parenthood. Don't get in the way of the process of procreation. But by all means, try and factor it to the right partner that will help, form a family environment. And bro, it's a big earth, and there's lots and lots of ladies and women out there who have more of a female-male family mindset. So perhaps within your own country, you're not finding anyone who still has that. So I would say maybe look further afield, sir.
Guys,
hopefully you'll be.
Guys,
hopefully
it's
you'll
not
be
about that.
And
My nature.
Hopefully, dude.
My nature.
Hopefully, dude. You'll tell us the day that you get married, and I can dance on that day, and also the day that you become a father, and I'll dance again, sir.
No, hey, my nature would be as such as kind of if we don't get it, yeah, like all of this, we're not even on the same battlefield, yeah. We're not even on the same battlefield, yeah, because what I'm talking is practical, isn't it? Yeah, like if we don't stand on the map, that means you have been defeated, yeah. But you have been defeated so much that you don't even cannot even recognize basic things to such a level, yeah. That's how I see it. So it might be the opposite. So in such a state of defeat, it's a joke to make kids, and it might not be because it's such a state of defeat, yeah, of the original, yeah, whatever the original is, yeah. So if we are wolves, yeah, originals is this and Chihuahua is not, yeah. So in the state of Chihuahua, I mean, come on, right? Yeah. But let's make
Qui-Gon, can I ask you one more thing, and then and I'll let you go to someone else, sir. If we don't carry on procreating, who will be left to fill the battlefield or rebuild from the battlefield? Who will be left to inherit anything if we don't carry on?
To me, it's such a joke already. This is not. Oh, it's such a joke already. It in itself is for me at least, yeah. For me, just a personal after seeing all of this that I've seen, yeah, and that I went all this thing in my own way, yeah, what I wanted to see, yeah, and what I expected, because to be to even consider something like stable relationship, I mean, we would have like to have stable communication.
Yeah, exactly, Qui-Gon. That's my point.
That would
My
stay
point, bro, is
between me and the
entirely
person. That doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. Yeah.
possibly. My point is
What I
entirely
know,
that you possibly haven't met the right mindset or
criteria.
you know type of girl or female, bro. And to be quite honest, I would say look to the east, look to the countries where it's warm,
This is
Malaysia.
this
Where
is
they're
off
family
already.
orientated, dude. Because there's women there who want to be wives. Every way
This
that
is
a wife
part.
is,
This is also part of the problem. Yeah.
not twisted by modern
Everybody,
society, dude.
every one of you guys of that type would go on about this thing. We're not even talking at this point. Yeah, like if I'm talking from the heart somehow. Yeah, it's not the same. I'm talking about a community. I'm talking about communication. It doesn't match the criteria. It wouldn't fill in the box. Yeah, I couldn't tick it off from the box. That I like trust. That I wouldn't say that so far. It's it never even happened that I would. I mean, it did in some form, but it's not even a hiccup. Yeah, that I would get
Have
at
you
this point.
vetted all communities and all approaches of all different females from all across Earth? Have you actually vetted them and maybe gone and lived there and experienced their culture, their ways?
If I did so, if we say, there's not so many types of people, and we are not that different. Yeah,
I think
if I get to Thailand, yeah, and get the same shit test pretty much the first or second night, that would be, and the shit test is nothing else but hey guys, the ladies enslave. It's just enslaving itself, you know. In reality, the parts, yeah, the people, they just enslave themselves in some way, and the women, they are in the absolute war settings for something that is not even connected to anything real at this point. Yeah,
well,
so
that's the thing. If you actually visit the Thai community or the Thai country, or anywhere in Asia, Malaysia, India, all across the east,
yeah, but you're
you'll
not
actually
scratching
find
my
that
age.
there's a lot of
You're not scratching my age,
females
to
who
be
want
honest.
to be who actually want to be a partner, and everything that a female should be in a partnership.
We talk about different
they're
things.
actually just they're
honestly.
looking for someone who only wants that from them. And the fact that they're caught up in an industry that's declared by the royal family to be totally okay, to make money with your body if you want.
I wasn't
That's
talking.
also
Did you hear me talking about money or
the whole
procreation?
thing.
So I didn't say any of those two things, right? I said the opposite. Yeah, and you're helping me with that I would go to a Thai royal family. Hey, it's all already like in motion. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that there might have been something before this whole mess. Yeah. And we're talking about the aftermath of some large catastrophe. So what I'm talking about is what was before the catastrophe, and making my peace with that it wouldn't be even possible, might not even be possible to even be coming to the same level with second person. That's why I even if I say we're not on the same note, I don't expect it. Yeah, because there would be so many things that are out of the place. Yeah, it's not just one thing. It's not just map. Yeah, that is out of the place. Yeah, it's a whole. Yeah,
I do understand. Yeah, I do understand, Qui-Gon, that I came in. I referenced a part of a conversation quite late on, and it was the fact that you didn't feel that it was poignant or worthwhile to procreate. So I understand. I interjected further down the line.
Since we don't have what is original to us.
Initially,
yeah,
I did hear you initially coming in and saying what was before, and personally, yes, I do think there was a further bigger civilization that was more family orientated all across this land that we know is Earth today, and possibly other lands.
I would say it might not even be like family oriented. It would be just and say community oriented. It would be like in a way, yeah. And it's not but how in a way how the ants nest behaves, yeah, more than monkey behaves, yeah.
A colony more than a. Well,
yeah,
a colony more than.
I observe ant nest way more than monkey over here.
Yeah. If you look back at the history that we do have, that I could provide from you from Scotland alone, with the clan chieftains, which were actually family heads, and the clans sometimes had different branches of the clan zone, and in residence in different parts of the area, that would be slightly feudal because it was brothers, sisters, cousins, that sort of thing. Yeah, I believe that we were more orientated in that sort of way, and we came together for the common good or to help each other a lot more. Yeah.
So you see, nothing against the family, but even that idea would be like in a way, because if you talk about this, like I'm talking about an idea, like what if something was so free, yeah, that you wouldn't even have to care about this. Because you would know then that you can go out and the people would just know how to treat this one or that one, because there would be no you see how to say
the same across the land. It would be known across the land.
Yeah, you go across the land, you find an apple, you eat an apple, right, or whatever. Yeah. So they would. What would be the problem then, right? We just go and get.
The only problem then would be
talk. You cannot talk to your wife even. Yeah, so you have the woman can get jacked. The woman can be general. Yeah, the woman can be commander. Yeah, you can build dynasty. Yeah, in this world. So not talking about the previous one. I'm just saying the options that would be physically possible. Yeah, would it be physically possible for a woman to be absolutely great commander? I would say so. Yeah, would it be possible that she gets jacked, putting 10 years of work, exercising, and you'll be able to see the 10 years of work? I would say absolutely. Yeah, just out of propaganda, you might be looking at the wrong place. So all of them absolutely possible, yet you cannot even speak with the person. So how come?
In today's world, yes, it's very much so. But again, that's why I say move to an older.
No, it's everywhere like this. It's everywhere like this. This is I would say the result of the war and catastrophes, and like hacking into, like, yeah, they don't. What I would say about the lady, she would go absolute war over nothing. Absolute war, yeah, with all the consequences for nothing, yeah. Not even.
It's a state of being that people have become.
State of being.
In this instance, that females have become to resonate at, and a sense, a mindset that they've been encouraged to adopt as correct. And approach.
The loyalty at this point doesn't come to the community, yeah, imaginary community, yeah. If there was a community, which isn't, yeah, the loyalty doesn't come to the community. It comes to the gender. So that's like already we are like playing a game at the square one, yeah. So we are always destined to be like first step on the chess game when it comes to this, because the loyalty comes to if you want to say state, it can be. I would say so, because yeah. But first step, yeah. And talking about specific women, I'm not saying all of them, but even then, it's like a cult. So all of them would be affected appropriately, in my own estimate. Yeah. So
Are we talking about women as war fighters? Is that what we're talking about? Women as war fighters?
I think it's more women as the state that they're in today, and the ability to actually find one that's more capable of being a woman than being the current model of a woman.
Well, I mean, their mothers aren't mothers, so that's the problem. They don't have any exemplars to go off of anymore, because everybody's getting divorced and shit. So they've never seen how a woman treats a man in a healthy relationship. So they have no reference.
You seem to have quite an easy outlook on something that is literally happening all around. Let me say planet. Keep in mind, I mean flat.
Yeah, I know it's happening everywhere. The feminism,
everywhere.
But it's a product of. It's a product of the. It's not just the idea. It's a product of the way people are growing up, right? So people are growing up in broken households where their mother. There's no man in the house. So say you're a young girl, have a mother. You don't get to see how you don't get to see how a woman is supposed to act in a normal, healthy marriage relationship. They don't know what it's
marriage,
even
like. In nature, just outside. Even just outside of the influence. I'm not even saying marriage, yeah, because you might have a bias, since that might be the thing that might be all you guys know for several decades. Yeah, even 100 years, I would say even 150. But like, I'm not even talking about that, just the state. I said and I stated, yeah, that they can grow muscle. I'm beyond the point of proving, and I can prove, yeah, I can prove it too. But they can be this and they can be a general, yeah. Not the same personality. So
no,
I don't mean
Karen. They cannot,
yeah.
dude.
I
can't
don't
do anything a man can do when it comes to war fighting. I don't know where you. That's not brainwashing. That's years of study by the United States military. Years, dude. I've been studying this for 50 years.
The same years of the same source. You see, that's your guy's problem, and always happens to be a problem.
No,
same source.
It's not that. Okay.
It's your same NASA.
Look, that's a genetic fallacy. That's a genetic fallacy. Okay. The source is irrelevant. The only thing that matters is the data. Okay.
And
men have 7 times the grip strength that females have. They regulate body temperature better. They have a larger lung capacity. They have higher bone density. They have testosterone, which makes pain feel good. They have a whole bunch of physiological attributes which put women at a disadvantage. Why did a bunch of 13-year-old boys beat a professional women's soccer team?
Let's skip this. So if there was a way for me to,
you'll never answer that question.
Quick way. No, just make it quick.
How can 13-year-old boys beat a grown woman's professional soccer team?
No, it doesn't happen because of the conditioning, and we're literally talking about the same thing all the same time.
It literally happened. It literally happened. 12-year-old boys played the United States professional women's soccer team and kicked their ass.
I know, guys. And it
was that rigged? Is that the source? I saw it on ABC News, so it didn't happen. Is that what you're saying? That it didn't really happen?
No, and let's not go there. All right. I told you we can solve it in 1 minute. So be good, right?
Well, you're saying that women can somehow compete with men physically.
Didn't even touch. I told you that I'm going to solve it in 1 picture, 2 pictures, right? Yeah, 3, 4, 5 pictures maybe. All right. Maybe going to send more pictures out of accident.
You got perms. You got perms to post. You got the appropriate.
No. I send it to you. Yeah. So we don't. We don't bring our own discussion into this. Yeah. You don't have to change the stance. You take a look on the pictures yourself. Yeah,
I can do whatever, dude.
literally most
We're
comfortable
we're in a
conversation.
public conversation. Why don't I
Yeah.
could just show everybody, dude?
Well, I mean, I might as well. It doesn't matter if you give the permission. I post. That's it.
That's why
Yeah.
I just asked you, brother.
All right.
Okay, hold on. I'll
Yeah,
give
so-
you I'll give you link terms. Hold on.
Okay.
Bear with me. We got a lot of rolls, dude. I got to scroll a lot.
Yes,
All right.
quite an interesting
All right, you're good to
conversation
go.
today. Very interesting, this one, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting indeed.
Yeah, just as long as you don't talk about
guys
flat
enjoying?
Earth,
No,
right?
okay, that's nice. Yeah, okay.
Anything but flat Earth. I know how it goes.
But
I don't have any
you already
messages
know
from
the
you.
basics. You already said that sometimes you guys have a little bit more of the same old, right? And we would be on the same page. Yeah. So.
Well, I don't
same
have
page,
anything
same
from
pipe.
you.
Yeah.
You didn't send me anything.
So just a sec. I will do it again because I have problems with this. Yeah, on the phone.
Yeah, let me
okay.
double check. Let me message you.
Because this one I don't want to send.
Message. Yeah, I definitely didn't get anything from you.
No. Okay, and it's.
So I gave you image terms, so you can post in the live stream. You can post in the live stream voice text. It's the text channel right above.
I will try. It doesn't want to, and sometimes it happened to me last few weeks. This thing. It wants me to check out lobby.
Just do your best, bro.
It wants me to check out lobby when I click on the side chat.
Hold on.
I'll check out lobby.
I'll ping you in the channel, dude. No, we don't have the built-in chat. We don't use.
Oh, okay.
We use the voice text channel that's above this. It's a text channel that's right above the voice channel.
Okay.
In the category. Yes, you got it.
Here we go. All right.
Because we did this before they had that integrated chat, and we just keep doing the same thing we did before. We're not switching just because they decided to get with the program. Because we've been doing this 5 years before they even made that. We had this set up.
Yes. It's going to take me a few minutes, so if you guys don't
take as long as you want, dude. It's 24/7.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, 4 pictures. Now it should be fine, hopefully. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I think. Okay, I sent more, but it's the same. Yeah. And I can give you a little bit of not explanation, but a commentary. Yeah. Right. If you're going to take a look. And he's correct. Those are outliers, but not for the physical reasons, right? Those are outliers, and it's not for the physical reasons. And I can explain how and why. Since I have focused on this thing a little bit, right? Yeah, made it my own to take a look. I bring how and why I would see it in this way. You guys can hear me still? I don't hear any talk.
Yeah, we can hear you clearly. No problem.
All right, so confirm you see the pictures, right? I had problems with sending the pictures, outliers, he says. Okay, so you guys want to take a look at the first one, yeah? The name is Galagan, you see Vladislav Galagan Instagram, huh? You see it, yeah? Thin girl, huh? In the end of her teens, I would say. You can take a look on the internet, check how old, huh? Right? You see it. Not sure if I get any reception now.
Yeah, did we see it? Like, carry on, please.
Okay, great. Yeah, so second picture is a 10 years of work. Yeah, 10 years of work, but not any work. Yeah, it's a specific work. You see that, right? And I would say in this case, even more specific, because I do vouch for this to be natural. Yeah, even by the face, even by what she struggles for, I would say this one, boys, is a natural one. Yeah. So, you know, if we have a gym talk, yeah, I really, seeing the videos she makes and everything, would go for the idea, that the 10 years of her with her body type, and you see where she started, the 10 years of work she puts in, and that's a lot of work, a lot of focus, equals to the physique. And I would even go that that's a healthy physique for a man, yeah? Not talking about steroids, not talking about this or that. I would say for a natty, for a natural one, that's even would go as far as an accomplishment, yeah? Such a thing I would be comfortable to say, yeah? So if we are on the same page still, or if you guys have anything against what I said, yeah? So far. I hear nothing.
Yeah, do you hear nothing because everyone's waiting for you to get to the end of your explanation about all of the pictures?
Explanation. I mean, so far we discussed, and there was a lot of back and forth, right?
What are you saying? Sorry, hang on. What are you saying about the first picture? What are you saying about the first picture?
That's the beginning of her journey.
Yeah.
Exercise, gym journey. She exercises, Russian girl, exercises. It's a specific personality type. So her personality type is not your regular Karen, yeah. It's more like the sort of hunter character, no hunter, like James Bond. No bullshit.
Okay,
yeah, so
okay. So
that
she's
sort of girl. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
All about her and her lifestyle and I got what you mean.
Yeah. So she's not going to be a Karen. Gossip is usually, to this type of people, gossip is not their thing. You will interest more in the excavator than in gossip, huh? She will feel things personally, but in such and such a way, yeah. So she, what I'm saying is, for a lady, to achieve such a physique, in this case it took 10 years, and it would equal, I would say, the 10 years of work put in for a man. So I would say in that case those two would equal, right? Because it did, and you might kind of understand where I'm going for with what I'm saying, because she doesn't go with the trend, She doesn't go with what her ladies tell her.
No, she is going with a kind of trend. She is going with a kind of trend, because that is a trend.
She's taking trend. She's fucking taking trend. That's what she's doing.
Yeah.
Hey, fucking trend bologna sandwiches, man. Fucking PEDs, man.
We can make fun, it's all right, yeah. But what I'm saying, she's not going to go with what her ladies tell her when they make their nails and talk about gossip, yeah.
Okay.
She's not going to go with that sort of trend where they get to the gym for attention and then work on their butt and make a big butt, or in the times of Victoria's Secret they would all look like Spice Girls. No. She goes for a specific thing, and then she goes even on a jiu-jitsu and is interested in fighting a guy. Oh, how great, isn't it? Like in a sport, she's interested in a sport, right? Of that thing, but having a specific
No,
discipline.
dude,
Yeah?
no, I'm not dealing with this. I work out, dude. I've been working out for a decade.
I'm not talking you
She's
working out
on
at all.
performance. She's on performance enhancing drugs. You can't compare her to any fucking man. Period. She is on testosterone. She's on IGF,
Definitely
and
not.
she's probably on Tren
That's
or fucking
10
Depot,
years
something
and she
like that.
achieved it. Definitely not.
Dude, you could almost sleep and achieve that if you were a dude. If you were taking all the drugs she's taking. She's on
Okay,
drugs,
how
bro.
did you come up with this? How exactly?
Because
How
I
on
work
earth?
out, dude. I work out. I know when people are on fucking gear, dude. She's on gear.
Hey, I don't believe it, because there are other ways you can achieve
You don't know
it. That's another
nothing.
discussion.
Okay, women do not produce enough testosterone to hold muscle mass like that. You don't understand. Do you understand human physiology? Catabolic
And
versus anabolic?
That's the thing. So another picture.
So you don't understand human physiology.
It's,
and you're going to just
it's the next one. You're going to like it, right? So that's the Brock Lesnar, Colorado, and his daughter. She was training since she was a kid. Hey, you've got the two people next to each other. Yeah,
that's
so
fine.
I'm showing you a
Women
healthy physique.
This is what you don't understand, dude. Women don't produce enough testosterone to hold muscle. You understand? Testosterone is an anabolic. Bro,
I made you shouting. I must have.
Listen, you don't know anything about this, dude. You're talking out your ass big time. Just working out, bro. Just working out. Don't do that.
Not what I said. Not what I said. And I
Listen,
said,
bro, she can't. It doesn't matter how long she was working out. She could work out for 1,000 fucking years.
And
you can't.
That was an easy conversation. Yeah,
you interrupt me one more fucking time, I'm kicking you off the server. Don't interrupt me.
We're good on this one.
My sentence.
Fair and
you're gonna let me finish. Yeah, you're trying to fucking filibuster because you know you're fucking wrong. She can't.
How?
You did it again. You did it again, dude. Stop. I'm warning you, dude. Women cannot hold muscle because they don't have testosterone. They are catabolic, which means they're always breaking down muscle to turn it into fat via proteineogenesis. Okay, they'll break down the muscle, turn it into fat so they can have fucking babies. Okay, that's how the female physiology works. They can't hold muscle. They don't have enough tests to do that. Men have testosterone. We can be permanently fucking anabolic, meaning you're building muscle. There's anabolic, building muscle, catabolic, breaking down muscle. Women are in a continuous fucking catabolic state. Period. You can't hold muscle like that as a fucking female unless you're on fucking gear.
And it's crazy that the in-between shows, like the women with, like, you know, more testosterone, you can physically see it. Like, they're hairier,
dude.
Their shoulders are broader, some, you know, stuff like that. I didn't want to go.
Women,
but yeah.
Look, women have less. They do produce some testosterone.
Is he trying to say that chick's not on steroids? That's retarded.
Who? Where y'all posting at? In India, I think you just went on mute. I don't know what happened. Oh.
Yeah, live stream voice text.
Wait, so you went from the first picture to the second picture from just regular. Is that what I'm looking at? Like from the before and the after? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Well, look at the image I put in there. She openly talks
Son,
about it.
there's no way. Like, get out of here, bro. Doesn't even look like the same girl.
I don't know if
There
you're
could
looking
be
at
some
the text, but
Photoshop going on in there.
How do you? She don't even have enough. Look at her body. There's no. Her body doesn't sustain the kind of weights that would bring her to those
Yeah,
results.
proportions
It
are.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, there's some proportions that are out of sequence for me. You know, out of scale, and it could be that this is a photoshopped image for all we know. Okay, let's bear that in mind as well.
Morris has posted the girl's own, experience with PEDs. That seems to say that she's admitted to using performance-enhancing drugs, including steroids. Her openness about their drug use is not an endorsement, and she's also spoken about the negative side effects and challenges she experienced. Clearly, she's, admitted it, said so, caught red-handed
she's
and
on
messed
it.
up.
She's on it right now. I mean, like, she must be on the really good stuff because normally steroids makes her skin a bit fucked up. I mean, her
Yeah.
skin is a little bit like, I mean, if you go in person, you can easily tell. But I mean, like, she must be on that good.
Yeah, all manner of things are happening on the flat earth, ladies and gentlemen. Women taking drugs and steroids just to look like a man, muscular. Okay, that's what they want to do. Good luck to them, but there is always a price to pay with that. That's the thing. It's not the real you as such.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't fuck her. It's like pause fucking a dude.
I don't like makeup, ladies and gentlemen. That's me. You know, I'd like to see the real you. I don't want to be kissing lipstick and that chemically laced crap that I've got to get to before I even touch your to kiss bloody lipstick. Taste vile, disgusting, and I don't know why you bother.
I get you there. I definitely don't mind an athletic.
It's a mess. I get messed up just to kiss a woman. I'm getting messed up. I'm having to take your chemicals that you don't check. Are these chemicals they put in biodegradable? No, are they made from natural extracts? No, you're not thinking about that. You're just thinking about the colour, and there you go. You put it on. Chemicals going into your blood system. Walking toxic women all over the place. The amount of makeup. And you've seen how they cake it on as well. They're looking like clowns these days. I'm telling you. Clown's face. So much makeup.
That's always been the case.
Yes, more so these days, I've noticed. So much so it looks ridiculous. I'll give you an example. I've had to clean out the sink in the bathroom so many times because the pipes in Japan versus England are smaller in diameter, okay? They soon get clogged up. Because you know women, they wear all these, what do they call it? The anti-aging creams and stuff like that. And they're like gels. So the U pipe gets blocked up regularly. I'm having to undo it and use a toothbrush to get in there to get this gunk out. Do you know what I mean? You know, the manufacturers don't care how it goes down the sink, as long as you're bunging it on your face. I'm the one that picks up. I'm the plumber that has to pick up later on. Why is the sink blocked up? Let's have a look. Oh, here we go. Look at your stuff again, Mrs. Look at this. Look at it. Anti-aging cream. Block up the sink cream. That's what it is. So I know what I'm talking about. I'm having to figure it out.
Blocks up the sink. What is it? Gunked it up or something?
Yeah, it gunks it up. Yeah.
Wow,
Literally.
I didn't know that, man.
Oh yeah, bloody does. Yeah. You see, in England, you've got a nice big size pipes that can cope with that. But in Japan, the pipes are a little bit smaller in diameter. So I'm regularly having to clean out the pipes, especially the one in the bathroom anyway. The bathroom sink is definitely, I've had to replace the U-pipe once, in 26 years, which is not bad. But regular cleaning, yeah, more so than in Britain, much more than usual. And because of the angles and that, I've got to get a toothbrush down there, flashlights, checking it, okay, then do the rest. And then you're using the plunger as well. It's a terrible, and that's just anti-aging cream that they cake on and throw down the sink. Terrible.
I know you got to pour paint thinner down the fucking drain to get rid of that.
Yeah, you're not kidding me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Regularly using the plunger. What I'm looking for is, when
the
you drain
anti-aging cream, I figured out how the anti-aging cream works. So it makes you age faster than her from cleaning the fucking sink out.
Exactly. You know what I mean? That's what they meant there. Yeah. For the short time they put it on their face, right? And then the headache, you got to clean it out later on.
That's right. You're getting gray hairs from doing that.
Yeah, exactly. Because what happens is, you're slowly noticing that the water's draining off slowly. And you think, what's going on? And it gets to a point where it's really slow. You think, hang on a second, I'm going to have to get in there now. And then you undo the U-pipe and you twist it. And then you just see like a clogged artery full of cholesterol. That's what it looks like, literally. Terrible fucking shit. You've got to clean all that out. Excuse my French. You've got to clear all that out. And then what you're looking for, so when the water drains off, it makes that noise as the water's going. That's when you know your pipes are clean, when you're getting that noise.
Now, is the cream like makeup? Is it like the makeup? Is it like?
Well, it's like a gel type cream type, because it's called anti-aging cream. So they lay it on the face, don't they? Right, taking it out of the tub, comes out the tub, bung it on the face. Right.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what breaks that down. Noxzema. Yeah, I don't know if you know what that is. Noxzema is like a cream, but it'll remove makeup. It'll remove stuff like that. It actually breaks it down a little bit.
Well, it might be that. Yeah.
There's got to be something that breaks it down. But like Drano or anything like that, Drano eats protein. It doesn't really eat chemicals. So I don't know what the hell you're going to do for that.
Well, what it is that it blocks up the sink, the pipes anyway.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it does.
Yeah, I was just thinking like maybe some chemical you can get it instead of scrubbing it with a toothbrush. That's a pain in the ass.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know why I do that, though? Because that's making sure. It's like in the military. Let's just get it all cleaned out. I don't want to spend any extra money because of bloody makeup. So I'm going to use the toothbrush. It's a making sure, isn't it? For the least cost. Do you see what I mean? And again, I don't want to introduce another chemical into the house. I'm trying to avoid all those. So yeah, I do it by hand. That way I know it's done. And like I said, I'm looking for that noise that when the water drains off, you hear the that's when you've got a healthy pipe. When you're getting that noise, your pipes are clean. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. As a plumber, that's what you're looking for. All right, yeah, and I get that noise.
I mean, if I had to do it often, I would try to like change the plumbing to something that was easily removable, so I could remove it and clean it. That's just what I would do. I would try to simplify it.
What I've done is I've kept the area clear so I can access it. That's it.
Yeah.
I've kept it clear so I can actually access this fucker when it does come up. If I'm going to do it, I'm probably doing that about maybe 4 times in a year. All right.
Looking women.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I keep saying. I said, and they don't even know what they're putting on their face. It's crap anyway. Is it biodegradable? No, it isn't. And why do you use it then? Look for the natural stuff.
Because it's not biodegradable, so they won't biodegrade either.
Yeah, exactly. Just silly anti-aging cream. Yeah, I remember just couldn't understand why the water was draining off slowly. So I thought, okay, let's check. Maybe there's something blocking the pipes. I thought, and what did I see? Anti-aging cream, dollops of it all down the pipe. I thought, wow, look at this. Bloody stupid makeup. That's exactly what I said. Absolutely ridiculous. Not only have I got to kiss it and it's disgusting taste, now they're blocking up the sink with it. Look, there we go. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Your makeup isn't worth that much. Investing so much in it, it's killing your skin, killing your beauty. Actually,
Multi-billion-dollar industry.
yeah. Oh, it
Multi-billion.
is. It is. It is. It is. I always
If
advise
CP
women to
was
go
here,
to the
he would
body
say they call it Forever 21, not Forever 43.
shop. Yeah, they're catching. They want to increase their market, of course. Of course, keep that market going. I always advise women to go to the body shop anyway. At least you're going to get some biodegradable products there, natural beauty products. You know, without testing on animals. You know, that's what Anita Roddick was all about. I worked there for a year anyway. So, and that was good. It was a good experience, and I learned a lot. I learned the word biodegradable there. Never heard of it until then. So there you go. And they were working together with the Friends of the Earth and Greenpeace. So that was all good. That was back in 1985, 86 that I did that. Nice. 1 year. Did some charitable work for the Boys Town in India. Lots of charity work via the body shop. So we helped to make money for Indian kids. Sent that over to them. So I used my energy there. So that was okay. I was only there for a year. But yeah, I always advise women to go to the body shop and check your makeup. Is the makeup you buy biodegradable? Is it made of natural extracts? Because if it isn't, then you're just putting on chemicals that are just going to kill your skin. End of story. And age you fast. Okay? Yeah, check everything. Don't just buy what you see because of the advertising. Check the ingredients. What's in there? What are you bunging on your face? And then think about the sink as well.
Dude, I'm looking at that picture of that girl in black that he posted. That girl is on so much freaking gear. Dude, she's overloaded. Her lifespan's going to be like 42 years old. She's done.
Yeah.
She's through, dude. Her livers, her kidney, they're working through. They're done. She's all set.
Yeah. And if she's going to carry on like that, it's all over. You're right. She's aging. She's accelerated her aging. That's what she's gone and done.
Well, these hormones, they're synthetic. They're not naturally. They're not extracting them from human bodies. They're synthetic, and they're not identical. So they cause damage.
Yeah. What about
one of the things that happens to the human body is called autophagy, right? So your body, like when you fast, your body goes into autophagy, and like you have proteins in your body that are like semi-damaged, and it'll clear all those out, right? And your body will rebuild new proteins. When you take anabolics, the damaged proteins don't get cleared out; they just stay there. So you have you have muscle, but it's what you would consider low quality muscle, right?
Yeah.
It isn't like very good muscle tissue. There's a lot of it, but it's damaged and it's all fucked up. Okay.
Yeah, you're right. I beat two bodybuilders at arm wrestling, both arms, left and right arms, and I beat them both. And these were big bodybuilders, right, at the wine bar where I used to work on the door doing security, and they were having these arm wrestling competitions, and they were. I came in. I said, let me have a go. Come on. Let me just see. It was my first time to arm wrestle a bodybuilder, and I beat him. Yeah. Next time, come on. Yeah. Okay, you're power. Come on. Yeah. Because like you said, it looks big, but it's not powerful enough.
Yeah, exactly. Muscle size, it's called hypertrophy. So muscle size doesn't exactly correlate to strength. They're not direct. So if you notice the power lifters, right? Power lifters are not jacked. Okay. Because like lifting is a skill, arm wrestling is a skill. All these things are skills, and you can get big but not be very strong. And if you're lifting heavy as a bodybuilder, you're doing it wrong because you shouldn't be lifting heavy.
No,
because what most people don't know is that what builds muscle is wearing the muscle out. That's what builds muscle size, right? It's called intensity of effort. Right? You want to recruit the most amount of muscle fibers in any particular exercise based upon what's called the Henneman size principle. Right? So what happens is muscles get recruited in order of their size based upon effort. So the largest ones, the ones that grow the most, are recruited last. But the only way you can access those is to exhaust all the other ones. The way to do that is intensity of effort, right? So intensity of effort doesn't correlate to maximum strength. It correlates to kind of like endurance, but it's not exactly endurance. because endurance is kind of like another thing. It's like a fine line.
Well,
So
that's where I won. That's where I beat them because they lost the stamina. They had some strength, but I had strength and stamina. So I was prepared to hang on to that pain until he got to apply the pressure. The pain builds up in the muscle, and I held him there and I pressed it. I held him, pressed, and I looked at him and he gave in, went bang, good. Next arm, let's do the other arm now, yeah. And usually people with their left arms are weaker, so I always went easy on the left because everyone seemed to be concentrating on the right. So my left was an easy win every time. It's the right that was the hardest battles, and I did the other guy as well. Yeah, I did it in an Indian restaurant as well. I've done it where I've ended up arm wrestling the customers, and I'm beating everybody. I used to be good at arm wrestling, really good. Loved it, in fact.
I'm very tempted to post a picture of me flexing in the chat, dude. Fucking yell or shit yourself. CB has seen it in the AV, dude. And they're like, holy fuck, bro. CB thought I was on gear, dude. CB was like, you're taking shit.
Yeah, I won the deadlift. You're talking about lifting.
You are.
I was a deadlift.
Oh, Neil's seen that shit too. Neil thinks I'm on gear too.
Yeah.
I look like Roger the Alien. What a fall from grace for me.
Yeah, 1987, Southern County deadlift champion, 205 kg I picked up on that day. I should have really finished second or third. The guy that should have won was a guy called Danny Baptiste, who was from Grenada, and he what he done, because you only get 3 lifts in the competition, right? So obviously you're going to lift what you can lift that you know, right? Your max, and then you're going to go from your max to try and get a record and then beat. You understand? What he did was he did 2 easy lifts that he could lift, and I looked at him and goes, "What are you doing?" I said to Danny, "What are you doing?" Do you know what I mean? You know? And he was caught up in all the limelight and the cameras and all that, so he was showing off. You know, I said, you've only. I goes, Danny, you've only got 1 lift left, yeah, 1 lift left, and that's when he realised he'd made a mistake. I said, you see, you didn't understand the rules, silly ass. You got 1 lift now, Danny, and that was it. He panicked, didn't he? So he tried to lift the 3rd lift. He tried to do more, couldn't do it. He was finished, done. So it was me versus this Scots guy. And the Scots guy done his back in. He'd straightened his legs before he could stand up properly. He didn't get the lift. So I did my 200 kg, right? And then I went on for the 2.5, did that, okay. Then I went to 2.7, couldn't pick it up. So I left it. And that was it. I became champion at 205 kg. Great, man. Yeah.
I recently found out about the Soviet method for powerlifting. It's very strange, but it's based upon like they accumulated a lot of data. Really they basically went over like the best lifters and what they did. They correlated everything. So what they found out is that whatever the lift is, you should train with 50%, and it doesn't even make sense. But apparently, according to their data, this is what works. You lift with 50% of what you can max lift.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And you do that until exhaustion, that 50%. Right? And then you have max like heavy lifts, like 2 or 3 like a week that you try to lift a large amount of weight. But you train with a lightweight, which to me was like, wow, dude, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you're strength building is what you're doing, you see. Strength building, because I do feel like even now, look at me, I am now 63. I still feel solid all the way through my joints, from my feet through my knees, thighs, hips, all the way through to my arms. I still do pull-ups, dips, leg raises, sit-ups. Okay, what I call circuit training, which is what we used to do in the military anyway. So I'm trying to keep that kind of tempo. That's what I look for. Hence the cardiovascular with the bicycle. Get out there, right? You know, at 63, you don't want too much jolt going through the body, right? Over 5 miles, 6 miles. So I do that, okay, but I do 12 miles cycling just to get a bit extra and warm the body up first. And then it makes the 6 mile run a lot more comfortable. Do you understand? Because at my age, you need to warm up first. All right, can't just go out the door and start running. You can, but you do injuries. So I like to go out, get on the bicycle. I do 12 miles, so the body's warmed up now, and then I go for a 6-mile run after that. And I can cope better that way. Okay?
Yeah, that's a good work. That's a good workout, man.
Oh, yeah. And then I do the circuit training in the park where I'm doing, like, I do 10 chin-ups, straight into 10 dips, then into 20 leg raises from the Olympic bar. So you're hanging onto the Olympic bar and you're bringing both your knees up to your chest and down, knees up to your chest.
Yeah.
That's 20 of them. And then you go for a kilometer run, right? Bringing up the cardiovascular again, and then repeat those exercises. I do 3 sets. Sometimes I do 6 sets, and then back on the push bike, 6-mile ride back home. Yeah, just love it.
Yeah, that's some serious like endurance training.
Thank you.
Serious. Yeah.
That's what I do. Yeah.
I would never
That's
do that. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. Yeah, I do that now. Just to keep myself in shape and that. That's what I shout so loud.
That's good, man. That's a good workout. It's not too much. It's probably right at the threshold of too much. Depends on how often you do it. How often do you work out?
4 times a week.
Yeah. Dude, you're right. I mean, if it's comfortable and you're not like, seriously, if you're used to it, you're probably used to it, right?
Yeah, I'm used to it. I still get the lactic acid pains, you know what I mean? Oh, I'm stiff here, but that only lasts for about a day and a half, and I'm back to normal again,
Yeah.
So that's why I take rest in between. So you've got 3 days that you're not doing anything, but in between, yeah?
Elevation, the pressure drops. Now that's observable, but it doesn't matter. And as you increase in elevation, the air pressure goes down. At some point, you'll have a near perfect vacuum of space, and then the air right on the edge of that will be so low pressure that there's very little movement because the differential is so small, right? And that's just with conceptualizing a pressure gradient.
I know you want this to be true. You have no evidence for any of it. Show me gas pressure.
I'm not. Do you disagree with that concept?
Of course I do. You want to know why? Because we have gas pressure on Earth, and it requires containment.
Prove that.
Even your gas pressure gauge requires to be a sealed fucking unit. If you poke a hole in your pressure gauge, guess who's not going to get readings out of it? Do you understand how close systems work, man?
The reason why I won't have a way to demonstrate or to provide an observation is because you disagree with the concept, and that's all I wanted to establish is that you disagree with the concept.
Everything about the concept is begging the question. I don't know why you are okay with just making stuff up and creating a reality of it.
You do acknowledge and realize you can't put 30 psi of air pressure inside an open lid bucket, right?
Yes, because depending on where you're at on the atmosphere.
Why not? Why not?
Because the differential of the 30 psi bucket is a lot bigger than the differential of the open air around it of 14.7 psi if you're at sea level, right? So that differential will cause the movement of the 30 psi to the 14.7 psi.
Yes, just like it would in space if space was a vacuum, buddy. You just fucking proved your own point.
No, it's the differential that matters. Yes or no? Is it the differential that matters? Yes or no?
No.
According to you, yes.
14.8.
Okay, I understand.
If it is 14.8 psi, will it just turn to 14.7 or will it stay to 14.8 because you think that?
It will try to normalize, but that differential won't create a lot of movement because the differential is so small. So it's not going to be that violent of it won't be like turning on a vacuum cleaner and it's sucking the 14.8 to the 14.7.
But
let's do it this way.
No one is saying that having gas pressure gradient is a concept. It's not a concept, it's real. And no one is denying that.
I agree. I'm talking about the concept of a very low pressure next to a almost perfect vacuum.
You can't have that gas pressure gradient without a container. So for having gas pressure, then you can have that gas pressure in the gradient. It will be just inside the container. So we are not disagreeing with the concept, which is not a concept, it's just reality. Gas pressure can have a gradient if it manages to vary the temperature. So it's a reality. The concept that you want to put, which is inside the vacuum, no. Doesn't
But
exist.
if we have the pressure gradient, right, then you're talking about having, at some point, the pressure gets to near perfect vacuum, right? If we have a gradient and you increase through the gradient, at some point, you would have almost no air, but still very little air, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And then that air, let's say it's 0.000001 psi next to a near perfect vacuum.
Nice.
What's the differential of vacuum there? What's the differential force?
I'll tell you.
There.
I can do that. I can create a gas pressure gradient and I can heat the top of the container till there is just a little bit of gas. It's near a perfect vacuum. So it's the highest potential vacuum if I heat.
Okay.
So just listen. But it will be just inside the container. I can accept that you're telling me that, gas.
So just real quick, off of what you just said, Necros, that container you referred to, at the very, very top is at very low pressure. In this container you just conceptualized, right, Necros?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so if you had that container and you had that in a near perfect vacuum where the difference between the top of the container and the surrounding air, what happens when you open that container in this hypothesized situation?
The pressure equalizes because the gas moves freely in all directions because of entropy. Let's turn this around a second. Nobody is denying that there's pressure gradients on the Earth. Also, those pressure gradients are in the vertical, which requires a flat Earth, but I digress. Can you show me on the globe what is the cause of the pressure gradient?
No, we could just ignore the globe and just conceptualize this on a flat Earth, right?
No, it's not conceptual. You just told us that we have a vertical pressure gradient that requires a flat Earth.
Right, but now, so, okay, I agree at that point as far as a pressure gradient and a flat Earth. That is possible on a flat Earth. I agree, right? But now I'm trying to get to the point is, do you have to have a container to create that gradient? And I would say no, and you're saying yes.
There are zero situations that you can demonstrate where pressure is created or it can exist without some kind of containment. Zero. Not unless you beg the question of the entire concept that you keep talking about, which is fallacious. That's why I'm asking you on the globe, what is the cause of the pressure gradient?
So, let me ask you this. Because like on a flat Earth, we don't have to talk about satellites. We don't have to talk about satellites, but on a flat Earth, from your perspective, hold on. From your perspective, what is the highest weather balloon that you accept has not hit the container yet?
I have no idea. That's a red herring.
No, because I want to see like what the pressure is at such like that was read by a high altitude weather balloon.
Who cares? It's a red herring.
I want to see how high the gradient continues that you're willing to accept the lowest pressure that we've measured in reality.
Anything? You just want to see something? So I challenged you to show me the cause of the pressure gradient on the globe. You've red herringed away to that, to how high I care about, or I think, right, I'm going to postulate the pressure gradient goes. That's ridiculous, dude.
But no, I'm not. The reason why is because I'm not arguing for the globe, right? I'm arguing a concept of having a pressure gradient on a flat Earth with or without a container, right?
This is not a place for us to argue concepts. Sorry.
Yes,
isn't that everything we're doing?
Just listen.
No.
We can demonstrate to you gas pressure and gas pressure gradient inside the container. Can you do the same for us? So for demonstrating gas pressure being able to exist without a container.
But again, you're begging the question because you're assuming the container, right? You haven't demonstrated that independent of the pressure gradient. You haven't demonstrated a container.
when we talk about the antecedent of something, like for example, if I talk to you about the antecedent of fire, I don't need to show you a combustible. You have to understand there must be a combustible, because fire can't exist without the triangle of fire. Those are prerequisite for fire. For the gas pressure, the antecedent of gas pressure, the thing that you can't have gas pressure without. Because gas pressure, by definition, is gas being contained, gas under containment. So you won't be able to tell me that gas under containment without containment. It's just illogic nonsense. It's even stupid to say or to think about that you can't have gas being contained without a container.
Right, but your assumption is that it must be a container and there's no other possibility.
No, we are not assuming that. That's
Yes,
all
you
that we ever witness. That's the problem. We only ever witness gas pressure.
That's called a black swan fallacy.
containers.
No.
Okay,
By definition,
go ahead and give me the logic. Go ahead and give me the fallacy in form, please.
You know it's a black swan fallacy. You're
I
assuming,
just want you to go ahead
the
and
consequence
describe
of the
black
container
swan
over the
fallacy.
earth.
It's not a black swan fallacy. I'm telling you that everyone, without exception, can only create pressure in a container.
and it's the definition of pressure. Gas pressure is the force exerted by gases on the walls of their container.
It's how it's defined in physics, my goodness gracious. And if this is a black swan
That's how we make
fallacy, by
observations
all
in
means,
physics. So
show me the black swan in this scenario.
We isolate your black swan. Your black swan is that we've only ever observed gas pressure in a container. So then we must have a container over the earth, even though we haven't touched or proven the container.
Right? Who cares?
So you accept that as a black swan fallacy? You just don't care.
No, it's not a black swan fallacy.
No, you just admitted.
It's not.
Sorry,
Like
I didn't admit it was a black swan fallacy.
Sorry. Go ahead, say so.
Necros, chill. It's not a black swan fallacy. What I'm asking you to do is show me the black swan in this scenario. At this point, all we have is gas pressure with containment. To prove me wrong, show me the black swan.
Having checked the definition of antecedent, so he can probably make the connection, hopefully.
He knows what we're talking about. He's just trying to be obtuse about the whole thing. We asked him for one thing, actually two things. Show us gas pressure without a container, because we'd be happy to see that, by the way. This is not a challenge, like tongue-in-cheek.
He has that, though. He obviously cannot show that.
So
but
for him,
I don't have an example that you would accept.
So do you know? Can you search the definition of antecedent, though?
Yeah, it's like existed before or whatever.
For him, fire investigators, they are just
existed before. Is that the definition of antecedent? Existed before. Is that what it is?
Or well, if you're talking about like in formal logic, it would be like it logically precedes it. Is that what?
So
that's better.
Okay.
For someone who is investigating fire, for fire investigators, when they are investigating for what started the fire, they are just having an assumption in their mind that something must start that fire. It's just an assumption. It's not a fact, because fire won't obey to that, and sometimes it will just start without a starter, without any chemical reaction, electric shock or spark or something like that. That's what you are saying, or in the absence of combustible, something that fire will catch on. So
Your argument is saying that you don't need the antecedents to have the consequence.
Yeah. I don't need a combustible to have fire. For him, it's just an assumption. I assume that because fire always existed with the combustible air and something that starts the fire. Yeah, it's just an assumption. No, it's not. It's a prerequisite. It's, in other words, an antecedent. So those people who are investigating fire and what started the fire that burned that house or that company or that thing, they know that there must be a starter and they can't find it.
Get that? Yes, no, maybe, possibly. An antecedent cause and effect relationship. Did the antecedent broke him? What's going on, dude?
Yo, what's up? You guys good?
What's up? There will be, well, clouds, flying birds, airplanes, the sun, the moon, the stars. Any other questions?
Nah, man. I'm talking in chat right now.
So the guy that just learned about antecedents, do you acknowledge there's antecedents to certain things? Is he still here or did he bounce?
You talking to me? I'm sorry, bro. I'm typing.
No, we've been talking to someone for 30 minutes.
He's still here.
That wasn't me.
He's still here. He's just probably weeping.
I think the antecedent thing maybe is making him think, yeah, you need a daddy and a mommy to have me, the son. Even if you deny it, you still need them. Even if I never met your parents, I know you had parents.
If you see water boiling, just inside your mind, you don't need to check. There is one of two: drop of pressure or heat. You don't need to verify. If you witness at any moment of time water boiling, don't check. Just one of two. If you want the precision, which one is the other, yeah, you can verify if the water is hot, and you can check the pressure, because there is no other third thing that you can expect.
Well said, and that's how reality works, folks. You know, another point that always bothers me, and I wish more people would demonstrate it, is remember the ridiculous claim of, and this has to do with gravity, dropping a penny from the Eiffel Tower would cut a human body in half or a car in half. Yet you never have seen any YouTube videos of objects being dropped in a vacuum, accelerating so fast to the point where they cut through anything.
Yeah, but if you do the math, you might make it real.
Well, I'm just saying, it's something we've been told since a kid, but there's no videos of anyone ever demonstrating gravity accelerating an object to such a ridiculous speed.
Jamesy, if you're
It's supposed
talking
to be a
about
constant acceleration, right? Like, it's supposed to constantly just get faster and faster and faster.
So, Jamesy, if you want to use math, I swear, just try it now. Go and try to calculate the power of the fire that the dragon is breathing. When the dragon is breathing fire, you can calculate the power of that fire. The calculation will be correct, 100% correct. You can verify it with any mathematician, and I can show you the equation, the calculation. Does that mean that the dragon is real? And the fire from that dragon is real? You know why you find numbers and math symbols in your keyboard? It's just part of the language. We use letters and we use numbers and symbols. So if an author writes an equation in his book, just a storybook, but he's talking about a kid that is doing math in the class during the storytelling, does that mean that that author turned to mathematician?
True. By the way, I want to respond to the claim that a penny would accelerate infinitely. That wouldn't happen in a globe model because there's such a thing as like a terminal velocity. But yeah, there you go.
It would be interesting to make a 100,000 feet tall vacuum chamber.
Yeah.
And then drop stuff, see how fast it goes.
A perfect vacuum chamber.
No, but in real life, this wouldn't happen because it would accelerate in the atmosphere, and then it would just erupt.
It's just hypothetically. There is no object that can reach its terminal velocity. It's supposed terminal velocity. That terminal velocity is just something that is supposed thrown there as a variable that nothing can reach because you can't have.
Wait! Stop! This is not true. You can test this. Like if you drop a penny 50 feet or 60 feet, it will have the same terminal velocity. What are you saying?
If I reduce the pressure of the air that is creating resistance around that penny, will it accelerate more? So the terminal velocity.
Wait! Are you decreasing the pressure progressively over the course of the movement of the penny, or is it always constant?
No, I'm not. I'm testing the velocity of the penny in different containers with different pressure. In 14 psi compared
it will have a different velocity. You can test this. Yeah, you can make a local vacuum. So you can create a chamber of like 20 meters, I guess. It doesn't have to be like what do you call it? It doesn't have to be very wide or anything. Just like a cylinder of like 20 meters, for example. And then you put like air inside, and then you could put like a denser air. Like you can just choose like a denser gas. Then you can put like a lighter gas, and obviously you can test the thermal velocities for different environments. Yes, correct.
Because the Red Bull guy, Felix Baumgartner, when he jumped, he slowed down. So
you should slow down. You should slow down and not accelerate. That's correct. You should. You slow down in real life. Yes. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, he went really fast through the thin air, but then
because of the atmosphere,
he slowed down. Yeah, in terminal velocity. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, you have to slow down because of the molecules going against you, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But responding to XM4, you can. This is testable. Yes. So responding to your question, you can test this definitely.
But theoretically, if we had a 200,000 feet tall vacuum chamber, would it? I guess it would. You can't have a perfect vacuum, so.
So wait. For a penny, it doesn't matter. After like 50 or 60 feet, I'm actually not sure. We'd have to look it up. 50 or 60 feet, something like that. Like a penny doesn't accelerate. Like and if you change the type of environment, if it goes from air to like helium or something. It's just gonna change the distance of which it stops accelerating, right?
Yeah, but if the pressure is the same, it won't change.
No,
velocity because the molecules there are hitting that penny the same rate, so the resistance is the same. So when you lower
No. That only happens.
For example, for the example,
Wait,
the
you
real
already gave your
example that we
claim.
just talked about, which is Felix Bangard Cham. He started decelerating because he went from a low pressure area where there was less number of molecules of air that are creating that resistance against him, and he started decelerating because he started going through less dense to the denser medium. And
agreed. Yes.
Nice. So there is no terminal velocity that is possible to reach only if you have a perfect vacuum. So you can
No.
test.
No. Wait. You have a misunderstanding. Wait, you already give your claim. Can I respond, bro?
Yeah, but you couldn't hear the entire claim.
Yeah. Respond in the middle of the sentence. That's the way to do it. Just wait from him to be speaking, and right in the middle of his sentence, just try to respond and say, wait.
Because he's giving multiple points. Because he's giving multiple points, I have to respond one at a time.
Just one single point. A thing that is moving through something, a medium, which is creating a resistance. So you can't have the terminal velocity till the moment that you have no resistance created around that object that is falling. Meaning that you need a perfect vacuum.
That's why I wanted to see the demonstration in the vacuum.
You need a perfect vacuum for what? Can you repeat that?
You need a perfect vacuum because it's the only environment where you will have no resistance against the object that is falling. If you have just a little bit of air, just a near perfect vacuum, there is air molecules that are creating resistance around that object that is falling. So that object is falling, it's still falling through molecules. It has to push them away so to create its path and continue downward.
Okay.
So if you want
you already
velocity, it will be only.
Bro, you already responded to my question. You don't need to say it 20 times. So I agree with your point. Your point is exactly what happens. So once you have more and more air molecules, you have more and more resistance, right? I was just responding that to XM, because XM was saying that if you drop a penny from outer space and it goes to let me finish. When you drop a penny from outer space and it arrives to the floor, it's accelerating infinitely and will destroy whatever. My point was that doesn't happen because of air pressure, yeah, because of like the molecules going against the penny.
Well, that's not his claim. That's not what he said.
I didn't say anything. I don't think you guys got the wrong guy.
Maybe it was another guy. Okay, my bad then. I apologize.
Someone said in here that there was a claim at one time where if you dropped a penny off the Eiffel Tower or whatever, or the Empire State Building, that it would indefinitely accelerate and hit somebody in the head and kill them like it was a bullet, which is silly. That's a claim.
They said it would go through a car. I remember that.
Now that might be just an old lifestyle. I don't think that's any kind of, a claim in physics or academia or anything like that, but it's an old wives' tale, essentially.
That's just a TikTok video
because of the idiotic claim of gravity. It's because they claim that gravity is 9.8 meters per second per second. But in reality, we don't witness that. We don't witness anything accelerating more than several meters per second.
Bro.
Do you know the speed at which hail falls from this golf ball-sized hail falls from the sky? It's not hundreds of meters per second.
Bro, again, you're ignoring the air pressure that's contradicting the acceleration of gravity. Yeah.
I don't even think you understand drag or how it would affect a falling object.
Did you just say gravity?
Yeah, I heard him say gravity, like gravity's the magical thing that pulls shit down. Little gnomes wearing cowboy hats with ropes, they lasso shit down to the ground.
Gravity, what's that?
It's the force that's supposed to accelerate things at 9.8 meters per second that we don't witness.
The force?
No, I would call it other things. Gravity I
asked the guy that asked gravity. Did you guys say gravity? Or was it someone else?
I think he's talking about Archimedes' principle. That's gravity.
Oh, is that what he said? Archimedes principle?
That's the gravity that I know. That's the only gravity that follows scientific method. Do you know any other gravity that follows scientific
Is
method?
that what he said? Is that what he said?
He must. Or
Guys,
is he talking about the scientific thing?
Let me correct myself. Spiral electrodynamic fields.
What's that? What is that? Can you expand on that a little bit?
That's a new one.
Is he like Wixit?
Spiral.
Is he like Wixit? Claiming that there is a dynamic field that is surrounding the flat Earth like a donut shaped?
You can actually test this by grabbing. You can test this by grabbing a spoon. Then, like putting it in a cookie tin, putting a cookie there, and then when you grab the spoon and you do a spiral with it really quick, and then you put a second cookie and you see how it behaves.
Holy cow!
Yeah.
What?
Will it be sweeter?
What did I just hear?
Will it add more chocolate to the cookie?
He said
Go test
cookies
it.
and pudding.
Go test it then. Go test it.
But no,
Go
you
test
said
it.
that.
Go measure. Go measure.
Grab a spoon, eat some pudding with cookies.
Spin it on a plate and drop something on it.
I tried the experiment once around it. Dispersed in ate all the cookies.
He said pudding. I'm hungry now.
That's my bad, guys. I think the cookie tin example was really retarded. But I can.
What about the
try another
pudding?
one.
What about the
I
pudding?
can try another one. I can try
What
another
about the
one.
pudding?
What's the relationship between the spoon and the cookie and Earth?
Tell me more about the pudding.
So, are you claiming
Maybe we should start over and
Yeah.
why don't we just have a naturally observed phenomena, and then you give us the cause? I guess whichever is this spiral electromagnetic or something. I don't know what it is. You help me out. I don't know anything about this. Teach me.
I have a naturally observed phenomena. Fire goes up. How come?
So now we
Because
need
of
this
because
spiral
of
electromagnetic
Because
thing.
of inversion. Hello. Because of inversion.
Is inversion a cause? What's inversion?
It's a spoon in the sky that is spiraling above the cookie Earth.
Is that it? Inversion? Is that a thing? What are we talking about?
By the way, you guys can literally check how fire behaves by just by just checking induction. By the way, just Google induction.
Isn't it a Christopher Nolan movie, Induction?
Good job, buddy.
Is there more gases moving around when I light the lighter and the flame is going, or are there less gases moving around in the flame?
It's the same gases. They are just influenced by a different electromagnetic field.
Going at the same speed?
Yes, the only thing that changes is orientation.
So when that gas cools down, it still goes just as fast as it was going before?
It's just a different orientation, yes.
Orientation?
What?
Wow.
I mean, orientation. This isn't sex ed.
Don't feel it necessary. Yeah, I am too. Don't feel it necessary to just make stuff up on the spot. You can just say, "Yeah, I don't know, man."
You shut down the whole room when you make up stuff. We don't know what to say to that. It's amazing. We're just amazed. What we're amazed at is the shit that people will make up.
Crazy.
By the way, you can literally just Google electromagnetic field orientation of fire, and stuff will come up. You can. I'll give it some time. I'll give you some time to read.
Is that because the Earth is a ball, or is that because it's flat?
What is the association with the electromagnetism in the flame? I'm still trying to see if this is scientific or if it's just a postulation or a speculation.
It's definitely highly scientific, and I didn't even bring fire. That was somebody else. This is just one of the ways that the electromagnetic fields show themselves.
Wow, bro. So give me the scientific experiment then. Give me the hypothesis. So what's our naturally occurring phenomena?
Flame rises.
Okay. Is the cause of that electromagnetism?
Wait, I misclicked. Say it again.
Flames emits light. Light is part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So I don't know if they expected to not have any electromagnetic thing from fire. I don't understand that.
Yeah. So if you look at the poles, do you think the fire would go up or down?
Oh gosh, dude, please, I'm asking you because I want to learn from you. If you have something here to offer us, please teach us. So what is the thing that we're observing and how is it associated with electromagnetism?
Here, I'll send you a link. Okay, I'll send you a link.
You have to send me a link? I just want to know what you're talking about at this point. Nobody knows what you're talking about.
I'm interested. Send the link and please explain.
I sent the link. I sent the link. I already sent the link.
Can you explain what's in the link so I can comprehend it better?
No, I think he can. This is fairly easy.
There's no link in the chat.
No, I send it to you. I send it to you.
You have to click on links now because you can't explain what you want to send. So we have to click on links and try to fucking figure out what you want us to understand.
I send it to you, Seisu. I send it to you.
I don't. Let's see here. Why can't you just put it in the side chat? Why are you sending it to me? Everybody wants to see this. Now I have to go through the trouble of reposting it? Good grief.
I mean, you don't have to repost it. Nobody's making you.
Why don't you post it in the gosh damn chat, dude?
Says who? Repost it.
Says who? Do it. I said so.
My gosh. Hold on a minute. I gotta find this thing. I have to repost this link because Homeboy here won't just post it, which is sort of annoying. I don't know why you wouldn't post something in the side chat.
Sorry, what question are we trying to solve and what evidence is this?
Yeah, which proof is this?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. A photograph of fire and how it works.
Oh, that's lovely.
This is about fire being plasma. Yeah, everybody knows.
We wanted to play games and talk about natural occurring phenomena and talk about gravity. So I said, I got a natural occurring one. Why does fire go up? And that just closed the room down.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, hey, you and I know about the electrical nature of things, right, Bradwin? And fire being plasma.
Yep.
It'd be a gradient. Gee, just throwing that out there.
It's emitting all sorts of things from in the electromagnetic spectrum, visible part of the spectrum, which is the visible light, infrared, ultraviolet. What do we want? What do you expect? Fire.
Okay. So, do we need to stay here or can we move on?
Please, let's move on.
No.
This was fascinating and everything, but
Yeah, sounds like existence might be contained, right?
You need a container for fire anyway.
Yeah, for not only the gas but the other gradient.
We had Corrosum engage with us earlier, which was fine. He was, for the most part, fairly calm and civil and kind, and didn't swear a lot, which was great. But he wanted us to talk about concepts instead of physical reality. So I was hoping that maybe we could get to the end of that. But if he only wants to talk about concepts, then maybe we'll have to jump off of that too.
Hey, well, since we're talking about fire, does anyone have any idea or maybe information as to why fire requires oxygen and what the relationship is there?
we're really far away from the surface of the Earth, aren't we?
Yeah, but this is fascinating stuff.
Okay,
Let's
cool.
all just learn something new.
Yeah, I got the answer. Because the Earth is flat.
Perfect.
Ah, yes. That sums it all up.
But by the way, this is not even true. But okay.
What isn't true?
You can literally fire with like fluorine. But yeah, just saying.
Okay.
Dude, you're all over the place today. You are not making any sense.
You're starting to babble.
It's actually true. By the way, it's actually true.
I walked into a fire awareness course or something.
Smokey the Bear wants to talk to you.
Babbling now. This is funny shit. It's Friday. It's Freaky Friday, right? Yeah.
Right, thank you, mate. That puts a whole new context on it. Yeah, I appreciate it. It is Freaky Friday. I will act accordingly. Water puts out fire, though, right?
It does. It starves it of oxygen. It's crazy.
Cool. Interesting thing about water is when it's contained and at rest, it's horizontal on the surface. Oh, and we're told 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and it lays horizontal on the surface. I wonder if the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
At least 70% of it.
There's literally a shielding magnetic field, but okay.
Oh, shielding magnetic field. Okay, but the water's still horizontal though, isn't it?
Yes, the field is shielding it.
Good, but the water's horizontal, the surface of the Earth, the water.
It's shielding the horizontal water, right?
It is because it's being. Yes, I agree. Because of the magnetic field that's shielding
It's
it.
horizontal, yes, because it's flat. That's correct.
It's the weirdest thing I've heard.
For you guys to learn this stuff.
I almost hate to ask, and I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to anyways. Shielding it from what?
Thinking the same thing, says who?
Something else to make up. Something else to imagine.
The electromagnetic field is shielding it. Okay, so what is it, and what's it being shielded from?
So we need to know the from and the it part.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay.
Like I said, it shields it. Like I said, it shields it from electromagnetic spiraling waves.
Dude, I'm putting
That's
my
called the
chair
eddy.
back.
You can Google this. It's eddy currents. Go eddy currents.
Grab a pillow quickly. I'm gonna get a blanket.
It's still an open system.
And dudes at work heard how I talked to these guys. They would They would absolutely shit their pants.
Are you way nicer at work? Are you a nice professor at work?
I am like so fucking nice. It's ridiculous. I feel like a rainbow when I walk through places. 'Cause I say hi to everybody, and I'm yippity yappity. What's going on? Lottie dotty dotty. I don't all kinds of happy shit. And then you got people that just something happens to them. Then I have to come in here. We got to talk about flat surfaces and people that people think are curved. You guys missed Dr. Phil was in here earlier. Dr. Phil was in here earlier with the red icon, and he failed the triangle test. He said B was a triangle.
Fuck's sake. Now I am pissed off I missed it.
I knew you would be.
I'll have to go back and watch him fail the triangle test.
He wanted to escape that as quick as possible to go talk back to Necros about why the sun red and blue fucking whatever the fuck light moves and whatever. Soon as because he said, well, if you have 90 degrees to here, and I said, hold on, Dr. Phil, you know what a triangle is? And he wouldn't answer me, and this kept going, and finally he said, I gotta go. And I said, you haven't answered my question yet. And I asked him, you'll hear it. You'll hear it. He failed. I said, so you can't make an angle from the surface of a ball. And then he didn't want to talk about the globe. He wanted to talk about latitude and longitude on flat Earth. And I said, that's wonderful. He said, because it's 69 miles every degree and all this. And I said, how did you measure that using a boat? And he got mad at me.
I would figure that as much as he watches the live stream, he would pass the triangle test with flying colors. That's bizarre.
He said he would use a GPS, and I said, it's the 1600s. Now try again.
Space triangles must be different than Earth triangles.
Caro-san also believes that you can have at a tangent point is an angle. He's in here listening.
A point?
Yeah. You know, tangent point where the flat meets the curve.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's an angle.
No, it's not.
Oh, you're going to have to argue with these guys. I don't know what to tell you. They said points are angles.
No, points are not angles.
That's really curious, okay? There's something to this. A guy yesterday, someone else, asked me what the formula was for plotting a point on a coordinate reference system without respect to any origin or distance or relational data. What the hell are you talking about?
Just hold your finger up in the air. There you go.
Yeah.
So, it's funny that happened yesterday, right? I'm talking about playing Ascension and Dissension as usual. And Scott is like, show me the math. So I posted it in the chat and like, does anybody remember him responding or anything?
No, but I remember you sending it to me reading it, and then completely forgetting to reply to you. So I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I'm glad that you did bring that back up again. I don't remember him. Excuse me. I don't remember him responding at all.
Man, these Globers are weird. What can you do?
You take them out of this context and put them in any other, and they'll probably give you reasonable answers. That's the funny thing.
I think this might need to be the question of the day because it started to bug me as soon as I heard it. So I want to make sure everybody understands. So the question of the day is a point and angle.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yep, tangent point. You know, where a curve meets a flat, where a curve meets a straight, the tangent point. That's an angle. What degree is that? Lovers should know this one.
What's the formula for a dimensionless object?
Ooh. Infinity symbol, X, infinity symbol, X, infinity symbol. Squared.
Matter of fact, let me post it again in the chat. I don't know how Glovers get away with. I mean, I guess I wouldn't call it getting away with it. I just don't know how they live. You know,
I mean, scams pay billions of dollars every year. You know, getting away with the scam, they live with it. That's how it is. Scammers don't care if you cannot pay your rent, bro. Come on.
I hate when it posts together and not separate. Well, whatever. But I love my city. I'm a decent man from the city of demons. Flight ascension and descent to and from an airport can be modeled using right triangle trigonometry. The runway, or ground, acts as a base of the triangle. The altitude of the airplane is the vertical side, and the flight path forms a hypotenuse with the angle of climb or descent connecting them. This makes it possible to use key trigonometric relationships such as sine, cosine, and tangent to solve for distance, angle, or rate of climb and descent. Ground distance from the airport. Horizontal leg. D.
Sorry, I'm giggling behind my muted mic because that's devastating.
What distance?
I think I posted one of the wrong ones. Oh, okay. You know, before anyone says, that's just the airport. Summary table, trigonometry equations, ground distance, 48.7 miles. Is that the length of a fucking airport, dude? I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. Your goose is cooked, man. Your goose is cooked.
Yeah, so what's the feet drops? Is that 46 miles times 46 times 8 divided by 12? Like 1,500 foot drop error. Don't worry, man. Don't worry. The pilot just, kind of corrects for it, but doesn't know.
No, there's no drop error. There's just trigonometry being done with the ground being horizontal. I don't see nothing about any drop in here. Anybody else? Or accounting for anything? Or
What's the height of the aircraft, right? You got to add an extra 1,500 feet to the aircraft altitude or something. If Earth doesn't go. That's hilarious.
They got the automatic dip correcting device on the plane and also the automatic Coriolis adjusting device on the plane, apparently.
Yeah, there you go.
I've been asking people where I can buy that shit, and nobody will ever tell me.
Because what you do, right? You do a test with it and without it, and you look at the difference, the error. I wonder what the typical range is for commercial pilots doing domestic flights in the U.S. to line up their landing. I got to think like maybe 46 miles is pretty short.
Yep, it's 80 miles.
All right. Good Lord, what's the drop over distance on the globe for that?
Well, you should see the ball coming up towards you, shouldn't you?
Yeah. So 80 miles, that's what, 4,200 foot drop on a globe.
Yeah, you should see that curling towards you.
Just as long as everybody remembers that you can't have a curved ground to have that correct elevation angle. It needs to be horizontal.
I like how you're stuck on that.
Because it's very important.
It's like the last string of your crutch that you're just holding on to for dear life.
It's actually just a trigonometric principle, treating the earth flat and all.
You used to could get a rise out of Globers by saying something proves that the Earth is flat. Nowadays they just roll over.
Yep. I mean, at least somebody could like point at the moon or something and show that you've completely disregarded what Eli said.
It'd be cool to have some kind of nerd-like ranking system for the flat earthers. S class, A class.
What if we just put all of you in F class? It's like fucking stupid.
Like attributes and shit.
Level up. The sextant level up.
Say that again.
I was saying you can earn the sextant level up. Like different badges in Boy Scouts, I got the sextant badge this week. I'm all up on my celestial navigation.
Right. I mean, we had roles, or we have roles. We just got to be home sometimes.
What does it mean to be a flat earther?
Just read what I posted in the chat.
Tether to reality.
No, it means an understanding of how the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal stationary plane.
Like, would they have to do that themselves?
Do what themselves? Observe, measure, and practically use.
Take those measurements.
You need like a babysitter
in order
or
to be
something?
considered
You need like a globe lawyer or something?
It's interesting when you say would they. No, we all do. That's the point. We all treat the Earth as a horizontal stationary plane.
This hypothetical person that wants to be a flat earther.
Okay. Then they can make observations and measurements
That,
themselves.
me, I don't trust the quote-unquote science or math behind, the heliocentric model. And to me, the flat Earth theory, whatever you want to call it, just makes more sense from what I've heard from you guys in here. Now, if I agree with you guys because the math checks out and everything, does that make me an official flat earther, or do I have to?
Badge, dude. Right.
I'm not talking about a badge.
Join a club. This is about you.
Recognized.
This is about you. Your standard of evidence, right? If you think that the evidence that's been given here is good enough for you, then you can call yourself whatever you want to, dude. If you think that what we said needs further investigation because that's what you're going to need to convince yourself, then I urge you to go and observe, measure, and like what I said with the Earth. Go and do it yourself if that's what you think you need.
Okay, but what if they don't think they need that? What if they Hey,
I thought it was you.
Sure, we can put me back in that hypothetical where I'm the hypothetical person, and I don't think I need to be the one to directly measure or observe it to be flat because from conversations I've had with other people who have done the measurements themselves and they observed it to be flat. Would that like hold any sort of water? Would my belief system like be less valid, or
it would make you a believer? We're not believers in here. That's the difference. You could believe what you want.
Yeah, what is the difference? Tell me.
Well, the difference would be I know what I know, and he believes what someone showed him and told him.
That's what every religion has said, and you know that?
Exactly. That's why I said I don't believe it. I know it.
Oh, so you're a zealot. Got it.
He's just jumping in.
So when someone knows
Eli,
something-
don't talk to Twonga.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no clue what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Carry on with this conversation.
Let's give Twonger a challenge. How about you read out what I posted? Would you like me to post it again? Are you willing to do that?
I kind of want to see what you posted. I wasn't here for it.
Okay.
Oh, the ChatGPT screenshot? Okay. I found it. Never mind. I don't want to see it again.
Have you read it?
No, I haven't, but I saw there was a ChatGPT screenshot and immediately like discredited it because it is,
because you're
not useful.
Because you're not.
No, because ChatGPT is completely like unreliable as like a search engine. It has been proven time and time again.
So if I don't use ChatGPT and I use like some naval website, because it's not ChatGPT, it's Perplexity, but
it's an AI. All of them
that provides sources. So if I go to the source and I rip out the citation, will you read it then? Yes or no?
Yes.
What if I go to the source and read out the citation? Will you admit that the source is true?
My problem isn't the source. I'm saying ChatGPT and all these AIs, they might give you the source, but they don't give you like direct quotes from it. They quote unquote read it themselves and give you their interpretation of like the data and shit, and then send it to you instead of like you just going to like the original source. Like if ChatGPT rips from Wikipedia, it's not as accurate as the actual Wikipedia article. It's a secondary source.
So if I ask ChatGPT, is the Earth a globe, and it says yes, that means ChatGPT is correct.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
So then why would be ChatGPT correct if you use it versus then when I do use it?
I'm not saying who uses it makes it correct. I'm saying it is a flawed search engine that cannot be relied on as a primary source. That's why you have to look at the secondary the sources it gives you. It is literally a secondary source because it reads from something else.
So if like one of these retards on the Flat Earth channel who thinks like the Earth, so like if one of these retards on the Flat Earth channel who actually thinks the Earth is flat, and they use ChatGPT to justify that the Earth is flat, so they think they're right because ChatGPT said so.
Yeah, ChatGPT.
Am I right because I use ChatGPT and the ChatGPT says the Earth?
No, you're not right because of ChatGPT, but like you can get ChatGPT or any of these fucking AI search engines to agree with you as long as you word things the right way. I've done it myself before where I asked it two completely different, not completely different, but like opposite questions of each other and phrased it in a way so that I could get the answer I wanted, and it contradicted itself. So it's not a useful search engine.
You know what I'm doing, Jedi. He can talk all he wants. You know what I'm doing now.
Just get the direct source. That'd be great.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
It can't be trusted. It is not a credible source. It is not recognized by any academia.
The only person that doesn't understand that it doesn't matter what source you use, it's going to be triggered.
The source matters.
Do I have to mute you to finish my point?
See, that's what these flat earthers do. Like they just mute people when like you completely contradict
to finish my point. To finish my point.
You're lying, though. You have no point. You're lying.
So can I finish my point?
There is no point on a flat Earth, actually.
So can I finish my point, or is that ridiculous?
No, that's actually kind of ridiculous. I don't want you to finish your point.
So he gets muted then.
Okay, so finish your point, I guess.
Okay. So it doesn't matter what source I go to when it comes to the context of what I'm talking about. It'll always include the basic principles of trigonometry. So, if you knew that, you wouldn't be so hell bent on shit talking AI, because I did this way before AI and without AI. I just think AI is cute because I know how to use it versus an idiot who doesn't know how to look at sources and understand what's going on. So, at the moment, I'm going to take your argument away from you.
Sorry, somebody has a very high pitched squeal coming through.
It's him. It's Big Daddy Flurf.
Yeah.
Every time he talks.
Citation.
So AI is not needed to prove Earth is flat because Earth is measured flat. Would you like to hear some of these measurements?
Eli's given one.
They don't want to hear it.
Elevation angles during celestial navigation measure Earth is flat, and we've been doing that way before AI. How that works is you use a sextant on a boat.
Yeah, the AI segue was irrelevant because all it did was give us some math.
Right.
That's all. That's it.
So, but yeah,
the conversation is even anymore.
Elevation angles during celestial navigation. You see that the top line of the angle goes from the observer to the star. The bottom line of the angle goes from the observer on the ground to the ground position of the star, also on the ground. Now that ground position can be hundreds or thousands of miles away from the observer. And that's a horizontal plane along a straight line. And that measures Earth is flat. And we know it's flat, we know that's accurate because people have to navigate on the ocean and not die. You know what I mean? So it's practical use every day.
Like GPSs? They use satellites?
GPS
in space?
Well, GPS depicts Earth as a horizontal plane. So I don't know what you mean by GPS.
Well,
as far as I understand, there's no evidence for satellites in space anywhere. It's just a claim.
Well, that sounds like a you problem because I've seen a ton of proof that like there's satellites in sky.
No. Okay, go ahead and show me. Show me.
I can't. I don't. For some reason, I don't know what I did wrong, but I can't send pictures in this server.
Pictures?
Well,
yeah.
Yeah,
you want me to show you?
Rank 3. You have to get the rank 3 to put images in chat.
I've been in the server for like a long. No, I keep leaving. That's on me. That's probably what it is. I leave like every week because I'm like, wait a minute, this place sucks.
Space is great and all, but what do you think of the flat measurement of the elevation angle?
I think and not everything is like accounted for, and the measurements are a little bit off.
Like what isn't accounted for?
What?
You're gonna get really mad. Just promise me you'll like give it 2 seconds before you flip the fuck out, right? I'm gonna say the R word. I'm warning you now. But like specifically, just off the top of dome, the laser test does not account for refraction.
Oh, no, this
isn't a laser test.
I told you 2 seconds before you flip out.
Not
2
relevant,
seconds, please.
no.
It is though. It is very relevant.
It's not.
Bending.
Hold on,
it's relevant to the thing that you brought up, the laser test, but it's not relevant to what we were talking about.
Measurement of the
elevation angles to stars, dude.
Okay.
So something I would like
because you can't disprove it. It's just not relevant.
No, dude. We're not talking about refraction here. We're talking about the practical methodology, as Eli posted, of landing an aircraft. That's what the math was brought up for before everybody started spinning out talking about AI. It's how you land an aircraft and the mathematics involved. Horizontal legs, for example, the distance, it's a straight line distance across the floor, utilising trigonometry, those triangles. That's what we're talking about. Refraction, fucking irrelevant.
I think you have an anger. I think you have anger issues, my guy. Calm down.
This is where they go to.
When people got loads of hubris, they think they're right.
Well, because I'm trying to have a normal conversation with you, and you're getting all up in arms about it.
You told us not to get upset
somewhere. You're freaking out,
showing that you weren't following the conversation.
It's very relevant to the.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy. It's
the elevation angle measured.
Yeah.
Yo, who keeps saying yeah? Can we mute that guy? It's kind of distracting.
Shut the fuck up, Kate. Destroy you.
Who the fuck is Kate? I'm not Kate.
Oh, you're John. Hello, John. How are you?
It's prolapse.
Anyway, do you have proof for the globe Earth?
Wait, fuck, you're Morgan. Keep calling you.
Okay, I guess I didn't have any proof.
Yeah, but sorry, refraction's got nothing to do with the maths that were involved with landing an aircraft.
You're right.
Anything but globe has nothing to do with the elevation angle being measured either. So I don't even know what you mean by refraction. What is that? What are you trying to say? What's your point?
It's completely. I think homeboy dipped. I think he left.
Oh well, once they come, understand the measurements, it's hard to refute. What are they going to do?
He tried to hold it together for a long time, and then eventually, Jedi here pointed out that refraction had nothing to do with it, and he got very offended and left.
All right, so I'll come back in here because you keep tagging me. So
now that's funny.
Who's this?
Maynard.
Anybody see the new Neil deGrasse Tyson video? I don't know if it's new, but he was talking about Jeff Bezos' rocket. Did you guys see that? How he said it would be flat from their perspective? Kind of silly.
Oh, so what he's saying is that we see and observe a flat Earth, and we don't observe any Earth curve. Wow.
He's been saying that for a while.
Yeah, he said the same thing with Felix, right? Felix Baumgartner, he said the same thing, but this has got to be new because I've never seen this clip before. But he said when the Origin rocket, that's the one with Katy Perry, I think, when they went up, he said if you have like a classroom globe, they went up to the same height as if like you put like two little dimes on top of each other. That's how high they went off the surface. And he goes, and this shit's flat from there too. And I'm like, oh shit, and he's gonna flip.
That's
How you doing, Eli? Yeah, exactly.
Because it's not.
Ugh.
Just use your brain.
Now look at this.
Go ahead, bro.
I'm gonna. Here's my citation out of understandthemath.com. I'll post it. I'm gonna read it first. But it says calculating altitude and descent angles. Trigonometry is also heavily used when calculating an aircraft's descent path. As an airplane approaches its destination, pilots must carefully manage their rate of descent to ensure safe landing. Knowing the current altitude and the distance from the runway and the required glide slope angle, pilots apply trigonometric relationships, often using sine and cosine functions to determine the appropriate descent rate. For example, if a pilot is flying at an altitude of 10,000 feet and needs to descend at 3 degrees angle to runway, trigonometric formulas help determine exactly when and how to begin the descent for a smooth approach. Precision in these calculations is vital for safety and passenger comfort. To see trigonometric functions in action and learn how to work through examples step by step, check out our trigonometry YouTube playlist, which is probably where the fuck the AI got it from when I was explaining this. So now I will say, if you look at the source, because people confuse source with citation, right before that it says one of the most essential applications of trigonometry in aviation and navigation. Pilots must calculate the most efficient routes between destinations, factoring in Earth's curvature. And I'll stop there. So where are you doing that when you're calculating altitude and descent angles then? Where's the Earth's curvature factored in there?
Feels like that last sentence was just thrown in there for no any reason at all. The fuck?
It's thrown in just to remind people that they're on a globe. That's all it is. It's fake.
Well, because they're
it has
talking
nothing to
about
do with anything that was said.
and all that. Yeah. But anyway, I read herring myself. The bottom line is, let me just go ahead and screenshot this right here from understandingthemath.com. There you go, CB. That's a proper cropped screenshot that I'm about to post for you.
Ooh, cropped. Fancy. Did you watch the video I sent you, Eli, from January 25th?
I'm not talking to you or about that. I'm doing something right now.
Oh, no? Not where you were describing how
I'm doing something right now.
And comparing them to opposing bicycle tires?
I'm doing something right now.
No, just simple. Hey, man, sorry, you weren't lying. That would be cool.
Right.
Hey, VaxFlex, you can drop this right now, or I'll just ban you for 2 days. That's how it's going to go.
I already muted him. It doesn't matter. Let's keep it moving. So I posted it in the chat. Is the guy still here? The one that was like, "Don't use AI."
No, he left.
Oh, figures. Yeah, these guys think that, having this spiel about AI getting you to say what you wanted to say, I mean, that just means you're a retard. Because, again, the AI gives sources. If you just look at the sources and it's good with what you're saying and can be validated practically, there's no danger. If you're using AI to ask you how, if Vegeta would beat One Punch Man, I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Nobody needs AI to know that Vegeta is not beating One Punch Man.
It just gets super quiet when I want like some type of address to us. It sucks, None of the Globers interested.
By the way, you can make Vegeta beat One Punch Man or Saitama just by taking account of the variable that Vegeta trained in a higher gravitational environment compared to Saitama, who trained on the gravitational environment of the globe Earth.
Yeah, Saitama said himself that he only did 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups. We know Vegeta has done way more than that. And Saitama said that you have to do that to get as strong as him. So if Vegeta did more, that means he's stronger.
Variables counts for equations.
So when Saitama is fighting that insect, that genetically modified insect in the lab, he said that to get that strong, just do 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups and run 10 miles. We know Vegeta has done way more than that. Come on.
That is a very clever argument.
Yeah. It must be a good argument. You just need to be careful with the variables. Find an equation or someone who's calculating something. You just have to pay attention to the variables. From where they got those variables. Like, for example, the R in Earth's equations. Every equation, like refraction, anything that assumed R, the assumed variable in Eratosthenes calculations, which is the light rays that are parallel to each other, the distance to the sun, the ground, or the Earth that is curved. Those are variables that count in the equations, and it changed everything.
Some new people have joined. I don't know which one of y'all are new, if you're just visiting. But anyway, the Earth is practically used and measured as a flat, stationary plane. It's sort of redundant, I understand, but that's everybody knows this. People are trouble with
Says who? Your satellite connection is breaking down, and you're proving the Earth is a globe because your satellite connection it's cutting out. So yeah, thank you for debunking flat Earth. Says who? Thank you.
Balloon satellites? What does balloon satellites have to do with anything?
What? High altitude platform. And send and receive signals.
Yeah, but how does that prove the Earth is a globe with a balloon satellite? You know what I mean?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't.
I mean, says who was talking, but the satellite went behind the curvature, and that's why his connection broke up.
Wait, what curvature? Sorry, what curvature? Where do we see it? What does it look like?
The thing that the satellite went behind.
So yeah, where does it look like? Where do we see that?
Says who his connection just dropped out, cut it out because the connection dropped out, got cut off. That's the proof right there.
Sorry, where's the curvature though? Do we see it?
You just heard it. You heard Sexu cutting out. There you go.
Oh, we hear curvature. What does it sound like?
Like that. Like Sexu just did.
That's a great argument, bro. Very good.
I mean, you just heard it. If you want to deny it, it's on you.
Yeah, I deny that we hear curvature. I think any practical or reasonable person would agree that we don't hear curvature. We would normally look and try to find and see the curvature, but you can't tell me where we see it, right?
And left, not just right. Left as well. Because curvature will be not just to the right. So get it correct.
Where is it?
You said right, but I'm saying left as well.
Okay, so what does it look like? Oh, did he leave?
That was Chimsy. He's a flat earther.
No, I'm not. I'm above the ground, in the waters, in the medium, under the heavens, Earther. Come on, bro. Stop it.
Oh, that's right. You're under the heavens, earther. I apologize.
I'm also in the medium, above the ground. Don't forget.
it anymore, you know.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the standard common offer or the common statement that's made that a ship from the beach.
Misperception.
Yeah. You're looking at the ship and it disappears from your eyesight. Now, what's happened is that the distance from you and the ship now has exceeded your eye's ability to focus on it. But if you pick up a pair of binoculars, ladies and gentlemen, you will see that the ship is still in view through the binoculars. And if you keep watching through the binoculars, the ship will disappear from the binoculars' ability to focus on it. And then you pick up the telescope, and now you've got another 30 minutes or so watching that ship. So there's no curvature to be experienced at all in that. The ship is still there. See? There is no going over the curvature because I can still see the ship, binoculars, and then telescopes, and then long distance.
Where does it go when it disappears?
It doesn't go anywhere. It keeps going to its destination. It's just that your eyes can't see it anymore. You know? Can you see New York from where you are?
But
can you see New York?
Why does it disappear from the bottom? From the bottom, not from like the...
The reason why it disappears bottom up is because the ship is on the ocean. That's the surface. And in the sky, there is more sky above than there is of ocean. So as the ship moves away and it's decreasing in size because of the distance, of course, everything is going into your vanishing point, the conversion point. That's why. Okay? That's called optical resolution, from your perspective. That's what's going on. Okay? That's the law of optical, where a flat surface can obscure what you're looking at, a level surface. And I give you a perfect example, is if you put your mobile phone under a basketball net on a basketball court, you put it underneath the net, and then you walk to the other side, the other net, on the opposite side of the court, and you lie down, you will not see your phone. And yet that court is level. Then you pop up onto your knees, and you might make out a slight slither of your phone from that side. And then when you get up and walk towards the phone, it begins to change shape as you're walking towards it. And then when you get right above it, 90 degrees, there's your mobile phone that you recognize. And as soon as you start to walk back from that phone, starts to change because of the angle. The angle at which you're looking at it is changing, because it is changing. That's angular resolution, that's what we're talking about. Okay, and that's how our eyes work. All angle dependent, very much so. Okay?
All right, so I have a question.
Go ahead.
Like, why does then every scientist and everyone, like the most influential scientists, etc., say that the Earth is a globe?
Right. The reason why they say that is because that's what they have learnt through their education. Okay. Now,
so how did they learn it if they can prove it? They must have proven it then.
Let's take one step at a time. You say, why do they say? That's the first thing. I'm trying to answer that question first. The reason why they say that is because that's what they've learnt to themselves, and that's what they teach. Have they proven it? No. Because if they've proven it, then you have to tell me how they've proven it, and you couldn't prove it yourself. So how did they prove it then? Tell me how. Since you know they
so that's it. Like, there's scientists,
How did they prove it? Is the question. How?
With footage. With video footage from NASA and etc.
That's not proof, because that's all fake. Man cannot.
But how is it fake?
Because man cannot go to space. That's why.
Yeah, that's a claim, but they've been to space.
It's not a claim; it's a fact.
Where's the fact? They send rockets every day.
No, it's not a fact. They send. Hang on. They send rockets up into the sky and they come back down. They don't go to space.
What about satellites?
Satellites don't exist. Again, reason being we can't. The reason,
how does weather work?
Allow me to explain. Allow me to explain. Right. The reason why satellites do not exist is for the very reason that we don't have the technology to deploy them up there. In other words, rockets don't go to space. So you can't have satellites up there because the rockets don't take them there. We can't get them there. The vacuum of space will kill anything you put in there. And also, it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Okay, impossible. We cannot do that. Okay, communications today that we're having right now is happening via fiber optic cables, which are under the ocean. And under the ocean, there are 460 bundles of cables, right, that cover 700,000 miles of the seabed. Okay, and that makes up 95% of our communications right now. And every day, 10 trillion financial communications happen via these cables every day. 10 trillion. Then you have email, Discord, cable TV, etc., etc. Then the 5% that, hang on, 5% that's left, that's cell towers, right? Drones, helium balloons, weather balloons, wind turbines that generate electricity, but they also do communications now. And then ocean buoys and the military communication systems that we piggyback off of that. That's how the communication is working right now. No satellites. Satelloons, yes. No satellites as such.
So what about Google Maps? They update it like every day.
Google what?
Google Maps.
Well, Google Maps are Google Maps. That's got nothing to do with satellites.
They update the map every day. They make pictures from the satellites.
Aeroplanes and drones are flying in the sky. That's all they're doing.
No, what about satellites? Else. Like they update the Earth.
Satellites do not exist. You're not listening. I'm telling you they don't exist. You're still asking. They don't exist. Satelloons exist. That's helium balloons with electronic equipment attached to them, which are mainly used for weather reading. Okay, but you do not.
What about when Google Maps updates their pictures from space? You know,
they're not doing it from any satellites.
So from where are they doing it?
You didn't hear me. Drones, satelloons.
Did they claim that or not?
It's definitely. It's a globe. You failed. That hasn't been proven yet. People are listening to you. You have not proven that.
I don't know if your mic cut off or my internet.
Sorry, yeah, it would have been mine. I was saying to you that you haven't proven that the Earth is a globe yet. Remember that. So you can't have satellites.
If there were like drones there, you could see them. Why can't we see the drones?
Well, you have to look up at the time, and maybe they're at a height by which you cannot see them, but they're there, without a doubt. No lie at all. They are definitely there. Drones are definitely there, and satelloons. Some satelloons have crashed into people's gardens, right? And the satellite is still beeping, or should I say, the satelloon still beeping, but it's crashed. So there you go. Samsung is a famous one. So no, the communication systems are nothing to do with satellites, and Google might be updating, but they're using drones, blimps, aeroplanes even. That's what they're using. That technology. It's not satellites in space. Until the day you have actually measured the curvature of the Earth, right? Measured that curvature for yourself. That's when you're going to know whether or not the Earth is a globe. You haven't done that yet. That's what you've got to do to prove it. You have to measure the curvature. That's why my colleague, old dude, just told you that we're measuring the Earth flat. We can't measure the curvature of the Earth, and we've gone out to check. You haven't done that yet, so you don't know the Earth is a globe at all. You've got no proof. You have no experience, and you haven't investigated.
But video footage is proof.
No, it's not. It's proof of.
How is it not proof?
Because it's proof of fakery. That's why. We've measured it. Remember, which is going to be more accurate? A human being actually going out onto the surface of the Earth and over a given distance trying to measure curvature, or somebody putting up a video and lying, because that's what they'd be doing. Okay? So obviously the man who's actually on the surface of the Earth measuring the distance of the curvature with a colleague or two, they're the ones that you're going to trust, because they're the ones that are actually measuring, and it's flat. And you can repeat that. You can actually repeat that. You cannot go to space at all. You have no means of going to space at all. So you can't validate
What about all
anything.
the astronauts?
They've lied. Every single astronaut is a liar. every single one.
That's a tough claim, man. You know how many astronauts there are?
I can back it up with ease. I can back it up to their embarrassment. They'll leave the room. By the time they've heard me speak, they'll be running out. They'll be ducking and diving and trying to hide. Because I'm going to be mentioning things like outgassing, off-gassing, degassing, cold welding, micrometeorites, cosmic ray particles, radiation belts, solar flares from the sun. And this stuff, NASA was never prepared, doesn't have the equipment to withstand it. So, and then they're going to be very embarrassed. And then I'm going to ask them, how did you go to the toilet in space? Yeah, how did you go? Show me. And then that's going to be really embarrassing. Okay? So I can really embarrass those astronauts. You don't want me to do that because you lose very quickly. No, all astronauts are liars.
So why don't you do it?
Well, I am doing it. You bring an astronaut to my presence, I'll embarrass his ass. Okay? I am doing it. I do it every day.
That would be a good thing to.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd pay money to see that, Jen. Like you and an astronaut on TV debating.
Yeah.
I have another question.
I'm prepared to demonstrate how they didn't go to the toilet. Believe you me, I'll be bringing my equipment to show them. Is it possible that they did this, ladies and gentlemen, in Syria, 0G? And I will be I'll pull down my trousers, I'll leave my underpants on, but I'll give you a graphic demonstration of what NASA said they had to do. And when I show them that, they will say, yeah, I would think that would be impossible. Thank you. In 0G.
I have a question.
Get at it. Yeah, go ahead.
How can you prove that they didn't went to space? How can you prove that?
Like, I can. Let me explain.
You say you can't prove, like, because I haven't been to space, but how can you prove that they haven't been to space? What if they did see the Earth as a globe and it was a globe for them?
I'm trying to tell you. The phenomenon known as outgassing. What does that actually mean? Okay. Outgassing, ladies and gentlemen, is a phenomenon whereby the molecules that make up the spacecraft, every single molecule turns into gas. Okay? Because in the vacuum of space, everything wants to separate because there's no pressure. Okay? There's nothing keeping the thing together. The inside pressure wants to get out. The outside skin of aluminium is dissolving, literally vaporizing, turning into gas. And once that happens, the structural integrity will be compromised to the point where the pressure within will explode outwards in the end. Okay? That's what outgassing is. So there was no way they could go to space. That's one phenomena. Then there's another phenomena of the cosmic ray particles, which are traveling at almost the speed of light to the tune of 390,629,611 miles per hour. So that's the kind of number we're talking about, speed. And for every square centimeter of that spacecraft, it is bombarded with 4 particles per second every second. So imagine a spacecraft flying through a rain of cosmic ray particles. Okay? In order to contend with that, you would need 2 meters thick of shielding. Right? 2 meters, that's 6 feet. NASA never had that shielding in place. So the spacecraft would have been shredded. Then there's the radiation problem. Radiation passing through aluminium intensifies on the inside. So as the radiation passes through the aluminium, it gets a boost on the inside where the astronauts are. So instant death levels are going on. Aluminium doesn't protect you from radiation, ladies and gentlemen. There you are, okay? I've mentioned a few problems that NASA never surmounted. They never went. Impossible. The astronaut suits didn't protect them from radiation.
There's not a proof because you haven't been to space.
It's proof that they could not have gone.
But what if they went?
Are you listening? No, they never went. They lied.
But that's not a proof. You need to be at space to prove it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it stops the show in its tracks. You've got the outgassing phenomena, which he is ignoring. It's a phenomena, and he's ignoring it.
It's not ignoring. You haven't proven it.
You're interrupting. I didn't interrupt you. Ladies and gentlemen, he's ignoring the outgassing phenomena that I put forward. He's also ignoring the cosmic ray particles. They are the material that's left behind when a star dies, goes supernova. You're ignoring that. You're also ignoring the radiation that I mentioned, and then you're ignoring the solar flare, radiation coming out from the sun as well. Instant death levels. Okay, NASA never had the shielding to protect the astronauts from those obstacles. They never went because NASA never had the equipment. Okay, they never went. All images are fake. That's the other thing. They've been tested and they've been proven to be faked. Okay? Every image.
That's not a proof.
It is proof. If the images are
Ladies
fake,
and gentlemen.
ladies and gentlemen, if the images are fake, right, why did they fake them? Clearly, because they never went to space. Because
ladies and gentlemen, why would they fake the Earth to be flat? Like, why would they fake it even? Like, why would they lie about it? Ladies and gentlemen, why?
They're not fake, ladies and gentlemen, they're not faking it to be flat. They're actually faking the Earth as a globe, yeah? Right? And remember, this individual hasn't measured a single degree of curvature at all, yet he's saying it's a globe. Does that make any sense? Does that make any sense that you don't know the model? You haven't gone to check, okay? You haven't gone to check, okay? You've done no investigation, but it's a globe, and you haven't proven it. We've proven it's not a globe because it's measured flat. We're measuring it flat. We're not measuring curvature. You haven't done that yet. So you can't say we're wrong, and you can't say the astronauts are telling the truth because you haven't proven their case to be true either. You've got to prove these things.
Like,
so you haven't.
But how can you prove? Like, for me personally, like I understand your point with like you say you can prove it, but for me personally, like I say, you also can prove otherwise. You know, it could be either way.
You can't prove the Earth is a globe because the Earth doesn't measure as a globe. You have to go out and measure it. It doesn't measure as a globe. It's flat, horizontality everywhere. There is no measurable curvature anywhere on this Earth. You've never seen it. You've lived to this age. Okay, you were born from your mother's womb. Okay, and you're at this age now, and you've never seen the curvature. That would be strange if you're living on a globe.
From where do you have this information?
Sorry?
From where do you have this information?
What information are you referring to?
The information, like what you just said.
Well, it's clearly obvious because you've said it yourself that you've never seen the curvature. You said it. So if you've never seen it, that would be odd, wouldn't it? If you're living on a globe and you've never seen the curvature. Neil deGrasse Tyson tells you wouldn't see it from 24 miles up. Neil deGrasse Tyson tells you he doesn't know what gravity is. Next question. Okay, so everything you've mentioned hasn't been proven. Sir Isaac Newton says he disagreed with the mass attracting mass. Albert Einstein's bending and warping of the space-time fabric. Listen, Albert Einstein's bending and the warping of the space-time fabric has never been proven. Okay, so at the moment you're in deficit by magnitudes of order. Okay, you have nothing proven at the moment, nothing. But yet we're telling you it's flat. Why? Because we've gone out to check. We've measured it. We've done that. You haven't done anything. So you can't say we're wrong. We can't say we're wrong.
JD's and Lenelman. The vacuum of space violates the second law of thermodynamics. And to the other guy whose name looks like a rectangle, Earth's measured flat, and it's shown that way due to latitudes.
Ladies and gentlemen, what about all the pictures? What about all the footage we have? What about all the scientists who say the Earth is a globe?
I've told you it's fake. I've told you that all the footage you've mentioned has been proven fake. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you the source.
And it's run by reptilians, right?
I'm going to give you the source. Hang on.
No one said that. Cut that out.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me just give you the source quickly. If you go to a place called the Apollo Detectives, ladies and gentlemen, please go to the apollodetectives.org or .com. Go to their site, go to the playlist, scroll down to Faking Space. You're going to meet up with a guy called Paul on the Plane, okay? You will look at his material and he will show you exactly how they faked the images of the Earthrise, for example, and various other images. And he will show you how to use the latest digital software analysis apps, which are downloaded for free. It doesn't cost you any money. And you can, for yourself, check to see that the images that NASA are giving you are fake quite easily. That's the source. ApolloDetectives.org or .com. go to the playlist section, look for Faking Space, click on that, and then you're going to be looking at 12 videos that take you through step by step on how they faked the space imagery. Thank you. Right, there you are. I've given you the source. Okay? You're not going to win today. You can't win.
It's not about winning, it's just...
Well, you're not going to win because what I'm trying to say is you can't prove your case.
Hold on, Jen. Let me ask him.
Yeah.
You said, what about all these people? What about all the things they say? Why should we believe them? Why do you believe them? Why do you believe what they say?
Because they have like answers for all the stuff, you know?
They have answers
like
for all the stuff. So
all the stuff in the world, like they try to figure out why are we here, like, you know?
Now you're projecting your own ideas onto what they're doing. I asked you, why should I believe them?
You asked me, why do I believe them?
Yeah, I also asked, why should I believe them?
I mean, you don't have to believe in anything.
Oh, that's right. But are you admitting it's a belief, though?
No, it's logic. They explain
logic.
Everything with logic.
Okay, it's logic. Buzzword earther. Give me the syllogism.
What is syllogism? I'm not
a logical syllogism. It's a logical proposition. It's how logic works. Premise, conclusion. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I'm not English native, so I don't know this.
Okay, so there isn't no logic. There's just how you feel. Okay, you don't actually have any logic. You're not applying any logic. You're actually applying. This is the logic you're applying. An appeal to credentials fallacy. An appeal to authority fallacy. That's the logic you're applying. He's an authority, therefore it's true. He has credentials, therefore it's true.
Well, but like, it's not only about Earth, it's not only about Earth. Like, they have different answers for everything, you know? For evolution, for Big Bang, for like all these things.
The Korean has the answers for everything. So what?
What about Einstein? You think he's dumb?
What about him? What do you know about
Einstein? You think
Einstein?
he's dumb?
Did you know he married his cousin? Did you know he put his son in an insane asylum? Did you know he wore women's shoes? Did you know he patented a blouse? Did you know all that? Let's talk about Einstein. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, but what about these things? Like, I'm just talking about his...
You don't know anything about it, dude. You just... Listen, you don't know anything about Einstein. You don't know anything about general relativity. You don't know anything
about his private life. Yeah, you're right.
You don't know anything about what he did. What does he got a Nobel Prize for?
What?
What does he have a Nobel Prize for?
Prize for what?
Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize.
Nobel Prize.
Yeah, the Nobel Prize in physics. He won it. For what?
Like, he explained the sun system, everything.
No. He won it for the photoelectric effect. Okay? You don't know anything about any of this, dude. It's just a fairy tale. You know a bunch of lore.
Like,
and regardless, so whatever Einstein said, you would actually need the experiment to prove what he said is correct.
No, but like, if they can explain how the sun system works, like how every planet works, like why can we see every planet every 24 hours?
That is incorrect.
Like the Earth spins.
Okay, that is incorrect.
But they proved it. How is it incorrect? It's logic.
They didn't. First of all, Einstein's general theory of relativity cannot be used to track the orbits of planets.
I'm not talking about Einstein only. It's about every scientist. They proved how the sun works, how everything works. Like every 24 hours, the cycles. How Earth moves in a galaxy.
No, you just believe that they proved it.
But I can see it. I can see it outside.
You can see what?
Outside.
What can you see?
I can see how it moves, how the sun moves, how
the sun moves. Correct.
Yeah,
the sun moves. Exactly.
Yeah, because we move.
Oh, no, you see the sun move.
The Earth is rotating.
You don't see that though, do you?
Yeah, because you can't see it if you're on
okay.
Earth.
So you don't actually observe it, right?
No, I did observe it, but you did
observe it by not observing it. So you observed it by not observing it.
See the Earth moving. If you can't see the Earth
you observed it by not observing it. Great. You saw the sun move, and you said I move.
Yeah, because you can't see it if you're on the Earth.
Yeah, because I'll construct a mental model in my head that has nothing to do with observation.
You know, like at like.
We understand the concept, dude. We understand these concepts well. We know the globe model better than you do, brother.
Okay, so I have a question.
Okay?
If it's dark like at my time right now, and the other part at the Earth is
the sun moves.
Sun, you know.
The sun moves.
So how is it? How is it day at one part of the Earth and it's night at the other part?
Moves, right?
That
so
doesn't make sense if it's flat. That doesn't make sense.
No. If I took a light bulb and moved it all over a giant warehouse, it would only be lit around the light bulb, right?
No, like
you think one light bulb can light up an entire warehouse?
No, but it's like you say the Earth is flat. It's not a warehouse.
It's bigger.
How can it be that, like, at one part of the Earth, in one city, it's only day? It's only daytime.
I just told you. Repeat back to me what I said to you.
No, but you see, like, when the sun is at one side, you say like the Earth is flat. The other part would also be a little.
Side,
it would also be.
Okay, when the sun's on one side, it lights up that side, but the light, because the air is not completely transparent, cannot travel to the other side, right? It's absorbed by the air. And this is, you know how we know this? Because the sun at noon is 23,000 times more bright than when it's at the horizon. That means the air absorbs light as it gets thicker, right? Right? Just like water absorbs light.
Yeah.
You ever have the street lights come on during the day?
Yeah.
Why does that happen? Air absorbs light. Air absorbs light. It's well known. Okay. And the sun moves, and when it moves 16,000 miles away, the light from the sun cannot penetrate that volume of air to reach where you are and light it up.
I have a question.
Okay. No, you're not gish galloping to something else.
No, I mean, like, about the sun system. Like, you say, like, when I say the sun system has been proven, everything, like, that we spin around the sun, everything.
You just think it is.
Okay.
You don't know how any of it works, dude.
Just my question. Wait. So they say we move around the sun and everything, and they've proven, like, they say it's the model, you know? Okay, so you say it's not the model. So there's like two models. One says we move around the sun. One says the sun moves around us. So there's like, how do you prove that your model is the right one if the other one works too? It works the same.
Okay. There's a bunch of models that work.
Yeah.
Okay. Ptolemaic model that works. The Tycho Brahe model that works. There's a Keplerian model that works. There's the equation of time that works, which is what we actually use. We don't actually use orbits to model the sun. We use something called the equation of time. That's the model we use. When you go on time and date or sun calc and you type in, hey, what time's sunrise in New York City on September 26, 2025, the calculation to give you that number doesn't use a globe. It doesn't use orbits. It doesn't use any of that stuff. Doesn't use a flat Earth. Doesn't use a globe Earth. Doesn't use a concave Earth. Just because a model can make prediction doesn't make it true. There's an infinite amount of models for any arbitrary data set. This data set being sunrise, sunset, solar, noon, path of the sun. That data set, you can make an arbitrary, meaning an infinite number of models for that. No one's ever observed the orbit, I hate to tell you. Ever. Not ever. Never in the history of man has any person observed an orbit. Do you realize that, right?
I don't know, man.
Do you think someone's seen the moon go all the way around the Earth?
If they're in space, yeah.
Oh, where would they have to be?
They would just have to be in space, you know, above the Earth.
What would they do?
High point.
Do they do? Well, since they only say people got to the moon, no one's been far enough away to see the moon orbit the Earth, right? Can't be on the moon and see the moon orbit
Space station, for example.
That's only 250, 400 kilometers high, dude. It only sees 30% of the Earth. See, why we're here, right? There's a lot of things people think are true, which actually are not true, and they never really thought about in any detail. We're here to give you information that you did not previously have. Such as, did you know that the ISS only saw 3% of the Earth?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. 250 miles or 400 kilometers above a ball, 12,000 kilometer diameter, right? It's not very high. In fact, you shouldn't even see curve from the ISS if you do the math. And the Chinese space station, for instance, shows that the Earth is not curving, if you believe in those things. Okay? So, like I said, there's a lot of things people believe which aren't true. They're just not true. But there's cool stories. When you talk about Einstein, you use his model, general relativity. You can't actually predict orbits because it's non-linear, and there's a time delay because gravity has a propagation time, right? So the influence of gravity has a time delay, right? So what you end up with is a bunch of unstable orbits. And in fact, the way we model orbits is not even a dynamic model with forces. We use what's called a kinematic model, which is just a bunch of repeating patterns. But the fact of the matter is, we can measure the Earth to be flat. We don't have to rely on anybody. You can do it too. In fact, I would bet $100 that you've observed a flat Earth personally. That you've made an observation impossible on the globe. Guarantee it.
Yeah, but I mean, if they say you can't see the curve, how should you see it, you know?
Well, you should only see so far, right? Because the Earth should curve down.
Yeah, but
how far do you think, like if you were at the ocean and you're 6 feet tall, right? 6 feet's like 1.6 meters, 1.7 meters, something like that. Say you're that tall. How far would the horizon be away?
Like, I don't know I haven't measured it.
It's like 5 well, you don't, well, the calculation, what the globe model predicts is that it would only be 5 kilometers away. And we've seen horizons 30 kilometers away or 30 miles away, which is what, 47 kilometers or something?
There's a difference.
There's the claim, right? The claim the Earth's the globe and that all these things should be observed. But then when you go out and try to observe them, that's not what's actually happening.
There's a difference, though, between seeing curvature of the horizon, like seeing the globe curvature, or seeing curvature like straight on. So we should be able to see the straight on curvature, not the horizon.
What the fuck? Yeah, I didn't say you'd ever see left to right curve. In fact, in the globe model, you shouldn't see any type of curvature until.
Right. But he was making the mistake of he quoted saying, "Oh, they say that you shouldn't be able to see the curvature," but they're talking about the curvature of the horizon. I guess on what would you call it? Just like the horizon. You should actually how they use a fisheye lens. Like he's talking about that kind of curvature. You should be able to do that. They say that you can't see, but we're talking about making measurements, at a distance and how it's flat. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that because it seemed like you made that mistake. All right.
All right.
My bad. I probably shouldn't have said anything.
Why would they lie about about like the Earth? Doesn't make sense, man.
Bruh.
They have no point to lie.
Point to lie is to keep your mind in chains and to put your mind in prison so that you can be a nice little prisoner that doesn't think for himself and is easy to control. So you can be a nice little minion and just do whatever you're told. That is the secret.
So you're saying
of the whole globe.
So you're saying if you believe something you haven't proven, it's fake.
No, what I'm saying is politicians, you trust all politicians without even questioning anything? Are you just a trusting person that just trusts everyone without thinking? Then I've got news for you, bro.
What about like religion?
I'm not talking
Same
about
as
religion.
you believe in the Trinity.
You're changing the subject.
No, I mean, isn't it the same thing? Like when you like just trust someone?
The subject, yeah?
No, it's the same subject. It's trusting someone.
Answer my question. Do you trust every politician 100% with your life and you'll do anything they say? Yes or no?
No, politicians have
I want
no...
a yes or no question. Yes or no, please?
No.
Yes or no, please?
No.
No. Well, if you said yes, I'd think you're an idiot. I'd think you're stupid, right? Because you wouldn't be stupid. You'd be a total moron, right? Okay, so we covered that, right? So you don't trust them, but the same people that you don't trust, suddenly you trust when they tell you about all things that cannot be proven. So you got a lot of trust in people that aren't trustworthy. Now, how wise is it to trust someone that shouldn't be trusted? That's a known liar. People that have lied to you before. Why would you trust someone that's lied to you before? Would that be a wise thing to do? Would you be called a wise person by doing that? Would I say, okay, you're a wise person today for trusting a person that lies to you endlessly? They lie millions of times, and you just trust them again? Would you be a clever person, or would you be a fool? Did I call you a fool then? I rest my case.
Yeah, it makes sense, but isn't it like the same when you say you trust a religion or you believe in a religion? Because like the religion says you're going to hell after death, but you haven't proven it.
That's another subject. You can come to, we got a channel there, it's called Bible, and you can come there, we can discuss that. That's a separate subject, because not everyone here is religious, and not everyone wants to discuss that, but some people do. So we got to respect those people that don't want to they're not really here for that. They're here for the...
Yeah, I understand that.
But we do want to respect them as well, because we respect everyone. And if they're not ready to hear stuff like that, we don't want to push stuff on them, because that's a bit aggressive. We want to be just nice and happy and friendly and good friends with everyone. So we don't want to make people uncomfortable. So if you want to discuss that, we can discuss that in Bible, and I can definitely discuss it.
No, not right now, but
yeah, we can definitely make an appointment if you want. Just pop a post in Bible and make a time, and I will discuss it with you. But we have to respect everyone here, because there are people here that don't feel the same way exactly I feel on those kind of subjects. Yeah.
Like my question before wasn't answered. I asked, why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? Doesn't make sense.
Well, what?
You would. Hang on a second. Sorry to cut you off there. You would first have to register that they've lied. And once you've registered that they've actually lied to you, then you would actually, if you don't know for yourself, then you would go and ask them and confront them and say, why are you lying about the shape of the Earth, and get it from the horse's mouth. But you would first have to register that they've lied. And once you've done that, well, then you know they're lying, don't you? Yeah? And if you can't work out why they're lying, you can go to them and ask them, why are you lying about the Earth? It's quite simple. First, register that they are actually lying. Go and do that. Find out whether they're telling you the truth or not. You haven't done that yet. Remember, your position is you don't know the model. You haven't done any investigation. You've measured nothing. You have no proof of your globe at all from your own efforts. You're relying on so-called experts, which all of us, including you, have the right to ask them. and then go and check whether or not they're telling you the truth. We've gone to check, so we know they're lying. Now it's up to you for you to go and check for yourself. Okay? It's that simple. There's nothing more to it than that. All right? You cannot say we're wrong because you don't know that. You're just emotionally stating that fact, and it's not a fact. So it's just a baseless claim at this point, an emotional one, a desperate one, because they have to be correct, the experts. Well, they're not. We've checked them. They're experts at lying, experts at deceiving at this point, and you've bitten the hook and you're caught on their line. So you want to go and check, okay? I'll stop there. Sorry to cut you off, sir.
Right, so another question.
Yeah, go on then, yeah.
Like flat earthers can't, like they only like can judge about the earth, not about sun, moon, firmament, etc. These type of stuff.
Okay.
You know, because how can they prove, for example, like firmament, etc.
Okay.
Like I understand when you say.
Hold on
I understand when you say the earth is the earth, you can't see a curve, etc. Because you can prove it. But how can you prove the other stuff?
Well, hang on a minute. First and foremost, to actually prove, let's say we want to prove the firmament, ladies and gentlemen, that's not going to be easy to do because, one, there's going to be an undertaking of monies to be factored in. That's the equipment you're going to need to go and do that. First, if you wish to do that, it's going to cost a lot of money. It's not going to be cheap. Okay. And this equipment, you may have to rent it because you can't afford to buy and keep there. Use it once or twice, maybe, if you're lucky. So it's going to cost you money. Then there's the time involved, and then the logistics of all the first aid and for any accident, because you're talking about doing something in an environment that is quite harsh to go and get to this firmament. Then you've got the legal aspects, all the legal loopholes you'd have to go through and documents, because whoever owns whatever area you're going to go to, you've got to get permission by them to be there. So there's a lot of logical and legal steps that have to be considered. So it's not that easy. Okay, I can't do that.
So you believed in the firmament?
Sorry, it has to be there because we have air pressure, ladies and gentlemen. Without air, a container, you cannot have air pressure. Pressure is reliant on a container. Okay, so we have 14.7 psi. Pounds per square inch. That's the amount of force being applied to the container so that we have this pressure. If we don't have a container, then the air would go into this vacuum of space. We would be dead. There'd be no life.
But they say gravity, like it
again, you haven't proven gravity.
Pressure.
You can't. We've already debunked gravity. Gravity hasn't been proven. Yeah. Sorry, that's wrong. You've just misinformed the public. Okay. What you said there's a mistake. It's not true. And remember, you haven't proven gravity. Sir Isaac Newton didn't prove it. Albert Einstein didn't prove it. Neil deGrasse Tyson cannot prove it. He doesn't even know what it is. So who are you? Do you know what gravity is? You don't know. So stop saying gravity, this, that, and the other. Many scientists. What are the name of those scientists that proved it? No one has. So no gravity. Sorry. And I can't go to this firmament at the moment. No money, won't be able to pass the legal loopholes that I have to jump through. But I know it's there because I'm breathing air. Okay? So that's it. It's self-evident. We're alive. Okay? And you seem to know so much about the firmament, then you know it's there. Okay?
So
where have you gone? Okay, good. Go ahead.
Like, yes, why does it even matter? The whole Earth thing, everything, like.
So why does it matter? Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Like you and the globe earther, like there's no difference. Yeah. You guys still live here. You still do 9 to 5. You still do this, that. Like there's no difference.
There's a difference, ladies and gentlemen. One group is enabling the lie to continue. We are trying to stop the lie. So until the day that everybody else comes onto our same page as us, this is when the lie will be stopped. Because by this time, the powers that shouldn't be will realize that everyone's woken up and we're no longer buying their idea of space. So we're not going to be voting for them. There'd be a revolution, really. That's what would happen. Okay? Because that's what's going to happen.
But it doesn't make a difference. You still live on Earth. You still are doing the same job. You haven't escaped out of the firmament. You haven't done shit.
I don't want to live a lie. It makes a difference. I don't want to be living in a lie. You want to live in a fantasy, it means you've given up and you're enabling the lie to continue. We, on the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, we push back. We're not the same as the Globers. We're living in reality. Globers are living in an indoctrinated state. Fantasy, Narnia, that's where they're at the moment. So we're not the same. They're the problem, in fact. They're the ones that are causing the problem to continue. Okay, so we're not the same. And the truth is always worth fighting for and dying for, ladies and gentlemen, because that's the truth. It's not a lie. Thank you. We're not the same. Have you finished? Anything else? My question to you is, when are you going to go and measure the curvature? Because that's what you've got to do, you see. When you measure the curvature and you don't find it, you're a flat earther. Go and measure the curvature. And then you know. You don't have to rely on the so-called experts who are not telling you the truth. We're telling you that. So if we're telling you that it's not the truth, hang on. If we're telling you that it's not the truth and it is flat, and you have never seen the curvature, you've never made any measurements, you've never investigated. That means you've got to do these things. You've got to photograph it, video it, and we know. Go ahead.
So you can't. There's no evidence. There's no scientific evidence of gravity as in mass attracting mass. There is scientific evidence of specific gravity or relative density. That works, and we can manipulate the medium to make, say, an egg in water go up or down. So I can prove that scientifically, but not mass attracting mass. So that's a fairy tale.
What if the Earth is a pyramid?
So you're accepting it's not a globe then? Are you accepting it's not a globe, it could be a pyramid?
I mean, it could be anything, right?
Well, it could be. No, literally, it could be. What if it's a donut? Hang on. It could be an upside down pyramid. Could be. I wouldn't go with the donut because I don't see any evidence of that from the measurements we are making, and the flights that I've made over the Earth. Haven't seen any donut at all. So that's way out there. I wouldn't say that would be a possibility. Pyramid is a possibility. Could be a pyramid, only because the surface is flat. So it could be an upside down one. Okay, an upside down pyramid. It could be. But again, we cannot leave Earth to confirm its shape. That's why we don't know the shape of the Earth. So we say we don't know.
But why don't you go to Antarctica and escape the firmament?
Look, I've just told you, it's a lot of money, number one. Number two, time involved. 3, legal documentations that you have to be able to go down there. Okay? Right? And I don't need to go there to know that the Earth is flat. I don't need to do that. And going to the Antarctica is not going to confirm the shape of the Earth. The only way we can confirm that is to have a God's eye view, as it's called here on this server. That means we need to be able to leave Earth and go into space and look back at the Earth. We cannot do that. That's the only standard we can really apply at this point, because the surface is definitely level. And then we've drilled, and I say the Russians have drilled. 20 years it took them 7.6 miles, 12 kilometers. So we know the Earth is at least that thick, 12 kilometers thick, 7.6 miles. Okay, we know that. But as for the shape, we do not know. We've never made a claim to know. We know what shape it isn't. It is not an oblate spheroid spinning through the universe. Okay? It is not that. We're not spinning, hurtling through any universe. Okay? Remember, you haven't gone out to check. I'm not hearing you say, oh yeah, you know what, Jin, I'm going to have to go and measure it because that's the only way I'm going to know. That's what you should be saying because you want to know the truth. Your questions are not going to deter us from our position. The earth is flat. You have to prove that it's not. And you're going to have to go out and measure it. That's your position right now, today.
Well, what if the earth isn't even a shape? What if it's just like...
Well,
it's like a video game. It's like...
Yeah. Well, that's fantasy. I don't do that. So
how is it fantasy?
It is what you're saying.
No, I mean, like, what if reality isn't like... What if it's an illusion? What if it's the Matrix?
I'm not living in an illusion. I'm not living in a matrix. Okay?
How do you know? How do you know?
I know because I'm talking to you now.
Prove it.
I'm talking to you right now.
That's not a proof. That's not a proof. What if I'm an illusion? What if I'm an illusion?
The young man is spiraling out of control. Now he doesn't know. Are you sure you have hands? Do you have two hands? Do you have that? Are you
but
sure?
What if it's an illusion?
Can you answer my question? Are you sure you have two hands? Left and right hands? Do you have them?
Yeah, I'm sure. But what if it's fake? What is?
There you are. You're not in a matrix. Then there you are. See what I mean, ladies and gentlemen?
How is that a proof? How is that a proof?
It's true. Well,
it's not
in a matrix. You're not in a matrix. That's
define matrix.
You define matrix, since you seem to know a lot about it. You define matrix to the listeners. What is your matrix? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like what if I have hands, everything, but it's not real?
Define your matrix.
What if reality is defined by consciousness?
You see, he's using words he can't even describe. You can't even describe your matrix. So don't bring up things that you know nothing about. Okay? Go ahead. Speak to the ladies and gentlemen. They're listening and they're laughing. Go ahead.
Hey, dude, have you ever had an ant farm?
What?
Did you ever have an ant farm? You know, with ants and all that, living in the sand and all that. I mean, if you're going to make an ant farm for ants to live on, would you put it in a vacuum and spin it 1,000 miles an hour?
That's a good question.
Do you think that's comparable with life?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Would you make an ant farm where ants are going to live and make it in a vacuum of space? Or are you going to make it where we are? Earth, air, pressure, wind,
spinning
snow.
Around. All these different objects flying towards it. And then you put a big, a whole lot of lava in the middle of it, under it. So it's really hot under it. And then put it in the vacuum and spin it. Yeah, the ants will be fine.
Yeah, absolutely not. You're not going to build it in a vacuum anyway, that's for sure. So basically, all your questions are not leading to proving your globe at the moment. What you're doing is panicking and firing out questions in emergency. You're in emergency mode at the moment. What you have to do is relax, take some breaths, digest what we've told you, and think logically. Since you like logic, logically you think, okay, the flat earthers are telling me it's flat because they've gone out to check it. They've actually measured. I haven't done that yet, so I can't say they're wrong. I don't have any knowledge that they're wrong. I have a load of beliefs that I haven't confirmed. That's you, right? I haven't confirmed my beliefs. So for me to say they're wrong, I'm wrong to say that. So you've got to leave the flat earthers alone. Hang on. You've got to leave the flat earthers alone and go and check whether or not what they're telling you is correct. That's what you've got to do. Go ahead.
Are you religious?
No, I am not. Although I was born under the Islamic. Hang on. I was born under the Islamic religion. Okay. And I clearly acknowledge there's a creator because this earth didn't come from any big bang. Because what went bang? When I asked the scientists, can you tell me what went bang, please? Since you follow the Big Bang theory, what went bang? They can't even answer what went bang. There you are. So the Big Bang is now not even a bang.
Nothing went bang.
There you are. There you are.
So how do you know there's a creator?
Because I am living on the earth where I eat the humble pistachio nut. God
how does
created
that prove a creator?
With us, because no man can ever claim to have made a pistachio nut or a banana or a tomato, okay? Or all the foods that have been made from nature, the wind, the snow, the ice, the rain, the oceans, fresh water, salt water. Man doesn't make that. That's God. Earth is level. It is not rotating. The sun and the moon and the stars and the planets that we have, that's not man-made. That's God's
I'm not
work.
saying it's man-made, but how do you prove that there's someone who created it?
Work. It's God's work. Humanity, human beings, blood, bone, liver. It's all God's work. That's God. That's not man. It's God. Clearly.
Look up flagellum motor. Flagellum motor. And look at that, and you just go like, there's no way that can happen accidentally. It must have been created.
I'm not saying it's accidentally, but
it's created by God. I don't know how God created it. I wasn't there, but I can see it's been created, and I can see that it's going to outlast me because I see the same mountains and the same trees living large, enjoying the weathers. The leaves fall off. I'm getting older, so I'm approaching my death gradually, but the trees are still there. So I know that nature is more powerful than me. That's clear observation on a on a basic level of Earth living and observing. So I don't kid myself. There's definitely a God. No doubt about it. And that's when you die, you're going to go and meet God. And he's going to ask you, what did you do on my flat Earth? Were you pretending you were living on a globe and devaluing the very creation I gave you for free for a fantasy known as the globe? Is that what you were doing? What are you going to say then? What are you going to say to God? Yeah.
So little bacteria, right? Little bacteria, they swim around. They're microscopic little critters, and they swim around in this fluid and have these little tails that spin around. And the motor in the little tail spins them around. Is just the perfect engine, perfectly engineered and perfectly made engine. And we model our engines, and it's so microscopic. These complex systems can't happen just by accident. They're too complex. There has to be a designer for them to work. Other people can explain it better, but complex systems, DNA and all these things.
You're right. Just what you just said there, the microscopic with the little engine that propels it around in its substance there. That is perfect. And man is trying to replicate that, by the way. They're looking at that and they're trying to replicate it. But now this is the problem. That will they then, if they do discover how to replicate it, will it be an advancement for humans to use for our benefit, or will they charge us and then use it for weapons of mass destruction? This is the problem with what's going on where we're living at the moment. Go ahead.
B. The latter. B. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I'm glad you brought it up, though. That that's a great insight into God's work. So the young man is now slowly becoming frightened that he's been living a life where he's been carefree of God and now he's realizing he can't prove globe. They're not religious, but yet they know that there's a creator and they know this, and they're giving me good reason to understand that they know. Good.
Imagine if I was flat earther all the time and I've been just trolling you guys.
Well, then that's fine. I'm glad then you're putting us through the test. And as you can see, we are unwavering, and unrelenting in our truth, okay? Which is God's truth at the end of the day. So we welcome the test. Believe you me, 10 years has strengthened us, not weakened us. Yeah, man. Yeah, you're helping us in that case.
Yeah.
Undefeatable.
It's like keeping the voice alive because it was dead in here, No,
that's okay. It's good to do that because at the end of the day, the listeners get to learn, don't they? It's another learning curve.
They do, yeah.
Yes, learning curve for the listeners. So there's no harm there. And as you can see, we defend with all our might, all our integrity, and with the best information coming out. Top notch. No wavering on that. And I love it. Love the test. We don't run, man. We never run
nice,
from the
man.
battle.
Nice talking to you
Yeah,
guys.
it's nice. Yeah, you too. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. You never know when you're going to be put under pressure, ladies and gentlemen, but we excel at that. That's what we're about, man. Yeah. Every word we say puts value back in our lives and your lives, by the way. Yeah. We don't even have to try. It's always a good time. Yeah. All right. That's one of my favorite tracks. It reminds me of my children when they were little and that, we were just finding it very easy. It was moving smoothly with the kids growing up. Everything was just working nicely. There wasn't a problem. Very little illness, skips and bounds. They were growing up and enjoying it. And that was a track that was out there at the time. We enjoyed it at the ski resort. We enjoyed it everywhere. Wherever we went, that track was being played. We don't even have to try. It's always a good time. There you go. So, I think some of you have forgotten that track now. I think that where are we? 2020. So the mid 2000s. That's when that track was doing its round. 2007, 8, somewhere around there. Forgotten the name of the group now, but we don't even have to try. It's always a good time. Basically, it's the youth singing out, right, about their lives at the time. So it was a young song because at that time I would have been in my 40s, 45 and that. But my children were growing up at the time, so it seems when I sing it, it reminds me. And in this situation of the flat earth now, we really don't have to try because God has laid it out flat for us. So all we're doing is now just explaining that. That's why it's always a good time, even when it's getting heated. It's always a good time. I enjoy it. And then when you're surrounded like with people like Old Dude, India, who is in just now, the Australian just speaking, 20 Cups, and Miggy, and just mention a few things, and all the other dudes that are there, T-Dub and DJ and the rest, Jedi. There are so many good flat earthers that really articulate it well. Some Matrix. Sometimes we've got to press it home loudly, and we do it well. So everybody comes with their own skill and temperament. That's what makes us such universal, and it's great. Dandelion, of course, I keep forgetting to mention her as well. Yeah, she has a great way. Mary Mum. I prefer that name as such because that's the name that she had when I first met her on this server, and she comes across motherly when it's right, and then if they get a bit rude, she's quickly to smack them on the bottom as well. She can defend herself, which is great. Great to listen to her when she's dealing with the Globers, especially on the ladies' night. Yeah, she's like the captain, if you will, with all the other women in there, and they deliver a good flat Earth product, truth, the facts, and they deliver it beautifully. And they're dealing with hostile men at times, and we're not allowed to get involved. No men are allowed to get involved, so we can only assist in the chat. Okay, we cannot say a single word to help them in the VC. Not allowed. So we make sure we stay firmly in the chat, and it goes down brilliantly. Yeah, I love the ladies' night. It's good. It's nice to watch. Or should I say, watch, because you're looking at the chat and then you're listening as well. It makes for a great discussion and display. Yeah, it's not always hammer and tongs with the men. The women come in with a different approach. But they do get heated as well. Oh, they do throw their fists, if you will. Yeah, they'll give it to them back. But generally, they just stick to the facts and they do a great job. And that's what's good about being on this server. Fantastic. We are there to help you. That's what I'm saying, basically. And it's always a good time. We don't even have to try. Yeah.
Did you see that thing, Chin, with the Charlie Kirk and Snake Eyes?
Yeah.
See
What
the
about that?
coincidence? Did you see it? The coincidence?
No.
Oh,
It's
it's
not a
really
coincidence, man. It's a projection.
Yeah, it's really freaky. So in this movie, Snake Eyes, a politician called Charles Kirkland is assassinated at a boxing event and shot in the neck.
Right.
The
Wow.
date in the movie is September the 10th.
And the guy who shot him is called Tyler.
One of the boxers in who I think is eventually charged with getting the hitman or whatever. His name's Tyler.
Wow.
Tyler, the executioner. There's too many coincidences, man.
I agree. Yeah, that's just it's getting beyond a joke now. So now
that's beyond a joke.
Thank you very much. Now it throws that event now into doubt. Now, definitely, it was already in doubt, but now it's firmly in the doubt camp. Did that event really happen? Was that all just staged? See what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? This is what we're living through.
We put that in the 9/11 basket as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I can't wait for that revolution to happen. Come on, you people! You've got to get your acts together. Start waking. Get onto the page quickly, because we need to stop this nonsense. It's becoming beyond a joke now. Beyond a joke. They're laughing in our faces, literally. And remember, people are dying. Lives are being lost out there in these wars that needn't happen. Medicines that you don't need. All right? There you are, for example. So yeah, we've just got to keep trying. But yeah, that's an interesting bullet point you put forward there, I must say. Excuse the expression.
Because we say that stuff all the time, little bits and pieces, but that was chock-a-block full of coincidences.
Yeah, that's No, that's deliberate. That's deliberate. That's a deliberate there. Come on, that shows intent. Okay. Strange, isn't it?
That's creepy. I remember seeing that movie, because I'm a big fan of the director, Brian De Palma. I didn't like it. It was a terrible movie. I was really disappointed.
Yeah, never even heard of the movie till you just mentioned it. There you go. Bearing in mind I'm 63 and I stopped watching TV about 6 years ago now. And the last film that I saw in the cinema.
Me too.
Yeah, the last film that I saw in the cinema where I took the kids, it was called The Martian with, is it Matt Damon? You know, the one where he's on Mars?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, The Martian. Yeah.
Right. That was the last film that I saw. I think that was 2013. What was that, 2013 or something? 2014? Somewhere there. That was the last movie that I went to see. And at the end of the movie, because I went there with my children and their friends, all in my, Nissan Pathfinder, okay? So it's only a 5-seater, right? 5-seater, but I had 8 in the back, right? 8, you know? So yeah, you know, it was great though. So we went to see the film anyway. At the end of the film, I said, before they got up, I said, okay, sit down, wait a minute. So the credits are going by on the screen. And I said, okay, did man go to the moon? I'm talking to my children specifically. Did man go to the moon? No. Can we go to the moon? No. Can they go to Mars then? No. Can you grow vegetables on Mars? No. Okay, let's go. There you are. See? So just in case they were thinking it was a possibility that could be done, I double checked. Right? And they answered the questions correctly. So I knew they were thinking, still not lost. It was just a film, because we can't really do that. And we're never going to be able to do that. Okay, let's go. See? That's how I roll. Yeah. Yeah. They know full well space is not a place we can go to. They're never going to fall back. They're never going to slip back into that. Because I said to them, if you slip back into the Earth is a globe when there's no evidence, it means now you're definitely acting crazy. Because you know and you checked it for yourself that it's not a ball. So if you go back to pretending and then you start to pretend, then you're not living properly. You're lying to yourself. You're lying to me, for example. You'd be lying to your mum. And is that what you want to do? Is that what you're living? You're living to lie? Ah, okay. So you know that it's not possible. We will never have that technology because the creator of this earth has made it impossible for us to do that. It doesn't matter what technology we have, we will never be able to go up there. Ever. The design is such that it is not going to be possible. The fact that the vacuum will kill the instruments that we make, whatever man-made instrument, that's the warning already. And then deep is so pressure, we can't go down there. So the test is to live on the earth he has given you to live on. Live, exist, manage it, because that's why you are given the brains and the skills to think and design and that. Manage it, enjoy it, and keep it in pristine for the children not yet born. And when you pass on, maybe you might get to the heaven if it's there, whatever. But there'll be some other questions he's going to be asking you. It's not all over when you die. Cannot be. Cannot be.
He talked, and I'm trying to respond. Like, why is that? Why you think that's okay? You said what you had to say. I have a disagreement. I should be able to disagree without you fucking being a retard over me. I don't give a fuck how frustrating it is. Are you 5? Are you 5?
Obviously not.
Okay. Yoder just said, well, yeah, Yoder just sent to me in the text
Are you 5?
Yoder just said to me in the text chat, if I deny 2 celestial poles, I'm denying reality. Jedi clearly just stated that there's 2 celestial poles. Eli.
That's 1-to-1 with Polaris. No, nobody said that.
Yeah, you forgot that part.
Well, of course, it's 1 for 1 for Polaris, but you're still.
That was your accusation, dude. Hey, Vaxwax, dummy, that was the accusation.
Poles.
Who gives a fuck?
Okay, so
how come you're not just going to be honest? How come you're just not going to be honest? And hey, dude, So, are you going to admit that claim never occurred?
AI, are you claiming 2 celestial poles? Yes or no?
Hey, dumbass.
Hey, AI, are you claiming 2 celestial poles? Yes or no?
Oh man, you're fucking stupid, dude. You just can't be honest.
So now, obviously, this conversation has to spill into FED, because not only, is this going to be exposed? It's what he, the recording that he gave me of January 25th. But now I'm remembering why this is relevant. So now, matter of fact, go ahead and send me that citation if you have it, because the only thing I can find. All right, fair enough. This is an AI overview, and I'm not. Should I look in? Okay. No, just give me the citation. I will say this: the AI
it's not one of the ones that I've copied, dude. So I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. Like I said, it's in my head, so I'm paraphrasing what it is. That's why I couldn't remember. I said the US Naval Academy, but I actually don't think that's where that one come from. I think that's the Horizon.
All right. Yeah. So here's what I found, and this is a very, very, very fucking big problem, right? So I asked, do all the stars rotate around Polaris? Says no, all the stars do not rotate around Polaris. Instead, due to the Earth's rotation on its axis, all stars appear to rotate around the north celestial pole. So, just like what Vaxwax does, they'll go, that kind of means that you can kind of loosely say that all the stars rotate around Polaris, because as we're turning, that visual is all happening under one central point above the Earth.
Yep.
Which is, I mean, again, so what would a flat earther have to, why the fuck would we have to be saying that all the stars circle Polaris unless we saw that? Why are we saying that? Not we, but what's going on?
For me, it always started about arguing between clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yeah.
Because it always depended on where you were as to what star field you were referencing. Because when you concede that there's two, then you concede that the rotation is opposite. If you're inside one, for example, like at let's say, the North Pole, you will observe the stars rotate east to west from your left to your right. In the south, you observe the stars rotate east to west, but that's now right to left. As like when you brought up with the 24-hour sun, right? In the north, 24-hour sun, left to right, south, right to left. Clockwise and counterclockwise. Now you try and imagine standing not inside that circle, but looking in. It's now you're going to, which circle you're looking into?
So his response was, can you prove that there's a 24-hour sun in the south? And that's why I keep saying, all right, you one of these, like, these Dave Weiss AE projection people. Like, that's why I keep saying it. You keep proving my point.
Yep. Draw it out, put the land masses under what you just claimed, and any permutation you could possibly think of. And then take a piece of paper you draw it on, and then take a scissors and cut it around any of the latitude lines, and you end up with a circular Earth with an azimuthal equidistant grid on the top of it. There's no other way you could do it. Now, notice I didn't say an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe onto the circle. I didn't say that at all.
Yeah.
Big difference.
Yeah, there is. I cottoned on to that the last time you said it, I think. I'm glad you said it again. That was the difference I didn't quite pick up the first time.
Yeah, you have to clarify that, because rest assured there'll be retards who listen in and think, I believes in the azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe. It's like...
Yep. Now I follow you. 100%.
If you accept 3-dimensional reality to have a constant form and shape relative to the objects within it, then it's going to be what it is. And if the surface of the Earth is flat and the continents are on top of the surface of the Earth, right, the faces of the continents, and the water's on top of the surface of the Earth, then they're arranged in a 3-dimensional manner relative to each other, right? That's fixed. It's not changing day to day. But if the stars are rotating above it, in which they have ground positions that are essentially tracing arcs of observers that can look up 90 degrees and see the star above their head, then you could trace those circles onto the ground, right? And if you try drawing that out, the only thing you're going to get is something that looks like an azimuthal equidistant grid line map. That's all you're ever going to get. That's all you ever could get.
So So that's just Vaxwax trying to confuse people and get everyone arguing about things that we haven't said. But it still needs to be reckoned with everything that was discussed today. It's like people are still holding on to it. Like, well, there's no reason to say that all the stars circle Polaris. Nobody's ever observed that. Nobody ever will observe that. You got the observation by the equator. Like, just stop it. There's no reason to go, well, it could. There's no reason to do that. It's just not it's not going south around Polaris. That's it. Not all of them.
Well, this is what flat earthers were doing when they were trying to make models, right? They were trying to make this phenomena in the south on a disk with a dome above it. To make the stars look like what? Oh no, the stars are all going around the observer. It's relative to you. The stars are going to look like they're going around you. No, they're going around a rotation point in the bloody sky. But they're going to try and model this by making the sky bent and some kind of super whatever to make the phenomena somewhat match what we see in the sky. Okay? Why?
Right, so attempting to make geometric claims about the nature of the Earth relative to the sky and what's in between the stars and you, of which you have no direct access whatsoever. Isn't that what the Globers did?
Yep.
They've never. Did they straw man us into? Did they Jedi mind trick us into arguing for all the stars circling Polaris?
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's a consequence of the map that was waiting here for us when we got here. And the straw man was burnt down when they went to Antarctica and saw the 24-hour sun. So yeah.
Because the more I read this AI overview, no, all stars don't rotate around Polaris. Instead, due to Earth's rotation on its axis, all stars appear to rotate around the North Celestial Pole, and Polaris is a star located very close to that point. Polaris, the North Star, therefore remains relatively stationary in the sky while other stars move in arcs around it. So it's crazy because why would we be arguing for that?
Yeah. Let me answer that. Let me answer that, Elijah. So just think about what you just read. Okay. Now look at this picture that I just posted. According to what you just read, is this picture congruent with what you just read?
And this person is looking south?
Yep.
No.
Well, according to what you just read, he's looking north. Correct?
Correct. Correct. That's based on what I read. If I'm looking at this, he must be looking north.
Now, isn't what you just said sum it up in a very salient, short, and quippy, mind blown? Like you're right. Like this observation isn't congruent with that. If you're basing your assumed geometry on what you see based on that thing, like you'd have to conclude. Read what you read. Look at this photo. He's looking north. Right? Makes perfect sense.
No, it's making me mad because for a long time, like I know what I was implying when we know Jedi. I'm throwing you under the bus too. We knew what we were implying when we were saying east and west were circles.
Yeah, east and west are circles around poles, plural.
But what I mean is, maybe before when I was saying east and west, I was never considering what was going on in the south. I was just on
gotcha.
some. They all just go they all go east to west. But I also thought that east and west were just smaller circles and then bigger circles around the North Pole.
Yeah.
I never thought anything else.
I know. It's a bit of a
let me ask you guys something. What's been my position about the star fields?
Oh, you don't know.
Yeah, my position has always been when you go to the star field and turn around and look back through it to validate the positions of the stars relative to the Earth, let me know.
Yeah.
And if I do it first, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Maybe Enoch or Elijah. Maybe Enoch or Elijah know.
You're up, Elijah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean the guys that were assumed up into heaven.
I know.
Maybe John knows. But when he came back to Earth, he was told he's not allowed to tell people what he saw.
Yeah.
Or maybe people on the Earth know. Yeah, maybe they know. Now, for the record, Vaxwax was unable to honestly answer when asked the apparent center point of that image that I posted. Was that Polaris? He couldn't answer the question. Refused. Instead of answering, he made an accusation against us. That's very telling. Go ahead.
He has to start talking about, well, one circles and one is stationary, and the something nodal something. Like, then
every time he resets to, is there two pole stars or one? You ask him, is it a 1-to-1 equivalence? And then he just goes back to that question forever.
Oh, man.
So I asked him if Sigma Octantis has a circle of equal altitude, right? Well, then there's the contention that does Sigma Octantis even exist? Okay, the point in the sky where they say Sigma Octantis would be, does that have a circle of equal altitude? Right? Does it? How big's that circle if it does? And what is it? What is it around? What's the center point of that circle?
Who's ever been to the GP of Polaris?
Not me.
I asked that like 5 years ago. That's a good question. has anyone been like in a position that Polaris is 90 degrees above you, like straight above you? Nope. No one gave me an answer for that. AI, can you go to the future or the past and find that out for us?
Nah.
Maybe he already has, but from our point of view, that will be now.
Sounds like there might be such a place that you might be near that position, but it looks like we are between fences, so how can the cattle in the fence area go beyond the fence area? You know?
Oh yeah, and by the way, being unlimited by time doesn't mean you're not limited by space. So for example, if you're in a prison cell and you can go to the past or the future, as long as that prison cell is within the time frame that you're able to be in, you're still going to be in the prison cell. You'd have to go back before the prison cell was built. What if the prison cell is eternal and you'll never be able to escape?
Yeah,
you'd have to be able to move yourself. Yeah. You'd have to be able to build a machine that relocates you in space as well as time.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, you might get eaten by the Eloi.
Which, by the way, was a big critique of many time travel movies, where it says, okay, this person time traveled back to the past, but they arrived in the same physical location, even though the Earth was supposed to have been hurtled through space by millions of miles. So how was that possible?
Ooh.
A lot of people caught on to that. They're like, wait a minute. This makes no sense.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
You can say that the gravity is the machine is taking gravity into account and holding itself to the Earth.
Yeah.
Just say gravity and refraction or something.
I mean, I suppose the geocentric Earthers didn't have a problem.
That's a good point, actually, you brought up. That the Earth is supposed to be in a trillions of miles different position 70 years ago.
But yeah, Eli, we've had people from different servers with members present who live in Australia, and the people in Australia are describing to them what they see in the sky. One of them on the west coast of Australia, one of them on the east coast of Australia. And the flat earther who was speaking to them didn't skip a beat and said, "You're a liar, bro. You're lying. You didn't see that. That didn't happen because all stars move east to west." Yep. That's how pervasive this idea is in some people's minds, that they can't even think straight because they're frothing out the mouth to just repeat a scripted response, which may or may not be true. That's not the point. Their first instinct was to call this other person a liar. Not their first instinct wasn't, oh, do you have evidence that I could look at? No, their first instinct wasn't to ask for evidence. It was to call them a liar. Now, if that's your attitude and that's what Flat Earth has done to you, then I will submit to you that you should have stayed a Glober, because you were probably a better person when you were a Glober than you are now.
That happened to me when I was in the Caribbean. I was young, and I saw a NASA project over there, and they launched this rocket. And the rocket didn't do the arc that went away from my view. I just saw it going up, straight up. and people call me a liar. No, you didn't see that. I'm like, yes, I did. They were saying, "Oh, the Groker's going an arc." No, it didn't. Didn't look like an arc to me at all.
That's kind of weird because when you think about it on a base level, it would make sense that a rocket could travel in an arc or go straight up. So it could do either, right? It doesn't have to just do one or the other. So, like, the idea that they couldn't comprehend that the rocket could actually physically move through the sky in either manner to the point where they had to call you a liar as a knee-jerk response. It just shows how infected some people are, and that flat Earth didn't cure anything about them. You know, they think they're truthers. They think they've evolved from what they used to believe in, but they're actually just corrupted. They're corrupted. So yeah, believing in flat Earth isn't a virtue. It doesn't make you a better person. It doesn't change the human condition, and it certainly doesn't increase your moral standing in the world. You could still be a corrupt piece of shit.
Dang it.
I mean, there are flat earthers, prominent flat earthers right now, who are on record numerous times saying they don't care about if Globers believe the Earth is flat or if they don't, or if they accept the truth or if they don't. They don't care about them at all. They just want to tell them the Earth is flat and then walk away. Well, then why do you want to tell them the Earth is flat at all? It's like, if you don't care about them, why do you want to tell them at all? If it has nothing to do with them, then you telling them is only relevant to yourself, which just is you confessing that you're selfish, which is not a virtue. So you're basically telling everybody that you're not virtuous. Congratulations, you told on yourself. We got people who think that once everybody knows the Earth is flat, there'll be no more crime. There won't even be any more cheating in relationships if everybody knew the Earth was flat. Kids wouldn't steal cookies out of the cookie jar if they knew the Earth was flat.
There'll be no taxation.
Yeah, there'd be no taxes if the Earth was flat. Holy crap.
He literally he took your he took your he took your drawing and put east to west on it, and you fucked hard. East would be on the right side, I think. Or am I wrong about that?
No,
That's where stuff
right.
comes from.
Because that would
West
be
is where stuff goes.
Bottom line is,
Are these star trails moving clockwise or counterclockwise in that
east
image?
to west around
They look-
Polaris is the question.
What? Aren't those star trails moving clockwise?
Hold on, I'll get the video it came from. Okay.
Because if they're moving clockwise, then the person would be looking south, and that would be correct for east and west. But if it's counterclockwise, then that would be wrong. Is what I was getting at.
Yeah, that didn't matter. That's why I was like, forget what I said. The bottom line is wherever east and west are on this, whatever it is that a rotation around Polaris? Is the main thing that he's not answering. He's doing all this drawing and all this extra stuff. Yeah, you.
I'm going to post both here, all right? There's south, there's north. And I think each video is broken into multiple chapters where he's oriented in different directions. So from where he's filming, he's looking north. Where he's filming, he might be looking northeast. You know, the way his camera's oriented, then northwest, and then the south, same thing. Like he's looking different directions. So he's in the south looking different directions, and in the north looking different directions.
And that screenshot Yoda provided was from the end of that first video, looking south?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so then east and west would be the right designation.
Right. So why this is relevant, which you may have
I don't know.
missed,
I was curious.
Earlier, someone was claiming that all stars rotate east to west around Polaris, and there was a citation on the table which is essentially saying the same thing. So I asked, well, according to that, what direction are you looking? And then the answer would rationally be, according to that citation, this image would have to be looking north.
Yeah,
so
I would agree. Whoever said that was wrong. Yeah, because east and west would be like, are you talking about the stars above the on the top of it of the circulation or the bottom of the circulation?
He's missing it.
I understand what you mean. I get it. I agree that person was wrong.
Articulate what he was wrong about
by making absolute claims about east and west, and assume that was looking north.
Oh, okay, yeah, good enough. Yeah.
Yeah, so your intuition was that the citation that essentially parallels that would force you to conclude, if I gave you that citation, then I gave you this image, you'd have to say, well, based on this citation, this is looking north.
Well, right? I would, yeah, but I would ask how, like, if you have stars making a circular pattern around a celestial pole, like, what does moving east to west mean? Are you talking about the stars above, or are you talking about the stars below the celestial pole? Because like as the stars rotate above it, even if you're looking north and you have a counterclockwise rotation of star trails, if you're looking, if you're referencing the stars above that celestial pole, well, they're moving, they would be moving in a different left to right direction, the opposite left to right direction than the stars below it. So it's just a nonsensical way to describe it.
Yeah, you'd have to describe it moving through each quadrant, and each quadrant has different directions, right?
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, so like you describe, like if you're looking, like especially if it was in your field of view throughout the entire time, you'd be like, okay, it's moving east to west, then it appears to be moving back from the west back to the east. So then you could describe that as moving west to east. right, so another point of note for the record is that VaxWax did not relent in his claim that everyone at 24/7 claims that Polaris and Sigma Octantis are a one-for-one equivalent in the North and the South. He didn't relent in that. He didn't agree that that's not what anybody claimed, and he didn't drop it, and he didn't admit he was wrong, and he didn't apologize for his accusations. So let the record stand that that's the facts of the matter at this date. So he completely ignored the context of what people meant by the terms they used and attempted to pigeonhole them into using the definition that he used and the context that he used them, and then impose that upon everyone else, even though they parsed out what they meant by what they said, thus committing the lexical fallacy and equivocation fallacy and strawman fallacy. The trifecta. Question for incitement. Did the TFE event disprove the azimuthal equidistant projection map? Gonna bite on that? All right. Oh man, I gotta take off because I actually gotta get some work done. Peace.
Later.
it my imagination, or is everybody sleeping again?
It's your imagination.
Oh, thank God for that. Is the conversation actually quite good then?
Why is everyone on mute?
I don't know. Maybe everybody's scared of each other in case we get reported for saying something or looking at each other the wrong way, mate. I don't know.
It's more like a break. The voice has been active for a decent amount of time, so.
Bro, we got vaxxed by the wax. Obviously, we're mourning still.
Oh, what? Wax is here? Why is he not talking? It's like a VIP here. Oh, he was here earlier, not now. Sure.
Hashtag Team Vax.
Did we get schooled again by the super flares?
Just talking about the sky. Professor Field was here for a good while.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I see him commenting on all the YouTube videos, but I've never had the chance to hear him in person.
He was here today, you say?
Yeah, he was here for over an hour. He was here for almost 2 hours, I think. If my timing is not incorrect.
Didn't know that.
Was he Mr. Angry when he was in, or?
No, it was decent. Everything. I was yelling at them because they were kind of over speaking, and I tried to keep control, but it went 95% smoothly. Yeah.
Really glad to hear it. It's nice to hear that the man could come in here and not get, his own temper, not get in his own way. Room for change and progress yet, it seems.
Yeah, he did good, I will say.
So Scott Mackey was in the other night, some point as well this morning maybe, and yeah, he did quite well too.
I heard that Elijah posted something about, I don't know what it was, but then Smacky asked him for the math on that, and then Elijah posted the math, and then he didn't reply and left, so I guess that's the hang-up from that conversation. I'd like to hear it later on.
Scott just goes sort of back into his shell and then fades away when he really can't confront something or answer it. But, at least he doesn't spiral out like he used to. Or, try and bait a band to get out of it. He just goes quiet and goes.
Prove it. Prove the Earth is flat.
Well, do you understand the size of the claimed model of the globe?
Show me.
Well, my fingers are kind of busy doing something, but if you scan back and text that, or maybe somebody will put up a dimensions chart of the globe.
So that's the same thing you're gonna ask NASA. The Earth is round, right? And then we ask them, prove us. Make a ship for billions of people that we can go out of the planet. If they can't,
that round.
If they can't, we take them down.
Circles are round, right?
So as a people, look,
coins
as a
and
people,
pixels and frisbees are round.
as a global people of this world.
So you're saying that the Earth is a coin or a pixel shape?
Fuck up.
I mean, you said the Earth is round, dude.
I'm sorry. No, look, listen. You know the way
it's not round.
One second. You know the way I asked the guy or asked you guys. Is the Earth flat? Right? And they said, prove it, show me, demonstrate me. That's the same thing the flat earthers that you guys here are gonna ask someone who works in NASA or who works in having a global world, right? Tell me this. Show me, demonstrate me.
Yeah, or you. Yeah, or you. We could ask you that. But, yeah.
So listen. If NASA only can provide pictures and videos, and they can't provide people going to outer space, not just celebrity, everybody, me, you,
yeah.
No celebrities, no political bullshit, no political members, everyone. If they can't provide that, we have the right to take them down.
If they can't take everybody to space individually or all at the same time, we have
it's
the right
easy.
to
Hey,
tear down the organization.
100,000 people next week going to the surface of the planet. Sure. All right. The next schedule is going to be next month. Every month. They have the money for it. Why are we going to other fucking planet when we can't even show our people what our world looks like?
Well, apparently we do these things and other stuff like go to the moon.
No, not pictures or videos.
Buddy, try your best not to interrupt when you get in a reply. Try your best not to interrupt when you get in a reply. Saying no in the middle of someone else's sentence. So please don't do that. Go ahead, Aldo.
No, he already told me what he thinks. What's going on?
He was saying something. I was trying to listen to his reply, and you interrupted him.
Oh shit, my bad. My fault. I apologize.
It's cool. It's a strange format in here. We like to sort of stretch things out to a logical conclusion. But I was only going to be sarcastic. I was going to say, they don't do that because it's a hard thing to do, and that's what science likes to do. We do these things like go to the moon and the other hard things, blah blah blah, all of that.
And then
they do it because they do it because they can do it because they can say they can do it, and it's only a select body of people that can do it. And the maths for the rocketry only adds up to the payload being able to be very small, or every ounce accounted for. So they can't go taking hundreds of us up there just to prove what they're saying did.
Well, to verify things, it needs to be physically demonstrated. So that's why we're having this. That's why flat Earth movement is growing, because there is no demonstration. There's no physical form. There's no physical evidence other than pictures and videos that is being held by the most powerful people.
Well, the evidence is more on the lines of the failures or the bloopers that they're caught out on, because we can't go up there and affirm it or deny it. But the actual evidence that it's faked is because space, as they paint it, they couldn't be up there if they didn't have a balloon, and they're not claiming to have a balloon. So where they claim to be, it's technically almost a thermodynamics violation. It goes against gas pressure and natural law. So that's why we say, they can't do it. That and all the fakery and the nonsense that they've been caught at, obviously.
NASA is not a commercial company, right? NASA before they were they were a public funded organization.
NASA is an intelligence agency.
No, not intelligence. They're public.
Donald Trump just last week relabeled NASA's role as an intelligence agency.
Fuck all that.
National security intelligence.
No, listen. NASA. Look, you can look it up in ChatGPT, Google, whatever. Deep look it. NASA was a public funded organization. You know what? Funded by local states to show everyone. Why are you laughing? To show everyone what they're capable of doing. Right.
That's a lovely story.
But then Cold War happens. The space war happens. It became private. They made it private. They made it private settings because they want to go to the moon fast as possible, more than anybody.
Okay. We all know the story, dude. We just want verification of the place that they're going can exist.
Exactly. Only
speaking Russian.
Well, that was the main mission, right? The main mission was to verify to people that you can actually physical to go to moon, you can actually physical to enter moon's atmosphere or not moon's surface, and whatnot.
Yeah, that claim though that you can leave the Earth's atmosphere.
100 years later, or 100 years later passed, right?
Excuse me, my friend. We let you speak.
But let me finish one minute, and then let me finish 1 minute.
Yeah, you can continue pontificating, mate. No worries.
Okay, so right after that, right after all that, right? So, but it was funded to verify physically that they can enter the surface of the moon and whatnot for the people, and then it becomes a shuttle for people to see the surface of the Earth, and they never did it because it was flat.
Yeah, they never did it, dude, because they couldn't go there. We were promised.
You know why? It's shuttle, right? To transport us.
NASA landed
to see
on
the
the moon in
surface.
1969.
But it became private. It was a public funded organization. It became a private government. It became a federal.
So you're just going to interrupt the answers to say the same thing over and over?
I'm sorry.
You'll get there, bro. Don't worry about it. It's a natural thing that people seem to encounter when they first start talking to us. They can't, seem to just listen and, stop reaffirming their stories. If you look into it, NASA only went there, 7 times? They only landed on it. They claimed something like 6. There's only a handful of people that ever actually said that they did it. And they claim that was, so long ago that they've lost the technology to actually, redo it now. So even if they wanted to, it would be hard to re-achieve. They don't have the tech anymore. So how could we reaffirm any of that?
To storm the Capitol.
Storm the Capitol.
Anyway, so yeah, it's easy. Anyway, so all I'm saying is, okay, that NASA wasn't even funded to go to the moon or go to the Mars or whatever. They were funded to make a medical. They needed to fund research to a medical bay. Okay,
who were they?
I don't know, Illuminati.
Dude, I'm just asking you this. Public organisation, who were they?
Local states.
Like local states? Local states on NASA. Who set NASA up?
Where are you from?
Who took control of these things?
Where are you from?
Pardon?
Where are you from?
I'm from the UK.
Okay, then yes, there you go. It funded by
With A.
Yeah, it got funded by the The Queen herself as well. Look it
No,
up.
no, who were they that was funded by the Queen herself? It was actually a king back then.
I don't know the exact name, but I mean,
Okay.
NASA is a public funded organization.
Yeah, these people that were publicly funded, you understand where they came from, right? Who these people were, these scientists. Have you ever heard of Operation Paperclip, for example?
You know,
the operation that sifted through the scientific brains of the Nazi regime and split them up between the Americans and the English and the Russians. Primarily those scientists that came over because, you know, they were very good at building rockets and stuff, were the people who very first started NASA off and were publicly funded in air quotes.
They did not separate them. They were separated because their minds were too big.
Who was separated?
Okay? No. The one that you're talking about.
Yeah, them, the Nazis.
Yeah, so they were not separated because their ideas were
funded,
their ideas were compressed. Their ideas were
people that were funded.
Can you let me finish?
No, I'm just wanting, because you're just going to wrap it on. I just want you to understand that those Nazis were the people that were funded, right?
Of course, they're funded because it's a public organization. So I don't need to know that.
Understand why this is relevant at all. Are you trying to say that because they hold on?
It's relevant because right now
haven't finished.
It's relevant on this topic because right now there are a lot of people are talking about flat Earth, and they shouldn't be.
Okay, don't really care. I'm addressing what you said.
I do because
I'm trying to figure out if you're trying to give some kind of, I don't know, valor to NASA because they were a publicly funded organisation in the very beginning, so couldn't lie. Is that the point that you were trying to get to?
100 years ago. 100 years ago. And there's still flat Earth people thinking about flat Earth. There's no one. There's no one in NASA demonstrating. There's no one in NASA is demonstrating that the Earth is round or flat. Not even Elon Musk.
An avionics organisation. It's like you say things and you don't want to be addressed. Again, you're wrong. So NASA treat the Earth as horizontal, stationary. For avionics and things, when they fly things up, they treat the Earth as horizontal and stationary. These people who build rockets treat the Earth as horizontal and stationary when they do so.
Because it's so big and the curvature is so minor that we don't need to worry about it to complicate our equations.
We understand. We're not talking to you, though. We understand your belief.
Look.
Yep. I'm flying over the Earth.
All we have to do is conceptually prove why it's wrong. Just understand that.
All I'm saying is a physical evidence and the verification of the shuttles that goes from point A to point B that is transporting people for the research. That's it. And that was NASA's goal. Transport people, not only astronauts, but transport people from point A to point B. Let's say point A to Houston and point B is the surface to have people's research. That's it.
You're talking about where's
like a museum, like a That was the real goal, and then they made it public, they made it private, they made it federal, they made it the government, and now everyone is like, hey, they're hiding something. Oh shit, yeah.
What are they hiding?
And they're trying to rename that is not non-renewable spacecraft to SpaceX.
Okay.
So another merge. They're trying to merge. They're trying to merge NASA into another company that can capable of like shutting everything down.
Already, if you listen to what was said earlier, turned NASA into a security and surveillance organization.
Why does it name the first space shuttle called Space Shuttle? It's a public transportation.
That's lovely.
Dude,
I'm still trying to figure out what the relevance is.
Anybody can pick that up for free, dude. Without buying NASA. Does a good lawyer? I'll take it.
What's the relevance here, sir? For you to go on for the last 10 minutes about how NASA was a public funded organisation, these Nazis. What's the point?
You don't want to see you don't want to see one
I don't know what the
planet.
point is.
You don't want to see planet B1 in
Planet B1.
Planet B1 in.
Can you speak in English?
I'm speaking English. You don't want to
Okay,
see
can you
planet
speak English
B1 in Sagittarius B.
I like the morning after pill. Plan B.
Bitch ass.
See, this is going to go nowhere if you're not going to speak
We don't.
plainly.
NASA doesn't even need metal. Doesn't even need like.
Oh my god.
Gas propellants.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you talking to us? I don't feel like you're talking to us. Sounds like you're talking to yourself.
Talking to you guys.
Something wrong. Who ordered the Yappuccino? Hey guys, something wrong.
Look, this is why we're having this flat Earth conversation, because there is no one verifying the real physical of planet Earth. Only pictures, only videos.
Verify that the Earth is
Sorry, that's incorrect.
I can verify
that's correct.
It's round.
No,
What are you
we
talking
verify the surface of the Earth that we're on by measuring the surface of the Earth that we're on.
Jedi, without sending me pictures, prove me right now. That is, the Earth is.
I measured it.
You understand? You seem to not understand the standard of evidence that's required.
You can't
here.
prove me. You only yap.
Dude, if you'd listened to what I said, you would have understood, but you clearly don't because you've accused me of yapping.
I'm not. I've been listening to bullshit, dude.
Really?
Okay, no pictures, no yapping. Prove it. How would you like him to prove?
Transport me from point A to point B, and then prove me the Earth is flat.
Okay.
Or okay, let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that.
Okay.
Prove me. Let me do you a better one. Okay. Prove me that Earth or the term. Prove me if the Earth is flat or round, and show me a physical form from point A to point B, so I can have a verification.
Okay. Now we
without
can do
any
this
pictures, without any videos.
Without pictures or videos.
Exactly. So they failed.
Okay. So you understand that when we make measurements, we're going to be observing the measurements because they're going to be between distances. We're going to set up tools between these two distances, point A and point B, and see if we can hit point B with the tool. Now, if the surface was curved or flat, that would make a prediction as to how far away. Do you understand how surveying works?
Do you understand what I just told you?
Yeah, I'm asking you if you understand how surveying.
Demonstrate me. I don't want to hear it. Demonstrate me.
I want to hear it. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what you want.
You know what a demonstration means, right? You show me.
I'm asking you if you know what surveying is.
So you shouldn't be talking right now. You should demonstrate me.
Are you coming to someone's fucking house? Because if the answer is no, I'm gonna mute you.
Then if the answer is no, then shut the fuck up.
Okay.
What?
That's not going to go well for you in here, bro.
People don't know what demonstration is.
I'm asking you if you understand what surveying.
I'm asking you. You know what demonstrate me, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing.
Asking you if you're going to understand what I'm going to demonstrate.
Listen to me. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not trying to make you
seriously.
feel
It's
bad.
not going to go well if you keep talking through me.
Dude.
So you're asking me to demonstrate. I'm trying to point out surveying, and I'm going to demonstrate surveying. If you understand the premises of surveying, you will understand this is a good standard of evidence. But you've gone, so it doesn't matter. As you were.
The guy was having a whole ass conversation by himself. Okay.
And he kept going on and on about nothing, and then kind of claimed victory.
Kind of like Chief does.
Chief with his crayon drawings. 10 by 10 centimeters. Yeah. That's how you take measurements of the sky. You do a crayon drawing of your garden.
It's really cute of you guys that you're trying to insult me with what I was sort of mocking you with. I've been flattered, honestly.
And now you're going to try to reframe it as he was mocking us, right? That's how you're going to try to save yourself.
But that's the funny thing. If you think I was being serious with the crayon thing, like, you've missed the joke. And the fact that you're trying to use it as a joke is kind of ironic.
Why were you joking instead of citing measurements?
Oh my goodness, this is insane.
Yeah,
I've got a question now. I've got a question. Let's stick to the flat earth.
Boy, he got fast.
I got a question. So,
How about putting your thumb out and saying the distances to the stars?
what sort of... real quick. What sort of precision do you think is required in construction?
Well, for you, none. You'll just say these measurements.
No. What do you... I'm asking you, what do you think?
Drawing pictures of your garden in crayon, so probably for you, none.
Dude, I'm just trying to, like, have a thoughtful conversation. Like, you just have to think about it for like 3 seconds, and give me your opinion.
Engineering, dude.
Okay, we're engineering a warehouse. Okay, a warehouse is...
Eli, what, mate?
How big do you think this warehouse would need to be for the curvature to be considered? Yeah.
What, some warehouse?
Yeah. Just anywhere. You want to build a warehouse.
There should be 8 inches of deviation from horizontal over 1 mile.
Okay, but we're not building a 1 mile long warehouse.
Oh, okay. So why is it relevant then?
Well, I'm just trying to sort of play with the figures and sort of really work this out. What sort of precision we would require and whether we can detect it once we figure it out.
Okay, what about a tunnel that's like 25 miles long?
Go on then. What
under the sea.
What about
What type of precision do you think that we're going to need to survey? Very accurate precision, I would have thought.
I mean, not
Who's
initially.
got the Neo Sync?
It is me. I'm sorry. I'll shut up. We'll try this later when shit isn't happening here.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Go ahead. I thought it was someone else interrupting you.
Yeah, me too. Sorry, Eli.
No, it was me before. That it was my humming. I turned on my heat.
Oh, got you.
What sort of precision do you think is needed? It depends what it is.
Apparently crayons on paper.
I just want to address this crayon thing. It's
that stupid thing you said.
It's not even funny anymore.
It was so dumb, bro. You're like, okay, every day go outside, you get a crayon and a piece of paper, and
I wasn't being serious. I said crayons because I was mocking the way that you guys are addressing the information, like children. So I said crayons.
So you just reduced to mockery instead of providing us the information they asked for.
No. It's just funny that you're trying to mock me with the very same joke, and you haven't understood the joke, and it's telling about the way you think about the shape of the Earth in some way.
No, the fact that you have to resort to crayon mockery instead of just providing the measurement you asked for is telling.
All right, cool. I'm sorry. All right, I apologize. But at the minute, obviously, there's something going on.
It wasn't mockery. You were serious.
So you think the crayon thing is a joke? Why do people paint the globe with crayons then? It's a joke then.
Well, he's trying to reframe it. He was actually trying to say that you make a drawing of something and then you use the drawing to measure something about the thing that you drew.
I did hear him say sorry, and I think he's learned that if he projects something or tries to mirror it onto us, it's kind of obvious and it just reflects back on him. Could be progress.
Well, hold on, Chief. Were you the guy that was also, you said, put your thumb in front of you And you can measure the distance to the stars. Was that you?
It was the other guy, Dexter.
Well, yeah, the cheerleader. That's right.
Wait, what?
How does that work?
The only thing you can do is measure the elevation of the star above the horizon using your fingers and your thumb. That's a primitive way of doing it. That's only its elevation above the horizon, not the distance to it.
Yeah, I guess.
That wasn't all of it, though. The next part of that is do that and record it over a period of time, say the same time every day, every week, and sort of, and from what you can see, just estimate the amount of movement and then start to think about why is it moving? To my thumb, we don't need. We can see it's moving, and over the year, it's behind us. It's not where I was.
Yeah, no shit.
And you
need to turn the Taylor Swift music down if you want to keep talking, bro.
And the way that those lights are, if you try to sort of visualize them in a 3D way, they make a grid. They make a grid you can use that you can draw if you want to be tedious about it, or put into a computer. You can build this grid, and you can see how you are moving inside this grid. It's weird that the grid seems to, it moves with other stuff, and there's very good explanation. And it's, I don't know, man.
You've already pointed out that we're moving inside this thing that what is stationary.
Okay, the grid is moving, but also things inside the, and things are moving. The grid is moving. It's weird.
Yeah. We know the grid is moving. It's just when you said.
Yeah, but even though the grid is moving, like you can also be moving at the same time. And when you compare it against some of the other lights, you can see that those lights are moving in a different
some light
grid.
What lights?
And when you map this out, all these things are going in circles around, with each other around another thing that is also going around in circles.
Dude, you keep clipping in and out because you refuse to turn your music off, probably. So
yeah, something
only
else.
Like 50% of your sentences coming through. So either turn it off and have the conversation, or come back later.
Oh, I just realized Eli left. That's a bummer.
I know you can't really talk because of your background noise, Threesis, but it's more of it's not really a question. When you say that we're moving, what affirmation do you actually have that we're moving when we've got evidence from scientists in history past that Earth's actually stationary, and we have in actual fact got a record of the yearly path and position of the sun and moon, that they're an lemma above us. All actual, evidence shows that none of these celestial bodies actually really do transit beyond the curve of the Earth, or some edge of Earth that they're then occluded. Like if you can hear me, I don't know, dude. I don't know if you've heard about it before, but yeah, I would agree with recording information and going on that. But I think you're missing out a lot of things like Sagnac, Michelson, Morley, Aries failure, stuff like that you might not be aware of. The Earth's actually been recorded as stationary, and that the celestial bodies are moving above us.
Yeah, to highlight an inconsistency, if they're going to accept Eratosthenes was a geocentrist. He measured the sun's angular displacement in the sky.
Eratosthenes is not the arbiter of what
Yeah, no kidding. So we can continue with Ptolemy. Ptolemy made the same observations.
Ptolemy is
of
just
the motions
describing
of the stars.
what he's observing. Yes, these people are not the arbiters of what is true. They are just describing it as precisely as they are able. It doesn't matter that they say it.
Talking over me. Holy shit.
Wow.
Now they're not the arbiters of what's true, even though that's what he was appealing to make his case. What the fuck?
No, you're not. Like, the discussion about each.
I mean, this leads to the whole Copernican revolution, right? Where they made an arbitrary philosophical choice on which reference frame was true.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it did. That's the whole genesis of it.
No, you don't make it an ideology.
Yeah,
all the opinion.
It is an ideology. It's a philosophical preference. We have quotes from all kinds of astronomers and astrophysicists even who call it a philosophical preference, and it absolutely is.
No, you're...
Yeah, I'm sorry, truth hurts.
Don't want... Very... Conquer it is to understand.
Jeez, dude, you keep cutting out again. Nobody can hear what you're saying.
All right, sorry.
You know, astronomers have actually concocted a lunar-centric system, not like a solar system, but a lunar system, where the planets orbit the moon. Yeah, so it's a valid reference frame.
Doesn't make sense.
Well, no, you have a cognitive bias. It does make sense.
All right, let me look at this again. Send me a link.
Sorry, I'm driving right now. You could Google lunar-centric system, and you'll come across it. It's a fun exercise in reference frames.
That's helpful.
Yeah, I mean, these are choices. These are choices of which reference frame are you going to pick as the stationary one, and which one will not be the stationary one. You could make it Jupiter-centric.
No, it's not. That's not that. We're not picking and then making reality. That everything else.
Dude, I can't hear you again. You're cutting out. Sounds like a bad drive-through order freaking screen. Ever see Wayne's World? I mean, there are Globers today that are geocentrists, and some of them are former astronomy professors from Princeton. You know, like Dr. Bennett, who goes hanging out with like the Earth Awakenings people.
So it's it shouldn't be an ideology the way that you're living. Like, you should be testing everything and not just finding the things that confirm the thing that you think you believe. You should be testing.
Is that what you're accusing me of?
Say again?
Is that what you're accusing me of?
It's what I'm observing is what I'm saying.
Okay, I'd like an example, please.
You're just talking
the
shit.
way that you ask for evidence is always
Dude, I'm just pointing out a coordinate reference system invariance.
The way that we ask for evidence of the things that you claim is evidence that we're just confirming our biases. Having a circle jerk strong
actually think about the implications of
He's
your
going to interrupt.
claim.
I never get to the end of a
refuse to
sentence.
think about the implications of your
Why
claim
should I let
in
you
all of
speak,
this.
dude, when you don't let me get to the end of a sentence ever?
Sorry, 20 more seconds. So, basically...
Well, if someone else wants to take it. That's what you get.
We refuse to think about the implications of our claim. Well, initially, bro, we don't actually make a claim. We take the model of Earth and heliocentrism and we falsified it. We don't have a replacement because falsification requires no replacement, bro. It's that simple. That's the implications of our claim. The implications of our claim are that Earth isn't a globe nor heliocentrism exist.
I punished him.
This is an internal review of how inconsistent it is.
That's funny that asking for evidence of his claims is us trying to confirm what we already think.
Yeah, still waiting to hear from you, Keggers, if you know about Michelson, Morley, Sagnac, and Airy's failure and such.
No, you missed the part where if somebody asks you a question, your response is always, "Oh, but prove the globe." You never substantiate some reasonable things about your own beliefs.
That's not a generic statement?
It's a generic, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Is that generic or aimed at certain ones of us in here, bro?
Say again, what do you mean?
Is that a generic statement about us all or aimed at certain people in here?
It's an observation I make of most of the courses of discussion that I observe in here.
What about the rest? Why don't you make an observation about the rest?
It quickly just turns into chaos. But like, we never hear anything about the flat Earth. Only this doesn't coincide with my unreasonable understanding of the globe model, and so it must not be a globe. But
no,
you never.
No, that's just how long was I going to let you build your straw man, dude?
That's the entirety of flat Earth evidence. It is.
No, it isn't.
It really is.
No, it isn't.
It's just misunderstandings and conflations.
It's misunderstandings of measurement showing that lays surface.
There's no measurements. They didn't measure the other side. If they could tell us how high it was at the other side, it should be exactly equal as where it left. But they can't tell us this. So it's no evidence. It's incomplete evidence. So it doesn't tell me anything.
Sorry, when we survey the land, what are you talking about?
What other side?
Be specific.
The people who survey the land, the people who build the equipment that survey the land, say they take into consideration curvature. They supply that as a feature of their software because people are building buildings that people's lives depend on with this stuff. Not for fun. They're not just doing it for fun. Some of this is available for you to investigate. You could backwards engineer it.
What is this stuff?
Back off the mic, Keggers. We're getting distortion from you shouting, dude.
It's when you very neatly said take account for curvature that they do not measure.
No, you missed the part where that's not what they're trying to measure.
No,
like,
that's
it's a given that the curvature is there.
No, they're trying to establish levels so they can measure elevation and depth from that level. You know how high and low things are with relative to a level.
Yes, and built into their results
just
is
fucking
curvature of the Earth.
No, that level is measured as a horizontal.
No, dude, you're not understanding what level means on a globe. You have to acknowledge it from the globe model to show that you understand it.
Measure and applying what they measure to the definition.
But you're also adding in implication that you don't seem to be realizing it. You're saying it is
horizontal.
No, it's not. No, it's not, dude. You might think that. Whether you believe it or not, the people, the Globers, don't think that that's what that is.
You're not letting me speak and reach my conclusion.
You're wrong. You're making a straw man, and then you're arguing the straw man, and so your evidence is incomplete.
What do you mean it's incomplete? I haven't finished it yet because of you.
Because I keep interjecting because you keep starting with straw men.
What? The use of a tool to establish level?
Yes, but you're misunderstanding what level means on a gravitationally affected sphere.
Dude, level, when they establish it, is horizontal.
Eggers, if you can't wait for people to explain things, I'm sorry, bro, but we're going to have to mute you. We need, back and forth, and that takes understanding the whole of what's been said, dude. I'll unmute you now, but try and let other people expand to completion, and you can do the same then.
I'll try my best. So let me just address what you just said. Okay. Level, say it again in your way. Level is horizontal.
When they establish it, it's horizontal.
Okay, cool. That's true. Okay. That's true. And, okay, the curvature of the Earth is so large that horizontal is a very useful, precise enough way to refer to this thing. At each point that we are measuring it. Yes, because it's horizontal at each of the points that the building matters, and they join it all up.
So that means that you've got tangents.
Yeah, you will have tangents. But if you make enough tangents, you can just create what's essentially a curve.
You don't.
What do you mean you don't? You do, you can. And they do because they want precision.
My friend, it's because you have a direct line of sight between the laser and the reflector.
No, dude, that's not what's happening. Okay, that is what's happening. Okay, dude, that is what's happening. All right, but... Okay, underneath the laser is a curve, and they account for the height of their measuring equipment to get this. And it's built into the program.
Have you got a measurement of that curve, or are we just not going to measure the surface of the Earth when we survey it?
You're missing,
No, you're saying that the surface is curved even though that we measure level. Because that's what we're trying to do.
I'm saying. That's not, you're not, I don't know how to better this. Two things are happening, three things are happening at the same time. No, but you keep conflating your understanding of something with what it could actually be.
The curvature is a given, that you don't have to take it into account. It's a given. We already know it's
there. Sure.
There you go, Jedi. He already
but he doesn't accept that, and he won't acknowledge it.
Oh, so we don't measure it then?
Yeah, we don't measure it. It's already there. It's already pre-assumed.
Yes, because the curvature is not what we're trying to measure. The thing we're building is what we want to measure on top of the curvature.
Or underneath it, when building a tunnel.
Yes, sure. Inside it, with it, according to it.
So we don't measure the curvature.
Contour.
We don't measure the curvature.
No.
Okay.
Well, I mean, depending on the project. Obviously,
depending on the project, we do measure the curvature. What projects do we measure the curvature with?
From what I can tell, large infrastructure projects, railways, airports.
A tunnel that goes 25 miles underneath the English Channel.
Yeah, that's a large infrastructure. What about it?
I'm talking about.
What about it?
Yeah, it's 25 miles, large infrastructure.
Okay,
You said we measure the curvature of the Earth when we have large infrastructure. I'm saying, when we survey the land and the sea and the seabed for the Channel Tunnel, go and get it. You said we measure it with large infrastructure. Go and get it.
I'm getting it.
Not all we build this because we assume that there's a curvature there. A measured curvature that we have to take account for because it's measured to be there.
It needs to show that it's measured as to as you say that we say that it's implied in the metric only. So yeah, show us that.
Fucking
it's not
get to the point, you wee bastard. What the fuck are you talking about, pal? You alright?
Alright, now, son, how's it going there, wee man? What you doing at your mammy's purse?
What's that? Mate, I'm on the valleys, pal. Go shut your purse.
This sounds exactly.
Shut your geggy, you wido.
Hey, shut it, mate. Put my cock in your throat, you wee bobber gay.
I see now you didn't word it, you had to go there, eh? Dude, you can't go that far, eh? That's too far there, big man, no. That's a step too far, you know.
Yo, old dude, you sound so rapeable, bro.
Yeah,
sometimes he sounds like Billy Connolly.
Mute these people.
What the fuck? What? Someone report that.
Clown car just showed up.
What the fuck?
Yo, why are you muting all my niggas?
Well, there's a clue in what you just said, dude.
Why are you muting these people though? Like, why are you doing that?
Well,
you kidding?
Erratic and weirdos and saying crazy stuff, and
because we love it, mate. We love
we're
muting them
broadcasting live into people's homes here, dude.
for fun.
You fucking mute me, cat. Oh my god, it's like a gremlin.
Trolls get wrecked in here. You don't get a free out because you're a troll. You actually get wrecked.
Here's mate for that.
Anybody interested in reading? Any new Globers?
Reading? What's that?
Well, what happened is Kegwin went away to get some information that he was pressed to provide, and he's just going to pretend he's getting it till everybody forgets the conversation. Then he's going to start derailing and sidetracking.
No, I'm looking for it right now, dude. Show yourself. Stop straw manning.
So I was trying to get to the end of it where I was going to say, yeah, Elijah, you might as well go ahead with that.
I'll wait. Since he's getting it.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm
not so confident.
Be helpful.
I have faith in him. Go ahead. Do your thing. Get your stuff.
It could be at least 20 minutes. This is interesting stuff.
That's fine. 20 minutes, we can wait. So 45 past the hour, we'll be expecting you.
Just drop it into the AI. It will give you a list and then put it in audio and listen to it in speed times 2.
Tell your save a whole crew to come back in. That was quite funny, Keggers.
Hello. Now I get why it's so hot.
Welcome to 24/7
Flat Earth Discord. Gravity is not a force.
Is Eli going to read his thing, or are we still going to wait with bated breath for something not to happen?
Well, I was going to see if someone else wanted to read it, if there were any willing global participants in the show.
Going to work tonight, TV? What's that? You going to work tonight? Yeah. So, why does he need 20 minutes? Gotta get his head right.
Fascinating stuff. I'm reading about what they're saying about how they built it and why they did the things they did.
At the end of this, will they show that they measure curvature of the Earth?
Supposed to be prepared with this before you make the claim.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that like a before thing?
No, you brought up the tunnel thing, and then I thought I'd look into it.
Cool. So at the end of the
He would look
day,
into his own claim. Sorry, go ahead, Jeff.
I just want to know if they measure the curvature of the Earth that they have to take account for. Is that in there?
Here we go.
It's in there because it's not in there. Because we already know, like he said twice, the curvature is there already, so you don't have to measure it. So we know it's there. Ain't that right, mate?
Yeah, Governor. That's what the fella said. He said it's in there, so we don't have to account for it or measure it.
I just think that there would be some ridicule if flat earthers are like, yeah, here's a bunch of facts. And then someone says, okay, can you back it up? And we're like, oh, hold on, give me 20 minutes and I'll go find it for you.
How big is the guy's house, man?
Don't worry about me, guys. Fucking hell.
Is the evidence in the West Wing of them? Is the evidence in the West Wing of your
Sorry,
mansion?
I want to know if I'm wasting my time or not, so I'll go away for 20 minutes. The information that you're reading, does it show that there's measured curvature?
It seems to.
It seems to.
It seems to.
Where? Show me that part.
Still waiting to see it. Am I in the wrong chart or something?
There until you can find it.
You can concede that it's not there as well. If you don't find it, you say, hey, it's not there. That's it. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, but it seems like
make excuses.
I was burgled and someone took the place where the information was stored, or the dog ate my homework, or...
Oh, classic.
When they took that tens of thousands of scans across the English Channel, from the southeast coast of England to the northwest coast of France, they used point to point from coast to coast, and they used buoys and boats across the water. So buoys, right, on the surface of the water that were referenced. They knew their location after they sent signals to it and got reflections. So we're most definitely...
Hang on, what? No, are you saying they shone a laser right through the tunnel to line it up?
No.
What are you saying?
I'm talking about the surveying that took place before they even started digging in the floor.
And they used lasers, did they?
Yeah, lasers and electromagnetic signals hitting off reflectors, working on a direct line of sight principle and the law of reflection.
A direct line of sight through the tunnel?
No, not through the tunnel. The fuck?
So what are you on about?
The surveying of the land, the seabed, before they even dug into the floor. What the fuck, dude? You know, we're going to have to measure the land and survey the land before we start building upon it.
And they shone lasers from one side to the other?
What, across the English Channel? Yeah.
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 Really? Can you show me this? Because this isn't what I'm reading.
Dude.
Jesus, you must be too young to remember the project.
And this is not...
Honestly, this is not what they're saying. This is not how they said they measured it.
Excuse me, this is not going to be a reversal of burden upon me.
No. You said they shone lasers from one side to the other. None of this seems to have happened.
Hello?
You're backing out now. It's fine. You can back down. So they didn't shine lasers from one side to the other. So they didn't shine lasers from one side to the other?
Yes, they did. So
they did shine lasers from one side of the channel to the other, yes?
Fucking talking and I'll have to mute you. So I'm not going to have this burden reversal onto me.
I'm just asking you.
I was going to talk again.
Because I don't care about this information. I just want a simple answer from you. I want a simple answer from you. Do you think that they shone a laser from one side of the channel to the other? Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
Yes or no? You are saying that. Okay, cool. Yes. This doesn't seem to be anywhere in the information they're talking about how they measured these tunnels.
I'm not talking about
I can't find that. So I'm asking you, where did you see this information? Where did you see this information? Because I'm reading the official sources and journalists writing about it, and none of them mention this laser shining thing. None of them. They talk about how they use GPS and they made sure that the ground below was stable, and they took marine geodetic surveys to bounce off the rock underneath the sea using air guns. No, I'm telling you what they are saying. And you are saying they shone lasers. I'm saying they haven't said anything about shining lasers. So I'm asking you, where did you hear this information that they shone lasers? It's real simple.
You're not getting it.
No, you're not getting it. I'm asking you for information that you said you have. Very basic information.
You're such a diuretic little prick. You don't shut up. Fucking child, dude. Go and get your measurements of curvature.
I said this. I literally said this earlier. When I ask for the implications of your things, you just turn it around. Oh, prove
You're
the
not
globe.
getting it, mate.
No, substantiate your beliefs. That's what I'm interested in.
That's a straw man.
Right, so I'm gonna have to do this. This is what we were waiting for you to do. You were supposed to go away for 20 minutes and show that a large infrastructure program measured the curvature, not took it into account, measured it before they took it into account. Now, you've gone into something you heard me say about the Eurotunnel programming, and you try to build a straw man around that. Well, I'm still waiting for you to provide the measurements that you said you had. You're digging around in my shit, dude. I'm not going to have this reversal of burden. Go and do what you said. I will get you the information you require in the meantime. Sounds fucking fair to me. You go and do what you said you were going to do, and I will accept your fucking burden and help you understand better.
It's Brittany, bitch.
So, just for the record, there's 2 celestial poles, right?
Yep.
Yep. Have you got a problem with that?
No, I don't. I think Eli owes me an apology for calling me a scumbag and a liar and all that, because he said that was never the case.
Exact words, right? A like for like. What's like for like mean?
Like for like, what do you mean? In what case?
I don't know. These are the words that you said. There's a like for like South Pole, like there is one in the North. What's like for like?
I never said like for like.
Okay, well, I can't talk to you then if you're going to lie.
When did I say that there's a like for like? That's not a term I've never said.
It's not a term you've never said.
Or ever said that. I never said that the... Wait a second. I've said there's only one pole. There's one celestial pole, one pole star.
Yeah, we know.
You never answer the question if... about whether we claimed it was a 1-to-1 equivalence. You never answer that one. I think it was Arden the other day. He was pressing you to get a quote of somebody claiming a 1-to-1 equivalence. That's what it was.
1-to-1 equivalence of what?
Forget it.
A pole?
No, if you listen back to the conversation, we went over that in January.
Okay. What's the celestial pole?
That's a good question. What do you think a celestial pole is?
I'm asking you. What's the celestial pole?
The one.
You said there's only one.
So one single one called. Huh?
You said there's only one. So what's that then?
The point in the sky where that's north. That everything travels around east to west around that northern point.
Okay. Is Polaris this point?
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, it is. Do you
Which
think
means for all intents and purposes, is it measured to this point?
The center is just off of it.
Hold on. Is it measured to be this point?
What's the name of Polaris? Polaris, right? What does the POL in Polaris mean?
Yeah, it's the North Star. So, is it measured to be the point that other stars rotate around?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. It's 1 degree off of the central point.
It's not. It's 1 degree off. Are you sure?
Yeah.
1
if
degree.
You knew anything about celestial navigation, you'd understand this.
Okay, it's 1 degree off, so that means that you got...
What?
So that means Polaris makes a circle at night?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to point out to you earlier.
Let's see the video of it making a circle. I'd love to see that.
Okay, dude, it's your claim that it stays in one position. Let's see that. Because I can get
it does stay in one position. It's been in the same spot for all of human history.
See, I've entertained you long enough. person who thinks I'm Australian for some reason. The North Star is a circumpolar star. It's 1 degree off the central point of rotation known as the celestial pole. Now, in the South, there's an equivalence to this. That's not a star. That's a central point of rotation. The closest star that's said to be close to it is Sigma Octantis. It's not visible. It's 7 degrees off of that point. So stars, north or south, are circumpolar. They rotate around either one of these 2 points. That's why I asked earlier, the Southern Cross and the stars that form that constellation, does that rotate around the northern celestial pole or the southern celestial pole?
There's only one celestial pole, my friend, and that's the northern celestial pole.
Okay, so I can provide you a citation like I did earlier that shows that the Southern Cross is circumpolar to the south, like Sigma Octantis is.
What is south, my friend?
South, it's a celestial rotation in the sky like the north.
So south is a celestial rotation.
Yeah, there's 2.
So south is a celestial rotation, so that's what south means. So celestial rotation.
Yeah, north and south are based on celestial poles.
Just like the time lapse that AI Overlord sent you about 10 times.
I've seen all the time lapses. I think that we've probably all seen all of the same time lapses.
Which show
that one.
2 poles.
You see, Eli, 2 poles.
Yeah, he knows about this conversation.
Oh, he
put
does.
the image in text chat for you, Vax.
I want to hear Eli
look
say
at that. See where east and west are?
Not 2 points though. 2 poles.
Yeah, Eli. So there's 2. Eli, tell me if there's
not 2 points in the sky that you can see, like the North Star. You can see it in the south. There's no point to see.
Eli, how many celestial poles are there?
It's geometric. Just like a pole is a bit literary, okay?
Okay, so 24/7 says that there's 2 celestial poles.
No, that's in reality.
What did I lie about,
you can go to the south. You can go to the south and you can witness this. Just like many 24/7 members live in the south and spend a lot of time in the north. They see 2 different rotations.
Yeah, but the thing is, south's not the same for everybody now, is it?
Sorry? South's not the same for everybody.
South is not the same for everybody now, is it?
Yeah.
There's a common point of reference or pole of reference. Yes.
So let me ask this question. Is north the same for everyone?
Absolutely.
Cool. So south, because it's based on celestial rotation. One north, one south. So you're saying if we've got one reference point, like let's meet around my house, we won't all meet around my house. The fuck?
What the fuck? That was a terrible analogy.
Dude.
That was horrible.
If we go to one place, will we all meet there? Yeah, we will. You're saying that south isn't one place.
No, it's not.
Isn't it?
South's not a single point that everybody can point at the same time.
Yeah, they can.
No, they can't. South's different for everybody.
Celestial point of rotation that, as I pointed out earlier, the Southern Cross rotates around in the south because the Southern Cross doesn't rotate around Polaris in the north.
It does.
I can't deal with the child.
Like I said this. I said this a billion times before. I probably said it. If you take somebody from Atlanta, Georgia, somebody from Moscow, somebody from Beijing, within a 24-hour period, at some point, everyone will be able to see darkness at the same time, which means everybody can go outside and point north at the same time. So, what is south? South is just 100%, 180 degrees opposite of north.
Oh, dear me, no. This is where you've got a brainwashing issue.
There we go.
Yeah.
So now I'm
listen, can you see Polaris from Australia? Hey, Vax, can you see Polaris from Australia in the south?
No, you cannot.
So what do you see instead when you see a rotation, an apparent rotation?
Yeah, you see a second apparent rotation. Doesn't mean it's a celestial pole.
Where is
That's
it?
what
Is
it's
it in the sky?
described
This
as.
apparent rotation.
Hey, so wait, time out. He just agreed, even though he's saying that the words are different. He basically, so
No,
you
but I'm
can
not
see
claiming
what
it's
we
a
see.
celestial pole. Stealth isn't a
Okay,
true
but it's a
direct
rotation.
point.
But you did say it's a rotation in the south.
An apparent rotation for people in Australia, even though it's never going to be nighttime for people in Australia, South Africa, and South America
What are you
simultaneously.
talking about, dude? That point of rotation is actually serving as a point of reference for people in the south, just like the one in the north is for the north.
Sure, but you can't see, like, if you're in the south,
great, thanks.
everybody can't be on the same meridian and
Do you
see the
agree?
Southern Cross at the same time.
Do you
Yeah,
agree?
now you're making it more complicated on yourself.
No, I'm
Do you
not.
agree with celestial navigation? That we can measure the stars move across the sky over time? You agree with this,
You measure
right?
the stars moving across the sky with celestial nav?
Yeah, over time, yeah.
Yeah, taking elevation angles of stars, sure.
Yeah, cool. So in this, there's two poles. We measure, for example, the southern. Dude, listen. We measure, for example, the Southern Cross rotate around a southern axis of rotation in the sky. That's what we measure.
Look,
hey, bro, you said it doesn't mean. You said it doesn't mean it's a celestial pole. Does it mean it?
Exactly.
Right.
An apparent rotation
does
does not mean it's a pole.
celestial.
No.
Does it mean it isn't? Does it mean it isn't?
What makes it a pole?
No, one sec, I just want to know. Does he think? Does it mean it isn't? Hey, bro, does it mean it isn't one?
I mean, could it be? Do I know that? No, I just don't personally subscribe.
Okay, so equally, you can't say that all the southern stars, right, do a lap around Polaris.
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. Let's see. Let's do a little. It's nighttime in Australia. It's nighttime in Australia, right? Everything's moving east to west in Australia. It's nighttime.
Rotates around the Berry Center.
Everything. It's nighttime in Australia. All the stars are moving east to west in Australia. As you travel further west, as the sun moves, the nighttime starts shifting west. So then it becomes nighttime in South Africa. Then it becomes nighttime in South America. Then it becomes nighttime in New Zealand. You cannot see stars from those locations simultaneously, but in the north, everybody can from different points. Like I said, you can get someone from Moscow, somebody from Boston, somebody from Atlanta, somebody from Beijing. They can go all go outside, and everybody points north.
So the rotation that we see in the south is basically cartwheeling through the sky.
Why not?
What you're saying.
You don't think so?
It's not why not, but it's not like you're arguing against any points we've made.
What about two celestial poles, Eli, that you said never...
Well, that's the one you're looking for. Is just that it moves. The one that you're looking at, the one that you're saying is moving.
Hey, that has been claimed, by the way. That has been claimed to have been done, bro. People have done
that. Material photography.
Eli, may I ask you a simple yes or no question?
I'm sorry, I'm in the house, so I can't fight for the mic, so I'm going to do it like this.
Yeah, sorry, man. I'll shut up.
Eli, yes or no question? Are there two celestial poles?
There you are. All right. Now, what I'm about to read is exactly no more, no less than what we've said, minus the words hemispheres and things like that. Now, the Southern Cross does not circle Polaris, and the two constellations are on opposite sides of the sky. Polaris, known as the North Star, is located almost directly above Earth's North Pole and traces only a tiny circle, there's the other point Jedi was talking about, in the sky, but they say it's due to Earth's rotation. That's the part we don't agree with. The Southern Cross, by contrast, is prominent in the southern hemisphere and is used to point towards the South Celestial Pole, as there is no bright southern equivalent to Polaris. Also, exactly what we've said and in context detail. The Southern Cross never comes near Polaris in its apparent motion, as they are both associated with opposite celestial poles. For observers near the equator, it is just possible to see both on the horizon, but they never circle each other. The constellations instead serve as markers for their respective hemispheres. Again, hemispheres is not a word that we generally use as a term because it's nonsense. Unless you're talking about the apparent dome of the sky, which is person-centric.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, but yeah, it's celestial. It's referring to the celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere. So it's a concept. The celestial sphere.
So further to that, if you're going to claim that because it's not night simultaneously, that this rotational point moves around the north, that's just not a claim that you can. If you can validate it, that's cool, but it's not disproving what we're saying. You're agreeing with it.
It has been done, by the way. It's been claimed to have been done. It was claimed to have been done on Nathan Oakley's. The observation wasn't contested. It was refuted by showing how it's and affirming the consequent formological fallacy for trying to insinuate that that makes the Earth a sphere.
Opposite antipodal poles.
Eli, where did you read that from, by the way?
Perplexity.
I was kind of like,
You think you could drop it in the chat?
It sure did. It's way better than ChatGPT.
Agreed.
Is there something that, like the thing that you read, can you drop it in the text chat?
I already did.
Okay. Appreciate it. Well, okay. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Let me ask you guys, just bear with me for a second. If I'm on 32 degrees north latitude, is that a 32-degree circle of equal elevation around Polaris?
North latitude, yeah. The geographical position of the northern celestial point that Polaris rotates around also.
It's a circle. Yeah. Yes, just say yes, it's a circle.
Well, it's you, dude, so I want to be super clear.
Yeah, no, we're just making sure that, a latitude in the north, just because you have that reference point for Polaris, they're all circles that get bigger and smaller. Further you get away from the GP of Polaris to the equator.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, on the other side of the equator, when you're not looking at Polaris and you're looking at the stars goes east to west, and you're looking at the southern sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you're in the south and you're like 40 degrees south, is that a circle around Polaris?
Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't be. How do you determine that you're 40 degrees south latitude? Wouldn't you just extrapolate from other stars that are visible in both northern and southern latitudes?
Yeah, but the ones in the south measure to have a axis of their own, not the one in the north. They measure, like the Southern Cross, to rotate around a southern celestial point.
Right.
So if you were to theoretically maybe trace that out, that would be a circle of equal elevation pole.
Here's an honest question. In the south, when you're using the sky map, right? Are you still using Polaris?
I'm not 100% sure when you use the sky map. So my mind went to the app that I have. That's a
Well,
it's
to
like a
get your
poor man's
latitude
version of Polaris.
north, I mean, after you've taken your measurements of the sky, your degree measurements and everything, and you look at the almanac. That's what I mean.
Oh, okay. Well, when you're in the south, there's times of the year where you see Orion pretty much all night, is there not?
Yeah, at the moment I can see it all night because it moves over the year.
What direction does Orion travel?
It's
East to
all
west,
stars
correct?
move east to west.
Right.
That's
So
where we
does
get
Orion
east.
go
Sorry,
east to
hold on.
west
Just to be
around
clear,
Polaris?
just so you understand and so we're
Mhm.
clear, east and west, we get them from. The east is where stuff rises from. The west is where things set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine. I agree with that.
Cool. That's what it is, right?
I thought you were going to start talking about clockwise and counterclockwise, blah, blah, blah.
Well, it maybe depends what you're going to be looking at and where you are when you're looking at it.
Yeah, it's all about your orientation.
No, or
north.
what star field you're in.
So 32 degrees north latitude is a circle of equal elevation, meaning you can put people throughout the whole entire rim of that circle of equal elevation. Everybody can point north. How is it that everyone can point
That's where you're going
south and
wrong.
be at the same?
You can't verify that.
But
Can't verify that people
but even
all
if
around the
but
rim of
even
the
if
circle
you
wouldn't be pointing
but
at
even
at
but
opposite directions.
well, that's the thing. When you're south, like, what is that referencing? That's still referencing Polaris, because that would
Well, hold on, you
just
said
be
that can't be verified. I think that was AV. What do you mean by it can't be verified, AV?
So you just
when you get
pose a
down to the
hypothetical.
bottom of the points that matter, because
You just put a hypothetical in the chat. Sorry, like you just put a hypothetical in the chat, and you wanted that we've got people all around this imaginary circle pointing north. That hypothetical has never been done.
It's not an imaginary circle. It's 32 degrees north latitude.
Can you prove that circle that you're imagining in your head that we're all standing around? Prove that shit. Show an example of method. Yeah, show a method where people can actually do what you're saying is possible. I want you to prove it to everybody.
Wait, Eli, please let me respond to that. Are you saying there's another shape where you can put something in the center?
Don't tell me about
everything.
I'm not saying anything.
Shut
I'm
your
asking
fucking
you to
mouth,
provide
dude.
evidence.
Don't let me finish my sentence.
Prove it.
Please. Thank you. Is there another? So wait. Okay.
Prove
so 30. Hold on. Calm down, big guy. Calm down. Jesus.
Okay, you're going to either prove it or you're going to be silenced until somebody else
You
wants
can
to
let
talk.
me finish my sentence on how. So I have to. Okay, just to be clear, I have to prove that circles of equal elevation are circles. That's what I have to.
You said,
I have to.
no, you said that people can stand around in a circle pointing north. You can't do that shit. I'm challenging you right now. Go ahead and prove that that can be done. And I want you to prove it to everybody in this room right now. If it can be done, then so be it. But if it can't be, then retract what you said.
So your contention is that 32 degrees north latitude is not a circle.
Oh my god, dude! You just said that people can stand around in a giant circle. Fucking show me. Show.
I already said, dude. There's multiple. You can get people from China, Russia, North America, Canada.
How do you know they're in a giant circle, bro? How do you know they're in a giant
because
circle?
they'll all be on the same. Because they're all on the same latitude, doofus.
Yeah.
And what is latitude?
Prove that it's a.
I'm sorry. What is 32 degrees? What is 30? What is 32 degrees north latitude? What is that?
Asking me a question. Asking me a question is not proving it.
Well, I was just trying to give you a little bit of a push to help you with the answer.
You're not proving it. You're not proving it to anybody.
32 degrees north latitude is a circle of equal elevation around Polaris. Since 32 degrees north latitude is a circle of elevation around Polaris, it just goes and says that there could be people on the outside of the circle.
Yeah, prove it's a giant circle right now.
You prove that a circle of equal elevation is a circle? Are you fucking retarded? What do you think it is, a triangle?
No, dumbass, I'm asking you to prove it right now. Prove it.
What do you think a circle of equal elevation is, you dumb fuck donkey?
You're not gonna prove it, are you? You're not going to
Prove that a circle. Prove that a circle of equal elevation is a circle. Prove that a circle of equal elevation is a circle. You want me to prove that a circle of equal elevation is a circle?
Dude, you can't prove the giant circle you think exists. Go ahead and show me where people are standing around a giant circle and pointing north. Do it.
Prove that a circle of equal elevation around Polaris is a circle.
Just keep going on and on. Just keep going on and on. You can't prove it, can
Is it clicking how retarded? Like, prove a circle is a circle? Are you stupid?
Yeah, you said people can stand around in a giant circle, but I don't see you proving it.
I mean, different people in different locations on 32 degrees north latitude? That baffles you?
Show.
Oh, I forgot. It's a trapezoid of equal elevation. My bad.
Yeah, show that they're actually doing
Or is it what do you think? It's an oval of equal elevation? Do you know why it has to be a circle?
It doesn't matter. You're not proving it.
What other shape has the same distance on any part of that shape to the center? You fucking moron.
That's not proof.
So just to be clear, I have to prove a circle of equal elevation is a circle, correct?
You have to prove your hypothetical.
What hypothetical? That people can stand on 32 degrees north latitude, and you don't think it's a circle because it's stupid?
Hypothetical giant circle where everybody's standing around, holding hands, making a giant circle and pointing north. You can never prove that, ever.
Yes, you can. You got plenty of different locations where it's all people can be on the same latitude in different parts of that latitude and see Polaris.
Okay. So now,
it might be 5 a.m. for one person. It might be 8 p.m. for another.
Yeah. Show us the map then. If what you're saying is correct, then you're going to have a gold standard map, aren't you? Show that map.
Let me look up some cities real quick. I'll look up some cities.
No, I'm not.
Are you saying show the map or show the map?
MAP, map.
Show the map.
Yes. If what you're saying is correct, you want me to go make you a map?
You want me to go make you a map of 32 degrees north latitude?
Exactly what you're saying should be what everybody knows it to be. Then there would be a gold standard map. Gold standard. Don't me. Show us the map that would be the gold standard.
Yeah, AV, I understand. You don't think latitudes are circles of equal elevation. That sounds like a you problem.
No. The problem you're having is that there would be a gold standard map if by what you're saying is true, somebody would have already made a map that would be exactly what you're saying. But we don't have one, do we? Wax.
We got maps that work perfectly fine for northern latitudes. It's once you get beyond the equator and Polaris is no longer visible, everything gets all fucked up.
All right. So what gold standard map do we have? Which one is
well, whether you like it or not, dude, I hate to say it, but the AE map is 100% lock solid with the northern latitude. Because you don't like the AE map? Now it's not valid just because it is 100% lockstep with Polaris? That's a problem for you?
I just wanted you to admit that.
You are done, dude. You're done, and also you're incredibly embarrassing. Prove a circle is a fucking circle, you doofus. Did your mom smoke crack when she was pregnant with you? Or were you left at a fire station when you were a toddler?
You're being too mean. You're being too mean. Shut up.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. You guys have fun.
Shut up. You're being too mean. You're being uncivil. You're being uncivil, bitch. Shut up.
He finally said it, huh?
Yeah, it took a little coaxing, but I knew that I had to kind of use a little elbow grease, but I coaxed it out of it.
I mean, to be fair, maybe they could.
He doesn't like saying it because it makes him feel all dirty inside, so that's why he left. That's gonna leave a mark.
Look, even if you were south and still in the south, whatever latitude was still a circle around Polaris, it doesn't change that we can literally see stars not circle Polaris. That's the bottom line. We don't have to say anything else.
Yeah, that's why I asked him about the point where they claim, right, that Sigma Octantis is. I asked, does it have a circle of equal altitude?
Tell them to reconcile the AE map with that.
It doesn't matter if there's a star there or not.
Well, like Eli's
If
citation.
it's a reference point, it has an angle, and actually you can use the Southern Cross to roughly gauge where the southern celestial pole is, and then get an angle to that, and it is roughly your south latitude. It's good enough.
I don't know. I didn't want to interrupt you. I was saying that Eli posted that perplexity text that actually went over every point that should have been good enough. I guess it was. That sheep guy loves to hate it. That's a new talking point that I heard you bring up there, Jedi. It's a good one, actually. 24 miles. Good.
My bad for getting hot-headed, guys. I'm sorry. But, I mean, to ask to prove that a circle of equal elevation is a circle is ridiculous.
Okay. Well, you got your AE map, so you can sleep comfortable now, can't you?
Hey, you do realize when it's, like, you know where San Diego is? Have you ever heard of that city? Right?
Bruh.
Yeah. 32 degrees north latitude, San Diego. Baghdad's 32 degrees north latitude. Those are opposite ends of the circle of equal elevation. It's nighttime for both of them at the same time. So if these two cities are on the same circle of equal elevation, thousands of miles separated from each other, how would south be the same for them if they're both pointing north?
Guess the AE map shows everything you need, doesn't it?
Oh, no, just answer the question. You got two cities thousands of miles apart on the same latitude, and the nighttime will cross between both of them. The sun sets in San Diego when it's in the middle of the night for Baghdad, which means people from Baghdad and people from San Diego can call each other, be on the same latitude, and go, hey, go outside and point north. And they both go outside and see Polaris and point at it. How is south going to be the same fucking direction for both of those people? Prove circles of equal elevation are circles. Good lord.
Depends on what you're referencing.
You're good to go.
Oh, show me where the AE map touched you. It works for the northern latitude. Sorry, it just does.
Yeah. What happens when you see the sun move about in a circle and that's the south? Oopsie. Aww.
Do you think the Tropic of Capricorn is a circle?
Around what?
Well, it's safe to say that the Tropic of Cancer, which is like 23.6 degrees north latitude, that's a 23.6 degree circle of equal elevation, so that's most certainly a circle, right?
Around what?
Circle of equal altitude around Polaris.
Its geographical position. So is the Tropic of Capricorn a circle of equal elevation around the ground position of Polaris?
I mean, that's not how you're directly taking your angle measurement because Polaris isn't visible from Capricorn, but if one's a circle, why would the other one not be? What do you think? I mean, is it squiggly
it depends what you reference, I guess.
Well, I mean, all circles of equal elevation are circles, are they not?
Yeah, but they're not all circles of equal elevation around the same thing.
Sure they are. That's how it's derived. To get your circles of equal elevation in the south, you just have to extrapolate from stars
if you've got
that have a
one
known
pole,
position from Polaris.
It's like you don't want to listen because I'm trying to agree with you. If you use one pole, then you're going to have one pole within your coordinate system, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How many poles are there?
One pole.
Okay. See, this is where we have an area of contention.
Well, exactly, which is fine.
So you're asking us about the circle of equal elevation under the Tropic of Capricorn. I'm asking you what it's reference to. You think it's just reference to the north?
Well, I already went over how south is different for everybody, so how could it be referenced?
He doesn't answer that.
South is different. How's south? Sorry, what is south?
That's a good question. What is it? Because we know what north is.
It's the celestial rotation in the sky.
No, that's not simultaneously visible for people in different locations in the south. Yeah, so.
Yeah, he's broken, Jedi. He can't answer.
I'm broken, says the guy who said prove circles of equal elevation are circles. Shut up, dude.
Yeah, you didn't prove that the Eden map is not the gold standard map. You know that, right?
Yeah, I didn't prove circles of equal elevation are circles. Moron.
Yeah, what does the 24-hour sun in the south do for you?
What's 24-hour sun? Oh, I gotta trust Richard and Dave McKeegan now, right? Like they're arbiters of truth, and they don't.
You think they're shields, that they're working for the enemy, and the people that witness the stars? People that in the south, like in Australia, like Matrix and all the Australian guys in here, they're also hallucinating. Southern Pole.
No, it's just someone in Australia and somebody in South Africa and someone in South America are not going to see stars simultaneously. Where they're all going to be like, "Hey, mate, let's get a point at the Southern Cross," and they can't do that.
What? It depends what season it is.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
It never lines up, dude. Like this has been squashed for years and years and years.
It never lines up. If that
it never lines up like it does in the north.
It's like you don't want me to talk. If that looking at true south, that's going to be a reference to a.
What the fuck is true south?
Yeah, known as celestial south.
The fuck is that, dude? I already explained to you how south's different for everybody.
What's true north?
True north? When you go outside and point at Polaris, the marker in the sky, the one star that doesn't move.
Is that a point in the sky?
It does move.
What is so like looking at Polaris means you're not pointing north?
No, you're not following what I'm asking you. So you're going to reference north by a celestial point in the sky. South is referenced by a celestial point in the sky.
No, it's not. There is no point in the sky that people can look at. You just have a vacant, empty void.
Yeah, the other stars rotate around. Like in the north, Polaris you can see, and it's close to this point of rotation, but like was cited earlier, it's also a circumpolar star. It itself rotates around the northern celestial point.
Well, it's not a circumpolar star, it's the Well, no, it's the pole star.
No,
that's why it's got its name Polaris.
Singular. No, all stars in the northern sky field circumpolar to the celestial pole. That's not Polaris, because Polaris also rotates around this.
Yep.
I would like video showing Polaris making a circle. Thank you.
It was pointed out to you earlier. It seems like we're going over and over the same conversation. Sometimes you agree, some depending what argument you want to shoehorn in at the time.
No, the thing is, like, if I'm standing
to this
in one spot,
concession before we move
give it
on.
around in a tight circle.
To this one concession before we move on. Polaris moves.
By how much?
1 degree off of the center point of rotation. The celestial pole.
So, is there a video of Polaris making a circle?
Okay, this is a consequence of celestial navigation, dude. We measure it.
Show me a time lapse of Polaris making a circle.
Okay, there's no point fucking talking to him.
Well, you don't have a time lapse of Polaris making a circle, dude.
He was given earlier, 5th time, wanker.
Okay, wanker, you don't have a video of it.
Now I'm annoyed because you don't have the same video of it being stationary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
But you
never seen
won't
polarity
accept
proof, my friend.
citation.
But the citation that talks about celestial spheres and hemispheres?
What? That
What's your
show
citation?
that the stars move around a celestial point. Their excuse is the rotation of the Earth, but it doesn't stop the observation. We say the stars move. Okay, the stars move polarity. It is moving. It is 1 degree off of the center of the axis. Ooh.
He's looking it up right now. Finding out he's wrong.
And that means what exactly? Let's say it does make let's say it does make a circle of 0.7 degrees.
Okay, there's one in the south as well. It's
right,
just
so
an
two celestial
empty
poles,
sky
right, Eli?
field.
Eli's still in here?
It's like you don't want to listen.
Oh no, Eli's gone. Okay.
You guys
Well, he's not in here. I'm not even really interested in talking to you guys. I just kind of,
run away.
Yeah.
No, not run away at all. I could care less if you guys think there's two celestial poles.
Yeah, really? You've been arguing over the toss about it for like 2 hours.
Well, no, all I've merely pointed out was self is different for everybody, and then somebody asked me to prove a circle of equal elevation's a circle.
Self is
That's a big issue right there, though. That's a big issue right there. That
depends what you reference.
Because he's saying that okay, in some areas, label south. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
South is just 180 degrees from north.
Yeah, you're saying the south is not. You're saying that from different positions like South America, South Africa, and you said Australia. Some people can see the celestial south, and other people cannot see it. That's what you said earlier.
Yeah, not simultaneously. In the north, you've got plenty of instances where people can all go outside from thousands of miles apart from each other, go outside, get on the phone, call each other. Everyone points north simultaneously. People from North America, Russia, China, Europe, India, all simultaneously. I already said that Baghdad and San Diego.
The celestial north.
Yeah, just like what I said with Baghdad and San Diego, my dude.
What do they point at in the south then? What do they point at in the south?
The same distance away. Like if you got someone in the whole Baghdad and San Diego doesn't line up for the south.
If in the north they point to the sky, what do they point to in the south?
You're not going to get people that far apart on their own latitude to be able to do that, dude. That's the whole point. You're not going to get people that far away on their own circle of latitude to be able to do that. It doesn't work.
South.
That is exclusively something that's only possible in the north for people, multiple people on the same latitude to go outside and see at the same time.
Why?
You're not listening to anything I say either, dude. Every time I'm talking, you're talking right under me.
Hello, wanker. I'm talking from within your example. So in the north, we point to something in the sky to what north. What do we do in the south?
Like I said, you haven't addressed it. You got people on opposite ends of a circle of equal elevation, all pointing to a center point of that circle, which is why it's a circle of equal elevation. How on earth could south be the same for everyone?
I'm asking you what we point to in the south to reference south.
Oh no, he's actually what he's doing is flipping the burden.
Okay, Elijah's back. He only wants to talk to you, Elijah.
Yeah, what he's doing is flipping the burden of proof and then forcing or attempting to force us into error. When in actuality, again, did I post it? Yeah. Right here. The Southern Cross never comes near Polaris, and its apparent motion as they are both associated with opposite celestial poles. Now, here's what I'm concerned about. For observers near the equator, it's just possible to see both on the horizon, but they never circle each other. That's it. That's it. So your idea that maybe, south and the rotation of those stars are still circling the north somehow, no. It's not what we observe. That's it. End of story.
A freaking weekend.
Yeah, because I realized, like, yeah, there is this push to either directly or unwittingly accept that all the stars circle Polaris, and it's weird how long we've been doing that by sidestepping Wilbur's to say, all the stars rise in the east and set in the west, and they're like, yeah, but there's counterclockwise and clockwise, and we're like, oh, those aren't directions, yada yada yada. When actuality, why are we defending the stars all circling Polaris? Because that's really a globe point. It's not that they circle Polaris, it's that if we're in a globe spinning, then the apparent motion of the stars, like all of it is circling the celestial pole. So says the rhetoric that I read online. So you can interpret it as all the stars circling Polaris, because Polaris is the one star that we see that doesn't move, except for a tiny circle, but that's just because of the Earth's axis. So the rhetoric that I read said, why were we ever defending that? Like, what the hell?
I don't know. Like we kind of spoke about earlier, that map and that claim was here when we got here, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's deep, dude, right? Because it's a psychological operation, right? Here's a straw man, right? Let's get everybody involved in the straw man, get them defending the straw man, and then we'll burn the straw man down when we go to Alaska and watch a 24-hour sun. And that'll be the end of it.
Oh, so they do.
Mm-hmm. Because of a map.
It's a back-to-back defense.
Mm-hmm. See, the thing is, right? For me, I've been around since like 2018 with you guys. The conversation wasn't fulfilling me with regards to when I look this way, stars do this, and when I look that, stars do that, because everybody was defending this kind of Catherine wheel in the sky. I don't know, this top that span around, because those were the models that primarily were touted on YouTube. So everyone was defending that. We were even having conversations with our Australian, like pointing out that that's not true. Things were falling out. We weren't answering the questions to globers correctly, right, with regards to clockwise and counterclockwise motion, because we're defending that position by your orientation under one sky field that's moving in orientation to one pole. That's not what we observe, though. So yeah, quite a few of us defended this idea and it took us a long time to realise that actually it's not what we observe. Then celestial navigation came along. Yeah, this isn't what we observe, and it's most definitely not what we measure. We measure two celestial poles. And that should have been the end of the conversation. There are two star fields that we measure the rotation around, and one of them is clockwise and one of them is counterclockwise with regards to that specific pole. East and west are defined by where the stuff rises and where it sets. people want to know what's at the edge of the earth. Circle around and I'll be doing it around too, let alone.
He'll reset a couple more times and come back in there again. Probably get down on that.
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit. What was that?
Are you in here looking?
I'm sorry, I still can't understand you.
Are you in here lurking?
I hope it's not just me. I heard, "Are you in here?" Sorry, you're a little. I think Mike might be messed up. Did anyone else hear him? Is it just me?
I had no idea what he said.
Okay. Hello, Avian, by the way.
Hi, my friend. How are you?
How you doing, Jedi? Not too bad. If I got the floor, I did have a question. I asked the issue I had to dip out. Globe Earthers, Globies, when they look at the skies, the heavens, and the yada yadas, they see the cosmic abyss and the expanses of the universe, yada yada. So like, when a flat earther, someone from a flat earther perspective, gazes upon the stars, what is one's thought process? What are the thoughts that goes through like your head, specifically Jedi, when you gaze at the celestial dome?
Them some pretty lights in the sky.
I like it. I mean, I also think that to a degree, for sure.
Yeah, being as the story that I've been told about them isn't necessarily true, I do wonder what those things are. I'm a long way down my flat Earth path, dude. So I've come across lots of different ideas, and I've had many different speculations. But at the moment, I'm nowhere near anywhere answering that question. I mean, these are celestial objects. They occupy an area that I don't and probably will never understand. So it's hard to say.
That's totally fair. Does it, like, when I look up at the stars, I'm filled with a sense of wonder, like, so that's like the emotion I attain. Is there an emotion that you feel whilst looking at the sky on a clear night, yada yada?
I have a lot more wonder, especially with, say, things like the awe of things, why we have the phenomena we do. Things like solar and lunar eclipses, why I have deeper questions about why these things. I kind of add a little bit more intent into it. Maybe I think that the sky is put there for a reason, with some kind of intelligence behind it. Obviously, against the idea that it's some kind of happenstance and explosion, and we're all here for no reason. It's just a cosmic coincidence that eclipses in the forms that they do happen. I try and put some. I've come to start putting some more meaning behind it.
Okay, that's totally fair. I think this is just my interpretation, but is it not the case that from a flat Earth perspective, like there has to be a creator, a prime mover, right? Like it has to, like, because obviously like a flat Earth is impossible in like an atheistic secular world, right? So like
compared to all the clocks made by men, that are made after the movement of the luminaries, the only clock that is never late is the luminaries, the one made by the creator, because it's obviously designed. It moves in cycles like a clock, and that requires a watchmaker, and it's never late.
The difference is that most most flat Earth folks will look at the sky and wonder what is and how and what is going on, and question and wonder and then try to understand. The difference between most globers is that they look at the sky and say, "Oh, we know exactly what the sky is made out of, and it's the stars made out of whatever percent to blah 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 blah, and we know these distances or what," and they claim to know all the answers to all these things. That they can't prove.
Level, you have to acknowledge that, like I said, the luminaries move in cycles, but the question is that we cannot determine the cause of those cycles. So the mechanisms of the sky, we don't have the schematics for that. It's not like we have a switch watch here in my wrist, and I can open it up and backwards engineer and say this is what causing the movement of this hand and the other one. Right, break it down, and check what it makes it tick. But the luminaries, even though we observe it as a clock or a great clock, we cannot determine the mechanisms of it. That's the wonder of it. We don't know how it works.
No, I think we put more meaning behind the sky.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Absolutely. Do you guys put any weight behind the idea of the luminaries changing? So like, there's purportedly like Polaris. Like we used to have a different North Star, allegedly, and like some of the constellations have purportedly changed slightly over.
That's fairy tales. No man have experienced that. It's just like storytelling.
Well, no man could experience, right? Like even in the hypothetical,
like
it happens over a long period of time. So no one like
you said, allegedly. There's no way to prove it, and no one's observed it. So it's all allegedly.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So I guess the question, to answer your question, is hard. It's very hard to put too much weight behind anything like that.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's fair. That's a fair stance.
I mean, that's the problem, is that all of the proof, quote unquote, of all the globe and all the claims made by whatever globe model you want to use, all of them are unverifiable. Like that. Like, oh, well, the claim is that there's a new North Star every 10,000 years. Well, okay, that's cool, but you can't prove that. But just to say that, I mean, the amount of times that the proof of the globe is just saying something that sounds like it's a fact is not actual proof.
Right, it's typically just a best approximation, a simulacrum of the truth based on what we do know, and an explanation to try and figure out why it is.
I mean, it may be at best, at worst, it's just an ad hoc, made up story about looking at the sky that no one can verify. I mean, when you say based on what we know, how much do we know by looking at the sky? How much can you know?
Well, I mean, we can know like certain like basic observations, like obviously like the movement of the stars across the sky, the movement of the sun and the other celestial objects, right? And like we can notate how they move relative to our position, right? And then like the rotation of the stars. Like there are things you can observe about them, like without noting their distance or thing. Like we can observe their luminosity, how bright they are. Like there's things we can't know from our perspective.
Yeah, but I mean that's just more. We observe that this is what they do. We don't know that that's what they do. I mean,
well, like the luminosity, like even if it's a light in the sky on a firmament or whatever, right? Like it still produces a certain amount of light. So like regardless of if it's a nuclear furnace, hundreds of light years away, or a light, specifically put there, either way, it produces a certain amount of light. So that's something we can know about that thing, right?
Yeah, the observable phenomena. Nobody's denying the observable phenomena. We observe the sky doing what it does. We have different opticals that we can observe in the spectrum of light. We have our eyes first, right? Within our eyes, within our vision, we see a certain phenomena. Then we have opticals that can see more, that our eyes cannot see. And then we can say, hey, there is this phenomena, and we identify different lights, different events, different phenomena. We have the sun, the moon, the wandering stars or planets. We have the shooting stars, the sporadic meteor events, the daily showers, the nightly showers. We have the radiant sources, 6 of them, which is the source of all sporadic meteors. And all of these things happen in a timely manner, like clockwork. There are some random events out there that are also other phenomena, but most of what we see of the sky, just almost like I said, it's like clockwork.
It's constant.
Right. No, again, I have no qualms about that whatsoever.
But yeah, like you're saying, we do observe the stars. We have optical devices like observatories, and we observe in the infrared, the active infrared electro-optical, in the radio surveys, radio frequencies. We also observe in thermal imagery, in other spectrum. We have all this observation, and you can look at it and you can interpret it. I will interpret it somehow. The next guy next to me was gonna interpret it another way, right? But
I was just saying, this is how the globe gets away with everything, because they take the observations that everyone sees, no one can dispute. This is the observation. Then they come up with a claim about that observation, teach it to you in school, and say, if the Earth was a globe, we will observe this. Well, we observe this, therefore it's a globe. Teach that to all the children and see what happens. But it's based on the same observation. I mean, the observation is the observation. The explanation of
the globe was an extra step because the globe is a misrepresentation of the actual facts, because the globe adds rotation of the ground. Nobody detects that, but they're saying, oh, let's look at the sky. The sky is spinning, therefore the ground is spinning. You see the issue there? They go a step beyond from what we observe.
It's a pretty story about the pretty stars.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, again, humans for many years obviously all thought the Earth was flat and stationary, and then it was, different thought processes that brought them to the conclusion that the globe was a globe, or the Earth was a globe, rather, trying to explain these phenomena. So again, like a model, no matter what it is just, is not based in, no, it's based in empirical evidence, but it's not empirical evidence in and of itself, right? So it's just an a culmination of empirical evidences.
A scientific model, depending on what you're doing, hopefully the model will be based on things like measurements and find models that aren't based on any measurements, that are just theoretical models. It depends how specifically you're using the term model.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, a model, no matter what, is simply an explanation of phenomena, right? So, like, it is always a culmination of facts that.
Culmination of facts.
Yeah. So again, regardless, the facts are
for example,
empirical evidence, and then the model is the explanation of such facts, right?
Okay. So, for example, the model that the Earth is a sphere, is that based on empirical facts like measurements?
I think there's several empirical facts, obviously, like, the observation of differently rotating stars in the
No. This is the model that's used to explain, remember, the movement of the stars.
Well,
within the model, hold on, my friend, so don't lose my train of thought.
Sorry.
Within the model, the Earth is a sphere. Now, that sphere is going to have to be based upon empirical facts, right? So the measurement of the sphere, its diameter, radius, its rate of change of slope over the surface, should all be measured, right?
I mean, again, can you measure, the size of the sphere, like in Las Vegas?
You can measure a rate of change of slope over distance.
Relative slope over distance relative to what, though? Like, again,
the horizontal line.
Yeah, I do believe that there, we can see that there is some sort of change in elevation, right? Obviously, so that would be, slow. Like, things are clearly, even long distance observations, like you're never going to see the base of a mountain, right? You'd see a certain percentage above that.
Those observations, they're going to be explained away with a model, but the model, before we beg the question that it exists, must be proven to be true. You said empirical facts, and you're correct. So we're looking for the empirical fact that the Earth is a sphere for you to base the model on, so you can explain the phenomena. Otherwise, it's just affirming the consequent. When you then point at the phenomena and say, because the Earth is a sphere, it needs to be demonstrated that it is one, so it needs to be measured to be true.
Well, respectfully, that's not my understanding. Like, again, a model is to explain the phenomena, right? So, like, even if you, Well, again, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I was 100% up with you, but you then started talking about it being based upon empirical facts.
Right, but the empirical fact, I'm not saying is the fact that it's a globe. The empirical facts are these long distance observations where you can't see, like, the bottom of a mountain, or the differently rotating stars in different hemispheres. Those are the empirical facts, and the globe is the model that explains those.
Real quick, but within the empirical facts, you cannot skip certain foundations like water behavior, gas behavior. Within the empirical, You cannot have. You don't have. You cannot. Nobody can demonstrate gas pressure without a container. No one can demonstrate water on the outside of a spinning sphere. Nobody can demonstrate that the Earth is spinning. So those empirical axiomatic facts are being ignored to come to the conclusion that the Earth is this globe of nonsense in Fantasyland.
The difference, you can't, you can both have the same observation, but if you have your explanation, we can both look up at the sky, and one person can say that's a vacuum into outer space, and the example of how, right, it is, like, you can't beg the question. And if I ask you, well, how do you have a vacuum next to a container like that? Or how do you have a gas pressure next to the vacuum like that? And you use that, look at the sky, it's a vacuum doing that. That's like begging the question. Do you understand what? You can't use that as an example or observation as a proof or explanation for that example, if that makes sense.
Remember that he's bringing empirical facts, but skipping the empirical facts and then saying,
yeah, exactly.
You know, why are you skipping page 1, page 2, step 1, 2, 3, and then coming to step number 900 without proving that you can make it there in the first place? The globe is crossing the bridge, claiming they already crossed the bridge without building the bridge, without having the materials to build it, without planning for building the bridge. It's just, we already passed the bridge, even though you haven't made it there yet.
He can use that. He can use that if he knows that that's what it is.
Well, again, we bring up gas pressure and water behavior, right? So these things are, again, important things to consider when considering a globe. But again, the observations
they're
we make about the luminaries,
empirical facts. Yeah.
Right. So I'm not saying they're not empirical facts. I'm saying you can have a collection of empirical facts that can lead you to conclusion, and those empirical facts can be it could be a proper conclusion based on the logical conclusions of said facts without considering these other facts, right? I can forget all about gas pressure. One second. Hypothetically, I can forget all about gas pressure and then make a conclusion based on observations that the Earth is a globe, right? And then we can then figure out, right, how does gas pressure figure into this, right? Is gas pressure is it necessary for gas pressure?
You empirically know how gas pressure works. Empirically, observably, that's the empirical thing that you know. What you're trying to do is prove the sphericity. You can't start with that's the sphericity that we're going to go with, and then how does gas pressure go into that? No, you got it backwards.
Well, if we know that, you can know one thing, right? So say,
which one do you know first? Which one do you know first? Sphericity or gas pressure without a container? So therefore, you have to somehow. So what you're saying though is that the ball model does not fit into what you just said, because we know empirically you can't have gas pressure without a container. Yet somehow the ball exists next to that, and that's fine. No one has. I mean, that's problematic.
So respectfully, I would say the same thing on the other side. If hypothetically there's a container that's holding in the gas pressure for the Earth, right? The Earth's atmosphere, if you don't want to use that word, right? So the gas pressure on Earth, right? One second. No. I'm just saying.
Starting out with your conclusion.
No. I mean, respectfully, I'm starting with your conclusion that gas pressure requires a container, right? So if gas pressure requires a container, and that's our axiomatical jumping off point for how we continue forward, right? Then that by logical conclusion means that there is a container holding in the gas on Earth, right? So then, but there's another fact that we know that the square root Q law says that anything larger, or anything that doubles in size, quadruples in volume, right? So there's no object, no structure large enough, right, that would be able to contain the Earth as far as we know it. All of the materials that we're aware of, right, would crumble under such pressures. So that is empirical evidence based on our studies of, based on humanities studies.
How does that contradict the gas laws?
Well, it's not that it doesn't contradict the gas laws.
I hear what you're saying.
It doesn't. So it's just a red herring.
It's problematic with a massive container. That's my only positing. Not necessarily gas pressure definition requires a container.
Well, all right.
You don't even know what the container's made of.
What physics would all be about, but whatever. you still got it backwards, because you still can't necessarily demonstrate the non-existence of some material, yet we can absolutely demonstrate the absolute necessity in the existence of gas pressure needing a container. So that is the problem you have. That's the first hurdle you're going to have to jump over. Not, well, we're going to pretend that hurdle doesn't exist and we'll just address it later. That should be your first thing. So you can't then say, we're not only going to not have a container, we're going to surround it in all 365 degrees in all directions, in no way, shape, or form containment, and we're going to have a vacuum of the outer space next to it. And it's going to be spinning at the same time and moving thousands and thousands of miles an hour in a certain direction. And you think that is somehow going to? I don't know. You got to work back. You're putting the cart before the horse.
I would respectfully disagree, but in the vein of gas pressure requiring a container, I don't. One second.
Stick to a spinning object. Just that alone.
Just have a back and forward. Please don't interrupt.
Yeah, we can get there. So, but I'm just saying, like, in terms of gas pressure on Earth, for sure, always requiring a container. Like, I have not found any definite or any evidence of a gas pressure on Earth or on the surface of Earth without a container. I'm 100% positive that, right? But then the conclusion is that all gas pressure requires a container, right? We know that for sure all gas pressure on the surface of Earth requires a container. We haven't found evidence otherwise. If we did find evidence otherwise, right, then that would disprove that fact. Right. So, but to extrapolate from there, that gas pressure across the board and all of the observable, everything that is, right. I think that's a stretch in my opinion, because now we understand how gas functions in our personal perspective, from a human perspective, how gas functions and how well we understand it. Right. But obviously we don't know how gas interacts with the firmament. Right. There's far less gas pressure up near the firmament than on the surface of the Earth. We can make inferences based on how we think it may act, but we're just simply using our evidence to make determinations. I think exactly what we're doing.
We would at least have that. You still haven't proven gravity can ever affect gas, or ever proven the existence of gravity in the first place, especially affecting gas. So you got a multiple hurdles to jump over.
Sorry, go ahead. So gravity, like the gravitational constant, is a well-established, fact, right? So, like, again,
can you demonstrate it working on gas beyond what you are claiming the atmosphere is doing?
I don't have any demonstrations I can show you right now, right? But if the gravitational constant,
that's problematic. I'm sorry to cut you off again, but you don't think, you say respectfully you disagree, but you don't think that that's problematic.
Do I think that's problematic? It does not shatter my worldview. Do I find it troubling that I can't prove that to you? Yeah, I mean, again, I would like to be more firm in that stance, right? But if we take 1 second, real quick, if we take the gravitational constant is a well-established fact, right? Then
what is that? Can you post that? Can you post that? No, wait, Fuzzy, that fact that you're talking about, can you post that demonstration or scientific fact somewhere?
Yeah, it's big G in physics, right? So again, it's the.
But does that work on gas? That does not have any. There's no way.
You say that works on gas. What is that? Wait, Fuzzy, what is that? When you say that, what is that? I want to know what that is.
I was referring to gravity, which again I will posit is not understood.
What's that?
Again, it's a not well understood concept, right? But the phenomena of the attraction between massive objects, right?
You see, he's confused.
No, not right. Yeah, he doesn't even. You can't even describe what gravity is.
That's what it's Newtonian versus relativistic, Einstein equation. But again,
think that a thing that cannot be demonstrated and has no effects in physicality is containing the gases of the world, dude?
So
come on.
You can't take parts from one theory and add them to parts of another theory and just claim it as, the idea that you've got and no one else does.
You just said that there's the gravity is a well-established fact, but it's not well understood.
I said the gravitational constant, specifically big G.
Whatever, but you said it's not understood. So how can it be
gravity?
It's not understood.
So gravity as a phenomena is not well understood, but big G in the physical or the concept in physics is well understood.
What is that?
It's the fundamental unchanging constant that dictates the strength of the gravitational force, right? And it's the value 6.674 times 10 to the negative 10th newtons per meter squared or newtons per meter squared rather.
Can you post the paper for that?
I suppose again I'm not reading off a paper, but here I'll post
the scientific paper, like
Here, establishment
cause and effect relationship.
Is he just talking about 9.8 meters per second squared?
So the gravitational constant, which is that's little g. That's little. I'm talking about big G.
Yeah, but we need big G. That's the problem. I mean, you need big G. That's the problem.
Are you saying that there's a demonstration that shows this thing that you're talking about, whatever that is, affecting gases?
No, I don't have an experiment that has it affecting gases, right?
Oh.
So I don't think it's a logical leap, right, to say that if we establish big G and little g, right? Again, we don't have to. I know you don't have to agree to this whatsoever. But if big G and little g are established, then it established, this attractive phenomena between massive objects, and gas is a massive object because it has atoms, and atoms are massive. So again, these things would affect gas.
Okay, so just I'll give you that for the time being. I'll grant you that you can. So other than the Earth's atmosphere, can you name another example of this happening?
I mean, again, you could point to other celestial objects with spectroscopy, but again, I don't believe that would be a good evidence for this.
I wouldn't either. So, I mean, other than is there any way, other than the claim that Earth's atmosphere is doing this, is there just one other example of what you're claiming to be happening?
Well, we would have to point to in another example of a massive amount of air or of gas molecules next to a massive object.
A simple yes or no, because you just said you would. The only other thing you would say maybe Jupiter or some other thing, but
other massive objects with gas around them. Yeah, so I would point to other examples of this that again I would.
What type of fallacy is that? Is that like affirming the consequence, or
you said if you could affirm big G and little g, how is it that you plan to do this?
Well, little g. Right,
big and little.
The acceleration. Well, again, the acceleration in 9.8 meters per second squared. Again, we can see that in a vacuum chamber. I don't think it'd be hard to disagree with that, right? So, but again,
it's not constant, dude.
In a vacuum, it varies on Earth, right? In different places on Earth, it's different. Absolutely, 100%.
Well, it's linked in chat. They did the Bremen drop test, and different stuff falls at different rates. I know you want to probably say it's agreed upon average, but it's not constant.
Sorry, I'm looking at this in chat. 1 second.
He went away from the Earth and said another thing like the Earth, Jupiter, or things in the sky. So that's complete nonsense, dude. The Earth is those things in the sky.
No, again, in the globular worldview, if we consider the celestial objects to be real objects, right, and not lights, then it'd be good proof. Again, I'm not going to use that here because we don't agree on the premise that they're real objects, right?
So you're assuming they're terrestrial, not celestial?
No, terrestrial means of Earth, so I'm not assuming that. I'm assuming that they are physically real, is what I'm assuming.
Oh, yeah, but you also implying that you know the mechanisms of those things up in the sky and that you know what's happening, and it's basically... I don't know. It's like an amalgamation of baseless assertions.
Well, again, I would disagree. It is an amalgamation that you haven't tested and you can't actually verify about gas and vacuum. You're claiming a physicality to them and implying different aspects. When you can't actually go up there and touch it, confirm it.
Right, but there's plenty of things that I can't touch that I can have pretty confident beliefs that they're real. Like Mount Everest, I've never touched Mount Everest.
Oh, you're confident about it then?
Yeah, so we can get down to the breakdown of truths, right? But again, I will only claim that I am as confident as I could possibly be that anything is true, right? So you can call that ridiculous, but I will never give you a 100% truth claim.
Yeah, but you can go to Mount Everest.
We understand our lights.
Of Mars.
Go ahead, Jedi.
We understand our lights. We just can't make a claim as to what causes that light. That's all.
So again, I have no problem with that necessarily, right? Like, but I have an issue with the claiming that we can't know anything about these objects, right? So like we can know clear differences between like the stars and the solar system objects, the planets or whatever, however you want to refer to them.
Yeah, we can categorize things differently based on what they look like or what they do. Okay.
Right. So but we can know different things about these objects, right? So we can know at least
they're
at the very
categorized
least their
differently.
movements.
Not know differently, categorized differently. Please listen to Jedi.
Well, how are you categorizing them but by their characteristics? We have to know their characteristics in order to categorize them. Am I wrong?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so we know these things, we know these characteristics, that at least the characteristics that we agree upon, the luminosity, the position relative to us, yada yada, right? So we can know those things, right? And I think that it's not illogical to say that we can know other things about these objects despite having never personally been there, right? The same way I can know things about Mount Everest without having personally been there, either with
You're not talking about Mount Everest, you're talking about things that you don't have access to.
Right,
most of us probably know or have heard of somebody that's been to Mount Everest that can confirm that it's a mountain, that can confirm it's got snow on the top of it. You've never been to Jupiter to confirm what it is or is not.
I think
terrestrial.
Again, terrestrial means of Earth. But
I
think
exactly. Everest is of Earth, dude. You can go and test it or get someone to go. You can't go to the celestial objects.
I know, but like I'm claiming,
Everest is not in the
not
sky.
all of our
We're looking
knowledge.
about the sky.
I know, but not all of our knowledge is terrestrial. And when we're referring to the celestial objects, all of our knowledge is going to be celestial, right? So even when it comes to luminosity,
it's not going to be knowledge. It's going to be speculation, not knowledge.
Well, again, like is the luminosity of the stars speculation, or is that a direct observation?
No, we made up a luminosity spectrum unit.
But we didn't. We did not determine the intensity. The intensity was innate without our measuring. Like the
right.
intensity.
What you're saying is that it's luminosity. It's bright. What? Okay, that proves what?
That we can know things about these objects. That we don't have to visit them to know things about them. That's all I'm trying to prove. You said that we can't.
Right. We don't know anything about it. Actually, we just know that it's bright.
Right, but we know that it's bright.
Moves. It looks bright. It moves. These ones move separately to those ones. Okay. What else? Because you said that we can agree on these things, but you said that we can know other things. I'm interested to know what those other things are.
I think
these are still just observations, though. All we're doing is looking. We're not. We're not doing anything to verify.
Let's help them get there.
Yeah, again, I'm not positing that I will ever go to Jupiter. Anybody I know will ever go to Jupiter. Again, I think we can establish that probes have been sent near Jupiter, but again, that's in contention, right? So, but like I think we can establish that they are real objects. Like the moon is a real object, right, and not a light, because not only does it cast shadows, but it can have shadows cast upon it, right? So lights cannot have shadows cast upon it or cast shadows.
But can I just address your little probe question or your comment?
Yeah, I already stated that we're not going to agree on that. So you don't have to.
No, but it's not that we're not going to agree. We're not going to agree because
light, the moon looks like you're saying that the black areas of the moon, those are shadows. Because light to optics, your eyes as well. Light can polarize and it will look black. Light looks black. You know this, right? To your eyes.
Well, black is typically the absence of light, right? You can have a bright darkness, right? Again, rather than
you could be looking to a light that to your eyes that light looks black.
Sure, but again, we understand how shadows work, right? So I hope we can understand that. We understand that if a light is in one place and an object is in another place, a shadow will be behind the object relative to the light, right? So we know that. Right, so if we look at the moon, right, we look at the craters on the moon, and you can see that relative to the sun, the craters, the high spots in the craters have shadows cast in them, right, and then the mountains have shadows cast behind them, right. So if these lights are simply polarized and appearing as darker, then that would imply, in my opinion, some sort of
sphericity of the Earth.
No, I meant deception on
because that's what you're supposed to get back to is how all this looking up into the sky proves the shape of the ground.
I just wanted to get to the point where we're going to start relying on probability very quickly, because we're going to start saying that it looks like this and it most definitely looks like it could be that, so I'm very possibly sure that it is what I say it is. but then it's going to come down to verification.
Right. So again, I will claim. I will tell you right now that I'm not going to make any 100% claims. Everything I am going to say, including the sentence, right, is based on probabilistical alignments with reality. Right. So again, I think I am as confident as anything I could be that tomorrow will arrive. Right. But I have no. I am just sure that will happen because of everything we've seen before. But there's no. I have no logical. I have no empirical evidence that tomorrow will happen. I have only deductions based on yesterday.
Okay,
right?
So what are you trying to reasonably deduce?
That the celestial objects, specifically the moon in this case, are real objects and not lights, right? And not simply lights, rather.
Again, it's a very simplistic term, right? All right, we say they're lights in the sky because we don't know what causes them, but we see them because they appear to be emitting light. Those lights in the sky.
Sure.
Okay, we're not implying that they're not physical just because we say there's light.
Right. Okay. So let me clarify then a little bit. So like the moon specifically, right, rather than being specifically a luminary, right, is a massive, tangible, non-luminescent object, right? So like it has luminosity, but it does not produce light, right? I think that we can state that based on those shadows that I mentioned, right? So like a light bulb, you cannot cast a shadow on a light bulb because it produces light. You can only cast a shadow on something that does not produce light.
Yeah, there's a high possibility. Yeah.
So again, that's all I want. That's all I'm saying personally. Like I think it has a very high possibility of being true. So either way, I think that alone, right, the moon being a real object that is not purely a luminous object or a luminous light, rather.
Okay.
Right,
so the moon is a real object. How does that prove the Earth is a sphere?
So again, I don't think that directly proves the Earth is a sphere. But now,
well, then why did you bring it up then? Because
we were talking about
gravity. We can look at the moon, and because we think it's real, therefore we can look at the sky and think whatever we want to think is real.
No, that's not my point.
Listen to that point that he made. Is the sun a light? Is the sun emitting light? Is that emitting light?
The sun is emitting light. Yeah, absolutely.
Does the sun has dark spot, like black spots that you see on it?
Sure. Are those shadows?
Shadows. It's a light.
Right,
it's
exactly.
a light. You cannot have shadows.
I agree. I 100% agree with you. So those dark spots are not shadows.
Black spots, yes or no?
It has dark spots. They're not black, right? But also they are not shadows. So either way, that's not necessarily what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about shadows on
phenomena on the sun and the moon.
These
sun
are again
is a light.
I'm describing how they're different phenomena.
You're talking about shadows. Sorry to interject, but you're talking about shadows on things that are down here on terrestrial objects of Earth, comparing it to, correlating it to things that are celestial in the sky, bro. What ground do you have to be able to do that?
They exist in the same reality, right? In the same way that we can judge the luminosity of these celestial objects, right, based on our understanding of the light on Earth. Right, we can ascribe this characteristic of luminosity to these celestial objects, right, based on our earthly understanding of light, right?
No,
so that's
our earthly understanding of light is our terrestrial perspective on light. You're talking about celestial acclaimed objects.
But when it comes to the concept of luminosity, right, the brightness of an object, right, our understanding does not come from necessarily the celestial sphere, right? It comes from our understanding of light producing things on Earth, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yes. So then we agree.
Why correlate it with something that's not of its area? It's not of its, it's of a completely different area. It's not of Earth.
Right, but you can just because they're in physically different locations doesn't mean that the same phenomena does not apply. Like again, if you
remember that he's throwing in after the light and the shadow, he's throwing in the moon is this massive thing. He's already throwing all the other.
It has to be big. We agree that it's big, right? Like
how big is it? How big is it?
Bigger than you and me, right? So like massive, at least in colloquial terms, like bigger than a bus. I think we agree.
Like 1/4 of the Earth big.
Bigger than a plane, a massive object, right? So like a massive, bigger than a building. Because if you put a building the same distance away in the sky, we don't know. You can't touch the moon, obviously.
Same distance.
Do you know the medium? Do you know the medium that it's in? Do you know the medium between you and it?
There's definitely air molecules.
Do you know the medium behind it?
Again, we claim it's a vacuum, right? So
you mentioned its distance.
So there you go. You added a bunch of stuff that you don't know of.
Now again, I'm telling you my positing, right? My conclusion, my empirical evidence about the observations of the moon does not necessarily lead to these things, right? But it does lead to the fact that there is a phenomena keeping this real massive object in the sky, right? So what the explanation, we can say that we don't know, right? But we can also make inferences and deductions based on our understanding of earthly phenomena and the phenomena that then would apply to reality as a whole, like the laws of logic would then apply to the moon, right?
Earthly phenomena would apply to celestial objects.
Are the phenomena, again, not all of them, obviously we're not going to see biogenesis on the moon, right? But like some earthly phenomena also apply to the moon for sure. Absolutely.
Can you tell me how it is that you've actually tested this for fact?
Why I've looked at the moon. Again, I'm specifically referring to direct observations of shadows on the moon. That's the specific empirical evidence I brought to you as a.
But he asked how you tested this. How did you prove this? You're just looking at it doesn't test anything.
I can look at a toy cow and I can look at a cow in the field and go, they're the same thing. But if you walk over to the cow in the field, they're very not the same thing. That's terrestrial. You can't do that with anything celestial.
Again, debatable, right? So, but again, people have absolutely claimed to be on the moon, right? So again, it's not an established fact that it's not an established fact that you can't go to space. It's your opinion you can't go to space. You think that those people are lying, right?
You just said you agreed earlier that you can't have gas pressure without a container. So
that's
you're
the
trying
definition
to
of gas pressure,
that this can happen. And I'm still waiting for one other instance that is ever possible, other than your claim that this is possible. And you still haven't said than other celestial objects, which is basically the same claim.
So, but like he was pointing out with the cow and the toy cow, right? Like again, how do we differentiate between the objective characteristics of these two things, right? Like again, by purely observing these two objects in a real cow and a toy cow in a field, you'll see that the real cow will move. Unless it's a really nice toy cow, but there's direct observations you can make that will give you characteristics of these objects. Right, in the same way we know certain things about the stars, we can know certain things about these cows based on our observations exclusively.
Can you walk up and touch a star or the moon?
No, absolutely not.
Well, why are you correlating evidence against it?
Gotcha, bitch. Because I don't think you need to. Because again, I can correlate evidence against Mount Everest, and I'm not going to wake up and touch it. Like even if I traveled for 24 hours straight, I would not get to the Mount Everest in time.
It's too far. Going the wrong way or something.
I went to Disney World a couple weeks ago. It took me 8 hours to get to Florida, and I'm in Indiana. So like travel restrictions mean I cannot get to Mount Everest tomorrow. I cannot be at the top of Mount Everest tomorrow.
To be tomorrow, dude. You can get to Mount Everest. Phileas Fogg took a long time to go around the world. You can get to Mount Everest, bro. You cannot go and actually tangibly interact with celestial objects and therefore infer the effects that we see on Earth against them.
Again, people have absolutely claimed to have touched the celestial objects, the moon specifically, right? And then there's like lunar laser testing or lunar laser ranging, right? That would then corroborate that story or that observation. Sorry, what are you saying?
Okay, again, this is again speculation at best. At best, I mean, you're never going to get past the fact that all you can ever do is speculate. There's nothing you can. I mean, why don't you say it's debatable? No, there's nothing you can physically do to test a star. You saying that's debatable is a little asinine.
You don't understand physics, buddy.
Again, we can test like we can know things about these objects based on not only their interactions with Earth, but again, if you believe Princeton and the Crimean Astrophysics Observatory, like we can bounce lasers off the moon based on things that have been placed there specifically, right? So you can make. Again, I know you're not going to believe this, right? So like again, I don't want to bring it up. So, but there are proofs, right, that allow us to interact with objects.
Yeah, dude, you're saying we, okay? So maybe start with how did you do that? Or are you part of a group or a collective, a hive mind that did this?
All of my knowledge is based on the knowledge of people before me, right? And as is all of yours. Like again, we wouldn't be able to have this conversation if language wasn't already established. So like we're all operating off the bases of the people before us.
That's the difference. you could have said that.
I'm sorry, your mic's
All your knowledge of Disney World could have come from everywhere else in the TV and all these other stories, but until you're physically in Disney World, then you can physically test all the claims about Disney World, but you have to physically go there. You're able to go and do that physically at some point if you were so inclined. You cannot do that with a star.
Yeah, I have no.
If you're so inclined.
But that does not mean that we cannot know things about them. We can, again, know in quotes, know is a knowledge claim, right? Again, like I said earlier, I'm not going to make a 100% claim. These things could hypothetically be false. But like Jedi said, with the greatest probability of being true, I think that we can determine these things to be as accurate to reality as possible. So again, if you're looking for a 100% knowledge, a truth claim, 100%, this is what it is for sure. I cannot give you that.
No, you're in the wrong room then.
Well, I think we're discussing the shape of the Earth, right, and how one comes to believe one or the other, right? So again, I admit that I believe the Earth is a globe because I have not seen
you're wrong. Not believe how we know, not off of probabilities, bro.
Yeah, dude, I think you need to pump the brakes. If you're using all of human knowledge to make a claim about what you know, how did you turn the word flat into a shape? How did you make an adjective into a noun?
It describes the physical properties of the Earth. Again, a sphere and flat are not the same thing, right? But they would both describe the characteristics of the Earth.
Or curve?
Yeah. Right, so again...
the surface.
A flat Earth.
So adjective, noun. Flat, adjective.
I agree.
Noun, Earth.
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay,
this
you're
is not the first time you've heard
into
flat referred to as a shape. I know.
You're going to a shape, or a noun. Right. See, this is the problem. Your worldview is incoherent.
No, if you truly think I think that flat is a shape, right, then there's been miscommunication. Flat, again, is the assertion of the characteristics of the Earth, right? I'm not saying you're claiming it's a cube that we're just on the top of, or a disc that's flying upwards, right? I'm not making that claim, right? But you're saying that the Earth is empirically flat, right? And I'm saying it's empirically a globe, right? And so when I refer to these different groups of thought, right, I will refer to them as the shape of the Earth. I don't think that's I'm being disingenuous by saying
empirically. Hold on, you're saying it's empirically a globe, so you'd have measurements of this.
Well, I said you think that it's empirically, or your evidence leads you to empirically believe it's flat, right? So again,
you also said after that you said it's empirically a globe. That infers you have measurement. That infers you have measurements. Please provide them.
Okay, respect. If I said empirically a globe, that's not what I meant to say. Again, I can show you a picture of the globe, but then that will be in debate, right? But again, we can use a model, which is not empirical evidence. It's based on empirical evidence to describe these empirical evidences in a larger
Excellent.
framework.
So if it's based on empirical evidence, you'd be able to provide these measurements.
Again, a measurement of
not again. You keep using the word empirical like it means something. It does. You might want to look it up.
Right. Again, when you ask for a measurement of the Earth, right? I don't have like a tape measure I can drag across it. I can point to videos that would point right to measured observations and expected reality versus actual reality, right? In terms of an observation on a flat plane versus a curved plane, right? But these are
sidestepping and just get the measurements, or
I can give you the proclaimed radius of the Earth, but I have not confirmed that. And the next question will be, well, okay, well then how did you confirm that? So again, I'm not going to give you a measurement that I have not confirmed because then that would be useless.
Large problem, and that's why we are here day in and day out waiting for that to come by a glober, but it never does. And you've given a great description about like how the globe operates and how you think it operates. So I'm glad you're here just to give your point of view. It helps me out a lot. So thanks.
No problem.
And how we will confirm that?
Can we confirm what?
That's what you explained. I cannot how we can confirm that.
Okay. I think he's going to link the empirical evidence that affirms the globe. If I understand right, are you going to link something that's empirical, dude?
There's a lot of empirical evidence I could link that I know would be in contention, right? There's been photos of the Earth that I believe are film photos of the Earth. That's
not empirical. That's photograph. That's not measurable.
Does that photo showing? Does that photo showing any kind of data? For example, that was the observer height, that was the distance, and that was the drop over distance. Does that photo showing?
No. Again, technically yes, but not in actual, jotted down measurements.
Okay. Listen carefully now. Every flat Earth observation has that.
Right, and I would posit that there are problematic parts with the long distance observations.
The only thing what flat Earther is asking, I want one with the globe Earth data, the same like we did.
I'll post one. We can go through it if you guys would like, but I don't know if it's gonna.
Yeah.
It's not.
I'd really like to see your version of it. What you think empirical is, Brown Recluse, because I think you're kind of really misconstrued when you're using that word.
It's a 17-minute video. I don't know if we want to go through the whole thing, but
you can say like this: in a 22 minutes, there is a guy making observation. Height is this, distance is that, and drop is that. We don't need to watch 70 minutes of the video.
Well, because again, when we get into drop, right? Like obviously, we can all agree that refraction is a thing, right? The question is how much does refraction show?
Yeah. But we have observation where light doesn't change the surface. You can see the surface.
You can't from a distance. You cannot see the surface of the Earth. You can see anything above. The horizon.
I'm telling you this. We have observations where you can see the surface, real one. The light not doing anything that can trick you. You see the surface. Do you understand me?
I don't understand you, if I'm honest. Can you post that?
Okay. If you see the ocean on 10 miles, can I ask you, do you see the ocean or something is happening that's showing you that ocean?
In a way, both, right? Because we agree that there is. Again, one second, please. We agree that there is a mirage-like effect over bodies of water.
No,
long distance.
his agreement it doesn't push your argument, son. Try again. Your argument should stand upon. Hold on. Your argument should stand upon its own merits. It doesn't need anyone else's agreement to components of it.
Right.
Please continue.
I didn't speak about any. I didn't speak about any mirage, and the mirage is things what doing the objects on the horizon. I was speaking only about the surface of the water.
Right, which again would be
right. Okay. I will ask you simple. I will ask you now. Simple question. If you see the surface of the water in reality with your eyes, can you say I see the surface of the water, or you will be in doubt? Maybe that is not the surface of the water.
If I see an oasis if I see water in the desert, does that mean that there's water there?
No, that's not what he said. Answer the question, Brown.
Okay.
You're sidestepping.
If I saw the surface directly with my eyes, unobstructed, right, for sure, then I would have seen the surface. If that's the answer you're looking for, then yes. But we can both agree that there's distortion over bodies of water.
Great. I wanted only that. Did you see the Black Swan example?
I'm sure you wanted only that. You don't want to engage with me. You want to show me Black Swan?
I want to engage. Now we will. No, man. Okay. Did you see what? Do you see the water behind the oil rigs?
Yes, I see the oil rigs floating above the water. Right?
No, I am asking you. Do you see the water behind the oil rigs?
Again, if you post it, I would be able to tell you specifically. But again, it does appear that the oil rigs are in front of the horizon, if that's what you're asking.
No. I'm asking you only this. Do you see? I will post you now the picture, and I'm asking you. Do you see the water? If
you go that way,
do faster than me. It would be great.
He's asking, do you see water beyond the oil rigs?
Again, we're looking at a floating oil rig, right? So again, is that actual? 1 second, please. You asked me before. Am I seeing the actual oil rig, or am I seeing something else?
I'm asking you.
You said the water. You said the water. Okay, sorry. You said the water. You said the water, right? Am I seeing the actual water, or am I seeing something that's not the water that just looks like the water, right? So in this instance, am I seeing the oil rig, or am I seeing something that looks like the oil rig? Because that's not the case.
No, I'm not asking you about the oil rig.
Not what was asked.
Man, I'm asking you about the water. Is it the water, real water behind the oil rigs, or something else?
There is real water behind the oil rigs. Yes.
Welcome to the flat Earth. That water should not be.
Is that image distorted? Is that image distorted?
That image is distorted, but water.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay, great. That means the oil.
But the horizon's not. The water's not.
can I explain to him? Imagine that on that oil rigs, it's written 9 mile. Okay? Do you understand me now? It's a big, big. No, I will tell you now this. Look at this. It's written 9 mile. It's transparent. Written 9 mile. Now it's blurry. You don't see that. It's blurry. You don't see 9. You don't see M. You don't see I. You don't see L. You don't understand me. But you know that it's on 9 miles. You don't see that letters 9 miles. But you see the water behind that 9 miles.
Okay.
Do you understand me? You see the surface
I understand.
behind
I understand
the. You see the you see the surface behind the refracted object. Do you understand me?
Is the surface refracted?
No, the surface is real.
So the object is refracted, but the surface is not.
No, the surface is not.
The surface is not refracted. The surface
images
is.
are gonna be
Are you
refracted
telling
at a certain
me?
distance.
No. Tell me this: is that real water or that something what is not water? That means some kind of phenomena, light phenomena.
Okay, is the water real? Absolutely. Are we seeing an accurate representation of the water? No.
Is that surface of the water?
Okay, hold on. Hey, Sasha, he just said he's not seeing an accurate representation of the water. So, young fellow, what are you seeing?
An inaccurate representation of the water. Are we seeing? So let me ask you this: Are we?
So what are you seeing?
Please.
So don't just cop out. Don't just use a cop out where it's not negotiable. And no, you're being a fucking slime. You know that as well as I do. Yeah, you're laughing because you know you got called out on it.
No, I'm answering your question.
Yes, you are.
Your question. Okay,
you're being a slime.
So, are we seeing an accurate representation of those oil towers?
Is the water really there? Yeah, is the water really there?
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
It's really there.
One second.
So the water's really there. Done.
There is really water behind the oil rig, right? So, but are we seeing? One second, please, let me finish. Are we seeing an accurate representation of this oil rig?
I want to post you.
When you say accurate representation, do you mean accurate location?
Exactly. No, I'm saying is the visual thing that we're seeing, and the precise, the precise
He's
location.
conflating with the actual image, their location and their actual image. Brown, we don't care. They could look like traffic cones for all we care. All we are interested in is the location, i.e. the distance from the photographer. That is it. So as long as we know their distance from the photographer, happy days. I'll do.
They're not floating, Recluse.
Now I will show you. Now I will.
They're not floating. They are anchored to the seabed at the distances stated on them.
And I say they're floating. The one in the back is clearly sinking. It's much shorter than the others. It doesn't show the
that's due to perspective. Things with distance appear to shrink in angular size, especially along the vertical axis. You'll notice it along the horizontal one as well.
At the bottom of it is gone. Right, there's structural supports. Like if you look in the first image, right, there's structural supports that are missing in the second oil rig. Right, these are very
similar. Does not know how perspective works.
What do you mean missing? Which ones are missing? Can you define this?
Again, the bottom at least 10% of the oil rig. Again, I'll pull it here. I'll pull up an actual photo of that oil rig.
Sorry, missing by what?
Dude, are you aware that the derricks?
Reference.
Sorry, man. Are you aware that the derricks for the rigs are different? By the way. Sorry, Jedi. Carry on.
He said they're missing. I asked why.
Trying to find reference photos.
You said the bottom of the furthest oil rigs are missing. I asked you why are they missing.
Sorry, one second. Why is it sending me ships? Sorry, what was the question?
You said the bottom of the oil rigs and the furthest oil rigs were missing. I asked you why are they missing?
A combination of ocular distortion and the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
I know you guys can add all you want.
No, hold on. You understand that the thing that should be blocking your ability to see the bottom of the oil rigs that you say is behind the oil rigs, the horizon, right?
Right. So again.
So this would be in reference to the horizon.
Right, I understand that. Right.
So I agree with you when you say some kind of ocular distortion. Yeah, we're looking through an awful lot of gas, and there's going to be different densities and different energies. Blah 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 blah. You can literally, if you watch the video, see that crane. It's waving at you because the atmosphere is in constant flux. Awesome stuff. But we're interested in the location of the horizon because that should be the thing that's causing us not to see the bottom of the object. In this observation, right, it should be at 1.2 miles away. It's beyond the oil rigs because we're using the oil rigs as distance markers at a safe estimation of at least 10 miles away. Beyond the oil rig, so obviously not in front of it causing obstruction.
All right.
There's no gases in the atmosphere that makes objects disappear or partially disappear. If you look up into the sky, the moon, or the sun, or any other celestial object, nothing's making them disappear.
Like, absolutely. Again, just to Jedi's point specifically, right? So again, in this video, the curvature, the horizon absolutely does appear to be behind these oil rigs, 100%, right? But like I was stating before, this distortion, as in the same way that it distorts the crane's actual position, right, is distorting the actual position of the water. Right? I think that refraction is demonstrated by the oil rig
specifically. Okay, on that point specifically, you'll notice over time in the video that hopefully we can provide you, which we should do at this point.
I think it's in there, yeah, you're good.
It's fine. You'll notice that the crane waves. Right, now, this isn't applicable to the horizon because if you're saying that waving, that whatever distortion is taking place, then the horizon would wave also. It would be distorted. It wouldn't be a horizontal line. That horizontal line could be broken in places, right? And we don't observe that.
Respectfully, and this is just the GIF that Ray Criterion put in there. But again, that is not it is absolutely a relatively horizontal line. No qualms there. But it is not an unbroken horizontal line. It clearly has waves and bumps. If you look into when they zoom in.
Yeah, exactly. So waves, that's physical distortion, right? Now, over time, you'll notice that the horizon's not changing its location. It's not coming towards you. It's not going backwards. If anything, right, the tiny distortions will break that line, might make it rise or lower a little bit. I'll give you that just for the sake of argument because the crane can wave about and look like it's highering or lowering. But the point is, it's not changing the distance from the observer to it.
But precisely that. If again, you don't have to agree with me, but hypothetically, if we grant that the horizon is distorted and can change in elevation, right, and is not a consistently horizontal line, or rather a unbroken horizontal line, it can vary in height. Again, it's relatively horizontal, 100%, right? But it's not perfectly straight. It's not as straight as a horizon with a naked eye from like the beach, right? It's clearly distorted and varies in elevation, right? Again, it's not curved. There's not a mountain. Well, if you again, I'm just looking at this thing, but like it looks like again waves and it's not a perfectly straight line. It's a wavy line, so it changes.
What are you talking about? All we're talking about is the relationship between the oil rigs and the horizon. The horizon should be clearly in front of the oil rigs. Nothing more, nothing less. You see the horizon behind the oil rigs. Welcome to Flat Earth. Have a nice day.
Right, but if we look at the skiff, right, you can see a very clear distinction between the bottom of the furthest oil rig, right, and then the horizon.
I want a citation.
Okay, Brown.
I'm looking at
Brown. Brown, listen carefully. We don't care if you can see the top of the oil rig, the bottom of the helipad, or what colour the guy's jacket is on the left-hand side. No one cares. The oil rigs are for demarcation only. They mark a distance.
I know. I'm trying to relate
is the horizon in front of? Is the horizon in front of or behind the oil rigs?
It's ostensibly behind it, right? But that just means it looks like it's behind it, 100%. I'm not denying that in any way, shape, or form, right? But if we look at this,
guess what?
I've said that 6 times, right? If you look at the graph, right?
So now you're just making excuses about the oil rigs.
Dude,
we don't care about.
Finish, dude.
Please.
One
if you
sec.
look at the GIF,
Let him finish.
There's a very clear distinction between the horizon, or I'm sorry, the water line at the bottom of the marker, the bottom of the oil rig, right?
Okay.
And then the horizon above that. That's a clear indication of the distortion. No,
it's not. It's just TIR.
Increase in elevation by the horizon, by the water level.
No, it's like Brown Recluse.
You can see the difference.
It's just TIR.
One sec, guys. Can I get in, please?
Sorry, go ahead.
I want a citation.
I would have to look one up for you. We all know that refraction.
I want to citate. No, bro. Listen. Relax, man. You're so hyped.
There's a lot of you. I gotta fight to get my words in.
I want to cite. No, but I am addressing something you specifically claimed. Right? It's very specific. You're claiming that the bottom of an object can appear obstructed from view by the curvature of the Earth before it has reached the horizon. I want a citation for that, please.
Again, that's not necessarily my claim.
Recluse, I'm just going to add to that, dude. You say you see the bottom of the rigs touch the surface of the sea, yeah?
Well, no, it's where the bottom of the rig ostensibly reaches the water line. Again,
Yeah. You see where it touches the water line on both rigs, yeah?
Again, that's where it looks like it touches the water line. But again, my stance is that these distorted images are not accurate.
You clearly see the approximate interaction between the rig as it passes through the surface.
Yeah, absolutely. The approximate interaction, absolutely.
Right. Okay, well, the whole point of it is, sir, you shouldn't see the surface any further than 1.22 miles. You shouldn't be able to observe any of that. All of that should be occluded.
Again.
And yes, you are specifically making that claim. You said that the bottom of that furthest oil rig is partially obstructed from view, 1, due to optics, and 2, due to the curvature of the Earth. And you clearly have defined and identified the horizon beyond the furthest oil rig. So I want a citation, please, that occurs and that's possible, and that is an accepted phenomenon.
So again, I'm currently looking up a citation, but I'm going to just put a photo in here just to explain what I'm talking about as I look up a citation, right? So this is a photo of, they call it the swimming moon, right? So as you can see, there's a very distinct horizon. Again, this has a filter on it, right? There's a very distinct horizon, right? And then above that, right, is an apparent horizon, right, of refraction, of atmospheric distortion. Right, so this is what I'm claiming is what we're seeing behind these black swan things. So, but let me, I will further look into it.
The horizon is where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky, dude.
Right, but again, appears to meet the sky, because again, in the image I posted, where does it appear to meet the sky?
Just above the black bit. But what you're seeing there is a false horizon. It's actually a band of thickening air. Eventually, from another angle, it would be cloud, bro.
100%. I completely agree with you, right? So again, like you said, it's a distortion from the thickening air. Which, as we're stating, right, the air that our light has to travel through to get back to us is thickening and giving the exact same refractory illusion, right? So that's all I'm claiming. I will again look. All right. I think that's a pretty clear. I think it's a pretty clear demonstration. But you can tell me.
No, it's not. It's just you making excuses.
I'm
it's not the actual horizon then being loomed up. It's you've agreed that it's a band of thickening air giving a false illusion of a raised high horizon. So the same applies in the Black Swan then. It could be a band of thickening air that makes it look raised up behind the rigs.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can see where the bottom of the rigs touch the water and the surface of the water all the way to the rigs, yes, and beyond.
Again, I agreed that there you can see the approximate interaction, right? So again, I don't think you can see that where the bottom of the rig meets the water, right? I think that is included, right? But again, this light has to travel to us. It's not going to be obstructed entirely by the water. Some of the light will reach us, and some of it will be terminated in the water. That is part of the refractionary process, right? So I don't think that you can see exactly where these things meet the water. You can see an approximation of the interaction.
Which you do see the surface all the way to that and beyond it.
Again, beyond it is what I'm specifically trying to claim, that you're not seeing the horizon behind it.
I know that you're trying to explain that it's highly optical.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And then you try to attach and also curvature of the Earth. We'll agree with you. It's optical, especially when we're looking through the air. That's going to cause phenomena. But there's no need for curvature of the Earth involved. It's just based on optics and the air you're looking through, where the horizon's going to appear to be.
Right. So again, I agree with that. Right. So,
cool.
But if we're talking about the apparent horizon behind the oil rigs, right, then this would be that optical illusion that I'm referring to, right? So the point where
at the moment, it's just the optic that we use is very good, and the air conditions are such that we can see this far. The horizon is going to be the angular resolution limit of the optic. Right, because we see everything in angles across that surface. The angles get smaller and smaller until we can't resolve them anymore. That resolution extinction limit becomes horizon, the limitation of view due to the optic.
No, absolutely. Well, no problems with that, right? But that we're referencing the surface of the water in that instance, right? So I'm positing that that alleged horizon that we're marking behind the black swan is not the actual horizon, but this atmospheric refraction. So that would be not the horizon, but the optical illusion I'm referring to. The bottom of the black back oil rig, right, I would say be the horizon, because there's a very clear distinction between those two lines.
Okay, so the horizon, if it was like geometric, like a hump for the oil rigs to hide behind, should be at 1.2 miles away. That's in front of both oil rigs.
So yes and no, in my opinion, right? Because again,
no, that's just based on the geometry of a sphere and your height of eye.
Yeah, okay.
In this instance, 1 foot above the surface of the water.
Well, 100%. The geometric horizon should absolutely be at that point, 100%. But right, the observer height allows you to see things behind that curved surface, right? So that
the observer height is going to give you a distance to the horizon,
right?
Because it's baked into the equation 1.225 multiplied by the square root of that observer's eye height in feet. For example, the 1 foot observation, clearly the square root of 1 is 1, times that by 1.225, and that's why we say the horizon, based on this math, should be at 1.225 miles away. Conversely, for an 8 foot observer, 3.48 miles away. It's going to change depending on your eye height.
Yeah.
Beyond that being which things will, the bottom of things will become less visible due to the obstruction from the curvature of the Earth. Right?
It's the point where you lose the visibility of the surface of the Earth because it's begun curving and dropping away from you. You should not see the
now he's claiming 2 points of that. There's a point at just in front of the furthest oil rig, and a point beyond that. 2 of them.
You shouldn't
He's got 2 equations going on here. One would be something like 9.8 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and the other would be further than that even.
You shouldn't see the surface any further than 3 miles, or as Jedi says, just over 3 miles if you were 8 foot tall.
So what's the other equation? What's it? So there's an equation you're applying for the furthest oil rig, and an equation that you're applying for the horizon.
I've applied 0 equations, right?
You have to. You have to.
I'm sure you have to. I haven't though.
Yeah. You're going to use 2. You're going to use 2. Sorry, go on, Jedi.
Yeah, this is what we're trying to walk you through. The model based on geometry makes a prediction for the eye height of an observer before things start disappearing over that curvature. We're pointing out to you that it should be here, but it's not. It's over there, miles away from where it should be, just from the 1 foot observation, based on the mathematics that are involved that I just lightly went through. But it's just math based on the radius of a circle and the eye height of an observer standing on that circle with an imaginary tangent from that eye line to where it touches that surface at distance.
If you look close enough, Recluse, it's actually 3 orders of magnitude beyond where it should be. We've got evidence that it passes a land peninsula approximately 29 miles out. Now that's, it should be at 1.2.
Okay, so I'm looking at all these images, and I can't help but just see the distortion, right? So, like, again, I agree that geometrically, right, anything behind a certain point, 1.2 miles or whatever, should be obstructed, right? But again, clearly,
the horizon should be the horizon,
right? But right. So again, you can obviously. Right, see beyond that, right? That 100%. But again, there's clearly refraction at place. The question is how much refraction is taking place, and what is the outcome of it, right? So clearly, these objects are distorted, right? All of them seem to be floating, essentially, like especially the oil rigs. From what I'm looking at.
What's that going to prove, though? Because you're going to have to make an assumption. Sorry.
Optical distortion. There's optical distortion on all things that we're looking at, including the surface of the water, right? So in the same way that these objects are ostensibly higher than they appear to be, because they don't appear to be on the surface of the water, they appear to be floating above the surface.
Can I ask something first, before you go on another monologue? The word ostensive. Can you define that for me, please?
It means apparently, but potentially not actually. So it means on
ostensive, not ostensive.
Ostensibly.
There's no B.
I'll look it up for you.
When you see,
I tried typing it in, I couldn't look it up. I couldn't find it. It was ostensive.
Okay. In fairness, it is ostensive. So I was using that incorrectly. So it is ostensively.
When you say floating, Recluse, I still don't. You've lost me. I mean, I've researched all the different, effects of light and what we call refraction and stuff. And floating to me only implies, a boat floating on the water. Those oil rigs are actually, bolted to the sea floor where they are. They pass through the surface. So I don't understand how you're inferring that they're floating.
Well, again, no, I'm not saying like floating like on the water. I'm saying that they appear to be floating above the water surface in these videos due to the optical distortion. That's all I'm saying. They're not actually floating.
Yeah, that's great. Now, what your experts say is that light can behave in such a way that it will extend the apparent distance to the place beyond which things will begin to become obstructed from view bottom up, not in front of it. Do you understand?
I've already addressed that, right? So when you said the horizon, right, again, what we were pointing to
Do you understand? Yes or no? Do you understand? Yes or no? Because I still haven't gotten that citation from you.
Okay.
Saying the contrary.
I did not find a thing. I got distracted. So I will look further into the specific refractionary processes.
Please go and look. Please, sorry, Bruno, because that was partly down to me. Please go and look. And if you don't understand, it's fine. But like, if you get what you're evidencing, it would help a lot.
Again, I don't think I haven't brought you any equations, but I think that everything I said has been at least logically sound, right? So the atmospheric refraction would produce that apparent horizon behind these oil rigs, right? Which again is a well understood phenomenon. Given the
Brown Recluse, can you stop using atmospheric refraction, because that denotes you already think that you already know it's spherical in the first place, because you need an R radius to push atmospheric refraction. So unless you can prove an R radius or R value, you're already fried.
Sure. That's where it's not actually logically sound, bro. I don't mean to be nitpicky here, but the logic that you think is sound is based on 7/6R. Now, if you actually do the math on that, it doesn't extend the geometric horizon from 1.2 to nearly 30 miles, mate. It's maybe 1.3, and that's been very generous.
Mm-hmm.
Your idea of refraction you've got from, the current rhetoric that's about refraction, that it can lift anything up under the perfect conditions to flatten level at any distance. I'm sorry, bro, it really just doesn't do that. It distorts, not lifts up.
All I'm claiming is that it distorts. It distorts the apparent.
Okay, Brown, we'll give you the distortion. Check it out, Brown. Have you heard us say 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
Yeah,
you've heard that before?
You said it a couple times already, yeah.
Excellent. So instead of using 1.22, if we want to throw extreme refraction in, and I'm going to do it right now, we change it to 1.34. So 1.34 times the observer's height in feet takes you to 1.34 miles.
I can't find any specific refraction.
That's it.
Consensus. See, that's where I was struggling on the citation.
Matrix,
there's a reason for that.
Can you link the math formula, please, Matrix? Or anything to do with how 7/6R extends it to that?
Yeah. Is there a paper that you can provide?
The 7/6R one? No, I don't use that. I just use the other one.
Jedi?
Yo, I was just wondering if he agrees that on a nice clear day you can see further.
When there's less distortion from air molecules. Yeah, when there's less turbulent air. Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. So when you've got less stuff in the atmosphere and everything's more or less equal, you can see further, right?
we can see less distortion, which makes it easier to sparse out objects in the distance. Yeah.
Can you see further or not?
Can you see farther? Technically you can see the same distance. It's just, can you make out what you're seeing, right? So like, again, the light is, going to make it to you. It's just going to be unintelligible by the time it reaches you, right? So again, the light is traveling roughly the same. It just has more interactions to make it less potent.
Yeah.
So again,
exactly.
That's all I'm saying.
So less particulates in the atmosphere, right? The less distortion, further we see.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. See, the limiting factor to how far we should be able to see would be the curvature of the Earth, right?
Why in a globular Earth? Why would refraction not be something to consider?
So no, what I'm doing.
So now we're going to more to less clear, right?
Yeah.
To more distortion, allowing you to see further.
Okay,
right. You've got to make up your mind. Which one is it?
Does more turbulence extend your view or retract your view?
Again, like I said, the light is going to travel further, be more intelligible at a further distance, right? But the refractionary process does not go away. It simply becomes more akin to our perception.
Hold on. What causes that distortion of the path of light?
The air molecules in the way.
Okay. So if we remove them, we clear the area because it's clearer than it was, defining the amount of substance in that volume of space. Right, so if that's clearer and we see further, we've removed the things that are necessary in your model to change the path of light much that we can see further.
You haven't removed the air molecules; you simply made them less opaque.
Less.
Right? You can now see through them.
I'm trying to use very simple language. It's clearer, but it's misrepresenting
it. It is clear, but you haven't removed the air molecules. You've made less of them.
We've cleared the air. All right. There's not so much variation in the density over distance. That would be altitude.
We've gone to an area on Earth that we can choose to use the conditions to create clear air for this test. Basically, we've not cleared an area of air. We've actually gone somewhere where this is an effect of nature.
There's less opaque air. Absolutely, I agree with that.
Yeah. So, for example, inside the Arctic Circle.
Mm-hmm. Yes, there's absolutely less opaque air in the Arctic Circle.
100%. Yeah.
But you haven't removed air molecules. You've simply removed them.
I understand my language wasn't good enough for you, but you do understand what I'm saying. You see, what you're saying is there needs to, for the path of the light to be distorted and changed, there needs to be more stuff. So that would be defined in this very simple conversation as less clear, as in there'd also be a huge variation in the temperature gradients and the density gradients based on the temperature.
Well, I agree with that point. I don't agree with the first point, right? So like in the instance of there being a clearer day, right? So on an unclear day, you can only see a certain distance due to the opaque nature of the air, not if we don't use atmosphere, the opaque nature of the air, right? If you clear the air, remove the opaqueness of it, right, then you can then see further and by extension see through more air molecules.
Awesome.
So you would be adding air.
Yeah, so then now I improve the technology. Just imagine this with the human eye, right? Now let's get out a telescope or a high-powered zoom camera. This is like what we're pointing out to you. The horizon's optical based on now the optic, your human eye compared to a high-resolution zoom camera. The angles that it can perceive at distance, how it can resolve them. The horizon's based on that and the air conditions of the day.
Yeah.
All things being equal, we should be able to see the curvature of the Earth where it resides, especially on clear days, right? Because
I would disagree.
Okay.
Because again, the refractionary process does not disappear because the day is clear. There's still air molecules in between point U and the point X or whatever, right? And
so
you can see further. So you can see further because there's more air molecules between you and distant X versus you and distant Y, which is where you could see on an opaque day.
Okay, right. Do all wavelengths of light have the same refractive index?
I don't know. No, I don't believe so.
Okay, no. So there's a difference in the refraction. This is why we have the scattering of light when we pass light through a prism, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's different wavelengths of light have a different refractive index.
100%.
For example, the infrared spectrum doesn't have the same refractive index as the visible spectrum. It refracts less. So do you think that on a nice clear day, all things being equal, using infrared optics, we should see more or less of the surface of the Earth?
In fairness, I don't know that they refract less. I was looking that up. So again, if they refract less, I would imagine you would see less refraction from an infrared source. Or an infrared So again, I'm looking that up right now. But again, if they do refract,
that's the premise that I'm putting down. You can find that, and when you found that, to confirm it, you can come back if you want. But I'm glad you understand. Question's still going to remain.
Yeah. Again,
I'm just wondering, with what I just posted, okay? So you've got the left side, you've seen that, right? That was posted multiple times earlier. And on the right, same location, different day. Right, so which was the more clearer day?
I would imagine the one on the left. Yeah.
Gotcha, bitch.
So, but again, like I said, you and I were seeing through more air molecules because you're seeing a further distance.
Or check it out, T-Dub, wait for it. Or to add insult to injury, an even more clearer day.
Sure. Again, like you said, temperature and atmospheric conditions have a huge role to play in refraction. So again,
Question, Brown. Hey, Brown Recluse. Just a quick question. In that one that I just posted, why is the horizon, because it's such a clear day and it's so heavily refracted, why is the horizon real close?
Oh shit!
Why is the horizon? I mean, I couldn't tell you exactly that. Again, I don't know. It could be to do the observer height.
Whoa. You're supposed to use refraction. You used refraction earlier.
But so I would posit, why can't we see the horizon behind the crane?
Wobbly cranes, look at the inversion. That refraction is like 10 times the other one, so the horizon should be 10 times further.
I don't think that's necessarily true. Again, you're making that inference. I don't believe that's necessarily the case, right? But again,
well, your claim earlier, hold on, Brown. Your claim earlier was the horizon was up the back due to refraction. I've given you epic refraction, and the horizon's still close. So obviously, your refraction does nothing to the horizon.
That's not the case at all. Just because it appears different doesn't mean it doesn't do anything to the horizon, right? Clearly, we can see in the first.
Well, your claim it did, and I've just shown you great refraction and not horizon moved.
Right, but we could see.
So what is it? Does the refraction is the refraction affecting the horizon in the first image? Yes or no?
In your image?
No, in the first one.
It's in all of them. It's affecting the horizon in all of them.
You don't even know what refraction is, kid, and we can tell that because you're starting to stutter. You've just realised that a simple picture has bent you over backwards. So how about you go and grab those citations that the lads asked for? You'll probably find them more useful.
Refraction is a redirection of wave as it passes from one medium to another, or within the same media, right? So
why isn't the horizon refracted on a heavy reflected day?
Please let me respond.
Please let you keep talking. You're talking shit, kid. You haven't realised it yet. Jedi pointed out to you, how about we go and grab an infrared camera? Can you see further with infrared, yes or no?
I would imagine yes, right? And I was looking at
Why? Why?
Let me address your point, and then we can go back to Jedi's.
You can address this. Why can you see further?
Yelling, dude. I'm
not yelling. Why can we see further?
That's crazy.
If you think I'm yelling, you ought to meet me in person. Why do you think infrared cameras can see further?
Let me do mine first, and then I'll respond to you, right? Refraction.
So you just want to talk shit. You're trying to talk about something you don't understand. That's what we're trying to get through your head. Brown Recluse, listen carefully. If you're talking about refraction or miraging effects, state which mirage it is. Don't just blurt out refraction because and if you say right again, I'm going to mute you. Right. Get it? It's shithouse, isn't it? When you're claiming refraction, you're using a broad spectrum word to define a whole multitude of things.
Right.
Okay? How about you start using the correct terminology for what you see? Do you see towering? Do you see looming? What do you see? There's a whole heap of very well-defined terms that describe what is going on there. And all you do is go, bleh, refraction.
Matrix, I really don't think he knows. I really honestly think
I don't either, mate.
Understand the generic term that refraction is that he's using, an implication of what you've just said. He probably doesn't even know the relevance of what you've said or what it actually is.
I'm not going to front.
Yeah, I know.
Like, I'm incredibly well versed in the study of light and refraction specifically. But refraction, by definition, is the distortion of light, or is the redirection of light waves, right, when it passes through a media. So no matter what you're looking at,
as it passes from one medium to another. So between the photographer and the oil rig, what is the second medium?
You say there's no.
Why did you leave that? Why did you leave that particular component out of the definition of refraction?
Because medium, right, is the atmosphere is multiple medium, right? It's not just air. It is again. There's water vapor and air, right, which are two medium.
It's a turbulent, ever-changing medium between you and the observation you're observing, especially in different terrestrial locations, because sometimes heat rises extremely over water, certain times of the day.
Right.
Constantly turbulent. Wind can affect it as well.
Exactly. So 100%. Again, I have no qualms with that, right? So, but light is deflected on the air molecules, right? There's a redirection of the light rather, when it passes through the medium, right? And is received by your eyes, which is another medium, right? And then is distorted, or the camera, or whatever, right? So there are multiple media regardless. Either way, it is distorted, right? It is redirected via refraction, regardless of how extreme it is.
I would agree with redirected in multiple times, but it's bounced around between you and what you're observing. It's not bounced around continually around a curve at any distance to make it look flat and level, dude. That's what you're inferring, and that's what it's not.
Again, what I was saying is that it redirects not only off of the observer and the object, but also the molecules of air in between them.
Okay, Brown, this might help you a little bit.
Directly line of sight between you and the object you're observing. Yes, you're not seeing around a corner and it's being refracted up or wobbled up or whatever into the flat level ahead of you.
I mean, you can absolutely refract light around it.
Brown, please just hold up for a second. Inside chat, 3 minutes past the hour. Go and watch that little video. That ship is stationary, and you can watch it disappear behind the curve. It's a pretty cool video.
I will watch this. Give me 1 second.
That might explain a few things for you. So you seem to be you're conflating refraction, perspective, and curvature all into one to prove curvature. You've got to remove the curvature from the equation, and you can't do that.
I was simply pointing out refraction and perspective. I didn't even mention curvature.
All you're doing is making an excuse.
But
you're making an excuse.
You're inferring curvature. You're inferring its effect on curvature, Bo.
I am inferring curvature, but I wasn't using curvature to apply to the phenomenon I'm watching.
Yes, you are.
I'm looking at the phenomenon.
Brown, you are, and I'll tell you how you are. Brown, you are, and I'll tell you how you are, because you're inferring atmospheric refraction. And atmospheric refraction requires a larger radius in the formula, because the formula has R baked into it. So you've got to prove the radius now without refraction, prior to getting your refraction.
When we refer to atmospheric refraction, right? Atmosphere implies a sphere, right? So again,
don't break it down to its base terms.
But that's what you want.
With the etymology of words, I don't care. No, Brown, listen. Brown, you told me a lot of nothing. You need to understand the formula for your atmospheric refraction has the radius baked into it. Do you understand that part?
I haven't seen a formula. You gave me a formula, but again, I have not found that formula. The ones I'm looking at don't have a radius.
For atmospheric refraction, the formula has R baked into it. So that means they're already assuming R.
7 over 6R. 7 over 6R is what it is.
I know you guys said that, but I haven't found that anywhere else. I've been looking for these papers, and I just haven't found what you guys are stating. That's my issue. I'm trying to corroborate your claims to interact with them, but I cannot corroborate them. I've been looking this entire time. So if you can post something that states that, but I found no refractory equation that includes R besides the one you're saying.
Yeah,
and I haven't found it.
For you. I'll get it for
if you look on the home server, bro, under optics, vision, and perspective.
Home server.
I'll get it quickly. There's one on the Walter Bislin calculator at the bottom of the page. I can get it for you.
Please post it.
Thank you. Yeah, Recluse, the home server, like the optics, vision, and perspective category in the A to Z section, it covers all of this in depth in umpteen ways. It'll give you links to people that are working with the effects of what we class as refraction, how it's possibly caused, what could infer it, how it could be changed at distance over, temperature and stuff like that. So please treat that as homework so that you get the same information that we've got in this discussion, bro.
All right. Respectfully, I was trying to find unbiased media. So, but with that being said, I will look at all of your sources if you wouldn't mind providing them. I'm in the home server looking at it right now. So, but again, I can't obviously look all this right now and then
No. Obviously, no. I don't mean immediately. I'm just trying to bring you up to scratch on the same playing field that we are. You're arguing against people that have seen a lot of stuff that possibly you haven't seen yet, or we're quite au fait with things that you possibly aren't. That's all I'm saying.
I don't disagree with that. I see. My issue is that I'd like to find what is closest to reality, right? So respectfully, I'm not saying you're lying to me, but I'm saying that I'm not necessarily sure that what you provide is close to reality. So I would need to corroborate that with other sources. So if I can't find other sources that corroborate your story, I don't know how I could believe that.
Have you reached the understanding that the infrared spectrum has a lower refractive index than the visible spectrum?
I did see that, yes.
Okay, cool. So in comparison to, say, like the Black Swan, using an infrared optic, would we see more or less of the surface of the Earth?
Again, I don't know for sure. I would imagine you'd see more, right, if the waves are able to travel further, right? How that exactly functions over the cover of Earth, I could not tell you. I don't have that equation, right? Okay. So, but again, clearly they do still refract, right? But again, that isn't necessarily an explanation for exactly why we see things further on an infrared spectrum. So,
okay, so you're saying that something. Sorry, dude, hold tight. I don't think you've understood what you said. You're saying that something refracts less, refracts more.
No. I'm saying that the refraction would still play a part, right? But that even if
further.
Say again.
And we'd see further.
Again, not because of that, and I'm not saying that because there's less refraction we'd see further, right? I'm saying there would be less refraction per infrared having a low refraction index, right? But if you see further, again, like I said earlier, the more air molecules you travel through, the more refraction will occur. So again, there is still refraction at play.
Remember the question at hand in relation to the pictures with the oil rigs in them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Replacing that camera with an infrared optic.
Mm-hmm.
Now, being the horizon should be at 1.225 miles away, and the claim is no refraction is making it appear 10 miles away at least. If we could mitigate for that refraction, use a wavelength of light that doesn't refract as much, doesn't have a higher refractive index than the visible spectrum, then we should see less.
Right. That would be a logical conclusion, right? But again, I would imagine.
I want you to understand. Why would we see less?
If the sole cause of the apparent place of the distant horizon is refraction, which again, it's not necessarily what I'm stating, but that was the claim I made, right? If that's the sole purpose of it, or sole cause of it, rather, then you would expect to see less if you were able to mitigate such a refractive index.
Yeah, so again, what we should have is a horizon close to where it geometrically should be at 1.225 to this observation. So mitigating for the path of the light being deviated using infrared spectrum. If the surface of the Earth was a sphere, we should observe a horizon closer to where it should be, still mitigating and letting you have the deviation of the path of light even in the infrared spectrum. But when we use the infrared spectrum, we see a horizon beyond where we see a horizon in the visible spectrum, obviously, right?
Mm-hmm.
See, the curvature of the Earth in this example should be the thing that we should have a clearer view of, because on a nice clear day, right, mitigating still with the path of light using the infrared spectrum, we should see the curvature of the Earth closer to where it actually should be, if not bloody exactly where it should be. But we don't, we see further. The reason why we have a horizon is based on the optic, and in this instance, what the eye can perceive with regards to the wavelength of light. Oh, and the air that it's passing through. The curvature of the Earth is just thrown into this for some reason. I don't know why. It's not something we ever observe. Even when we try really, really hard to see it, it's definitely not there. In actual fact, it gets further away. The better the day, the better the optic, the Earth gets bigger.
Sorry, real quick. Is there I'm looking. Is there infrared tab on the home server? I'm like, I just don't
long distance observations. You should find some in there, hopefully.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Mainly the one that's done a lot of it is Jay Tolan. There's been some infrared stuff captured with the Canigou observation. The boy just put on an infrared filter and decided to turn around and snap what he could. And he got 255 miles from an elevation halfway up a mountain. You do the math on it, and it doesn't equate.
Sorry, I'm just looking at everything. Again, I don't have an explanation for that. I don't claim to. Again, I do. Clearly, it does still have some refractive index, so that is a factor to consider. Again, but obviously, that would not explain seeing further.
Yeah. See, the thing is, if we're going to be talking about the path of light through the air that we breathe, it's always going to be a factor.
Right.
It's what you apply it to. A horizontal surface or a curved one. For you to backwards engineer the observations to a curved surface, you need real extreme conditions. That's what I keep pointing out, that on a nice clear day you see further. Not extreme conditions.
Sorry, I'm just trying to square everything up. Again, I don't have necessarily the explanations for these things possible. Again, I do think that, again, like I said,
we can measure this, dude. We can measure this, the deviation of the different wavelengths of light over distance. Now, laser targeting devices, right? For example, the military use them to target things at distance so they can blow them up. This electromagnetic sending and receiving of signals works on a direct line of sight premise. Even things like radar, right? When you get a ping off an object and it comes back, right? We're getting a signal with a direct line of sight. So when we survey in different spectrums, when we test the different refractive indexes, right? We just have a direct line of sight between objects. That's why laser targeting systems are so useful, pointing at things and targeting them at distance. See, the thing is, if the surface of the Earth was curved, there would be a distance where they would become useless. That distance would be where the curvature of the Earth was. That doesn't apply when we target things, and it's quite clearly, we're told, some military devices target things at hundreds of miles away. Radar, for example, military installations, that radar can go hundreds and hundreds of miles.
You guys are in the English server and this server too? Or did you guys get kicked from the...
Dude, we've got all the best rooms and some of the best servers. What about it?
Just wondering.
Okay.
Nobody cares what you think.
Yeah, but I like talking about
it. Oh, not you, the other guy.
I know, I'm pulling your leg, CB. Catch up, kiddo.
Well, it's just funny because his name is Surfing, bro. It's high tide in the politics server.
Epic.
Real.
Sorry, Jedi, I kind of stepped on you, dude.
No, you're fine, boss. You're fine.
Respectfully, guys, I'm going to look more into this refraction and come back to you. I appreciate the convo, but I'm going to hop out. Thank you, everyone, Jedi specifically. So it's been a pleasure. If anyone wants to send any links my way, feel free to. I will look at them.
Yeah, I will send you one, Recluse. It's another one from Jay Tolan about how we see distance and what happens at distance and infrared and all of that stuff. It's actually quite deep, but it's worth, spending time on.
Yeah, absolutely. Send them over. I will take a look at it. And I'll come back to you guys with something.
Take care, man. See you again soon.
Yes, sir. Adios.
Be well, man.
Getting the feeling that somebody's about to ask if there are two celestial poles. I don't know. I'm just feeling like that.
I was wondering who's No,
I mean, you guys. That's you guys' belief. I don't really care. I was just putting down some dates and cities. We got Delonia Plateau in Georgia, United States, at 7 p.m. Palmyra, Syria, it's 2 a.m.
Here we go again.
Palmyra, Syria is 2 a.m. And Srinagar, India is 4:30 a.m. All 34 degrees north latitude, all thousands of miles apart. You can see Polaris simultaneously from those places. That's all I'm saying.
And
different parts of the circle of equal elevation. No, just completely different parts of the circle.
Hey, Pizza Earther, the point of this?
Oh, I'm about to lose service. Oh, nothing. It's just.
Oh, that's a shame.
Hold on. Choppy. Oh, shit. Yeah. You're just a kid. And to be mad. That's it. Shit. Oh no, I'm still. You guys hear? Can you hear me or am I roboting?
Can you hear you better now because you're not roboting as much?
Yeah, no, those are just 3 cities on 34 degrees north latitude, thousands of miles apart, all on different locations of the circle of equal altitude that can see Polaris simultaneously. That's AV's not here, but like he wanted proof they could be in different locations of the circle of equal altitude and see Polaris. So there it is. That's all that is.
Okay.
Yeah, Georgia, North America, Syria, and India.
That's a very odd request. That's a very odd request from AV.
Is Alpha even here?
No.
Oh, yeah. He
I'm
wanted
to
proof that
understand why I
surface
care.
elevation were actually surface to elevation.
That's nice.
Okay.
Is Miggy not here? Maybe ping. Just post what you've got and ping Miggy if you're roboting him. He'll catch it when he can. Sorry, Alpha. Or you know him or whatever it is.
Is south on 180 degrees from north?
In which direction?
All directions. Right. In any direction, 180 degrees away. If north's a pole, and you can choose 4 directions to leave that pole, and those lines being straight lines, with the pole 180 degrees behind you, is that line always going to end you up at the South Pole?
I would love to be able to confirm it one way or the other, but I don't actually know. I know that I follow a compass from north, it'll take me to pretty much the South Pole. I know that if I aim for the celestial south from north, it'll pretty much take me from north to south, whatever way I'm facing the pole. But to say it's in every direction, I can't quantify that, Jedi. I can't affirm it.
It's like the radial spokes within a wheel, right? Within your bicycle. And imagine your bicycle's got two wheels. To all of those spokes point to each other's centre of radius.
Yeah, like gear, the interaction of a gear wheel.
Mm-hmm.
And
there's
another
only one
wheel.
straight line between two points, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So is the outer wheel revolving around the inner wheel as it's revolving opposite to the inner wheel?
I think that's stationary.
Well, I don't know how I would confirm that. Can I go to every point in a direct straight line away from north? Okay, in 4 vectors? No. Can I go to the south celestially from north? Yes. In how many vectors? I can't confirm it.
Just a question.
It would appear that south is radial to north in a southerly direction. The only access we've got to the south is down through Ushuaia, or people say you come off the tip of Africa and go there. No, but you go down to that point and then head south. That's where you can't access it somewhere away round the corner and then get in.
That is cocaine, though.
Eh?
No, sorry for interrupting. My bad.
No, it's fine. Could you say it again, please?
I was saying Jedi was cooking, though. I appreciated his arguments.
Yeah, sorry, dude. I'm rumpusing you again, Jedi.
You're all right, man. You're fine. I was glad that you were getting involved in the conversation with me instead of sitting there talking to myself.
Yep.
But yeah, I think it all depends what you're referencing. So if you're just referencing north, 180 degrees in any direction can be thought of as south. Though that's not going to get you to a pole all of the time that's in the floor, like would be with the north in our example. If you got 2 poles in the floor, there's only one straight line between them. So 180 degrees away from north would not be south, as south was a geographic location.
Yeah. I'd want the tangibility to say I'm at this point on the 60th parallel facing such and such. It either is or isn't the main access to Antarctica. Yet I've followed south directly on a southerly a southerly heading from north, followed the compass all the way. And if I was to take note of the having to turn for celestial south, right or left from there, that might tell me something. But this is where I just don't have the cash to actually go and find that out.
Eventually, steam starts blowing out my ears.
Yeah, dude, I know. I mean, it plots out celestially, right? Wherever you're going, you aim for the celestial constellation, and then you pick your star and relevance off north or whatever, and do your angles and stuff and aim for it. But I would like to see some sort of reference to follow the heading if it were true in all You know, or if it did pull you to an area that was south as opposed to everywhere else around north being south. I've got a feeling there's something like that going on with the stars, because we don't see the stars for 24 hours. We don't see the stars for 48 hours. We don't see the stars for 3 days or 4 days at a time to actually navigate under that distance that long.
Yeah, we do.
You know, the sun's up and we're like still, you know, we've taken a heading and we hope we're
Dude,
going
you're
the right
forgetting
way.
something.
Yeah.
Right, inside the Arctic and inside the Antarctic, when it's summer in one, that's the sun above the horizon for 3 months of the year, the land of the midnight sun. In the other one, it's dark for 3 months of the year. Now, conversely, when it's dark inside the Arctic Circle, it's summertime and light inside the Antarctic Circle. We see the stars rotate for over 24 hours for 3 months of the year, dude.
So could we track it from winter to winter using nights? But then we wouldn't be able to hold a true meridian south, or you know.
Yeah, sky tilts over time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, including the sun and everything else appear to move and tilt over time.
I don't know, bro. It leaves more questions than answers for me.
I know, it's just the idea that we don't see the stars rotate. I've heard a lot of people say that, yeah, because we have day and night cycles, but we don't always have the same day and night cycle in the summer in the north, right? 24-hour sun, blah, blah, blah. Well, winter, that's darkness. Let me see the stars.
Yep. But there's also the fact that we don't see the full progression of the stars. I mean, there's this alleged wobble of the pole star, but in actual fact, if you do record that, it's more of a J or sometimes a C sort of a shape. There's no, what we see as, you know, star trails and circles, it's not actually the full trail of the stars. It's stars colliding with other stars' paths. And that's the point. Does that advance every night? Or does it reset every night?
It changes by degree every night. So the same star. It's the same with the sun and moon, where we get things like candle. Same time, it'll appear in a different place. This is the progression of the stars throughout the year. So in 1 year's time, when you look up, that star that you saw a year ago will be in exactly the same place.
Yeah. I've got you. And also the thing about the axis of evil, the frying pan that goes round the star, creating the swastika. That sort of shows that it does actually rotate and it progresses across the season around the year. Yeah. But as for the south,
we have the Southern Cross that does the same thing. No, we have the Southern Cross that does the same thing.
Yeah, but yes, but to be able to actually even capture it all in
the Southern Cross to find south, right? It's just orientated in a special way, but over time it does the same thing that the Big Dipper does in the north.
Yeah, but to be able to track it in its entirety in relation to the northern hemisphere of stars, you can't gauge that because of the night and day cycle. Sorry, anyway, I was going to say CB invited AV back because there's some evidence for him. Bax dropped something in the chat for him.
Oh, wow.
Hiya, Miggy.
Bax will be happy.
What's up?
You couldn't contain himself earlier.
Go ahead, lay it on me. What you got?
Is he still around?
No, he's having connection issues. What a shame.
All right. Well, he dropped something in the chat for you anyway, Maggie. He was specifically he was wanting to drop it.
Yeah. He said something to do with there was a whole heap of particular spots. Was it Darlonga, Georgia, Palmyra, Syria, and Srinagar, India, are all on the same longitude, and they can all see Polaris at the same time. And he said you would be interested in that. So, yeah, I don't know why you put something like that on him. It's a very odd thing that he said, but anyways, it must be something that I didn't hear.
Yeah, he's advocating for the AE map. He's saying that if everybody's standing around in a giant circle, we're all pointing north to the central point. Now, if anybody agrees with him, then he's going to create a gold standard map. That if you're saying that's true, then I want the map that depicts the exact way the Earth looks like in relation to the person who's standing on, wherever it is that they're standing away from them. So let's say, right, we're all standing in a giant circle. Is there any proof of that? Anybody here? Do we got anybody that can stand up for this particular map, the AE map, which he declares is true?
Nope.
We don't have enough landmass to stand in a circle, bro.
I know, that's what he was. This is the part that I was trying to get him to realize. That's his hypothetical. That's not. I'm just telling you guys his hypothetical, what he said.
Yeah.
And
he's already lost within his own example. Sorry, it's been bugging me since we've been speaking to him today, and he seems to be lost within his own example. Because if he has 3 or 4 locations around Polaris, and all 3 of his mates and him point at Polaris, right, that could be described as a circle of equal altitude. But when all 4 of them turn around 180 degrees away from them, do you understand how he's lost within his own example?
Yeah. So AE map doesn't work. That's what I was trying to tell him. And so he's saying that they're not in a circle. But the thing is, if they are in a circle, then I want them to prove that they are standing in relation to one another in a giant circle. I need to see the evidence that that's true. Because if that's true, then he could start forming a map. Like, for example, let's say you're in the UK, I'm in the US. You're in a specific curved, path away from me. You know what I mean? I want to see the evidence that you're in that curved path. The evidence that's, showing in the physical world, you're standing in a specific curved path away from me.
That would be a line of latitude, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, don't certain lines of latitude separate countries?
Yeah. What we're dealing with here is the system that's utilized to tell where you're at based on longitude and latitude. What is longitude and latitude based on? Where is it derived?
Point in the sky that we're all standing around pointing at.
Spherical coordinate system.
Yeah, it's
that's the answer.
Yeah, but on its base level, we're all standing around in a circle.
Longitude and latitude are derived from a spherical coordinate system. So he's working within that system to prove the actual physical world. And that's just a whole wrong way to go about it. The spherical coordinate system is verifying itself, in other words, what he's presenting.
I guess it doesn't have to be spherical in this instance when he's just talking about circles of equal altitude. So for people pointing at Polaris with all measuring the same elevation angle would be on the same circle of equal altitude, right?
Yeah, but what we're saying is, in relation to one another, it would be a giant circle. If we're agreeing that that's true, then he's forming a map.
Yeah, but he's, like I said, he's already lost because he's got one pole bias. He's already confused what south is because he's turning around 180 degrees from his observation points and saying that's south, and that south is the circumference of my pizza. But as I was pointing out to old dude earlier, there's only one straight line between 2 poles, right? 2 points on the floor. So 180 degrees isn't going to find you in geographic south. It's only going to be 180 degrees with reference to north.
The north, yeah. So he can't have his AE map and eat it too.
Yeah.
Sorry, that pun didn't work out, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get you.
It's his circular reference frame of the stars, the celestial sphere, being implied on the AE projection.
That's correct.
Ah.
That's correct.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, so
I feel like thanks, finally I've got here. I feel like yesterday. Ah. Wow.
Yeah, I can see clearly now. The rain is gone.
Yeah, now I get it. It's like this. You can't see the wood for the trees, and you can't see the lumber for the wood in the trees. You know.
Well, that's where Baxwax is right now. He's standing behind that. He's looking. He can't see the forest. But I mean, we're gonna try as hard as we can. But it's not. It's never really gonna hit him. Like he's.
I mean, if that's a given, then now that I'm on board finally, at long last, have we not tried everything? Like, you know, I mean, where haven't we been with this one then?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm honestly thinking it's something spiritual within like the argument. Like, try to reconcile the physical world with like a coordinate system that will rectify like a position from like to create a map basically. Like, how would you create a map, you know, using this spherical coordinate system if it's not a globe? You know what I mean? Because a globe, it's circular. It's pun intended on that one, but it's verifying itself. So you're working within something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's also alleging the land masses in reference to each other, and you know, in distance and angularly to north, and what's where and what not. But in actual fact, you know, we know that that's not necessarily quite right. That it's kind of mapped to this theoretical model of an idea from the sky into, you know, a circular reference frame using north as the centre.
Yep.
And that's all the info that we've got to go on. We don't know what we don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. You got it. That's it. But, you know, it's really hard to convince somebody that's been in the argument that's, you know, like when we first started with all this, and the arguments were always derived from, you know, the maps that we had, the Gleasons and the azimuthal equidistant projection. And we were arguing from that. So we were already, you know, at a loss.
Yes,
so it was basically a false dichotomy. So if you can think about it that way.
And I think, we were like trying to defend it, even though we weren't. Yeah. We don't have a model, blah blah blah. We were still trying to defend and answer questions from this idea. Exactly. Even though we didn't hold it up, even though we wanted to put it down, a lot of people still tried to defend it. But primarily we were answering badly from this framework.
Yep. It might take some time for the conversion to happen, but I think eventually people will be slowly, you know, migrating over to the reality side of it, like where you can't actually draw the map of what you think the sky is actually depicting. So
that's why when he first pressed that, I told him, "Hey, is this what you're saying? Yes. Is this what you're saying? Yes. Is this what you're saying? Yes. Okay, draw it for me."
Yeah.
Draw it for me, bro.
I'm with you, man. I'm like, yeah, if you think you got it going, I want to see what it all looks like.
Right enough, I have seen him mention, or heard him mention, or maybe even post Shane's model as reference frame. So, like, again, you know, Shane's model sort of encompasses what we're sort of thinking, really. So I don't know where he's getting a disconnect from with that either. But then again, Shane's model's on the AE map, so yeah.
I'll say it like this. Oh, dude, we've been behind the 8 ball on a lot of arguments, bro. A lot. A lot of them need cleaning up.
Oh, yeah, dude, yeah. In many ways, I've been saying this for ages, dude. 2025 is the year for clarity in every single aspect, Miggy. You know, whether it's our game, the things we're saying, our approach, you know, the way we're reacting, what we actually mean by what when we say such and such, you know, what people actually mean by their claims when they break. It's just clarity. People are exposing themselves for false beliefs and things that they've got caught up in and, you know, run with. And now they're demonising us for it. And yeah, it's just clarity. It's all just coming to the fore.
The only way we can do it is if we continue to have an open dialogue about it.
Yeah.
As rough as it is sometimes.
All right, claim number 1, all the Celestials rotate around Polaris east to west. That's a claim. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant at this point. It's just a claim people make. So that includes stars, the sun, and the moon. Okay, second claim, all the Celestials have a ground position. Right, so that means you're standing on the ground, looking straight up, and it's above your head at a particular time of day, right? So now, get a piece of paper, put a dot in the center, draw where all those ground positions are, draw them traveling in a circle around the center dot, which you called Polaris, then divide it into 24 sections, splayed out like slices or spokes or radials, and then look at what you just drew. Now, take that and imagine it's transparent, so you can put the continents underneath it in any permutation you desire. No matter what you do, you're going to end up with something that looks like some type of azimuthal map from the past. So yeah, these guys are in la la land that they don't realize the implication of what they're saying. But that's why I just ask them, hey, dude, draw me a picture of it.
Yep. There's also the whole issue of land size above and below the equator. You know, you see on the Mercator map. So, you know, what's actually what size and where actually is it? I agree completely. We need to start mapping it, but can we? How? Yeah, I could start mapping what I see above me, and you could probably do it where you are too. And yes, it's a start. Yeah, maybe we should do this and try and carry it out. Who knows? We've done, you know, less greater things or lesser things, easy enough. Observations and stuff, and caught, you know, selling aliens and, you know, when the moon's visible in different parts of the Earth and track stuff. So yeah, we could actually start an initiative to try and plot stuff. But you got to be aware that there's limits to what we can do.
I think there was a petition maybe a few years ago from the African Congress or Congress of Africa to the United Nations with regards to the portrayal of how big the continent of Africa was on maps. They wanted it restored to its truest size because it's bigger, really, than it is portrayed on maps. They even pointed it out to the UN.
Yep. The whole, the coastline paradox issue just shows it, you know, in another way as well. Like, do you try and measure it at high tide or low tide initially? Or, you know, at neap tide, mean tide, or do you take into account neap tides? You know, and then it's like, how far down to the waterline do you actually measure, and how intricately on the rocks do you measure around every rock, every boulder? You know, or do you just scope the rough profile of the land? There's so much of that people don't realise. Yes, we've got things like Ordnance Survey in the UK, and it's seriously empiric. You know, topography, data referencing, and you know, recording. America's got the USGS, but yeah, that's a newer tech, and there's more modern theology applied on it or technology applied to it. But yeah, they're still good at mapping. But like, how can you confirm it all? How can you really get out into some of these areas and actually, yeah, that star's over here exactly where it says it is? Some of these places you just cannot go. I would love to do it. I would. It's one of my dreams that if ever I win the lottery, I would sit down with a bunch of yous and say, right, guys, what have you got? You know, like I'll put everything I've got into this, and let's see how far we can go with it. But even then, severely hampered.
Yeah, man. Even with the idea of where do we go?
Yeah. We could all do our own countries, but there's major parts of the country that's actually heavily militarised. Okay, we're not too bad here, but you go into America and it's no chance. All
right, what's the greatest country in the world?
Sorry, the greatest?
What's the greatest country on earth?
It's a trick question. It's Great Britain. Clues in the name, Sunshine.
Yes, sir.
The greatest? Yeah, okay, I'll give you that one. I mean, besides all the, Muslims and clouds. I mean,
oh shit! All right, now I've really got to concede. No, you're absolutely right. It's now the Great British Islamic Caliphate. Yeah, I do apologise. It's actual title.
All the issues.
Well, he's gonna have to log in with his ID to just have a chat with us. So, yeah, he's kind of cooked.
Yep.
Well, don't feel bad, Jedi. My ID will get tied to your ID so we can chat with each other.
Great.
There's a lot of places
until I don't put my bins out in time, and my friends will get cut off from me.
There's a lot of place in Scotland known as the Kingdom of Fife. That's quite a nice little country in its own right, sir. You've got St Andrews Golf Course on the beachfront leading all the way down to across from Edinburgh. So you could jump across in the boat and do the nightlife in Edinburgh. But yeah, the Kingdom of Fife, mate, that's not a bad little country in its own right.
Looks like we're all moving there then.
Hey? Sorry, mate?
I said it looks like we're all moving there.
As long as you don't move to certain parts of it, of course, you'll be totally fine.
I mean, I know it's tongue-in-cheek, right? And we've been looking at this encroachment for years, and all of a sudden it's just happened. Right, in the space of, 6 weeks?
Yeah.
We've gone from you need permission to be on the internet, it's not private anymore, and now you're going to need to have national ID cards if you want to work, for example.
Uh-huh.
Social credit scores should be coming in next year.
We kind of used to have ID cards, your national insurance card. I remember when it came through the post before I was 16. Mm-hmm. And if you didn't have that card, then, you couldn't register as wanting to work for a business. You had to turn over your number so they could pay part of your tax for the government. Well, your tax and your national insurance.
Yeah. I was going to say, is that any different really to a tax file number? Or a social security number?
Same thing, practically.
Same thing.
What, you guys have not had that all this time?
No, they're called national insurance numbers.
Right. Before that, you've actually got another one that's your medical number that when you're born in a hospital, a card's filled out, and that's the one that actually really tracks you. That's how they know that when to send your card out before you're 16.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Matrix, is it law that we have to receive super, or can you opt out of it?
For super, unless you're getting paid cashies, then yes, it's a legal requirement that the employer pays it.
Oh, this is interesting, right? This has only happened this week. New law starting to be enforced with regards to banks, right? You can only take out up to £300 of cash out in transaction in one day from any bank. Any more than that,
what?
And you could be possibly arrested for terrorism activities.
What?
Wow.
You're red flagged, and your red flag is actually put on a list anyway, so it doesn't really matter if you know.
They're trying to go for cashless society fast.
Well, I think we've had a $400 or $500 daily ATM limit for a while, but you can always go into the bank and withdraw more, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Depends
yeah,
on
same
your
with
bank.
us. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right, depends on your bank.
Yeah, so
Yeah, some of
between the
them are good
ATM and the cash machine, between the ATM and the, go on.
I said I feel like a good frontline unfiltered show coming up with all this talk.
Just press record.
Well, it needs to be pointed out, dude. Lots of things again have changed in the UK, especially with regards to law, personal identification, the use of your own money, as with regards to with the amount that you can withdraw on a daily basis, has been changed again. The laws that govern this, I said terrorism because they can link large amounts of cash to possible terrorism activities just because large amount of cash. That's it.
Yeah,
That's cashless society 101.
It came in on the back of the organised crime initiative that the police took on to link stuff like, supposing you were caught driving a car, you were a bit suspect and you were stopped, you'd be breathalyzed and tested for marijuana. If you were, you failed the alcohol test, that's one thing, you'd be arrested. But if you were tested positive for marijuana, there's now a positive policing action to find out if you're growing at home, what's going on in your home life. That gives them the right to go through your whole home life and see if you're connected to any organised crime. Well, this is the link to the Terrorism Act that's been in place since the 90s, Jedi, with the Criminal Justice Bill.
Yep. Spot on.
So rather than just giving you a kick up the arse for being a stoner, get on your way, don't do it again, now they've got the right to basically tear your life apart. Make excuses to look for something.
It's not so much the right, they're actually duty bound now. It's police format protocol. It's the cyber policing thing. It's the, what is it, the space police? Or what did Trump call them?
Cyber police did the same thing. Yeah.
Space Force or Cyber Cops?
Yeah, Space Force. Space Force, yeah. It's the police that actually police the internet in extended ways on the terrorism and criminal justice bills.
Put this into perspective, right? The last 12 months, over, what's the number again? Over 7,000 people have been arrested for online statements or crime on social media. Over 7,000. In 1 year. It's 365 days.
This is how I thought they were